Hello, welcome to the news desk. I'm a news dude, and here's more news. Chaos descends on the White House. The president tweets that there's no chaos. Meanwhile, the president says out loud that he loves chaos. It's a real he said, he also said situation. It one thing's for sure, nobody can stop talking about the White House's chaotic disarray of... I'm sorry, have we done this before? It sounds familiar. It looks... Anyway, it's a real chaotic Oval Office, despite what the president says. Even Time magazine weighed in with a cover depicting something I've seen before. Zoom in. That's from a year and like a few days ago. Can we get some new news? Thank you. Here's more news. It's recently been reported that Special Counsel Robert Mueller has found evidence that Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos's brother, Eric Prince, traveled to the Seychelles to create a back channel to the Kremlin. And we found out about that meeting like a year ago. And sure, Eric lied about it back then, but it was obviously true, because obviously it's easier to have a back channel than to meet with the Russian ambassador and foreign minister at Vladimir Putin's request, literally hours after firing the FBI director investigating you for crimes. Because in that case, you'd have to bar any American press from the meeting, allow Russian state media into the meeting, and during the meeting, brag about firing the FBI director investigating you for crimes. So instead, a back channel. Seemingly confirmed by Mueller, but again, we know, dude. Hurry up. Or maybe we should just stop talking about Russia so much. There's not much we can do about it until the investigation concludes. And yes, it's fun to talk about the drama and these dumb idiots and their obvious crimes. Hell, recently there was a whole day when the news stopped, and the only thing that happened was a former Trump aide got increasingly erratic and allegedly drunk on every single news channel talking about how he's not going to comply with Mueller's investigation because it's bullshit that he has to read all of his emails between himself and Roger Stone and then hand them over to the FBI, which implies that there's something incriminating that he wants to take care of first. But no, Sam, all you gotta do is search from, Roger Stone has a tattoo of American hero Richard Nixon on his back at, seriously, he's very proud of his Richard Nixon back tattoo.com, select all, and then send them to the FBI. But after complaining about a subpoena from the FBI for his emails regarding an investigation into the president, Donald Trump, a man he hates, he went on to say that he thinks Carter Page colluded with Russia, that he challenges Mueller to arrest him, despite every interviewer saying he will, and then he somberly said, based on the FBI's questions, they definitely have something on the president. And then by the end of the day, he was like, never mind, I will cooperate. And the past minute was just me describing what happened. How can you get to everything when we have to talk about the president's drunk old crime buddy all day? Did you know that there was a teacher's strike in West Virginia last week? For more than a week. Most news didn't really talk about it. Massive, historical, statewide strike, and they got what they wanted after a unanimous vote by the state legislature. And Mueller's got Paul Manafort fitted with 2 different tracking devices now. I think we can safely shift our focus to other things. So, speaking of teachers, arm teachers with guns. What the kind of thing is that to make me say? Me? Here's more news. A school shooting, another school shoot, several more school shootings since the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. As of this taping, 11 incidents involving guns at school since Parkland. Some involving students shooting students, some involving a teacher shooting his own gun in the school 1 year after trying to confess to murder, some involving a school liaison officer talking to some students when a 3rd grader pulled the trigger on his holstered gun, causing it to go off, despite the holster being equipped with a trigger guard designed to prevent such accidental discharges by, say, a 3rd grader near a gun. But anyway, since the Parkland shooting, armed teachers is a thing the country has decided is a valid suggestion just because our dumb president said it out loud with his moron mouth. Not only will school shootings be stopped, but it will make the classroom generally safer and help the kids focus thanks to the some teachers with guns near children. After hearing this idea on Fox News or some dipshit who paid to be at a party at the president's private club, the president floated the armed teachers idea to a room full of people affected by gun violence. And despite previously scoffing at and denying the idea of wanting to arm teachers, Trump now says, yeah, but I just mean, like, not all of them, specifying 10% or 20% or whatever. One of those tolerable and not at all frustrating he said he also said situations. The president also agreed to a bunch of actionable gun control measures suggested by the Democrats, only to then meet with the NRA and be like, wait, oh, of course not. Of course, never mind. And back to pushing for more guns and stuff, despite the week of gun incidents in schools culminating in God shouting, "Pay attention, you absolute worst person for this job," when someone shot themselves dead outside the White House. Anyway, guns are a dicey issue, and honestly, who has the time? But it's the news, and will likely be in the news due to rallies and calls for change, or another school shooting, or another kid shooting an officer's allegedly kid-proof gun, and so on. So briefly, let's use this armed teachers idea as a quick jumping off point to debunk a Second Amendment talking point via the First Amendment, in a segment we like to call a gorgeous instrument of liberty.
The gorgeous instrument of liberty. The gorgeous instrument of liberty.
While the president meets with video game developers to discuss their effect on violence, that sounds familiar. We did this in 1993. While he does all that, like a good, but also smart president, the conversation surrounding guns rolls on, seemingly because of the voices coming from the Parkland shooting survivors. And just like Janie's got a gun, everyone's got a take. And like I said, who has time for it all? But quickly, let's talk about this persistent and pervasive idea that more guns will ultimately help and keep people safe. For example, the NRA are all law-abiding, safe gun owners, which seems true. Although, a recent study published in the New England Journal of Medicine found that during 3-day NRA conventions, the gun incidents in the country overall, as well as near the radius of the convention, went down significantly. This has been a gorgeous instrument of liberty.
This is a gorgeous instrument of liberty. The gorgeous instrument of liberty. The gorgeous instrument of liberty.
Here's news. Jared Kushner is being investigated for tying his personal business to government work and access. Now, I know that sounds familiar. Like, oh yeah, so maybe like when Jared's sister, who runs Jared's former company, tried to get Chinese investors involved with their real estate project, One Journal Square, by promoting their relationship with the President of the United States, this guy. Which is correct, Jared, you're a real One Journal Square. And not to get off topic, but I can't wait to read Hope Hicks's White House journal to find out more details about these various crimes, even though her email was hacked, which is the working woman's way of saying, no, I'm not gonna read through all my email and send the FBI the stuff I'm cool with. Can we have the president weigh in on his communications director's hacked personal and campaign email?
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
Cool. But that's for another time. Probably. Look at how much news we have. And oh good! Breaking news, kind of! The Chicago Tribune reported in January that Kushner's family stopped trying to get Chinese investors involved in their real estate project because everyone was like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. So, case closed. Oh no, more breaking news, kind of. Jared Kushner is having a security clearance questioned. Wait, still or again? Or again? I know, that's from like a year ago. But fine, okay, yeah. Jared Kushner, husband of the president's crush, is once again having a security clearance questioned after reportedly using his government access and influence to benefit himself and his family financially, while financially benefiting due to his government access and influence. For example, Kushner, with a Q, was denied investment from Qatar for his business, and he reportedly backed a blockade of Qatar in retaliation. Though, don't worry, there are similar stories about similar behavior with at least several other countries. Now, instead of fixing the opioid crisis or bringing peace to the Middle East, Jared was asked to smooth things over with Mexico following a testy phone call between the presidents of Mexico and the United States, during which the United Statesian president said, "You're going to pay for the wall, and also like the wall," you know, like he did last year. And then the other president from the other country said, "Nah, no," like he did last year. So, the president's crush's husband was sent to Mexico to smooth things over with Mexico, but didn't include the ambassador of Mexico. Speaking of blockades, trade wars! Yep, in other news, the president is at it again. Still? And it seems he's announced a major policy decision against his advisors' wishes without consulting everybody necessary and without telling the people who would need to know in order to prepare for executing said policy, leading to chaos and resignations. And I'm sorry, we've definitely done this before. Do we have to do the trade version of it too? Here's that same news. The president announced higher tariffs on steel and aluminum. He has long railed against NAFTA for being unfair, and he's just railed against them generally, and he's just against free trade. And he thinks other countries are screwing us, possibly conflating a trade deficit with a budget deficit, definitely ignoring that we have a trade surplus with Canada, and claiming that trade wars are good, which is historically inaccurate according to historians of trade. So anyway, other countries were like, okay, trade war, I guess. And then Donald Trump, the great understander, decided not to impose the tariff on Mexico and Canada, the North American countries, as some kind of agreement regarding free trade. There, end of movie. And in new news, the president is tangled in a sex scandal involving infidelity, and his party is trying their best to ignore it. What fucking year is it? Stop it! Alright, yeah, so it's being reported that President Trump's lawyer, Michael, I've never been to Prague, just check out the front of my unopened passport, Cohen, Esquire, a lawyer, reportedly obtained a gag order against Stormy Daniels, a woman claiming to have had an affair with the president 4 months after his wife gave birth to his son. The woman is suing Mr. Trump, or as the BBC would put it, Trump wins order to gag porn actress. And give me a break with that headline, for fuck's sake. Come on, BBC. And that's a porn pun too. Anyway, to keep the woman quiet about the affair, she was paid money from the Trump campaign by Trump's lawyer, who later complained that Trump never paid him back, and he did know about it, and now Stormy is suing Mr. Trump. Do we have a photo of that? Beautiful. Because according to the case, he never actually signed the agreement, though if he did, I'm sure it would have just said, "It is a great honor to be here with all of my friends. So amazing, +sign. Will never, capitalized, forget, capitalized." A reference to 9/11, not the Holocaust. But also, even if he did sign it, it probably wouldn't matter, as evidenced by another classic he said he also said situation, this 60 Minutes clip from 2015, in which he discusses NAFTA and how sure it's a signed deal, but so what?
We will either renegotiate it or we will break it, because every agreement has an end.
So I guess, good, cool. Even if he did sign it, he didn't, she can still talk about it. And maybe he'll have to talk about it. And maybe she'll describe his dick in court, and then to prove her wrong, he'll have to show his dick to the court. Like when Jeff Epstein, billionaire and solicitor, curator, and peddler of underage girls, and friend of people like alleged rapist and President Donald Trump, and alleged rapist and former President Bill Clinton, who rode on Epstein's plane dubbed the Lolita Express 26 times according to flight logs. Really got away from myself there. Hold on, all right, let me back up. Maybe Trump will have to show his dick in court, like when Jeff Epstein, the friend of at least 2 presidents, had his dick described by a bunch of underage girls as egg-shaped, and when asked to prove that it wasn't, in order to prove that he isn't a curator and peddler of underage girls, he was like, "Well, I never," and left the deposition. And maybe the president will have to do that. Apparently Stormy has pictures too, which, honestly, no thanks. Bold, I know, but pass on those. Because really, a picture is only worth 8 words.
I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee it.
Cool. and necessary thing for a president to have said on a stage, on TV. Anyway, what was I saying? Here's a news. Apparently, 3 months before visiting Moscow and dealing with Russian singer Emina Galarov, the night of the alleged, but also very real, P-tape that's allegedly leveraging the president's cooperation with a foreign leader, well, 3 months before he reportedly turned down the woman's offer to go to his hotel room, according to security of many years, who said he's too smart for that, despite, no he's not. But anyway, 3 months before that night, he was at a nightclub in Vegas with Emina Galarov, a nightclub that has since been shut down due to shows involving, among other things, students urinating on their teacher and women urinating into glasses. And it's just so hard not to talk about this stuff. I'm sorry. I'd like to not, but that's nuts. He's the president. There's a photo of him there, and he's the president. You know, he just is. And he needs to go so we can stop focusing on him so much. Senator Brian Schatz said on Twitter this week, all of this madness will start to wane if you vote straight ticket Democrat this year. This is not the year to ticket split, or sit it out, or wish you had better choices, or vote third party, or say you aren't into politics, or whatever. We need everyone. And the frustrating thing about this sentiment is that it's pretty true. The madness will start to wane, and we need them to do it. But Brian isn't just saying that he needs us. He's also saying that we need him and them, because we do, because there's no better option. They're the anti-Trump, so they don't need to be held to account or to any other standard. They don't need to give us better ideas about how things should be. So when there's a vote to deregulate Wall Street and roll back Dodd-Frank, which was implemented to prevent another financial crisis, that bill can pass because 17 Democratic senators will vote for it, including Tim Kaine, who just 2 years ago was ostensibly accepted by the Democratic Party as being the second best one of them all. Another yes vote was Doug Jones, who famously and barely beat this real good horse rider who was also banned from the mall for hitting on underage girls. And it doesn't matter, because we need to elect the party that can get rid of the madness. But if you really think that anti-Trump is enough to win, then use it as an opportunity to be better, even riskier. When a Medicare for All bill is written, make sure every Democrat stands up for it instead of 17 again. When Nancy Pelosi says DACA and gun control don't need to be in the next spending bill, tell her, fucking, yeah, they do. There are no rules anymore. Swing for the fences. Say explicitly that you're going to tax the rich. You'll be fine. Trump literally said he would do that in that 60 Minutes interview from earlier. He said he would tax extremely wealthy people while not taxing poor people at all, and he said he'd have government-funded health care for people who can't afford it.
Some very wealthy are going to be raised. There will be a large segment of our country that will have a zero rate. A zero rate.
Universal health care.
I am going to take care of everybody.
He said all of that, and I don't know if you've noticed, but that dude got to be the president. And he's also said some pretty awful shit. He's also preyed on people's frustrations with the wealthy and powerful while also being one of the wealthy and powerful. And unfortunately, people bought into his grift. But that frustration, that desperation is still there. It's why teachers in West Virginia went on strike for more than a week. It's why there are 554,000 homeless people on any given night in America. Yet there are more than 18 million vacant homes in America. 1% of people have more wealth than the bottom 90% of people combined. And when given the chance, most politicians, regardless of party, will still vote to deregulate Wall Street. Amazon is almost the first company to be worth $1 trillion. And they didn't pay taxes last year. And here's $1 million. Most people don't have this. Here's $1 billion. Jeff Bezos has $127 billion. Amazon is worth $1 trillion. Tax these fuckers. This is a good time to mention the presenting sponsor of Cody's Shody is Amazon of Amazon.com fame, or at least it could be. Hey Amazon, check this out. More news brought to you by Amazon. Treat your workers not so good? Can't wait until robot technology can replace most of them? Well, give me a little bit of your money and I'll still mention stuff like that, but I'll also mention your beautiful products, like the convenient Amazon Echo. Just $129.99. It does a bunch of stuff for you. Oh, it's not even that much? It's $99.99? Wow, that's just a deal right there. Also, use Amazon or Amazon Prime. We got shows and toilet paper and computers and junk. Here's a news, or whatever the show is called, brought to you by Amazon. Not Amazon Prime, the streaming service that makes shows, but just Amazon in general, the company that does all that other stuff. They've got $1 trillion, which is grotesque, but here's a f***ing commercial for them and their stuff. Is an example of what I could say about your product or company if you gave me a little bit of your money. So yeah. Brian, we need everybody to get rid of the madness. But the madness is a symptom of a sickness, and we need you. But don't use this as a free pass to not be better, which is what we'd need you to be if Trump wasn't the f***ing president. Our votes shouldn't have to be held hostage by you simply because we need to get rid of the madman. You could hashtag resist your way through this, but is resistance enough for you? It's easy to rebel against the evil empire, but it's a lot harder to look at the republic and think, wait, this kind of sucks too. There was slavery. Ray sold scraps of weapons of war for fractions of portions of food. Sure, the empire sucks. Trump's violating the emoluments clause of the Constitution and could have been impeached last year. And sure, he recently told his rich buddy and former advisor about his steel tariff, so the dude dumped a bunch of stock before the announcement, which is just a fun way of saying they did some crimes. And sure, the head of the EPA is allowed to have undisclosed private consulting clients. And sure, the Secretary of the Interior spent $139,000 on new doors for his office. And sure, everything Jared Kushner does. And it's really funny when Trump says super believable stuff like this.
When you talk about innocent, I am truly not involved in any form of collusion with Russia, believe me. That's the last thing I can think of to be involved in.
And sure, that's even funnier considering what Trump's two-tracking device-wearing former campaign manager Paul Manafort said when asked if Trump had no ties to Russian oligarchs.
That's what he said. That's what I said. That's obviously what our position is.
And sure, I really want to watch that other one more time.
When you talk about innocent, I am truly not involved in any form of collusion with Russia, believe me. That's the last thing I can think of to be involved in.
Okay, one more, but cut it off early.
When you talk about innocent, I am truly not...
Cool, dude.
Believe me.
I do. So, sure, the empire sucks and the emperor is hilariously guilty.
No.
Yes, but while he does all that, and while the special counsel does the work he needs to do, teachers in other states like Arizona and Oklahoma are preparing to strike because their schools are turning off power and heat for half the day to save money. Flint's water is still literally poisoned. King Goodbrain is shrinking our national monument specifically to drill for oil when there's a perfectly good battery in the sky. They made a robot to kick homeless people off of benches. The media needs to find a balance in how it covers the Russia sideshow and the White House chaos drama, and the tangible things that are affecting people and the underlying problems contributing to those tangible things, and the people in power who think they can just coast on not being as bad as the worst person.
Nobody can do it like me. Nobody. Nobody can do it like me. Honestly.
And even though this show seems familiar, and a lot of these stories seem familiar, except for massive income inequality leading to the rise of unions, that's unheard of. But I'm hoping to find a balance, a fair balance. To invent a phrase off the top of my head, fair and balanced TMCR look at the news. Report the madness, but also report the sickness that caused the madness. But first, here is a thing. That's what I spent my time on. I was like, I want to do that, and I just did that. All right. Bye. Hey everybody, thank you so much for watching our first episode. Make sure to like and subscribe and comment on all the things that you do on YouTube that you know about, because it's not your first day on YouTube. And if you want to support our show, the Patreon link is in the description. so we can make more of the news show. Hey, how's it going? Hi, here's news. The Republican nominee for Illinois' 3rd Congressional District is a literal Nazi. Now, before you say, oh, everyone's a Nazi these days just because they disagree with you, realize that this is pre-recorded. You know, I can't hear you. You're watching a YouTube video. Also, here's his website. And zoom into the part that says hate speech, question mark. Cool, cool, cool. Now just to the right of it where it says Holocaust, question mark. Beautiful. Now, although technically he was denounced by his party in the state, he also ran unopposed. So maybe they should have opposed him. And maybe the House Majority Leader, Paul Ryan, could comment on the fact that the House candidate for the majority party is a f***ing Nazi. Or not. You know, maybe he's busy thinking about how, reportedly, 10 years ago, he sold his shares in Wachovia and Citigroup on the same day he attended a private meeting about the looming banking crisis. So yeah, I guess don't mention the Nazi, Paul. Speaking of white supremacy, Tucker Carlson. Wait, let me explain. Tucker Carlson recently aired a segment about the shifting demographics in America.
A recent piece in National Geographic tells you a lot about demographics in America and about how bewilderingly fast they're changing without any real public debate on the subject.
Tucker, what do you mean by without public debate? Some Hispanic families want to move into your city, so you have a town hall meeting about it? Are you the racist town in Blazing Saddles? Are you a racist town? Sorry, continue.
In the year 2000, Hazleton's population was 2% Hispanic. Just 16 years later, Hazleton is majority Hispanic. That's a lot of change. People who grew up in Hazleton return to find out they can't communicate with the people who now live there.
Okay, so people return to Hazleton and can't communicate with people that live there now because Hispanics are the majority. But majority could be anywhere between 50.1% and 99.9%. And I thought it was weird how he didn't specify. But if I'm being honest, I didn't have time to find the National Geographic Tucker's talking about, but only because he didn't show the article or say what issue it was from. But I did find that the majority he's referring to is 52%. Okay, so Tucker, go on.
Now, before you start calling anyone bigoted, consider and be honest, how would you feel if that happened in your neighborhood? It doesn't matter how nice the immigrants are. They probably are nice. Most immigrants are nice. That's not the point.
Now, Tucker, you say don't rush to call you a bigot. You say most immigrants are nice, but you say that so you can say bigoted things. I'm not bigoted, I think most immigrants are nice. Except a simple web crawler search would discover your video from 2 months ago about how immigrants are more violent and commit more crimes than non-immigrants. It is 11 minutes longer than the segment where you say you're not bigoted and also most immigrants are nice. Anyway, in this other video, after first casually saying that Democrats need illegal immigrants here for votes, he claimed that Democrats are now saying this.
Illegal immigrants are terrific people, every single one of them, far more noble and law-abiding than you are. How dare you complain about their presence? You must be a bigot.
First of all, okay, Tucker. Second of all, what you're actually talking about is Democrats saying that Dreamers should stay because they're not criminals. It's literally a requirement of DACA. But, sorry, go on.
The one problem with this line of argument is that it's vulnerable to facts. We've got the data now, and it turns out, surprise, surprise, they've been lying to you.
Except then, Tucker, you give some statistics about Arizona, and again, you don't put anything on the screen of where that study came from. But it seems to be from a study by John Lott from the Conservative Crime Prevention Research Center, a study which has been called into question, a study that's only about Arizona, and a study that is notably an outlier. So, despite all of the evidence showing immigrants don't commit more crimes than non-immigrants, Tucker, sure, most immigrants aren't nice. Go on.
And that's just in one state.
Yeah, of course it's in just one state, because it's the only state mentioned in the only study you could find that would let you spend the next 10 minutes talking about how immigrants are criminals and diversity is bad. Oh, you have more. I'm sorry.
And that's just in one state. In California, an illegal alien named Luis Brasamontes.
Oh, it's just one dude? You're citing an outlier study that's methods have been called into question and one dude from California? Cool, man. Real good. The point is, in your other video, when you say,
most immigrants are nice,
you don't really believe it, and you're only saying it so you sound less bigoty when you complain about immigrants. But sorry, that was my point. You're talking about this town's influx of Hispanic immigrants. What's your point?
most immigrants are nice. That's not the point. The point is, this is more change than human beings are designed to digest.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about, Tucker Carlson? More change than human beings are designed to digest? Where did you hear that? Who told you that? What are you talking about? We went to the moon. Shut up, Tucker. You think human beings aren't designed to handle change, or migration, or learning languages, or adapting to our environments, or meeting people? This is more change than human beings are designed to digest. You made that up, Tucker. You made it up. You fucking clod. Anyway, this concludes our one-time segment that we like to call, so I guess just maybe cool it on the white supremacist stuff, Tucker. Yes, that is what it is. And I did find the article, and I read it, and you definitely stopped reading after the 7th paragraph when they mentioned the demographic shift, Tucker. It's 66 paragraphs, Tucker, and you only read 7 of them. One of them later on reads, while the angst over the coming demographic shift might make for more uncomfortable race relations, it might finally usher in a reckoning in which America faces hard truths. The founding fathers built white dominance into the fabric and laws of the nation, and a country that proclaims to love freedom and liberty is still struggling with its roots in the original sin of slavery. Tucker. Didn't your show get canceled after a guest went on your show and just described your show to you? You'd think with all that spare time, you could have actually read past the 7th paragraph of the 66 paragraph article, which I know you didn't do because in your clip, you mentioned how people returning to Hazleton can't communicate with people when they return. Except the only mention of people returning to Hazleton is in the 3rd paragraph, where a woman talks about a yearly festival and how lately she doesn't want to go because she feels like a minority. And sorry to say, Tucker, the only mentions of communication in the article were past where you read in the 53rd paragraph where a bartender talks about warming up to learning Spanish, and in the 14th paragraph about how in 2010 Hazleton's mayor at the time tried to pass an anti-immigration law that also would have made English the official language of the town, but it didn't pass because it violated US law. Also, that guy's a congressman now. Tucker, you f***ing craven dunce. Please have a guest on your show describe your show to you again. Anyway, this concludes that segment called That. Hey Tucker, another recent piece in National Geographic? Why do we see so many things as us versus them? And like, the article you reference talked a lot about how, just as historically Anglo-Saxons were seen as true American compared to Irish, Greek, or Jewish immigrants, white Americans are seen as more American than others. Like, let's say a person started sending bombs to prominent black residents of a city. Let's call it Austin. And let's say the White House is maybe worried that the bomber is white. The White House might say it's not terrorism. And then when it does turn out they're a 23-year-old white fellow, newspapers will describe him as no angel. Sorry, that's Michael Brown. Newspapers will report that he was once suspended for marijuana. Sorry, that's Trayvon Martin. Newspapers will report that he was a quiet, nerdy young man from a tight-knit, godly family who bombed prominent black families and killed people to death, but isn't a terrorist. He just was frustrated with his life. So he sent bombs to people to kill them to death, because life is hard. This section needed more jokes. Anyway, here's more news. Instead of taking the time to cover the president's likely crimes, let's take a cue from every news network and check in with the president's sex life. Ugh. Wait, which president? Okay. Amidst claims of an affair with and hush money for adult film actress Stormy Daniels, at least 2 other former mistresses are trying to come forward with their stories. It's very salacious and very disgusting. But instead of talking about Trump's cabinet using taxpayer money for planes and tables and doors, or that the RNC is holding a 4-day event at the President's Hotel, or that 10 Democrats voted to continue U.S. involvement in the brutal war in Yemen, or how after 4 years of poisoned water, the courts are finally allowing residents of Flint to sue, or how the President's body man got fired from the White House for financial crimes, and then immediately got hired for the President's re-election campaign, instead of all that, dude, the Prez f***ed a woman a few times. A porn star, no less, which is, you know, who cares? And don't get me wrong, it's important for these women to have their stories heard if they want to tell them. But like, what do we think will happen? He cheated on his wife many times, so he'll be impeached? He didn't, like, describe his crimes to her. The most we'll find out is that they had some embarrassing sex and his dick is covered in tree bark. We don't need Wolf Blitzer reporting on Stormy Daniels dunking on assholes on Twitter.
There's lots of breaking news right now, including a tweet that just came in from Stormy Daniels, the former porn star.
Barking up the wrong tree, Wolf. And like, if you're gonna talk about Trump's sex life, gross, but at least contextualize it, and also mention, say, that his ex-wife, Ivana, swore under oath that during their marriage, the president got painful hair plug surgery from a doctor his wife recommended. So he, the president, grabbed her, his ex-wife, and pulled out her hair, and then violently forced himself on her. And Hey News mentioned that after receiving a settlement in the divorce, Ivana did retract the R word, but not the actual account of her husband, the president, getting mad about a doctor she recommended, so he pulled out her hair and violently forced himself on her. But sure, the affair thing, that'll do it. You know he also does crimes, right? Speaking of Donald Trump and women, Joe Biden spoke up about Trump's behavior, saying that he beat him up for it. A guy who ended up becoming our national leader said, "I can grab a woman anywhere and she likes it." They asked me if I'd like to debate this gentleman, and I said no. I said, if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. And I just want to say, thank you, Joe, for your retrospective bravery and your contemporary words, because Joe Biden doesn't inappropriately grab women and girls. A guy who ended up becoming our national leader said, "I can grab a woman anywhere and she likes it. I can grab a woman anywhere and she likes it. I can grab a woman anywhere and she likes it." Cool. Now, I don't want to equate this with some of the awful things Trump's been accused of, but this is how this guy acts in public with a camera around. So maybe don't run for president, Joe? Speaking of presidents, here's a news. The president called Vladimir Putin, and instead of maybe mentioning all those people he poisoned, Trump congratulated him on his election win, despite evidence of ballot stuffing and the words, "Do not congratulate," written in his briefing from his national security advisor. And while some on the right took the stance, well, he's not going to take orders from his advisors, he's going to think and decide for himself. That's the MAGA way. Others, like the White House, went the other way and said he just didn't read it. The actual MAGA way. But let's be fair, maybe he, behaves like a child and doesn't like being told what to do, even if it's good advice. But let's also be balanced. Barack Obama called Putin and congratulated him in 2012, and clearly these relationships and situations are the same, and nothing of note happened in between those events. And I'm sure there's an actual tweet from Trump reading something like, "How long did it take for Obama to call Hugo Chavez and congratulate him on his re-election? Who do you think Chavez supports in ours?" But none of that matters, because nothing matters. And when asked if the Russian election was free and fair, Sarah "the Bee" Sanders said, much like the Austin bomber isn't a terrorist, that we don't get to dictate how other countries operate. Do we have a clip of literally anyone in the room looking up the words United States and election meddling and history? Actually, no. Let's just ask former CIA Director James Woolsey.
Have we ever tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably, but it was for the good of the system in order to avoid the communists from taking over. For example, in Europe, in 47, 48, 49, the Greeks and the Italians.
We don't do that now, though. We don't mess around other people's elections, Jim.
Or audio of Hillary Clinton lamenting the Palestinian election and how we, quote, should have made sure that we did something to determine who was going to win. Or again, just ask history. But I think it's time to break away from the politics and talk some gossip in another steamy installment of The Husband of the President's Crush. The Saudi crown prince has bragged that Jared Kushner is in his pocket and told close confidants that during a trip to Riyadh last year, Kushner shared the names of specific Saudi royals who are disloyal to him. And I don't want to say that later, after Jared in the Saudi crown prince's pocket, Kushner told him of those in the royal family who opposed his succession, that the Saudi crown prince rounded them all up and tortured at least one of them. But those are all things that happened in that order. So... Also, goss regarding Kush, the hubby of Prez's Kush. The Kushner family's real estate business falsified docs in NYC to harass rent-controlled tenants with disruptive construction, pushing them out and allowing buildings to be sold for greater profit. The company, of course, blamed it on a paperwork error, something Jared is very good at. Misleading paperwork error. You say tomato, you also say, good morning, warden. Let me tell you of my recent night in prison. Where I live now. You're going to prison. Hey, remember when I said, Joe Biden, please don't run for president? You're super creepy with women. Well, speaking of don't run for president, please. Hey, Mark Zuckerberg, you gotta run for president, man. Please. I know I've said the opposite in the past, and I know you're going through a lot right now with Facebook being under fire for allowing data to be harvested by a third-party app and sold to a private firm called Cambridge Analytica, funded by the Mercer family and run by Steve Bannon to spread propaganda to get Donald Trump elected by, among other things, inventing the term Crooked Hillary. Aw, Donald, very disappointed in you. A firm caught on tape describing their propaganda and their plans and ability to extort politicians via Ukrainian prostitutes. But, Zuck, run for president! It'll be very funny for everybody but you. Now, in the interest of fairness, it should be pointed out that a lot of this reporting was done via a journalistic sting, a tactic used by James O'Keefe of Project Veritas, and winner of the Fake News Award from an old show I can't quite remember. And people have pointed out, well, you don't support O'Keefe, yet you think this Cambridge Analytica bust is so great. So real quick, I'm just gonna do an Alta Vista search for what's the difference between journalists uncovering a powerful, wealthy company's misdeeds and claims of extortion via accurate presentation, and say selectively editing videos to misrepresent people's actions so they get fired, even though they did the right thing and called the cops about your encounter, or luring a journalist on a boat full of dildos and porn, or sending a false accuser to discredit women coming forward about an alleged child molester and Senate candidate, or trying to get contractors to spill dirt on their employers by making them think they were on job interviews for jobs that didn't exist or dates that weren't dates. Also, maybe don't compare journalism exposing a propaganda organization funded by billionaires with the dishonest bumbler funded by those same billionaires. And search. Dang, I spelled every word wrong. Oh well. But it is important to address these points when they're brought up, because, like I said, here at Cody's Shody, we like to be fair and balanced. So much so that we came up with that phrase, and it's ours. Trademark, copyright, registered trademark. So let's keep looking at both sides of this. For example, many on the right are saying, well, Barack Obama's campaign did something similar to Cambridge Analytica. So when Obama does it, it's okay, but now that it implicates Trump, it's not? And not exactly, but kind of, because they're not the same. These sites like the Daily Wire and Gateway Pundit point to a former Obama campaign staffer who describes how the campaign sucked the entire social network out and famously used data in their campaigns. And that's why the Obama campaign and Cambridge Analytica are the same and did the same thing. Take that, libs. Except people like Ben Shapiro and Julian Assange and Colin Gateway are being disingenuous, or disingenuous if you prefer, I know I do, because they all share the same video of Carol Davidson saying they sucked the entire social network out, and the Democrats still have that data. But they never seem to mention or show this part that happened literally seconds beforehand.
We got people to opt in.
Now, here she's referring to supporters of Barack Obama logging into Barack Obama's website with Facebook and opting in to share who their friends are. I'll let her continue.
The privacy policies at that time on Facebook, so they told us who all their friends were. This is very much how local campaigns work, right? People sit in a room, it's a really small thing, all of their biggest supporters sit around the table and they like circle the names of the people that they know and that they're gonna outreach to, and they figure out how to fill in the gaps of the people that they don't know. The Obama campaign just did this in a digital level, on a much larger level, but we were actually able to ingest the entire social network.
So, like local campaigns work, supporters of the candidate voluntarily let the campaign know who their friends were so they could make cold calls and knock on doors. Or they obtained tens of millions of users' data from a third-party app that had nothing to do with the political campaign and was then used for propaganda. But
it has to happen without anyone thinking that's propaganda.
I mean, sure, that's just describing an element of propaganda, but yes, these are different. The other thing these disingentlemen point to is a tweet from Davidson describing when Facebook found out. They went to the campaign and were very candid that they allowed them to do those things that they wouldn't have allowed someone else to do, because they were on their side. As if it's an indictment of the Obama campaign instead of a clear indictment of Facebook, which we already know fucking sucks. But to Zuckerberg's credit, he did stay silent for a long while, and eventually posted about how all of Facebook is a community, and discussed features and changes that he tacitly admitted should have been implemented years ago. But it doesn't matter how much he says he's going to add, it doesn't change what Facebook is and does. We don't pay for Facebook, and it's not because Mark Zuckerberg's a good guy, it's because we're not the customers, we're the product. Zuckerberg's first project was Face Mash, and it had to be reviewed by his school's board because it violated students' privacy and copyright. This issue of privacy and violating rights is embedded in the foundation of Facebook and its creators' ideas. Remember when they made that one movie about him and he was the bad guy in it?
What?
Do you think I deserve your full attention?
I had to swear an oath before we began this deposition, and I don't want to perjure myself, so I have a legal obligation to say no.
His idea for Facebook was to create a platform where people talk about themselves so that he could cyberstalk a girl that didn't want to talk to him. He's worth $70 billion. The core of his original idea, cyberstalking, isn't changing, and maybe they'll stop some third-party apps from getting some of your data, but they're also adding facial recognition software, and they track you in ways that don't even have to do with the data you give them, and they're always going to be a company that wants to make money off of its product, which again is us. Versus them, a reference to that National Geographic article that Tucker Carlson didn't fucking read. The fucking dope. Episode over. Hello, I'm a news dude, and here's some news. Sean Hannity. He's so mad, but he won't give up that easy. No, he won't have it. He's Sean Hannity, though it won't matter. He's a dope. He knows that, but he's broke. Well, no, actually, because Sean Hannity's whole salary is like $36 million a year for defending the president, his buddy, from criticism, accusations of many crimes, words, and light breezes. But he also blindly attacks the political opponents and anyone critical of the president, his buddy. And most recently, after a week of defending Michael Cohen, who is implicated in many crimes and who has been a target of a months-long criminal investigation into him and his client, the president, it was revealed that Sean Hannity is one of just 3 of Michael Cohen's clients, which maybe, as a journalist, like a little bit of conflict of interest when reporting on and defending Michael Cohen and having him on your show many times. Though, to be fair, Sean has tweeted he's not a journalist, he's merely an opinion journalist and advocacy journalist, which, interestingly, uses the word journalist twice. Sean has also defended his relationship, once likening it to the relationship between fictional meth dealer Walter White and his fictional dirty lawyer Saul Goodman.
I might have handed him $10. I definitely want you
attorney-client privilege,
on this,
don't
something
you?
like that.
So that everything you say is strictly between us. Put $1 in my pocket. Come on, make it official.
I might have handed him $10. I definitely want you attorney-client privilege on this, something like that.
And saying it wasn't an official attorney-client relationship, despite Cohen saying otherwise in front of a federal judge. Hannity has also repeatedly claimed he only talked to Cohen about almost exclusively real estate, though he never gets into what he means by almost exclusively. But let's lay off Sean Hannity for a second and look at Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's longtime lawyer and fixer who, according to the debunked, but not actually debunked, fake news Steele dossier, visited Prague during the 2016 election to fix revelations and reports of Paul Manafort and Carter Page's relationships with Russian oligarchs and the Russian government. But Michael Cohen's never been to Prague. As Cohen has pointed out, he was with his kids in LA. Hello? He shared on Twitter an Instagram photo of him and his daughter in LA for his birthday, August 25th, but darn it, the photo's been deleted. And I've reached out to Cohen for a copy on Twitter, so fingers crossed. But he's also said that he was in LA with his son at a USC baseball camp. It's been confirmed with 2 USC employees that he was indeed in Los Angeles on August 29th. So, in terms of him being in Prague in August or September of 2016, he was in Los Angeles on August 29th. You just got alibied, motherfuckers. Yes, this guy's a lawyer. But that's not the only evidence that Michael Cohen's never been to Prague, despite it being reported that special counsel Robert Mueller does have evidence he was in Prague in the summer of 2016. But, you see, here's a picture of the cover of Cohen's unopened passport, which I'm told is not proof. Dang. But Cohen did double down and went on Sean Hannity's show to show us, in person, the cover of his unopened passport, to prove that he's never been to Prague. Lawyer style. Eventually, though, he did release pictures of the inside of his passport, proving that he has never been to Prague, with trips ranging from the early 2000s to 2016, but none during the time of his alleged Prague visit in August or September of 2016. Except, also, there's no stamp for Russia in November of 2013, which is where and when Michael Cohen was pictured here in Moscow, Russia in November of 2013. So either he's not showing all of the pages, or he has another passport, or he took a private jet that didn't go through customs. But anyway, this has been The Lawyer, Michael Cohen's defense of Michael Cohen, lawyer. And Sean Hannity has long defended Michael Cohen without disclosing that he's one of Michael Cohen's 3 clients, another of which is the president. One of them has pleaded guilty to bribery and hired Cohen to cover up an affair/pregnancy/abortion, and the other is you, Sean. Even Alan Dershowitz, who was on your show 2 days in a row to help you defend Michael Cohen, was like, Sean, bro, you did a real oopsie goof. His words. Here's some more news. Facebook collects data on non-Facebook users, and if you want to delete it, you have to sign up for Facebook. No joke, no segment, just thought that was kind of f***ed up. Wanted to mention it. Maybe break up the pace of this Sean Hannity story. Speaking of Sean Hannity, there have been a lot of calls to fire him, or at least calls for, like, any consequence. But Sean has already been fired from a radio show for homophobic comments, because the tolerant left is intolerant of homophobes. But that was a long time ago, and he's apparently used up his one time of getting kicked off the air, and will be on the air forever, because Fox News has stated they intend to keep him on, and they stand by him. And I say, good, actually. Force him to stick around. Maybe cut his pay by 99%, but keep him. Because eventually, the president's obvious crimes will be more public and undeniable. And Sean, he'll go out there every night and he'll give it his best to explain it all away. He's gonna try, sweat, bathing his confused, bee-stung face to make everything seem fine. It's already amazing to watch. Here's him talking about the Comey interview preview.
How strange is it for you to sit here and compare the president to a mob boss?
Really? Mob boss? Let's think about this. Of all the people, the former head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the person responsible for taking down actual deadly criminal gangs, shouldn't James Comey know better to make an outrageous comparison like that?
Well, Sean, he probably does know better. because of the things you just said about his job. Wouldn't the FBI director know better than to call someone a mob boss? Yeah, or he'd know when to call someone a mob boss. This is the kind of fun, Olympic-level, very good brain gymnastics and amazing television we can look forward to from Sean Hannity as we learn more and more about the president's crimes.
Now, since Comey clearly doesn't know what he's talking about, we're going to remind the former FBI director what an actual mob boss looks like. Like, for example, Al Capone. Remember?
So then Sean just named some criminals and crimes that have nothing to do with the president, like prostitution. Do we have a clip?
I don't know whether the current president of the United States was with prostitutes peeing on each other in Moscow in 2013. It's possible.
Okay, but also, what about Karen McDougal, one of the women Cohen was paid to silence in her account of sleeping with Donald Trump and being offered money afterwards and being surprised when she's like, no, you don't have to give me money for having sex with you just now. Okay. And his close relationship with underage prostitute curator Jeff Epstein? Cool, yes, okay. But that's just one of Hannity's examples of crimes unrelated to the president. And paying for prostitutes, or like paying women for sex, but like then they're like, no, don't do it. That doesn't mean that you're a mob boss. Hannity also mentions murder. And Trump so far has not been accused of murder, so congratulations, Mr. President. Sean also points out that mobsters are usually involved in things like tax evasion, which is a smart thing to bring up in regards to the one president who's the most resistant about releasing any of his tax returns, and who just this year had to ask for an extension on his tax returns. The president doesn't have somebody to take care of his taxes on time. Well-oiled machine. But snapping back to reality, the facts that Sean Hannity gives about what mobsters do also includes bootlegging, which, sure, I guess, but also the president sells presidential seal products at his golf course illegally and sells access to the president via his many hotels with his name on them, which continue to enrich him and his family, and they made Jimmy Carter sell his peanut farm. But anyway, yeah, Sean, the president's not selling bootleg liquor or guns. You also mentioned gambling, which not illegal everywhere, but also he owned a casino. It was named after him. And he has a long history of being involved with the mafia. And then a few times, for most of the mobsters, Sean, you mentioned racketeering, as if the president didn't just finalize the settlement of a racketeering case about his fraud university named after himself. And his long history of paying money to settle cases in which he's credibly accused of fraudulent behavior and crimes. But anyway, after talking about mob bosses, Sean pivots to a string-laden conspiracy image documenting the Clinton crime family, because of course he does. Donna Brazile, who leaked a debate question to Hillary Clinton, which is a crime, Sean? That's the criminal you're gonna put on a picture with string connected to it? Maybe you don't know this, Sean, but one of the president's pictures connected to strings is Felix Sater, a business partner heavily connected to the mob who lived in Trump Tower and stabbed a guy's face with a martini glass stem and once pleaded guilty to racketeering, Sean. He's the guy who emailed the president's son and said, I will get all of Putin's team to buy in on this. I will manage this process. His company, Bayrock, recently settled in a lawsuit against him for racketeering, involving the construction of Trump Soho, one of the president's old buildings that was named after the president. Even ignoring the Russia investigation, Trump's just been a light criminal who worked with criminals to make money. And he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling accidentally running for president. And now all of his crimey kind of things will come to light. It's why he still refuses to release his tax returns, Sean. It's why he fires cops who are investigating him and his buddies for crimes. Oh, hey, Sean, what's your final example of how Donald Trump isn't like a mobster because mobsters are criminals?
Racketeering, tax evasion, illicit gambling, and of course, obstruction of justice.
Sean, stop it! You're gonna make me orgasm from entertainment. Are you doing a bit? You mention obstruction of justice and immediately show an image of the cop that got fired by the president for investigating the president? I just want you on TV forever, Sean, and for you to donate your grotesque salary to, I don't know, The president's legal fund? He's already used 20% of his re-election campaign finances for legal fees because... Speaking of re-election, Paul Ryan will not be seeking it. So here's some news. Yay. Paul is proud of all he's done in Congress and all he's not said about the president, and just wants to spend more time with his spine, which has been waiting at home for him this whole time, waiting for smooches. And as Ryan departs, what do Democratic leaders have to say? Aw, good guy. Some disagreements, but hey, good guy. Gonna miss him. Cool. Chuck Schumer, what f***ing good are you? Like, I understand the impulse to be civil and say niceties and move on, but also, are you f***ing kidding me? Paul Ryan, as you've all said in the past, worked to kick millions off their health care and to give tax cuts to the wealthy, and it's okay to say, Paul Ryan was a hard worker who loves his family and who has, I think, bad ideas that hurt the nation's most vulnerable, and his inaction in the face of Donald Trump has caused great damage to the country. And despite us having a cordial relationship for the purposes of political civility, his absence from Congress is good for the country. Here's some news. A breathtaking sunset has been charged with murder. That's not true. Get out of here, you pun. Speaking of previous topic, next topic, which is, oh, it's war, okay. Which one though? Because we haven't gone more than 6 years without being in at least one war, and we're currently in several. Oh, okay, yeah, here's a war. After an alleged chemical attack on civilians by the Syrian government, President Trump announced he was gonna send some missiles over, and then did that. And the majority of the mainstream media took a break from hating the president to say, all right, war stuff. Which brings us to an installment of Deja News. Can the president weigh in on this? Oh, he has in 2013 when he tweeted, "What will we get for bombing Syria besides more debt and a possible long-term conflict? Obama needs congressional approval." True, and you didn't get it. But could you add something like, "We should stop talking, stay out of Syria and other countries that hate us"? Like, maybe because interventionism and imperialism historically makes things worse and fosters terrorism, and airstrikes against a government cause civilians to side with their government. Or also you could add, "What I am saying is stay out of Syria." Cool, right on, right on. This he said, he also said situation isn't new or surprising. The president is consistently inconsistent with what he believes and is a well-documented liar. He says he has one of the great memories of all time, but when under oath constantly says he can't remember things. And when he's told that in the past he's claimed to have the best memory, he says he doesn't remember saying that. So he probably doesn't remember anything he's ever said about any of our wars. Like, you know how we're in a war with Afghanistan that's old enough to drive and almost old enough to f*** anyone over 18? Well, it's a war, and after 9/11, but before President George W. Bush, a war criminal, lied to start a war that killed, oh, you know, lots. And well, in between that, Osama bin Laden, the Saudi-born millionaire and founder of the Saudi Arabia-funded organization that carried out a massive attack by a majority Saudi terrorists, he hid in Afghanistan. And we were like, hey, give him here, he did 9/11. And they were like, show us evidence. And so we did a war for 10 years, and 10 years passed. And America then killed bin Laden in his life. The war continued. 10 months passed, and Donald Trump vlogged for a minute about how we have to get out of Afghanistan. Unfortunately, since becoming president, Donald Trump, president, has deleted all of his old vlogs from his YouTube channel. More than 90 minutes of dozens of vlogs gone. Except I downloaded all of them. Take it away, Mr. President.
Afghanistan is a total and complete disaster. Let's get with it. Get out of Afghanistan.
And one more time for the tiny people in my ear.
Get out of Afghanistan.
Agree. Here's some news. President Trump is sending thousands of more troops into Afghanistan. So, okay, maybe Trump just has changes of heart, constantly, about everything and everybody. But in this case, he didn't want to get involved in other countries and do wars, and he regularly said it's silly to announce to countries what your military is going to do. But, after a chemical weapons attack, he decided he wanted to announce on Twitter to Syria and Russia that missiles are coming, so get ready. Wonder why he'd want to warn the guy who he conspicuously helps and avoids bothering at all costs. But anyway, he changed his mind. And maybe he isn't trying to get us into a war or start the successful process of American interventionism and regime change because he knows that war is one of the few things that gets bipartisan and mainstream media support. Maybe he legitimately does just want to send airstrikes to Syria once a year for humanitarian reasons. And if this is really a humanitarian effort, I guess, is it? Bombing some empty buildings once a year? Humanitarian might be accepting more than 11 Syrian refugees this year, sending aid and rescue, food, things humans need. Is sending missiles once a year humanitarian? After this chemical weapons attack in particular, or the several earlier this year, or the 11 last year, or the 100,000 civilians who've been killed by regular weapons, or like, I don't know, there's a genocide in Myanmar, there's famine and war and death in Yemen, and the US is disturbingly complicit in it, aiding and selling arms to Saudi Arabia, who commits war crimes there. So like, humanitarian-wise, I don't know, Puerto Rico's a part of our country, and it's still really struggling. As of this taping, it was completely out of power again. Maybe we need to expand our view of humanitarian and Department of Defense and trillions of dollars spent on weapons to include more aid and rescue, and maybe get some practice for when all of these terrible storms keep continuing to get worse. And you know, the fires and rising oceans and so forth. But let's hear what the president has to say about humanitarian efforts. And we can even ignore his history of promoting torture and supporting taking out terrorist families, and his lamenting of how some of his drone strikes didn't take out the terrorist families. So let's go to his vlog instead, because despite regularly insisting that he never suggested the US get involved in Libya, he did vlog about it when it happened, and deleted the vlog. And here's that vlog.
We should do, on a humanitarian basis, immediately go into Libya, knock this guy out very quickly, very surgically, very effectively, and save the lives. After it's all done, we go to the protesters who end up running the country. They're going to like us a lot better than they will if we don't do it. More importantly, we're going to save lives. And we should then say, by the way, from all of your oil, we want reimbursement.
Because the president thinks that it's a humanitarian cause to intervene in a country's civil war for the purposes of regime change and to help the people on a humanitarian basis so we can then take half of their oil. Good use of words, Mr. President.
I know words, I have the best words.
Okay, but I don't want to be biased and knock the idea of using false pretenses to start wars to gain resources and profit, because here at Cody's Shody, we're fair and balanced, TM, CR. So let's check in with the hashtag resistance to see what they have to say about lying to start a war.
Baghdad has failed to disarm its weapons of mass destruction.
Oh, dang. Oh, and here's some more news. President Trump recently fired his former Secretary of State while he's taking a shit or sitting down to make it tinkle. And that man, a former oil tycoon named Rex Tillerson, is being replaced with former CIA Director Mike Pompeo, who hasn't been confirmed yet, but did go to North Korea to do Secretary of State stuff. Also added to the regime is new National Security Advisor John Bolton, a man who looks like Rex Tillerson sounds. Also, a man who sure writes about invading countries a lot. In order to get the job, Bolton reportedly promised Trump he wouldn't start a war. Later, he denied promising that, but Bolton and Trump have recently announced a plan to form an Arab force to replace US troops in Syria. The idea is reportedly popular with Eric Prince, founder of paramilitary group Blackwater, which had contracts in the Iraq War and would profit from providing equipment and services to whatever the Arab force ends up being. So we can still do a war, we can still make money from that war, but we won't have to die in that war. Related, here's an article from Psychopaths, 5 defense stocks to buy as Syria tensions flare up. Satire? No? Cool. Eric Prince is also the man who went to the Seychelles to establish a back channel between Trump and Putin, and he's the brother of the unqualified Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos, billionaire. So, cool for them. Oh, and the original idea for this Arab force was pitched to Trump by a top GOP fundraiser in a leaked memo. Oh, and that dude's name is Elliot Broidy, one of only 3 clients that Michael Cohen has, the other 2 being President Donald Trump and Sean Hannity. Sean, do you want to be like your buddy the president and weigh in on the president's strike on Syria via an old tweet about Barack Obama? Glad our arrogant prez is enjoying his taxpayer-funded golf outing after announcing the U.S. should take military action against Syria. Hey Sean, even better, now it's a taxpayer-funded golf outing at his private golf resort, so he's, you know, also enriching himself. In other words,
he doesn't govern, all he does is raise money.
Yeah, just Goofus and also Goofus running the country together. In other words,
man, we are really, really being led by stupid people.
Hell yeah. Hey Sean, on the day it was revealed that you were the president's lawyer's client, the Washington Post won a Pulitzer Prize for its reporting on Roy Moore molesting and harassing young girls in his hometown when he was an assistant DA. And I just want to honor you with this Restilup Award for your 15-minute video called Don't Rush to Judgment Over Roy Moore, in which you blindly question the Washington Post's detailed and in-depth reporting and then talk at length about how you take sexual assault allegations very seriously and you don't once mention the current president of the United States. So, come get your award. Hello, I'm a dude doing news, and here's some of that news. The President of the United States said that all undocumented immigrants aren't even people, they're animals. End of story, you're welcome for the news. In some other news, the President of the United States specifically said that MS-13 gang members specifically aren't people, they're animals. And the libs are out in droves saying that MS-13 gang members are good, actually. But here's some more news. The president was discussing ICE tactics and limitations in a meeting with sheriffs, and one sheriff said, there could be an MS-13 member I know about. If they don't reach a certain threshold, I cannot tell ICE about it. The sheriff is complaining that there is an evidentiary threshold necessary to turn someone over to ICE. She uses MS-13 as an example because it's an easy catch-all scapegoat for immigrant crime. But she's just saying there are some people who don't meet that evidentiary threshold, so I can't turn them into ICE. And of course, President Some Nazis Are Fine People took the bait and said,
but we're taking people out of the country. You wouldn't believe how bad these people are. These aren't people. These are animals. And we're taking them out of the country at a level and at a rate that's never happened before.
Now, it's fine to criticize the media for portraying this statement as being about all undocumented immigrants, especially when MS-13 originated in Los Angeles and represents a small amount of the crime in the US with no more than 10,000 people. But the media's misleading portrayal of Trump's quote is not an excuse to dismiss what he said, or dismiss how it does relate to all undocumented immigrants. And I hope I don't have to spend too much time to explain that even criminals are human beings, and to remove humanity from people who commit vile acts makes it easier to treat them inhumanely with violence and ignores darker aspects of humanity, and the many ways a person's environment and abuse can lead a person to commit vile, unspeakable acts. So instead, I will not spend too much time doing that. Even the Federalist says one could make a fair argument that Trump ought not call MS-13 members animals. Okay, so referring to criminals as human beings does not mean you think MS-13 is good. Decent amount of time spent. But also, it's pretty dishonest to not see how this way of talking does have to do with undocumented and documented immigrants who are not members of MS-13. The sheriff wasn't asking about MS-13, she was mentioning MS-13 in the context of having to pass a certain evidentiary threshold in order for ICE to take action. The president's response didn't mention MS-13. He talked about people, then bad people, then not people, then animals. He is being very vague and making it easier for him, for ICE, for his supporters to lump violent gang members in with illegal immigrants. He does this He's done this. Doing it wise? He is. Literally the first thing he said after "I want to be the president" was that Mexican immigrants are bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and cough cough, some I assume are good people, puke puke. His supporters and his media regularly make the provably false assertion that undocumented immigrants commit more crime than non-immigrants. At a rally just last month, Trump was talking about a caravan of migrants seeking asylum and said, "Yesterday, it came out where this journey coming up, women are raped at levels that nobody has ever seen before. They don't want to mention that." No reports could be found from that particular yesterday, and so the White House pointed to an article about previous caravans and how the caravans and migrants were the ones raped by cartel members and immigration agents in Mexico. But the president says it like these migrant caravans are full of rapists and drug dealers, and some I assume are good people. This dehumanization leaks over to others very easily because of how people are. Just this week, a video surfaced of a lawyer in New York seen shouting at workers at a restaurant for speaking Spanish, said, "I bet you're undocumented," and then threatened to call ICE on them. But I'm sure ICE agents, one seen here on the verge of tears in front of the president because people are mean to ICE agents, I'm sure they'll treat these possibly undocumented workers well. Like how a few days ago a federal judge just found that ICE agents took into custody a DACA recipient who, after repeatedly telling them he had a work permit, was told it doesn't matter because you weren't born in this country, and over the past year lied, doctored information, and claimed he was in a gang based on nothing. He was not in a gang. I wonder what that experience might do to a human being, or even an animal. It's very easy to broadly dehumanize people with this kind of sinister, vague language. Ben Shapiro might tweet something like, "Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. This is not a difficult issue. Hashtag settlements rock." Now, of course, what Ben's referring to is the ongoing Palestinian-Israeli conflict that ostensibly began when 700,000 Palestinians were removed from their homes, and the UN divided the land into 2 states, 6 countries. Good call, y'all. Great way to avoid conflict. And the conflict continued. And I don't have time to get into it all, it's very complex and long, but now we're here, with Israel participating in what the international community refers to as the illegal occupation of Palestinian land. And Ben is saying that it's good and not a difficult issue. Israelis like to build illegal settlements. Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. Now, this lack of nuance and decency is not surprising, coming from a guy who once falsely claimed the radical Muslim minority is a myth, and it's a myth that's, quote, going to get a lot of civilized people killed. I sure hope scared idiots don't watch your videos, Ben. People use this tweet to point out that Ben's a racist, but he recently wrote an article addressing this, pointing to other tweets that people ignore. Shame on you, where he clarified, not all Arabs like open sewage and blowing things up. Just Palestinians and their allies. Now, what I like about this clarification is that it's better? Not Arabs, not terrorists specifically, but Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, and all the Palestinian people, even though their approval of Hamas actually plummeted once they took power, and only rose a bit after the end of the 2014 Israel-Gaza conflict, probably because war tends to make people support their government when it seems like they're stopping others from killing you. Conflicts full of horrors and war crimes tend to do that. Also, Hamas kills Palestinians who dissent. But yeah, Ben, not all Arabs, but Palestinians who oppose Israel merely want to bomb crap and live in open sewage. It's great having 96% contaminated water while a country occupies one part of your land and isolates the other part. This language is perhaps a bit dehumanizing to an entire people. So when there's a march of return of thousands of Palestinians in a 6-week protest leading up to the anniversary of when more than 700,000 Palestinians were purged from their homes and land, and some of those protesters are members of Hamas, and many aren't, as people throw rocks and tie a few Molotov cocktails to kites towards one of the most powerful armies in the world, and the army responds by shooting 60 people dead and injuring thousands, this dehumanization and conflation of bad people with people can allow others to say these weren't peaceful protesters. What, you love Hamas now? The White House and the US ambassador can say that this was a propaganda attempt by Hamas and walk out when the Palestinian ambassador starts to speak and block the UN's request to investigate what happened. And when a Hamas official says that 50 of the 62 dead were Hamas, everyone can be like, now I believe Hamas, and it's damn good that those 50 animals are dead. In fact, according to former Congressman Joe Walsh, good, the world is a much better place anytime a Muslim terrorist is killed. 50 of them killed on Monday? That's fantastic news. Ignore those 12 people, some children, a baby, and the thousands injured because animals died. Hey, Joe, you know another time some terrorists died? 9/11. Anyway, all of these Palestinians deserved it for being there. It's all fake anyway, as evidenced by this widely shared video of a dude on crutches not needing crutches. This video, by the way, was shared by Ari Fleischer, one of the many liars who lied us into the Iraq War based on lies. Ari shared the video, adding, "The media always falls for it." Right on, Ari Fleischer. So this guy didn't really need crutches. He's faking. But this guy's not faking, and he's dead now. A lot of people are. People who just love living in sewage. And this is all a bummer. End of story. On to some good news. Here's some real good news. A landlord with $1.2 billion of debt fulfilled his goal of fixing the Middle East by officially moving the US Embassy to Jerusalem, a move seen by the United Nations as a big mistake. The proud husband of the president's crush met with his wife, an equally qualified government official, and the president's f***ing daughter. And there was celebration and food with Ted Cruz for some reason, and the executive and communications director of the Koch brothers' libertarian cool kids club, Turning Point USA, for some reason. It was all a real good time, and the president's son-in-law, who's implicated in many crimes involving using his influence to make money via foreign policy issues involving Qatar specifically, some to help his former felon father build a tower, some because they have incriminating information about him, some because he wanted money. Qatar you might remember from the president's real good at being raided by the FBI lawyer Michael Cohen, who's been paid millions of dollars by companies like AT&T and Novartis for insight into the Trump administration. Cohen also reportedly asked for $1 million from the head of Qatar Industries, the company that bought 19.5% of Russian oil giant Rosneft, which you might know from the Steele dossier written before the sale, which alleges that Carter Page offered Donald Trump's help if he was elected in exchange for brokering the Rosneft deal between Qatar Industries, the head of which was photographed in Trump Tower the December after Trump was elected. Why did I start talking about this? Oh yeah, Jared Kushner's probably going to prison for at least a little while, but he did a good job with the Jerusalem thing, is what I'm saying. And I look forward to his work on the opioid epidemic. I hope that working with the pharmaceutical industry helps him get out of $1.2 billion of debt. You'll do great, you're great at everything. Speaking of Jared Kushner being great at everything, for the prayer of the opening of the US Embassy in Jerusalem, Jared brought an anti-Semitic pastor who said that Jews are going to hell. Meanwhile, miles away on the border is that scene in every f***ing Marvel movie, you know, where like the heroes are behind a wall waiting for the horde of wild beasts to break through for the big battle. It was like that. And I'm exaggerating, obviously. It's not like the current under investigation for corruption Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that he built the border fence to protect them from wild beasts. But of course that's where I'm going with this, because yeah, he did. Rabbi Ben Dahan is the Deputy Defense Minister for Israel. He's responsible for governing the West Bank occupation planning, building infrastructure, and for authorizing Palestinian travel and entry into Israel from Gaza and the West Bank. And that guy said, Palestinians are beasts. They are not human. Not terrorists, not Hamas specifically, not the Palestinian Authority, but Palestinians. But don't worry. He's also said, to me, they are like animals. They aren't human. So awesome, we've come back around to my favorite dude. It's not good that the president refers to criminals as animals in the vaguest language possible and blatantly lies that migrants are raping each other and they're coming this way, and speaks so flippantly about this stuff. As Charlie Kirk, the Koch brothers' Libertarian Cool Kids Club captain of Turning Point USA, says, "Foreign nationals who illegally enter America and commit crimes are animals." But also, as folks like Charlie point out, being in America illegally is a crime. They're criminals for being here. So are all undocumented immigrants criminals because they're here illegally? Are all undocumented immigrants animals? Are all criminals animals? A Georgia gubernatorial candidate has been riding around in a deportation bus that he promises to fill with illegals, which is a pretty dehumanizing way to refer to undocumented immigrants, but maybe that humanizes them too much. So let's do illegal aliens, a word for non-human. Cool. So this wannabe governor wants to deport all the illegals, except on his deportation bus it reads, "Murderers, rapists, kidnappers, child molesters, and other criminals on board." So, illegals. Okay. The bus also reads, "Follow me to Mexico, because we're gonna gather up all the undocumented immigrants in Georgia, and we're gonna ship those murderers, rapists, kidnappers, child molesters, and other criminals from Georgia to only Mexico." Language is fun, and certainly doesn't affect anything. So I guess my point with all the stuff I've been saying is that yes, part of these Trump calls some undocumented immigrants animals headlines are a bit misleading and sensationalistic. But some of it's because Trump was so vague and unspecific in his language. And most of it is because it's obvious shorthand for, hey, Trump said another one of those fucked up Hitler things again. No, please don't leave just because I'm going to spend the rest of this episode comparing Trump to Hitler. I know many of the things you're going to say. Well, Hitler had gun control and you want gun control. You're the Hitler. Hitler? Except Hitler actually loosened gun laws until tightening them for Jews. Also, you want to talk gun control? What about the president who out loud on camera just suggests taking people's guns with no due process? Now, some history buffs might point out, well, Nazis are National Socialists, and there's the word socialist in National Socialists, so you, liberal, you're the Nazi. Nazi? Except fascists put forth socialist ideas for popularity and control, not because so much of the country thinks the government should do better at keeping their citizens alive, like many modern non-fascist countries do. Also, fascists historically oppose all leftist parties, whether it's socialists, communists, or liberals. As the president's son says of Democrats, "To me, they're not even people. Making Dad proud." When the Hitler comparisons fly, someone might bring up that Trump has a Jewish son-in-law, okay? But fascism isn't specifically anti-Semitic. There are many races and ethnicities available that can be oppressed and rounded up and put on transport vehicles to detention centers and behind a wall to keep out animals. Just follow me to Mexico or Rwanda or Myanmar, where ethnic cleansing occurs and has nothing to do with Jewish people. And no, he's not rounding people up and putting them in camps, but he is sending a lot to ICE detention centers, and ICE is allowed to do much of this while ignoring due process, as I mentioned, sometimes under false pretenses, and they're separating families, which kind of reminds me of when Donald Trump's grandfather wrote a letter to the government begging to not be deported. But at least the chief of staff says that sure, they're tearing apart families, but the separated children will go into foster care or whatever, and at least that whatever is going to be warehouses in military bases. But at least ICE admitted that they lost 1,500 migrant children. But at least the ones who get there will be on a safe military base, and at least the US military fails to protect children from sexual abuse on bases, AP reports. Now, Trump isn't literally doing the exactly Hitler thing, but it sure sounds like he's putting some people into camps. And he has a love of sheriffs who make ostensibly concentration camps and run jails with human rights abuses in the name of law and order and crime and punishment. And it's really frustrating when people say it's not the same because fascists in 1944 committed genocide and fascists in 2017 are losers and idiots with bad ideas. But I will posit that fully implemented fascism at the height of Nazi Germany is not the same as the rise of fascism. You kinda skipped a bunch when the Nazis were a bunch of losers with bad ideas. There are phases of fascism. It doesn't happen overnight. In Robert Paxton's The 5 Stages of Fascism, he notes that early fascism arises from a deadlock of constitutional government, a weak liberal, an advancing left, and conservative leaders who refused to work with the left and who felt unable to continue to govern against the left without further reinforcement. Paxton also notes that fascist revolutionaries believe in change in the sense of, if we want things to stay as they are, things will have to change.
We're saying Merry Christmas again.
Fascists are also often marked by unprincipled opportunism and ideological dishonesty, which probably explains Trump's easy shift from a Democrat to a Republican that Democrats and Republicans hate. Paxton notes, the fascist leaders who have reached power historically have been condemned to govern in association with the conservative elites who had opened the gates to them, adding the Conservative Party's militants who clamor for jobs, perquisites, expansionist adventures, and the fulfillment of elements of the early radical program. Trump himself is obviously obsessed with hyper-nationalism. Oh, National Socialism! I finally get it. Scholars and people's eyes and ears have noticed his many autocratic authoritarian tendencies. He constantly rails against a synonym for Lugenpress and implements the same propaganda and slogans, and used to keep Hitler's speeches by his bed and when asked about it, reacted suspiciously. But wait, there's more. So let's close out with this kind of stuff. Oh, hello, thank you for watching. Please do all of the YouTube things, like and subscribe, and comment, and that stuff. And check out our Patreon if you want to support us for more videos, and our podcast, even more news for podcast things. And that is it. Wowee, it's news. It's been about a week since the 2018 midterm elections, and after weeks of reports of voter suppression and disenfranchisement and wondering what color the wave will be, it happened. And some results are still being counted, while some are, well, Florida's doing its thing again. So we'll see. But either way, news-wise, the wave was the color of the Democrats gaining a still growing majority in the House, at least 7 flipped governorships, and a moderately progressive Democrat closing the gap in Texas, while Ted Cruz got 200,000 fewer votes than he did in 2012, even though 600,000 more people voted in 2018. Ted? Anyway, the midterm results mean a few things. One being that after controlling all 3 branches of government for 2 years and complaining about it the entire time, President Donald Trump finds himself with a check and balance TMCR on his presidency, something I'm sure he'll take very well. So the Democrats have a little more power, and I'm not one to editorialize, but I will say that it's good that the new chair of the House Science Committee is a former nurse who believes in climate change, instead of the current chair, this former Breitbart contributor who doesn't, and who's taken hundreds of thousands of dollars from fossil fuel companies. That's good. A little hot take for you. Hot because of the melting planet. But anyway, the Democrats took the House, and thus the power goeth to the person leader, the king congressperson, the Speaker of the House. That's it. Thank you for helping, words I already wrote. Now, it's assumed that the next Speaker of the House will be current Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi, who, post-victory, looks forward to the, quote, bipartisan marketplace of ideas. But, counterpoint, nope. And also, why? Do you think they'll help? Republicans have been historically obstructionist to the point of having last-minute votes in the dead of night and writing laws behind closed doors and passing laws that haven't been written yet. But what else you got? Oh, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, the Sure, go ahead, to Mitch McConnell's, I want to confirm a bunch of judges without you there. Well, Chuck said, in regards to the president forcing his attorney general to resign and appointing someone who the Senate hasn't confirmed and who has said that the Mueller investigation should end, the Trump Tower meeting was definitely fine, and what should really be done is the budget for the investigation should be cut so it piddles out, something he would be able to do. Anyway, in regards to that, Chuck Schumer said that he hopes, if there is a constitutional crisis, that our Republican colleagues would join us in thwarting the president from creating that crisis. And for some reason, he didn't add, but I doubt they will, as they've shown nothing but capitulation to the president time and time again. But to be fair to them, they've only done it at every opportunity. He's already violating the Constitution's emoluments clause, lest we all forget when Congress made Jimmy Carter sell his humble peanut farm. They've shown no interest in his tax returns. Not that they should, because every candidate of the past 40 years except for Ford has released their tax returns, but because for a year he promised he would many times. And then eventually he said, you know, those were lies. Now, because I'm never going to do it now. Adding that he released the most extensive financial review of anybody in the history of politics, which is false. And you don't learn much in a tax return, which is also false. We in Congress could benefit from more frequently describing out loud the president's guilty-seeming behavior, perhaps to his face sometimes. But my Republican colleagues don't care about any of this, or the growing number of kids in cages, or the attacks on the press, or his angry, untamed, dangerous, and potentially deadly rhetoric, or the constant lying. They have tolerated it, or let's be honest, collaborated with it for this long, so why would I, for more than 0 seconds, think that they would do anything when my Republican colleague and shiny new lawn ornament Lindsey, I hope you never get power Graham, said last year that if Trump fires Jeff Sessions, a thing that happened a year later, there would be hell to pay. But my Republican colleague hasn't said jack or so let's all help the president do more crimes by making it easier for him to fire the guy investigating him for crimes, I guess, for f***'s sake. Anyway, it's weird that Chuck Schumer didn't say that. But I can't stress enough how we at Cody's Shody like to be fair and balanced TMCR, a phrase we came up with ourselves based on how fair and balanced TMCR we are. So to be fair to Republicans, Jeff Flake has said that he'll be maybe considering forcing a vote for legislation that would protect Robert Mueller's investigation next week. And hey, good luck, Jeff. Hope you're not too broken up about it. And hey, maybe you can find a new principled Senate buddy in Mitt Romney, because here's some news. Senator Mitt Romney is a thing now. And in his victory speech, he noted that his victory was, quote, an affirmation that regardless of one's gender or ethnicity or sexual orientation or race or place of birth, that we are all equal. Yes, America, where anyone can be a senator, regardless of their rich or old or white or man. Mitt Romney. Now, one could argue that this is a dog whistle about the attack on white people and these crazy gender-obsessed liberals, but I think it's just a bit of an overcalculation on his part, because he's trying to sound like the opposite of Donald Trump, because he's going to primary Donald Trump in 2020. Talking about dignity, respect, and place of birth? Come on, Mitt. You hate the president. Remember your haunted dinner with him at David Lynch's house? You can do it, Mitt. Primary the president. It'll be awful for everybody, like 2020 will be for everybody, no matter what. Or tweet your concern or whatever. It's up to you. As Nancy Pelosi said after retaking the House of Representatives, they're not going to go after Republicans like they did to Democrats, because when they go low, we go, okay. But of course, I get it. You don't want to spend all of your time, investigating your political opponents for their crimes. It's just weird that Nancy Pelosi forgot to add, and instead of going after Republicans, we're going to improve our democracy, which has fallen short of a full democracy for the second year in a row, according to the Economist Intelligence Institute, based on criteria like the electoral process and press freedom, as well as popular decline of confidence in democratic institutions. To be clear, this was happening before Donald Trump, who was merely aided by it, and the, rides that whatever colored wave to the bank? Prison? Shooting himself to death while rage tweeting about a sports team that wants him, the president, to do something about state violence against minorities? Maybe. Who knows? But what was I saying? Oh yeah, this guy who became a president, so decided to be cruel and careless about it, benefited from a mass polarization and political gridlock and disillusionment in democracy. And now here we are, post-midterms 2018, after weeks of reports of voter suppression and disenfranchisement, and decades of gerrymandering, and finding unwrapped voting machines just lying around, and hours of waiting in line, and voter rolls being purged, and just sitting on pending registrations. And it's just like, we spend all this money on the military to do wars, to spread democracy, but we're terrible at helping people vote here. As of this taping, there are still contested elections, and there are apparently new votes being found in Florida. And they may not be counted due to incompetence. Alleged fraud, according to Rick Scott, who lied to voters about protecting pre-existing conditions, and who pleaded the fifth 75 times when he oversaw the largest Medicare fraud in history. But who knows what's true or what will happen? I'm not the future. And the president's mad that they don't ever find Republican votes. Except, yeah, they do. They find both. It's just there are more of one than the other. But whatever, man. Good try. Also, we must protect our democracy. Which, yeah, man, yes. Even Marco Rubio popped out his head to help get to the bottom of things in Florida. Saw his shadow, and 6 more years of Donald Trump. Marco pointed out that people always talk about our crumbling democracy, but well, here we are with this additional election problem. So why are the people who cared about the things I ignored not talking about this? So, okay, we all seem to be on board with democracy is good. So maybe we should all reinforce ours during these tense times and abolish gerrymandering. Get money out of politics so having more money doesn't equal more influence in an alleged democracy. Make Election Day a national holiday. Have automatic registration or mandatory voting. Enfranchise people. Maybe abolish the Electoral College, considering the last 2 out of 3 presidents all got fewer votes than their opponents. And the Electoral College exists because, well, because slavery existed. And slave states could be counted as population even if they had fewer eligible white male voters, thus giving slave states more power. As the father of the Constitution, James Madison, said, the right of suffrage was much more diffusive, extensive, in the northern states than the southern states, and the latter could have no influence in the election on the score of Negroes. In other words, we can't do a popular vote because much of our state's population can't vote because they are slaves. So, founding father-wise, maybe some of their ideas sucked. Maybe they sucked dick. So, to my Republican and Democratic colleagues, as Speaker of the House of Representatives, I, Nancy Pelosi, don't want to just go after Republicans. I mean, sure, maybe it would be a good idea to censure Steve King for his white nationalist views and apparent Nazi sympathies. Like, maybe that's worth our time, to publicly and clearly make the case for that and force Republicans and the president to grapple with it, because that guy got reelected. And so I urge you, friends, all, to join together in a bipartisan marketplace of ideas, not to #resist the mean president on TV that everyone hates, but to strengthen the democracy that he hates. Come, friends, let's fix elections. Not fix them, but like make them no longer not so good. Thank you. I've been Nancy Pelosi. So it's just it's weird that she forgot to say that. But through all of it, one transition's for sure, this one. And one thing's for sure, there is finally a check on the presidency. And the wave was blue. And let's see how President Goodmood is taking it.
Are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation?
Yes, Donald got tuckered out by the midterms and said what a success they were and went to bed early, but he got too much sleep and was really cranky and nobody would change his completely full diaper. So he just stood there in it. And after Jim Acosta tried to ask a second question to the most diped up big boy in the world, well, then an intern, acting as the arm of the presidency, tried to grab the mic from the journalist, and there was an assault! Well, according to the government, there was an assault. According to this official video from the White House, ripped from a contributor of Infowars.com, there's actually a debate of whether or not the video was doctored. AP reports, an expert says it was. It might be the compression of how GIFs are formed on Twitter. But I would posit that while it does matter if the video was doctored, it also doesn't matter if the video wasn't doctored. Because they're still lying and trying to play this off as some sort of assault. And all you have to do is watch the video. Like the stupidest Zapruder film of all time. Which actually brings us to Zaprupid or Stupruder, whichever you prefer, they're both stupid. So here's Jim Acosta pointing at the president. Then a woman's arm gets in the way of that pointing. Oh wow, the clip's over already. Weird. So maybe they're not banning Acosta because of some violent assault, but rather because the president doesn't like being challenged or questioned. Maybe it's because he's a rude and terrible person and the enemy of the people. Oh wait, no, sorry, those were his words about a journalist. Wait, what else did he say about the journalist?
I don't think he's a smart person, but he's got a loud voice.
Okay. One more time, could we actually turn it up and slow it down?
I don't think he's a smart person, but he's got a loud voice.
Ah. Well, the White House has used this lie to ban a journalist, and the president has said he might ban more if they're rude. Not if they grab someone by the arm, which nobody did, except the president's former campaign manager? No, not the nationalist in the Edgar suit. No, not the foreign agent and convicted felon who turned political lobbying into what it is today. That one. The one who grabbed a journalist from the Edgar suit's website and bruised her arms. The one who feels compelled to speak up about the assault on the White House intern, not because he forgot what he did, or because he believes Acosta accosted, but because these are cruel, careless people, mocking everybody openly, and weaponizing something other people care about against people who care about it, for fun. But anyway, don't be rude or the president will ban you from First Amendment stuff. So let's see what the president thinks is rude. Well, when someone asked about all of the white nationalists who support him and how he called himself a nationalist, and maybe the words he chooses as president are important, and
That's such a racist question.
oh, I see. Well, racist doesn't necessarily mean rude. You know, there are lots of polite racists out there, probably. Good for them. So what else?
Do you want him to rein in Robert Mueller?
What a stupid question that is. What a stupid question.
And it's weird that nobody spoke up, you know. Maybe some pushback on power via speaking truth to it. And I'm not talking about the civility brigades, how dare you, sir? Like when the president called the journalist asking a question rude, a terrible person, and the enemy of the people.
In Jim's defense, I've traveled with him and watched him. He's a diligent reporter who busts his butt like the rest of us.
Well, I'm not a big fan of yours either, so...
I understand.
Because that just gives him an opportunity to keep being a huge ass. And then you're left there to be like, oh, okay, well, here's my question. But you could also point out, I implore you, good sir, I just defended my colleague without insulting you, but you decided to insult me for no reason, so maybe you're rude, a terrible person, and the enemy of the people, you ass. And maybe he'll kick you out, and you'll never get to be there for this. And people will see more and more who he is, the guy with authoritarian tendencies, who uses a synonym for Lügenpresse, and when challenged, takes away a journalist's microphone, bans him, then lies about the reason. And when this happens...
What a stupid question that is. What a stupid question.
Somebody there, please, shout, why? Shout, how is that great question you clearly don't want to answer stupid? Respond to him. Respond in a way that people watching are responding as they watch. React like what just happened is disgusting and bizarre and funny in a sad, frightening, abnormal way, because it's all of those things. Say, dude, what? You're acting like a child with a broken diaper. Your diaper is full, Mr. President, dumped to the brim with McDonald's and fear. Because you either mean asking me if I'm trying to quash the Mueller investigation by appointing Matthew Whitaker, a man who clearly wants to do that, is a stupid question, because the answer is so obviously yes. Or you mean it's a stupid question because you don't want to answer it, because the answer is obviously yes, because after firing the original investigator for investigating your campaign in Russia, you went on TV and said that was the reason you did it. And you complained about your AG for a year because he recused himself. And you appointed somebody who has a very long and clear history of wanting it to go away. And you just said you don't know Matthew Whitaker, but a month ago you said you did know Matthew Whitaker. You're a liar. Lying. And when you say that's stupid and rude and racist and terrible and the enemy, you're talking about yourself. One more time for fun?
I don't think he's a smart person, but he's got a loud voice.
And speaking of f*** you, Mr. President, when asked about Michelle Obama's criticism of your long history of birtherism, you insulted the concept of writing books and then blamed her husband for depleting the military, but you also sent thousands of troops to the border for a political stunt, wanted a parade worth millions of dollars, and it also has nothing to do with anything. You birther? You frightened, angry birther. Patooey. So it's weird that a journalist didn't shout all of that and then show him a slowed down clip of something he said later on in that interview and then spit on him. It's weird and perhaps alarming that more people didn't hear the president loud and clear when he said Lügenpresse for 2 years while calling the press the enemy of the people and then praising and supporting and laughing about the congressman who body slammed a reporter for asking him a question. That person, by the way, was reelected last week. All right, midterms. Here's some more news. Remember that white nationalist I mentioned who got reelected and who Congress should maybe address his white nationalism? Well, speaking of white nationalists, Tucker Carlson. Wait, this feels familiar. Speaking of white supremacy, Tucker Carlson. Okay, well, I've toned it down to white nationalists, so you're welcome, Tucker. I don't want to engage in inflammatory language or anything, because here's some more news I insinuated. Tucker Carlson's home was protested a few days ago. While he was on the air and his wife was home with their kids, they apparently shouted for him to leave town because they know where he lives. And I would say that this is perhaps not a good look and helps Tucker's cause. Not because Tucker Carlson shouldn't be protested. He should be. But maybe not his wife and kids at home while their shitty dad's at work, because Tucker Carlson is very good at what he does, being a fascist propagandist, and he'll use it for his own benefit. The incident is already being investigated as a hate crime. You know how a Swanson heir and one of America's most watched news people is a protected class? Trying to break into a black church, then going to a Kroger, running into a white guy saying whites don't kill whites, then killing 2 black strangers at the Kroger? Not a hate crime. A little shouty at the guy? Hate crime. And Tucker Carlson is already lying about it, successfully, for his own gain. He said people threw their bodies at the door when reports indicate they knocked a few times. He said they attacked the door with such veracity that it cracked. The millionaire's front door, despite that not being mentioned in the police report. Tucker also claimed that someone was caught on camera saying they were going to bring a pipe bomb to his house. Except the video shows them shouting, "Pipe bombs! Synagogue victims!" on account of the pipe bombs being sent to many people's homes on account of, perhaps, the president's constant targeting of specific people during his traveling dark carnival of amusing horrors. Here's Tucker Carlson laughing at the idea that the president talking about George Soros influenced anybody.
Donald Trump runs around. No, because George Soros. Don't laugh.
A plus, Tucker. The protesters also shouted synagogue victims because Tucker Carlson constantly stirs up fear about immigrants all the time on his show and the rest of his channel, specifically about the migrant caravan full of criminals funded by somebody. And a man shot up a synagogue because he thought George Soros was funding the migrant caravan. Oh, and speaking of, leading up to the election, the president and the stupid media wouldn't shut up about the dangerous migrant caravan thousands of miles away, to the point where the president sent the military for Operation Faithful Patriot to deal with it. So it's been a few days since the midterms. What does the president or frightened media have to say about it? Operation Faithful Patriot is now just called border support, and the president wants to ban people from requesting asylum. And nothing else. Cool. Anyway, Tucker Carlson, a man who blames Maxine Waters and the left for their violent rhetoric, and who blames Obama's rhetoric for dividing the nation, can't fathom that his or the current president's words have any effect on anybody. But Tucker Carlson is now a victim of fictional door violence. And now reasonable civil media figures can come out and say, this is abhorrent, I condemn this, this is not who we are, without telling the rest of the story. Stephen Colbert can say, this is bad, don't feed the monsters, while smiling, laughing, and pointing with monsters. Jake Tapper and Brian Stelter condemn this dangerous incivility, but they don't seem to add any attempt at communicating context to their audience. Neither of them added anything about Tucker's lies and own incitement of violence, and how his website, The Daily Caller, has a history of doxing people themselves, or how Tucker Carlson lies about people on his show who end up getting death threats themselves, or how Tucker Carlson's The Daily Caller has a history of employing literal white supremacists, one of whom was Jason Kessler, who organized the Unite the Right rally, the rally with all the Nazis who ended up killing a woman. And Tucker Carlson has a history of disseminating the talking points and sentiments of white nationalists and neo-Nazis, some of whom were at the Unite the Right rally looking to kill people. And Tucker Carlson claims that he's just asking questions, and he actually cares about the little guy and important issues like automation. But even when he talks about automation, it always comes back to blaming immigrants somehow. And he always talks about the immediate negatives of immigration without mentioning the overwhelming long-term positives, even after they're explained to him. And Richard Spencer loves him, and white nationalists love him, and neo-Nazis love him because he's helping them, and 4chan loves the work he's doing in terms of pushing the civil war they all crave. And I could actually go on and really unpack who Tucker Carlson is, and how somebody needs to explain to his face what he's doing in the unlikely case that he doesn't know. And I will do that eventually. But there's not much time left here, since everything I've talked about in this episode basically happened on the same day. So but people like Jake Tapper and Brian Stelter, who unfortunately are definitely not watching this, maybe you could tweet it at them or something, are failing us when they understandably condemn this type of action, but don't address how Tucker is misrepresenting it or explain who he is and what he does and how he weasels out of it.
Racist! Racist!
They're failing us. Jake Tapper and Brian Stelter, stop failing us in pinpointing and reporting on all of this stuff. If you condemn it, which, yeah, you also need to be seriously thinking about how you can effectively and meaningfully communicate to your audience that Tucker Carlson talks like a neo-Nazi regularly. Expose him, like Congress should expose Steve King. Get Tucker Carlson to tone it down, civilly, good sirs, if you don't like what protesters do. Because this is all they can do. Or maybe now he will tone it down after what happened. I mean, Richard Spencer cooled it after getting punched in the face while talking about Nazi stuff. And maybe scaring his kids while he's at work isn't the best move, but protesting him to his face and letting people know who he is and what he does is great. I don't know, f*** your door, Tucker. Let's check out one more time what you think about a bomb being sent to George Soros.
Donald Trump.
So I guess it's weird that Jake Tapper and Brian Stelter didn't add all of that to their tweets. Let's see what else. Here's some news. On the day after Democrats won back the House, the president reportedly intended to distract everybody by being an authoritarian troll to reporters. Then the president continued his quest to obstruct justice by forcing his attorney general to resign and appoint someone with intent to obstruct justice. Called everybody around him rude and stupid, and then in the evening time, another mass shooting occurred, this one at a country restaurant. And after misreporting spread that the shooter was Middle Eastern, like from the Caravan, it was confirmed that the shooter was a white man with a history of abusing women. And one of the people who died in the shooting was also at the deadliest mass shooting in US history and survived the previous year. And then later, a giant forest fire started in California, and people are dying and losing their homes. And the president didn't discuss the increasing number of fires and storms every year and how that might be related to climate change, which the new chair of the House Science Committee finally believes in. No, the president of a country on fire blamed the state and said no more federal funding for them, and it's weird he didn't add, but also 98% of these current fires are under the management of the federal government, and I'm the one who already cut funding to forest management. And maybe our military that I abuse doesn't need billions of more dollars to build tanks that we don't use. And maybe I should want to actually invest in rescue and disaster relief, since that'll keep being needed. And maybe we should stop using slave prison labor to fight wildfires. But anyway, everyone's stupid with a loud voice. I hate globalism, and I love having hundreds of military bases all over the another word for globe. But yeah, everything's everyone else's fault. Also, I lied for a year about not knowing about the illegal campaign hush money regarding my several affairs. I'm the respectful, not rude or terrible president. Let's all watch everything burn and threaten to make it worse. So yeah, here's some more news. Living metaphors. Well, that's that. Thanks for watching. Click the buttons on YouTube and check out our podcast, Even More News, and go to our Patreon, Some More News, if you want to support the show. And that's it. Good whenever, everybody, and welcome to the Wrinkled Tie and Shirt Man featuring Desk Amazing Information Challenge. I'm your host, the news entity, and it's news o'clock on the TV time. And here we go. The President of the United States recently addressed the nation in what can only be described as too close to his face. Between slurped breaths, the president, in a truly presidential turn, spoke words that he read from a screen in front of him. Like me. The speech, which the president privately lamented was useless and something he did not want to do, was an attempt to reiterate every demagogic talking point he waxes maniacally about at his traveling dark carnival, but this time spoken softly, carrying a big sniff. The topic, of course, was the ongoing and very real border crisis. Do we have a clip? Actually, let's back up, exciting though words on a screen may be, because the alleged border crisis is the reason behind another news, the government shutdown. So, here's a news. The United States government has shut down, furloughing 800,000 government employees, and as of this current day, January 12th, the year of our Lord 2019, it became the longest government shutdown in history. So, congratulations, buddy. You did it. You tried last year, but you couldn't even make it last half a week with that shutdown, you lazy galoot. But you didn't give up, and you shut down the government for a record amount of time, like a fine-tuned machine. Yes, of course. But before we really get into what the shutdown is about and what we can do about it, it's important to know, who should we blame? Now, the president might say,
Democrats in Congress,
despite saying very recently on camera in front of everybody that he would accept all of the blame. So I guess let's investigate and see how we got here and whose fault it is and why this is all happening. That's right, it's prequel time. 4 years ago, a glorious man descended from the heavens, and he said that he was going to fix everything, and he was going to protect us from the dangers by building a great wall, and that great wall would protect everybody from the dangers, which are Mexicans, who are being sent by a foreign country to rape and murder and sell drugs. He assumed some probably aren't rapists, but there you have it. And then some time passed, and that guy became a president and said his magic wall was going to be paid for by Mexico, and then in a private phone conversation begged the president of Mexico to not tell anybody that obviously he's not going to pay for the wall. But, you know, as the president said recently, flash forward,
Mexico's going to pay. I didn't say they're going to write me a check for $20 billion or $10 billion.
Or, as the president said before that, flashback.
They may even write us a check.
But now there's a crisis, and we need the wall, and the Democrats are obstructing what we need to do. The wall idea, and it's their fault there's a shutdown. Because as the president literally said when he was asked if the buck stopped with him,
the buck stops with everybody.
And nobody followed up with, but you're the president, man. But as Congressman, former admin of a conspiracy theory neo-Nazi Facebook page, veteran and SNL funny man Dan Crenshaw points out, in an alternate universe where Republicans still held the House, the government would be open, federal workers would have their paychecks, and Border Patrol would have the funding and tools they need. Just something to think about. Yes, just another great zinger from comedian Dan Crenshaw. The joke being that the shutdown started when Republicans still had control of both houses, after 2 years of having control of both houses and doing nothing, and when bipartisan bills to reopen the government and then negotiate on border security come up, human, if I'm being nice, being Mitch McConnell said, quote, "The president won't sign off," something that does not need to happen for that to happen. But anyway, look, pal, who can tell who is to blame for manufacturing some sort of fake crisis? It's impossible. This concludes a really good prequel. So enough build-up. Let's finally get to the build-up to the president's first address from the Oval Office to the nation. Because once it was announced, hoo boy, did the networks and media have just a real tough time deciding what to do. Should they not air it? Something they chose to do in 2014 when Obama wanted to address the nation on immigration, a similar topic. Or maybe they should just air it live, even though the president is a compulsive liar who lies, especially about this kind of stuff. Or like, should we put it on a delay and fact check him? You know, give him Pinocchios or oopsie doopers or 4.5 fibby whoppers. The worst number of fibby whoppers one can get. CNN funny man Brian Stelter shared his concerns, asking, you know, he's the president, his words are important, even though the president doesn't even think his own words are important. But what do we do as the media? How do we cover Donald Trump? Which brings us to our new game show, What Year Is It? Buzz, 2015? Dang. Yes, the president wanted to say something to the nation, and so he sent out a bunch of fundraisers before and after his speech to get that money. And the media were scared of saying yes, because he's just gonna lie, and probably not say anything new or special, but rather just sort of recite his rally talking points. The media were also scared of saying no, though, because then he'd just call them fake news. Something he literally did mere hours before the network struggled with this decision. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, so just let 'em was their decision, as long as Mummy and Pooh-Paw get to hop in their one-seater to give everyone a polite talking to afterwards. And the result was absolutely nothing new, and just a series of provable lies and a few descriptions of gruesome murders. But that's not fair, all right? And if we're anything at Cody's Shody, it's fair and it's balanced, and it's TM, and it's C, and it's R. So let's let him speak for himself.
Tonight, I am speaking to you.
Okay. Speaking, fun, all right. What else does the president have to, actually one more time.
Tonight, I am speaking to you.
Okay. What else does the president have to say?
Growing humanitarian and security crisis.
Okay, well, before we move on, it's important to understand what the president means by humanitarian. Just this morning, he tweeted a lot and said this was a humanitarian crisis again. So, briefly, the word humanitarian as understood by Donald J. Trump. In his old vlog that he deleted, but someone still has, the president said he should invade Libya. And, real quick tangent, so unlike me, I know. We should invade Libya is something Trump repeatedly claimed he never said at Republican debates. And nobody was able to show it to him, to his face, and point to his face with a video of his face and illustrate to his face that he was lying. Now, there's a long, ever-growing list of his lies. He's a liar. And at this point, you can call him one, instead of twisting in the wind, struggling how to report and fact-check him. How about instead of Donald Trump claims X, and then you click on the article and it says Donald Trump claimed X this morning, but this statement is misleading and potentially false. We are unsure where he got this information, and we have thus given the president 4.5 goopsie dupes, the worst number of goopsie dupes one can receive. How about instead of that, your headline says, Donald Trump, a compulsive liar, lied about X. You think he's going to sue you for calling him a liar, something that he is easily and frequently proven to be? God, you're useless. Anyway, back to his easily verifiable lie that he never said we should go into Libya. He actually did say it, and he said we should go in on a humanitarian basis. And when we're done saving the people, we should take half of their oil as payment for the humanitarian crisis. You know how the promotion of human welfare usually involves payment of a precious resource by a devastated nation in chaos? Yeah, you know. But surely the president, a compulsive liar and dumb man, cares about humanitarian crises and even knows what those words mean. Surely morphing build a wall to keep out the Mexican rapists into build a wall to keep out the asylum-seeking families is indicative of a humanitarian. And apropos of nothing, here's a news. The president, a liar, whose company stole money from a child cancer charity, who cut off his nephew's desperately needed health care out of spite, who supports torture and taking out terrorists' families, who seems to be super cool with helping to exacerbate the humanitarian crisis in Yemen, who knowingly lies about climate change despite, here's some news, the oceans are warming 40% faster than originally thought, who shut down the government in order to blame other people, causing hundreds of thousands of furloughs, damaging our national parks, causing problems for those on food assistance, stopping the FDA from inspecting food weeks after the country's lettuce was found to be contaminated, a man who, in order to pay for the wall to keep out asylum-seeking families, or rapists, it's unclear, is considering taking money from disaster relief, something we've needed more and more of due to that climate change I just mentioned. Well, he was asked by Chuck Schumer, seen here disappointed that you got home after curfew, you're using people as leverage. Why won't you open the government and stop hurting people? And the humanitarian answered, because then you won't give me what I want.
We have a president that doesn't give a damn about inconveniencing people.
But anywho, the president is concerned. And so finally, we're here. And here is some news. Border crisis! Okay, stop. Don't worry, I'm not gonna make you read all that. What do I think you are, a president? But according to the president and his speech, there is a border crisis, which is somehow also the cause of the opioid crisis. Damn you immigrants and your being pharmaceutical companies. Now, I'm not going to show you his actual speech because, as I said, the networks got duped into thinking the president, a dumb man and liar, had anything new to say. But they ended up just airing one of his bizarre rallies. But like, the presidential version. Even the president chimed in with his own review, saying, "Cute presidential address, might delete later." But no, there was nothing new. So, in regards to the border crisis and the president's anecdotal tales of gruesome murders, the truth is, legal and illegal immigrants commit fewer crimes than American citizens. Immigration from the country allegedly sending us their rapists has dropped for more than a decade. The number of family units from Central America apprehended at the border has gone up very recently to reach 2014 numbers, but even that number is a significant decline from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. But anyway, the crisis, sorry. So what I was saying, crisis-wise, there is none. Okay, so maybe it's not a crisis. Maybe it's not an emergency, but surely a wall would help. Because as the president likes to say, 90% of heroin comes over the border. But he doesn't say the part about how most of it comes through ports of entry, just like migrants. So a wall would actually be useless. Planes go over walls, tunnels go under them. But, as Congressman and SNL funny man Dan Crenshaw points out, nuh-uh. Despite the president being told about 2 specific tunnels that day. Live from New York, you're full of shit. But maybe a wall's a good idea to get the immigrants out. Though according to the Pew Research Center, the majority of immigrants are here legally. And Americans aren't aware of that. But here's some more Pews. The majority of Americans don't want a wall. And the president probably knows that because the very idea of the word wall is morphed so many times that it's meaningless. Because, well, if it's not gonna be concrete, maybe it'll be steel. Or maybe it'll be just like some fences here and there, Or maybe we can claim that the reinforcing of an area of fence that already existed is the real wall that we've been talking about, and we did it. And hey, a Border Patrol union's website recently and quietly removed a 2012 statement about what a waste of money a wall would be. But surely that's because now it's a great use of money. And it's not even the whole border. We gotta calm down. As SNL funny man Dan Crenshaw points out, it's not like we want 2,000 miles of wall, despite the president talking about it all the time, and the Republican Party's platform in 2016 explicitly stating it would cover the whole border. But as much as the idea of what a wall even is, and who's going to pay for it, and why we need it, and who's stopping us, have deceptively changed so many times, it's important to remember and remind people that at its core, this is a wall to keep out the Mexican rapists. And a wall at its core isn't a great idea. Some people have pointed out that a wall is medieval. The president, of course, utilizing the awesome power of the oatmeal in his skull that got fried after looking directly at an eclipse after being told multiple times not to. Well, the president thinks, sure, walls are medieval, but so are wheels. The wheel, that's even older than walls, citation needed. And I look around, I see cars. I looked out today, I saw cars. Look at them, with wheels. Wheels work, and they're medieval, kinda, So, look at the cars. Walls are good, and we need one to keep out the rapists. Now, first of all, it's important to note that the president has said this thing about wheels multiple times recently. Several times a day, on several days. And there were people there listening to him, on camera, and nobody has laughed in his stupid fucking face about it yet. And dear media and people around him, you can laugh at him, just like you can call him a liar. Why are you still taking him seriously? He's the president, sure, so take him seriously. But don't take him seriously. He's a fucking moron. Laugh at him and the dumb shit he says. Enough with this, but sir, I do declare nonsense. Call him a liar when he lies. Be prepared to never speak to him again. Remind him that he's the president and he's a liar and he's dumb and he's wrong and the things he says are dumb and wrong. Or better yet, point out to him that the wall isn't just medieval in the sense of being technologically primitive. Point out, Mr. President, respectfully, you dope, when people say walls are medieval, they're also talking about how it's a medieval way of thinking. It's a medieval idea. All these fucking hungry, desperate people come in with their disease and their animals and murderers and rapists, and you gotta put up a wall so you can't see them anymore. And they're not even there. They're not human beings. They're like animals. You know, because we're being invaded. It's an infestation. We need to build a wall. It's medieval thinking. Like torture or taking out terrorists' families, dehumanizing outsiders for xenophobic, fear-mongering reasons, and scapegoating them for all of your problems, offering an easy medieval solution to complex modern problems. It's why people show concern when the president calls certain immigrants animals and muddies the rhetoric so he's kind of talking about all immigrants, but has enough plausible deniability to call it fake news. And apropos of nothing, the president's son just likened the wall to cages in zoos, protecting people from animals. And speaking of scapegoating outsiders as a simple solution to complicated problems, racism and stuff. And speaking of racism and stuff, Congressman Steve King, a man standing here on the floor of Congress building a wall prototype in 2006, which we'll get to. Steve King, a man who has been associated with neo-Nazis and white supremacist groups, and has had a history of saying racist things and lamenting the destruction of Western civilization and foreigners having your babies and replacing you. Where have we heard that before? Well, that guy, after years of saying the quiet part loud, Congressman Steve King said the quiet part a whole lot real louder than one should need to. And he lamented why we can't use words like white supremacy and white nationalist and protecting Western civilization anymore. And even though a congressman saying he wishes white supremacist wasn't offensive got 5 times less coverage than a congresswoman saying we're going to impeach the motherfucker in reference to a criminal under investigation who also says athletes who protest during a song are sons of bitches who shouldn't be citizens, a president representing a party whose war criminal vice president told a senator on the floor of Congress to go fuck himself. Even though all of that, at least Steve King's comments finally caused some members of the Republican Party and conservative media to say that it is unacceptable. Everything you said before, I'm literally like into white supremacy and white nationalism and shit. Everything before that, I agreed with and support. But now, you literally said the words, so we must finally say something. Yes, even Logic Boy Superfacts Ben Shapiro, after exerting lots of brain pill-fueled energy to dismiss anyone's condemnation of Steve King's comments as lies, and the king is not racist, he's good actually. You know, for calling immigrants dirt who are replacing our babies. Well, once King literally said the words white supremacist and white nationalist, Ben was like, whoopsie, and even added an update to the article where he tried real hard to interpret King's comments to be anything other than, wow, racist. After that, even Ben wrote that King's comments suggest that the first interpretation described below was not as implausible as it seemed at the time. So, congrats on the bravery, Ben. In fact, move over, President Bad President. Here's your award. Do you have an acceptance speech prepared?
I will be honest with you. I thought that Steve King was a dunderhead.
Ah, very good. Here are 2 trophies. Let's check out Ben on the red carpet. Wonderful. So, all these awards flying around, perhaps we can examine why it takes literally saying the words, I'm into like racism stuff, for conservatives to accept reality and say what people have been saying for months or even years. Perhaps some of it has to do with the fact that the proposed policies, language, and resentments don't target or affect you specifically or people like you explicitly. So it's okay until he shouts white supremacy into a megaphone. And perhaps part of it is because your beliefs and your wants and your policies are so close to each other, and what you want and who you support are so similar that surely Steve King can't be racist. Surely your ideas aren't bad or based on lies or racist, because you're not explicitly saying I'm a white nationalist. It's hard to grapple with the fact that so many of your ideas and beliefs align so well with self-avowed white nationalists and, historically, fascists. It's why the right is suddenly talking about how, oh, actually, fascism is left-wing and Hitler was a liberal socialist, actually. It's why Facts Boy wrote an article about Obama's slightly self-congratulatory State of the Union address and called it fascist. But when, say, an ideologically inconsistent and unprincipled opportunist capitalizes on an anti-left, anti-feminist, anti-cultural Marxism movement and increased polarization and governmental deadlock and allies with conservative elites and uses the American version of Lügenpresse and focuses on hateful rhetoric about outsiders who must be removed from the country and scapegoated for all of our problems, and maybe even puts some of them in camps and talks daily like a maniacal right-wing demagogue, well, when that person manufactures a fake crisis and considers declaring a state of emergency to use the military to do his bidding, well, that is it's useless and cynical. You know what, Ben? Here are your words again. You did it. These people need to deny, deny, deny until the very last second. Brazil's newly elected demagogue Bolsonaro said he would rather his son be dead than gay. But he didn't say, if I had power, I would kill all the gays. So he's okay. Saying, well, this is very obviously bad is useless and cynical if you're not using this opportunity to examine why you got it wrong, or why you lied. It should make you examine your defenses of Donald Trump, a racist, and Tucker Carlson, a racist. Because Tucker Carlson regularly spouts white nationalist talking points that are almost verbatim what self-avowed neo-Nazis and white nationalists say on camera. Like, diversity is not our strength. Immigrants make everything dirty. They carry disease. They commit more crime. They're destroying our culture. English should be our official language, and you need to build a wall, and so on. But Tucker doesn't say, and it's because I'm racist. He doesn't say, because I'm a white nationalist, so it's okay. Tucker Carlson had racist Steve King on his show to talk about threats to culture and nationalism and protecting Western civilization and our babies being, had by foreigners to replace us. And Tucker Carlson said he agrees with him, and he's probably right about everything. So maybe that should be examined. Maybe Steve, immigrants are dirt King, and Tucker, immigrants make our country dirty Carlson, and Donald, shithole country's Mexican rape wall Trump are similar. Maybe there's a reason racists love them and appreciate them talking about the stuff racists care about. As Donald Trump said about Steve King, next to Steve King, I want to see someone who's going to make our country great again, which is basically the same thing as Steve. Steve is a special guy, a smart person, with really the right views on everything. Their ideologies are so in sync, Trump says, we don't have to compare notes. So let's compare notes. Again, here's Steve King on the floor of Congress building a prototype wall in 2006 to keep out the culture-destroying, baby-stealing animals. This, of course, is years after the decline in illegal immigration began, but whatever. Also, this, of course, will stretch about 2,000 miles, so notes comparable so far. Also, maybe we can add some barbed wire on. As Donald Trump has said,
barbed wire used properly can be a beautiful sight.
Like the beautiful sight of a literal symbol for indifference and cruelty. But wait, there's more. As Steve illustrates, this can be temporary. We can take it down once Mexico gets their act together. We can take it down and
let livestock run through their...
That's weird. But whatever, I don't want to put words in his mouth. He's not comparing human beings to livestock. What else do you want to do to the fence?
We could also electrify this wire with the kind of current that wouldn't kill somebody, but it would simply be a discouragement for them to be fooling around with it. And we do that with livestock all the time.
So we just electrocute them, and it's fine because we do it to animals. That's interesting language. Perhaps wanting to build a wall to keep out animals, like a zoo, because they're diseased rapists, is somehow connected with bad ideas and bad people that we should reject. And this concludes our news segment, but how could we have known? It's okay for the media in this, the year of our Lord 2019, to call the president what he is. A compulsive liar and racist who most of the time doesn't know what he's talking about. Sue me, Donald Trump, you compulsive liar and racist who doesn't know what he's talking about. These are provable claims. But we just let him and people like Steve King weasel out of it. When a congresswoman says Trump is racist, Anderson Cooper asks, "How can you say that?" In this, the year of our Lord 2019. After his comments were reported, Steve King went on the floor of Congress to say, I denounce neo-Nazis and white nationalism. I'm not a white nationalist. If anything, I'm an American nationalist. I wonder if we could compare notes and look at the president flirting with the idea of calling himself a nationalist at rallies for a month, alluding to the fact that he knows he's not supposed to, and then proudly claiming he is one, and then everyone just accepting it and moving on. Because the media and our politicians are incapable of calling Donald Trump what he is in 2019. Try it out. Maybe do a headline that says, President Trump, a compulsive liar and dumb racist, is completely fabricating a crisis based off dumb racist lies in order to gain power, and he's gradually normalized the idea of a wall to keep out animals, a bad and racist concept. Here's a short film warning America about xenophobic fascist grifters who demonize outsiders as a simple solution to complex problems. And it's literally just stuff Donald Trump says. This shouldn't be hard.
And I have seen what this kind of talk can do. I saw it in Berlin.
Here's a clip of Lindsey Graham, who hates and fears Donald Trump, saying that the president should declare a national emergency to use the military to build a wall in response to a completely fabricated crisis based on xenophobic fear-mongering.
Give immediately emergency powers to the Supreme Chancellor.
Brought it back to the prequels. Nice. Here's our award. Happy New Year! We're back! Thanks for watching that episode. Hope you liked it. If you want to support our show, go to patreon.com/somemorenews. Check out our podcast, Even More News. Look at other links. Click the like button. Do all the stuff that you know helps YouTube know that you liked it. Yeah! This just in, the deep state is extremely real. This breaking revelation comes from 48% of Americans who believe in the existence of a deep state, according to a poll from 2017. And what's even more news, of the 48% who believe in a shadow government, only 58% believe it's a major problem, while 11% don't think it's a problem at all, presumably because they're members of the deep state. Also included in that 48%, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, who has tweeted condemnation of the deep state on multiple occasions. Also convinced of the presence of a deep state is ex-Democratic candidate Dennis Kucinich, who not only thinks the DS is trying to destroy Trump's presidency, but is also responsible for George W. Bush's Patriot Act. Yes, it's a surprisingly bipartisan belief. As that aforementioned poll points out, both Democrats and Republicans equally believe in a secret government. It was inhibiting Barlack insane Obama during his 8 years of terror, and supposedly colluded with the DNC to take down Bernard Sanders when he tried to run for the nomination. So, here's a question. What exactly is the deep state? Do people know? Do they have a shared definition? How powerful are they? Some people think they caused 9/11. Others, more specifically John Podesta, apparently think they gave Trump the presidency to cover up the existence of aliens.
The government seems to be completely unaccountable to the American public.
Are they a shadow government, or just a few bad apples? This is exactly what today's video is devoted to. Getting to the bottom of the deep state. Assuming there is a bottom, how deep does it go? And assuming it exists, and figuring out whether it is targeting Donald Trump like he and his supporters claim. But let's back the hell up. The concept of a deep state actually originated in Turkey and post-Soviet Russia to describe a very real network of people attempting to destabilize their government, the former having undergone multiple coups since the 1970s. It wasn't a myth, and I can't stress that enough. If you picture the deep state in America as a forest-shrouded Bigfoot legend, Turkey's equivalent would be an actual gorilla/human man pile-driving city commuters in broad daylight. Nothing we have compares. Here in the States, the deep state theory was best described by former Republican U.S. congressional aide Mike Lofgren, who during his 28 years of government experience had claimed to operate on the fringes of this hidden network. According to a 2014 essay by Lofgren, the deep state is a hybrid entity of public and private institutions ruling the country according to consistent patterns in season and out, connected to, but only intermittently controlled by, the visible state whose leaders we choose. He goes on to note that the institution is not so much sinister, although it has highly sinister aspects, as it is relentlessly well entrenched, and that the deep state is primarily made up of intelligence and law enforcement agencies, specifically the Department of Defense, Homeland Security, Department of State, the CIA, Justice Department, and Department of Treasury. He also claims that certain judiciary areas are involved, such as the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. Citing a report from the Washington Post, Lofgren specifically calls out the huge expanse of post-9/11 funding to intelligence programs involving 854,000 contract personnel with top-secret clearances. He points out the business connections that the war on terror created, and of course the entanglement between these agencies and Wall Street, which he identifies as another branch of the deep state. And finally, due to the Snowden revelations that companies like AT&T and Verizon have been working with the NSA, he theorizes that Silicon Valley is a budding member of the deep state as well, Mark. In other words, this portrait of the deep state isn't depicting an organized shadow government so much as a bureaucratic rat king created by 9/11. Instead of being menacing puppeteers, this unseen entity is filled with people trying to keep the terror-fighting status quo in order to maintain power and money. It's just like the X-Files. If you replace the cigarette-smoking man with the director of domestic nuclear detection, and instead of covering up an alien virus, he's just trying to pay off a condo. And so, most succinctly, the three branches of this sad underground sewer government would be the National Security Council, Wall Street, and Silicon Valley. And honestly, this is the most realistic version of a deep state if it were to exist. Because even if you believe in something even more sinister and grandiose, it's hard to deny that the intelligence agencies and Wall Street wouldn't be involved. Without sway in those specific areas of power, the deep state would just be a group of people bickering about their jobs. So looking at these areas of government, it's time to ask our second question. Is Trump being attacked by the deep state? Short answer, it doesn't seem like it. If you believe in some level of a deep state and believe that Silicon Valley and Wall Street and the intelligence community are part of it, then it's far more likely that the shadow government would enjoy having Trump in charge. For starters, he gives them more money, as evidenced by the National Intelligence Program budget, which has been steadily increasing from each president to the next. Trump isn't disrupting that flow. Then there's Wall Street and companies like Goldman Sachs that Lofgren has called out specifically as being a part of the deep state. Even Donald Trump pointed fingers at Sachs during his campaign.
Goldman Sachs owns him. Remember that, folks. They own him.
Surely this drain the swamp presidency will dislodge the financial talons of big shadow government. Just nobody tell him that 3 of his top advisors were from Goldman Sachs. We don't want to embarrass him. So yeah, it's safe to say that Trump, the shitty businessman who owes everyone money, won't be a problem for the Wall Street side of the deep state. As for Silicon Valley, companies like AT&T and Verizon, who got caught helping the NSA spy on Americans, well, they surely got their swamp drained by getting more power after the FCC dismantled net neutrality. Remember that? Remember this guy? The guy who, despite overwhelming support for the opposite, decided to side with the big internet providers at the expense of the American people. You know, like how if there was a deep state, it would probably ignore democracy in exchange for maintaining power? Or, as the Lofgren essay puts it, while the government could simply dragoon the high technology companies to do the NSA's bidding, it would prefer cooperation with so important an engine of the nation's economy, perhaps with an implied quid pro quo. So, hypothetically, the deep state wouldn't fight big internet companies and would instead make a deal with them. A deal like, you spy on Americans for us, and we dismantle the regulations you've spent millions trying to abolish, hypothetically. And so if such a deep state deal happened, hypothetically, it would stand to reason that the head of the FCC would be a part of it. A man who was nominated by Donald Trump, factually. Now, look, I'm not saying that there's a deep state government at all. But if there was, as in, if you are that half of America who believes in one, it will make the most sense that they would be in support of our current president. In fact, going back to Lofgren's essay, he notes that partisan mud wrestling over cultural issues may be a useful distraction for the deep state, something our president does often. All the time. Not to mention that going after immigrants could be yet another excuse for extending these intelligence programs. So how does Trump justify blaming the deep state for his, crimes? It all starts with Cambridge Analytica, the data firm used by the Trump campaign in 2016. Mark. And the fact that it discovered a huge conservative reaction to the words deep and state when used right next to each other. Despite being obviously disingenuous, promising to drain the swamp created this anti-establishment punk rock vibe around the 70-year-old gold-obsessed real estate owner who lives in a tower named after him. And so the narrative that Trump was fighting against a secret, left-leaning, elitist deep state somehow stuck, and he could conveniently throw this buzzword out whenever anything went wrong. This idea is so ingrained in his base that it's even been the subject of contention within the White House, as one soon-to-be-fired aide actually sent out a 7-page memo proclaiming Trump to be an existential threat to cultural Marxist memes that dominate the prevailing cultural narrative, and calling out deep state actors, globalists, bankers, Islamists, and establishment Republicans as their enemy. In other words, Trump's version of the deep state is basically anyone in the government who isn't a diehard supporter. More specifically, however, his supporters will boil this down to another phrase.
These are all Obama appointees to oversee his deep state.
That's right. Despite not being the actual president, Trump has found a way to continue blaming Obama by adopting the idea that there's a second liberal deep state, made up of holdover appointees from the past administration. It's not that the president is incompetent and committed crimes for which the FBI continues to investigate him, but rather that he's the subject of a political strike engineered remotely by the Obama shadow government and carried out by Hillary puppet Robert Mueller, notorious liberal, seen here burning the American flag. And I'll let Sean Hannity better describe it.
Now, to be perfectly clear, for those that don't pay attention and want to advance lies and false narratives, we are not and never have been and never will be talking about rank and file members of the FBI, the DOJ, and the intelligence community. But the criminal wrongdoing that we are exposing has to do with only a few select Obama administration top bureaucrats.
See? We're not talking about the entire intelligence community, who some, I assume, are good people. Just a select group of them. Like if you had a bowl of cherries, you'd obviously want to pick specific cherries in order to draw the determined conclusion you want about those cherries. So basically, it's Trump and his followers having their conspiracy cake and eating it too. He can praise intelligence agencies when it's convenient, but also call out the deep state anytime there's a development in Mueller's investigation. And if you dare question the validity of his claims, well, that just makes you the deep state as well. For example, when Trump made Spygate claims back in June, so long ago, it was over text messages from FBI employees Peter Strzok and Lisa Page. And if you don't watch Fox News and haven't been repeatedly bombarded with those names, Strzok and Paja exchanged multiple anti-Trump text messages leading up to the election that, when leaked, prompted Mueller to remove them from his investigation. This was, again, so long ago, which doesn't stop Trump supporters from using it as proof that Trump is being targeted by the FBI. When several of these texts referred to an informant being used in Mueller's investigation, Trump spun it into the idea that the FBI sent a spy into his campaign, something that objectively did not happen. Despite reality, he tweeted out his Spygate theory before several notable Republicans disagreed with him. Former GOP rep Trey Gowdy, a man who endorses Donald Trump's presidency, pointed out in an extremely diplomatic way that the FBI had done nothing wrong in the investigation.
Think back to what the president himself told James Comey. He said, I didn't collude with Russia, but if anyone connected with my campaign did, I want you to investigate it. It strikes me that that's exactly what the FBI was doing.
He's right. If the president is not directly involved with Russia's election meddling, you'd assume he wouldn't be so openly against the investigation. You'd assume that he would want to find out what happened just as much as the rest of us. In other words...
Why does the president keep saying what he's saying when he knows better?
I don't know.
Yes, it's quite the mystery. It's almost as if the president doesn't want to find out who meddled in the election. But why would such an honest man not want to get to the bottom of this puzzling whodunit? We may never know. Gowdy was then backed up by former Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, who agreed that Trump's claims were inaccurate. So two members of Trump's own party looked into his bizarre conspiracy tweet and found no evidence of it being true. Surely his base will see this as one of the rare times the president got it wrong. That's a thing his base does, right? That InfoWars clip is no longer available because they're no longer allowed on YouTube. Lou Dobbs?
Because he's like the head of the Never Trump movement over at the deep state.
All right. Just imagine watching Gowdy's meek interview where he continues to defend Trump, and because he criticizes a single inaccurate claim, deciding that he's a puppet of the shadow government. You either have to be shirt-eating delusional or completely disingenuous about your belief in a deep state. The latter obviously makes the most sense, as the phrase has become a broad go-to for anyone in the intelligence community who goes against anything from the administration. It's the hipster of political labels. When the DOJ, an agency led by Trump-appointed Jeff Sessions, saw no reason to prosecute Hillary Clinton or James Comey, deep state. An employee of the EPA didn't see why Scott Pruitt should fly first class? Can I get a deep state? And since this is Obama's deep state, you don't even need to have done anything to be ousted. All you have to be is someone who is associated with the previous administration. When the Conservative Review singled out Sahar Narizadeh, a foreign advisor for the DOD first appointed by George W. Bush, and how she was a former employee of the National Iranian American Council and also helped design the Iran deal, she was accused of being a traitorous Obama stooge burrowed into the government under President Trump, despite being, and I can't stress this enough, an employee for over a decade who was appointed by George W. Bush. This spun into her being a full-blown Obama spy, causing Sahar to undergo numerous death threats for literally nothing more than doing her job under the previous administration. According to The New Yorker, the article was then forwarded from Newt Gingrich to a Rex Tillerson aide with a subject line, "I thought you should be aware of this." And within a few weeks, this cartoonishly model employee was asked to clean out her desk. That's seriously a thing that happened. It's almost like Trump and his supporters are trying to discredit and oust specific individuals by invoking a boogeyman type figure thought to have sinister powers. What would that be called?
A witch hunt.
Right. That's the term. It's one of them witch hunts. You know the thing our criminal president likes to call the FBI investigating his crimes when he's not calling them the deep state? You know who else thought there was a witch hunt against him? That other president who committed crimes. It's almost as if these terms, deep state and witch hunt, are being used by criminals who don't want people to notice all of the crimes they did. But if enough gullible people end up believing or backing up these claims, the natural progression suddenly becomes way less desperate and a lot more terrifying.
We may now have proof the investigation was weaponized to destroy his presidency for partisan political purposes and to disenfranchise millions of American voters. Now, if that's true, we have a coup on our hands in America.
See, it's not that the president, a man who ran a scam university and refuses to show his tax returns, is a criminal. It's that he's the victim of a deep state coup, and his supporters should, if necessary, take to the streets to stop this injustice. The use of the deep state turns his possible prosecution and anyone who disagrees with his policy as one side of a secret war. And if you think you're fighting a war, you can justify a lot of abuses of power. Like revoking the security clearances of anyone who questions your actions. And whether or not you believe in a deep state, Trump's definition and use of the phrase should be seen as a sloppy and dangerous dodge. And you know who else agrees with this? Mike Lofgren, the guy from before who literally wrote the book on the deep state. But if after all this, you still think there is a deep state and that despite being great for their business, the deep state is specifically going after Donald Trump, then consider maybe that's because he's guilty of crimes. He fired the guy investigating him for crimes, which prompted the FBI to launch an additional investigation to see if he was literally a tool of Vladimir Putin, because their desires seem to align a lot. And as the San Diego Union Tribune points out, the last president who cried witch hunt was also targeted by the entities which would make up the deep state. Like Trump, Nixon was plagued by leaks and an FBI investigation, not because of a shadowy partisan agenda, but because he committed crimes and was a terrible boss, which is also something that Trump is. Now, going back to Lofgren's definition of a well-entrenched hybrid entity of public and private institutions that are simply maintaining the status quo, it does seem possible that a deep state is going after Trump, because being a maniac and colluding with Russia would certainly disrupt their status quo. Trump's not Neo, exposing the Matrix, so much as he is Agent Smith, furiously spreading his madness to everyone around him. He's a shitty, incompetent, and possibly criminal boss. And when you have a shitty boss, you are going to try to get him fired. Look, don't get me wrong, all right? The FBI, CIA, NSA, and private companies aren't the good guys here. But considering that we have a Congress so party-obsessed that they will completely ignore all the crimes and open treason their president is committing, it's kind of comforting to believe that maybe some part of the government can't be bought and is willing to hold him accountable. Even if it's the secret entity guilty of anything between fighting aliens to keeping Guantanamo Bay open to sell more feeding tubes and orange jumpsuits. And actually, since Trump is all about filling Guantanamo with bad dudes and has since kept it open, I guess it's really just down to the alien people. Unless...
Establish a Space Force.
Deep State? Thanks for watching. Instead of reporting me to the secret government, you should click like and subscribe and go to our patreon.com/somemorenews to support us and check out our podcast, Even More News. And hello, here's a little bit of news, just a little bit. You know, no need to get the big appetite of news going, because small portions in moderation are important to live a healthy life. And news-wise, you know, apple a day is... Okay, moving on to the thing that I want to talk about, which is a very short moment that is so representative of who the president is as a person in so many ways that it should be framed and then burned. But then we should frame those ashes and bury them in a time capsule on the moon and remember this moment forever. So welcome to an episode of Cody's Shody Presents A Single Moment That Perfectly Encapsulates Everything Wrong with the President, Part 432. Earlier this month, January, the president talked about immigration. That, of course, was in the middle of the big government shutdown, which as of this taping has ended. Yeah, buddy! The president, of course, won, apparently, in a way that I'm sure will become clear in the coming weeks. Because while the Democrats are playing checkers, the president is playing chess. You know, because the Democrats are doing a specific thing with simple but specific rules and goals, whereas the president is doing something else. So that actually adds up. And I'm not sure what dimension of chess he's up to now, maybe in the high 30s dimension-wise for his chess game. It's unclear at this point, but it's all part of the plan. The president didn't, like, cave. He's not mad, actually. And he doesn't even really want a wall. You know, maybe it could be a really tall bench. That's what he always wanted this whole time. A bunch of really tall benches in a row. It doesn't matter, of course, because the important thing is that now that he's won, actually, he said that if they don't get the wall in the next few weeks, he'll do the whole national emergency thing. You know, like manufacturing a crisis in order to take emergency power and use the military to take land and build a wall to keep out foreigners. But anyway, he said that after he said he'd reopen the government, because only the best national emergencies are scheduled ahead of time. But anyway, what are we talking about? What are we doing here? Oh, right. Here's this moment I want to talk about. It's Donald J. Trump talking about immigration, so you know it's good and accurate and smart and not racist and good again. And you know what? Great again. So here it is, the moment we've all been waiting for. Well, whoever's watching this, maybe you haven't been waiting, maybe you're just watching, but let's actually read it out loud instead of showing it to you, because sometimes his voice and his face are unbearable. And I care about you, my beautiful sweet babies, and it can be fun to read the words that come out of his mouth so you can hear them come from a normal person's mouth. So here we go. January 14th, trying to gin up more fear about immigrants and the need for a wall, the president said, "Somebody comes into our country, they touch one foot on the ground, and we have to catch them. It's called catch. We then take their names and we bring them to a court. Can you believe this? And we release them. And they go into our country, and then you announce, these are the laws. Then you say, come back in 3 years for your trial. Tell me, what percentage of people come back? Would you say 100%? No, you're a little off. Like, how about 2%? Laughter. And those people you almost don't want because they cannot be very smart. Laughter. 2%. 2%. 2% come back. Those 2% are not going to make America great again. That I can tell you. Laughter and applause. Crazy. Now, What a guy. Now, I think this is fascinating because it's all of the things. It illustrates that he's a liar, incompetent, racist, malicious, and a criminal, all in one juicy little nugget. Now, obviously, I think we can all assume correctly that this is full of lies. It's the president, after all. Because actually, the majority of people who are caught at the border are released back to their home country. Laughter and applause. Also, that 2% number, that's real low. Like unbelievably low. Because it's a lie. The majority of people show up to court. A majority, of course, would be more than 50%. So in regards to 2% being remotely accurate, he's off by at least 49% in his claim. Sorry, in his lie. That's what I meant to say. I misspoke, like the president does so constantly. So this isn't anything new or special. It's a lie. It's a blatant, severe lie. He lies all the time. 4 Pinocchios for you, good sir. Also, more than 51% of people show up for court. It's actually closer to 60 to 75%. But it's not just the lies. See, there was an Obama program from 2016 called the Family Case Management Program. It was a method to keep asylum-seeking families together. You know, the asylum-seeking families that are causing the crisis at the border, or the rapists and the murderers from Mexico or the crisis at the border. It's unclear. But whatever, this program allowed families to stay together and not have to be detained, costing money and trauma and so on. And it was actually 100% effective in getting these families to show up for their court date. It cost about $36 a day as opposed to $133 a day to detain them. And anywho, in Donald Trump's first year in office, he scrapped the program. This isn't uncommon for him. He's done a lot of things to make legal immigration harder and to sort of preemptively deteriorate and destroy something in order to claim that it's broken so we can get rid of it. Republicans are big on doing this as well, but the president loves it. And lying about it. And blaming those lies on other lies. Trying so hard to detain immigrants that they told the Supreme Court they'd uphold a ruling about parole for non-threatening asylum-seeking migrants, but a private memo reveals that they planned on throwing out the rule no matter what. Also, the backlog of immigration court cases pending has increased by 50% under President Trump. And 43,000 court cases were put on hold because of the government shutdown that was done because immigration is a problem. And P.S., here's some news. The head of the Border Patrol Union just stated that Trump's immigration plan makes things worse. In fact, their policy is, quote, incentivizing illegal immigration. What to do? Build a wall, I guess? But even aside from the lies and the malicious manipulation of programs and facts to manufacture problems, we're not even done breaking down this very short quote from the president. Because not only did he stop a program that was helping in order to make a problem worse so that he may manufacture a crisis and lie about the problem that he's making worse, and people aren't showing up to court. Oh no, he also doesn't like it if you show up to court. He thinks people who show up to court are not smart, and we don't want them here. But also they're bad. It's bad because only 2%, citation needed, show up to court. But those 2% who do show up, we don't want them either, probably because of racism, just throwing that out there. But they're not smart, you see, for showing up to court. The thing we're complaining about them not doing. And this is fascinating because it's a beautiful, disgusting window into the broken criminal mind of Donald Trump, a crime guy. He's a natural crime guy. That's just his mode. He thinks if you show up to court, you're dumb. Because a crime guy wouldn't show up to court. Be better at being criminals, you criminals, who I hate for being criminals also. We don't want you here for reasons. It's unclear. And if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. But if you do the crime, make sure to not do the time, which is a crime, which we like, because if you do a crime and you own up to it, or you go to court, you're not very smart. You're bad at crimes. We don't want you here. We want the good criminals. We want the people who are smart enough to not go to court. the thing that I'm complaining about them not doing right now. These are Donald Trump's crime guy instincts, just laid out for everybody. Because he operates like a crime guy, he thinks about things like a crime guy. A great example of this is that he automatically tears things up when he's done reading them. He has aides tape them back together because it's just something he does instinctively. Read a thing? Oh, you gotta tear it up lest somebody see it because of the crimes I naturally do for personal gain. So we have this guy who over and over illustrates himself to be an ignorant, incurious man who constantly lies and creates problems and ruins things so that he may lie about them and create fear and maybe do a little racism and lie about it for all the purposes of personal gain. Maybe we should question the president's intentions in regards to military action in Venezuela, considering in the past he's talked about invading struggling countries to take their oil. Who knows? Here's a quote from the old president talking about how the country should turn to crap to get better and how much money he could make if the economy tanks and if things got real bad.
You know what solves it? When the economy crashes, when the country goes to total hell, and everything is a disaster, then you'll have riots to go back to where we used to be when we were great.
I sort of hope that happens, because then people like me would go in and buy. If there is a bubble burst, as they call it, you can make a lot of money.
Sure, there could be riots, but I get the money. Hurry, let's get that man be the president. And that's, I guess that's just a little bit of the news for you. I guess we're done. The shutdown's over for now, but we penciled in the national emergency for a few weeks from now. We'll see how that goes. Kudos to the Democrats for not caving. Surprisingly good job there. Kudos to air traffic controllers and unions who got really fed up, because of the danger and exhaustion from the president's shutdown. And they threatened to strike, leading to the shutdown ending. So good job. Strikes are effective. That's good to know. And good job, Mr. President, for saying just a few sentences and managing to represent yourself as the guy who creates terrible situations in order to lie about them so that he may take advantage of them for personal gain, like a crime guy about praising criminals. And speaking of criminals, why do all these criminals keep hanging around and associating with the president and his campaign? That's right, here's some news. Roger Stone, Nixon's back tattoo haver and apparent conduit between the Trump campaign and WikiLeaks, is just the latest of the president's associates, crime buddies, indicted in the Mueller investigation. Stone, of course, went with, "I'm not a criminal," doing that famous gesture people who aren't crooks do. And the Nixon Foundation went out of their way to denounce any relationship Stone ever had with Richard Nixon. And just because of who the president is and who surrounds him, let's not assume anything about him, all right? We don't want to go overboard. He's a good man. As he pointed out on Twitter, if Roger Stone was indicted for lying to Congress, then what about the lying done by... It's a long list of people. And what about not the president. And what about some other thing that's not what we're talking about? And what about, so an innocent guy who cares about law and order, right on. And we joke about him a lot, but it's out of love. He's one of my heroes, and I think that we should show him respect, and I hope you believe me that I think that. And I'll just leave you with, I think, one of my favorite presidential quotes. Sure, there will be riots, but I get the money. The news? Hello. Thanks for watching a little bit of the news. Like and subscribe on YouTube and patreon.com/somemorenews and podcast even more news and Twitter, YouTube. How are you doing? Whoosh. Wowee! It's News 30 and we're late for the appointment for the news, so hop on the news train because here is some more of it. The Trump administration revealed that it would launch a worldwide campaign to decriminalize homosexuality, and I thought I would take this opportunity to talk about all of the good that President Donald Trump has done. There's a popular idea called Trump derangement syndrome, where anything he does is bad, and anything bad is his fault. And I would agree that there is some reflexive outrage in regards to him, and I wonder why an obvious con man who does crimes and constantly lies would be not trusted by anybody, but whatever. I don't want to succumb to that. Nobody likes having syndromes. So today, here are good things the president has done. We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt of the deal. Launching a worldwide campaign to decriminalize homosexuality seems good. One could, of course, argue that his choice of vice president and some of the policies he's put forward are not necessarily pro-gay or pro-LGBTQ. Do we have a comment from the president saying he's pro-LGBTQ in a believable way?
I will do everything in my power to protect our LGBTQ citizens.
So no, then. But again, this is benefit of the doubt, all right? In a vacuum, it's a good thing to launch a global campaign to decriminalize homosexuality. The report specifies Iran, which may be a bit odd considering the gay rights records of allies like Saudi Arabia and Russia, and Trump appointing warmonger specifically with Iran, John Bolton. And it's weird that his administration also canceled the visas of unmarried partners of foreign diplomats, which negatively affects gay couples because they'd either have to get married or leave, whereas the whole point is that they can't get married because it's illegal in certain countries, so marrying would be quite the risk for them. But wait. I feel like I'm succumbing to the Trump derangement syndrome thing. I want to like a thing that he does. So a campaign to decriminalize homosexuality. I'm on board, despite your other actions. So what do you have to say about this good thing you definitely thought of, support, and care about?
Say it.
Okay, maybe he didn't hear. Okay, so just repeat yourself.
Your report to decriminalize homosexuality around the world.
I don't know which report you're talking about. We have many reports.
What? Kind of seems like this is the Trump derangement syndrome, like you're sprayed with a fire hose of contradictory statements and actions and evidence, so maybe nothing he says should be taken at face value or any value, because he just says stuff and is a liar. And when you ask about the good thing he allegedly supports, he says, I don't know what you're talking about. I wonder why people feel a little exhausted and, deranged. But that's not what we're here for today, all right? Good stuff from Trump. We're going to do this. We're going to. So, some more common ground. Here's some news. Give peace a chance. War is bad. The president announced he was going to pull out of Syria because
great nations do not fight endless wars.
Now, one could probably question Trump's motivations regarding pulling out of Syria, considering he says we defeated ISIS and also we gotta defeat ISIS. Also considering this is an action desired by Vladimir Putin, who Donald Trump believes over every person within his employ, and then he goes off and says, Russia hates that I'm doing this, when no they don't. So that's weird. And selling nuclear technology to the Saudis and pulling out of a Cold War era deal with Russia resulting in nuclear proliferation, also weird. But, hey, less war, giving him the benefit of the doubt. Sure, reports indicate that we're not leaving Syria and we're leaving hundreds of troops behind, but when asked about it, he said, we're not reversing course. So, also?
The 2,500 people that we've had there will be going to different parts of the world. They may be going over to Iraq, where we have a very powerful base, a base that cost billions of dollars to build, frankly, and that we'll be using.
So, to clarify, great nations don't fight endless wars. They withdraw a lot of troops, leave a bunch of other troops, and move thousands of troops from one war zone to another ongoing war zone. So, gotcha! Fake news. I'm the anti-war president. Speaking of anti-war, the president really wants to do some wars and take some oil. So maybe he doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt on much of anything. Yes, here's some more news. America sure seems like it's doing a coup in Venezuela. Now, there's lots to say about what's going on in Venezuela, and we'll probably talk about it at length in the future. But for now, we're here to talk about the positives, all right? President Donald Trump is a humanitarian, and he wants to send humanitarian aid to Venezuela. despite humanitarian groups saying it's not a great idea and clearly a political move. But speaking of humanitarian, according to the president himself, humanitarian means helping a country in need and then demanding more than half of their oil as payment.
We could have had 50% of those oil fields. You know, in the old days, when you had a war, it's to the victor belong the spoils.
He would never use humanitarian aid as a guise to provide weapons for and in support of a coup. So if I may, this just in, here's some more news. The administration has appointed as envoy to Venezuela Mr. Elliot Abrams, a man whose first day on the job as Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs in the Reagan administration involved lying about a gruesome massacre done by troops trained by the U.S. military. This culminated in him as Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs lying to Congress about the Iran-Contra affair, which involved illegally selling weapons to Iran and using proceeds to fund the Contras, in part by using humanitarian aid as a cover. But perhaps it's a coincidence. You never know. You know, we're here to give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt in regards to him stopping war, despite everything he says and does, including ballooning the military budget every year. Apropos of nothing, here's some more news. Former acting director of the FBI, Andrew McCabe, has released a book revealing a lot of crazy things that the president has said and a lot of behind-the-scenes moments that paint the president as an unhinged, possibly traitorous warmongering maniac. For example, at one point, the president of the United States, Donald Trump, asked why we aren't at war with Venezuela, because they have all the oil and they're right at our back door. First of all, very brave of this American hero to wait 2 years to reveal that information on a book tour. But as you know, the president often talks about what a liar Andrew McCabe is, you know, and how we shouldn't trust him because he really botched the Clinton Foundation investigation. Except the thing Trump always refers to but never fully explains is that Andrew McCabe was getting pressure to stop the investigation into the Clinton Foundation because it was using too many resources and some people didn't think that there was enough there. And McCabe's decision, that Donald Trump allegedly hates, was to keep the investigation into the Clinton Foundation open and to keep allocating resources despite all of that pressure. So maybe Donald lock her up Trump isn't actually mad about that, and rather is mad that McCabe's telling the truth about the things Donald has said and done. But who knows? You know, maybe Donald Trump doesn't want to go to war with the country for their oil under the guise of humanitarian aid, despite him literally talking 8 years ago on his personal vlog, saying literally we should help this country on a humanitarian basis and as payment take more than half of their oil. Oh, how could we have known? Also, here's John Bolton talking about how much money we can make from the, you know, the skimming, gonna skim this, skimming, oil. So, as much as I'd like to not succumb to Trump derangement syndrome and actually find a good thing to say about him, maybe most of the things he does are bad. And if he stumbles over a fart into a good idea, he's doing it for the wrong reasons and will end up not doing it for real anyway. But we're going to keep trying. We're going to find a good thing to be like, good job, buddy, at. Decriminalizing homosexuality, anti-war. These are all topics that I've chosen. See, so maybe that's not fair or balanced or trademarked, copyrighted, all rights reserved. So what does he want to talk about, you know? Well, he's really mad at that actor who filed a fake police report for a fake hate crime, and when it was discovered, it was universally condemned, so maybe the president didn't need to weigh in on it and call him a racist. Or maybe he could have been like, this is a really bad thing he did. Hate crimes are real, and there are very few fake ones, and this is a detriment to real victims, and I certainly won't use this to say everyone's racist but me. Or maybe he could mention, here's some more news. A member of the Coast Guard, the United States military, was discovered to be a literal white supremacist obsessed with anti-PC, anti-cultural Marxist terrorist Anders Breivik. And the man was caught stockpiling weapons and planning to kill journalists and politicians who weirdly seem to be all of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. Enemies of the people. Perhaps it's not a symptom of Trump derangement syndrome to feel like you're going fucking insane because white nationalists feel emboldened by the election of Donald Trump, and he can't seem to grasp that or address it properly ever. But again, we're trying to give the president the benefit of the doubt. So let's just ask him what he thinks about the future terrorist in the Coast Guard who wanted to kill everyone Donald Trump regularly attacks.
Do you think that you bear any responsibility for moderating your language when it comes to that?
No, I don't. I think my language is very nice.
Gah. Also,
I'm actually getting a very final briefing and a very complete briefing in about 2 hours after this.
But his schedule is available for us to see. And in a couple hours, he was scheduled to meet with the vice premier of the People's Republic of China. And then, I don't know, take a nap in front of Fox News before heading to give remarks at the Andrew W. Mellon Auditorium. So that's a weird thing. Sounds like a lie. And maybe you didn't even know about it and just said, oh yeah, I'm gonna get briefed on that because you weren't prepared and are very defensive about the nasty words you use for everybody, specifically everybody that guy wanted to kill. And this actually brings me back to him being asked about a global initiative to decriminalize homosexuality and then needing the person to repeat it. And then once the question was repeated, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Now this is interesting because normally when the president is asked something he doesn't know about, he usually very confidently says something made up, whether it's praising the thing he doesn't know about because he wants credit for it, or he says, I'm going to be briefed on it in a little bit, like he did about the terrorist. And it's just interesting that he didn't say, oh yeah, decriminalizing homosexuality, which is good, and I support the program, which I know about. He chose to say, I don't know what you're talking about. And that's just interesting. Oh boy! It's a little hard to find something good that he's done. And I'm not just gonna be like, well, the economy continued to do well after he was elected. Sorry, it doesn't count. So maybe what I care about or what he's been asked about the past few days aren't good metrics. Maybe we should just go back to what he wanted to do, what he promised the voters. So let's take a quick look at Donald Trump's contract with the American voter, his pledge to America. And to be even more fair, let's only cover the literal first thing he promises. Propose a constitutional amendment to impose term limits on all members of Congress. Now, this isn't a bad idea, because so much of Congress is spent thinking about re-election, raising money, pleasing donors. You know, money in politics is a problem. And you know, even if you've been in Congress for decades, maybe that doesn't mean that you actually represent what people need and want. And right before he died, Twitter funny man and Congressman John Dingell wrote a piece saying the way to save our democracy and fix Congress is to get money out of politics, publicly fund elections, and abolish the Senate. But also experience is important. You know, in general, maybe term limits are a good thing. I don't know. I'm not here to judge that. I just know it's literally the first thing the president wanted to do. Now, it's hard to say whether or not this is possible or probable, but it's possible to say that the path to success is a constitutional amendment, and that constitutional amendment has already been written by Ted Theodore Cruz. Seen here, seen here. The amendment limits senators to 2 terms and representatives to 3 terms. Of course, this amendment doesn't affect current members of Congress until after it's enacted, so let's say you're a senator in your 2nd term, and you pass this important amendment to limit senators to 2 terms. Well, you, my friend, get 4 terms. But anyway, this isn't something that the president has abandoned. You know, he brings it up occasionally. So in the interest of the benefit of the doubt, let's hear what he has to say very recently about whether or not he thinks Congressman Steve King should run for Congress again.
You know, I don't know anything about the situation. When did he announce that?
Today.
I have not seen it. He hasn't told me anything, so.
Now, Steve King is somebody the president has described as his ideological twin, basically. Somebody who he doesn't even need to talk to know that they agree on stuff. They're on the same page. Like, here's Steve King describing the zoo-like qualities of building a wall back in 2006. Steve King, of course, has a history of racist comments that have been dismissed by many members of Congress until he finally said that it's a shame we can't call ourselves white supremacists and white nationalists anymore. Now, the president obviously could have said, well, no, I don't think Congress has any place for a person like that. The things he said are unacceptable. I don't support them. He's racist. And I've actually, you know, reflected on some of our similar ideas and realized that maybe they come from a racist place. And I'm reconsidering a lot of things. But no, he shouldn't run for Congress because he's a racist. That's too much to ask of a dim, racist president who can find the time to call Jussie Smollett a racist, but not Congressman Steve King a racist. But that's not why we're talking about this, all right? Because an easy out for the president in this situation might have been, well, Congressman King is in his 9th term in Congress, and I think we should have term limits in Congress. So no, I don't think he should run again. End of answer. Also, here's some more news. A couple of days ago, for no reason, Donald Trump hopped on Twitter to publicly endorse Senator John Cornyn for re-election for his 4th term in Congress in 2020, even though it's currently February 2019. So, I don't know. Getting real Trump derangement syndrome all up in here. I guess we should move on. We tried the first item. I'll see what else we got, all right? Let's see what else. He says replace Obamacare. No, we're not gonna. Okay, so let's do the last one, all right? We did the first. It didn't go great. Let's do the very last one on his contract with the American voter. The Clean Up Corruption in Washington Act, which enacts new ethics reforms to drain the swamp and reduce the corrupting effects of special interests on our politics. So I guess here are some examples of not that to put up on the screen. Also, maybe there are some ethics violations from Donald Trump's cabinet, literally several, literally just this week, and regularly since his presidency began. And maybe we could even ask him about them. Yeah, not that one, not that one, not that one. There we go, that's the one. Fun. Current Labor Secretary and former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, has been alleged to have broken the law in how he handled the sex trafficking case involving pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, who was a longtime friend of Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, and a lot of other people who've flown Epstein's plane, lovingly referred to as the Lolita Express. Trump, who has previously described Epstein as a fun guy who loves women even more than he does, maybe even younger than he does. Interesting choice of words by the president, who presents himself as a hero battling sex trafficking to the point that there's a bonkers-ass cult forming around the idea. But let's see what the anti-sex trafficking good-brained hero has to say about his labor secretary's alleged misconduct regarding the sex trafficking case involving his friend Jeff Epstein.
I really don't know too much about it. I know he's done a great job as labor secretary.
Very helpful and good. Anything else?
That seems like a long time ago, but I know he's been a fantastic labor secretary.
Well, as long as it was a long time ago. Speaking of a long time ago, and the president's support of senators and how he seems to regularly support and be associated with sex offenders and pedophiles, and also speaking of the president being super against the criminalization of homosexuality, pedophile Roy Moore, who was endorsed by Donald Trump, was quoted in 2005, a long time ago, as saying, quote,
homosexual conduct should be illegal. Yes.
Should be illegal.
Yes.
Anyway, moving on. Actually, wait. That. Do we have a second clip of him saying that?
Do you still think that homosexuality should be illegal?
I think homosexuality should be illegal.
Okay. Now moving on. Speaking of draining the swamp and stopping special interests influencing our politics, here's some more news. The president nominated as the U.S. ambassador to the UN Kelly Knight Craft, a Republican mega donor whose husband owns one of the largest coal mining companies in the country, who has donated more than $2 million to Trump, and who has been rewarded gold status in Trump card rewards due to the high number of stays at the president's hotels, which he's definitely not profiting from. Anyway, she'll be representing the United States on issues like climate change. And here's what the wife of a coal baron has to say about climate change.
Do you yourself believe in climate change?
I believe there are sciences that are both on both sides that are accurate.
Okay. Some more good things the president has done. We don't want to fall victim to Trump derangement syndrome. So we're gonna That's the end of that. Thanks for being here. Click like and subscribe and leave a comment. And check out our patreon.com/somemorenews if you'd like to support us. And our podcast, Even More News, if you'd like to listen to us. And you are good. So, here's the news. But Just some of it. The entire country has transformed into a carnival fire after it broke that Robert Mueller, savior to humanity, has completed his long-awaited report on whether or not the man who is somehow the president of a country did a bunch of, or merely some, crimes. And as far as we know, according to some guy who done seen it, he didn't. That guy, of course, is former and current Attorney General William Barr, who once wrote a 19-page letter about how the Mueller investigation shouldn't even exist, and who was once referred to as the cover-up general for his role in covering up scandals, aka war crimes, for both Reagan and Bush the First. So, there you have it. President Trump, not just a nickname, he's the actual president, didn't do those crimes. I guess we were all wrong, and he wasn't a bad president after all, and we here at Cody Shody are sorry that we ever doubted him. Shine on, sir. Shine on. Wait, so maybe there's some more. News, that is. So it turns out that this Mueller report is so steamy that it's too hot for the GOP, and many Republicans have pushed to block it from reaching the public eye. There seems to be a concerted effort to discredit the very idea of the investigation by lying. For example, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy recently called ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee Adam Schiff a modern-day Joe McCarthy, despite slightly less recently saying on recorded audio behind closed doors with Fox News' Paul Ryan, quote, "There's two people I think Putin pays, Rohrabacher and Trump." Laughter. Swear to God. End of quote. Or, for a more specific example, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, gravedigger of democracy, blocked a resolution to release the full Mueller report, despite everyone disagreeing with him. His reasoning was that the cover-up general, not his words, and the special counsel need time to make sure there's no sensitive material, even though the resolution didn't specify a timeline. So, what are you talking about, Mitch? Also, Mueller definitely thought of sensitive material before he submitted the report, and even if he didn't, it wouldn't take weeks to figure it out. So what are you talking about, Mitch? Also, the DOJ is going to allow the subjects of the investigation to redact anything in the report before it's released, which is not how this works. So what are you doing, Mitch? But also, Mitch is apparently very concerned about Russian election meddling, saying, quote, "It is deeply disturbing that the Obama administration wasn't prepared for Russian threats in election meddling." Despite in 2016, quote, "According to several officials, McConnell raised doubts about the underlying intelligence and made clear to the administration that he would consider any effort by the Obama White House to challenge the Russians publicly an act of partisan politics. He told Obama, 'You're trying to screw our candidate,' and refused to sign a letter condemning Moscow for their election meddling. And like a day ago, when President Trump was asked if he had any strategy to combat the Russian election meddling in 2020, the reporter who asked was told by him to be quiet. But anyway, Mitch, he's concerned. But whatever. Maybe the report does need time. The cover-up general can read a more than 400-page report in less than 2 days and make a legal assessment and 4-page summary that only quotes 4 fragments of sentences from the report, one of which clearly stating that the president has not been exonerated, but they need more time, quote, weeks, not months. Like how the Starr report, a 445-page document, was submitted on a Friday, voted on by Congress over the weekend, and released to the public 2 days after it was submitted, becoming one of the most viewed documents on the internet. The Starr report became multiple hardcover books that spawned sequels and an audio tape version selling millions of copies. So we must assume this clearly means the Mueller report is extra hot and steamy. It's treason steamy.
They literally accused the President of the United States of being an agent for a foreign government. That's equivalent to treason. That is punishable by death in this country.
Now, to be fair and balanced, and TM and CNR, she's not saying that accusing the president of treason is treason and punishable by death. She's just saying that people accused the president of treason, and treason is punishable by death. Okay, she's just pointing out that accusing someone of treason is an outlandish thing for a person to claim.
Subversion. It was treason. It was really treason.
Oh. Okay. That's a real normal thing for a leader to imply that treason is being against the leader. Nothing fashy about that. But all right, we're going with, actually, you did the treason by thinking maybe I did a treason. Okay. And I'm sure there's no way that anyone is using this gap of time between a single person's summary of the report and the public actually getting to read the longer and more nuanced version to brazenly conclude sweeping innocence while desperately trying to get the country to move on before anyone takes a closer look.
Fellas, ladies, take the loss. It's over. You got worked. There is no evidence.
You heard the very calm man. Go home. Nothing more to see here in the report that only one person who doesn't believe presidents can do crimes has read. The report, which states about specific crimes of the president, quote, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. Well, that report has totally exonerated the president of crimes, and we all need to just move on. Only here's a fun idea. Let's non-sarcastically do what this man says and move on from the Mueller report for just a moment. Even though we haven't actually read it and absolutely should, let's assume that this long-awaited investigation did legally exonerate the POTUS from collusion with Russia and obstruction of justice. And instead of using speculation, let's take a moment to address the facts that we do know. Because we actually don't really talk about the Russia stuff much on this show, because it's definitely been hyped up. There are better ways to cover it than Putin tells Trump everything to do. There are more important things that maybe the media should be covering during an investigation that they can't do anything about. The idea that Robert Mueller will save everybody from Trump is a wee bit childish. There were a lot of weirdos and grifters who took advantage of it. The hysteria around the case contributed to some xenophobia. Not the president's brand of dangerous, racist, blatantly fascist xenophobia, but still some xenophobia about Russia. And even though Russia did meddle in the election, the Democrats and media have definitely used it as an excuse to engage in zero self-reflection after 2016. But we're here. The investigation has concluded. The calm man wants us to move on. So let's not cover the summary of the Mueller report. Let's just go over the facts in a segment I'm calling A Timeline of Perfectly Normal Events and Behavior. No need to look into this any further. Journey with me to the far, far times of January 2016, when all the kids were blorking down the cyber street on their hoverboards to see the hot new Point Break remake, and a young nation was gearing up for an exciting presidential election. Who would win? We all wondered with glee. Let us eagerly speculate on the totally harmless thefacebook.com while watching this new Louis C.K. special. It was during this same month that a man named Michael Cohen, the executive vice president and special counsel to the Trump Organization, called a Russian official and spoke about a real estate project in Moscow, Russia. Well, actually, let's back up even further to a few years earlier, when each of the current president's big boy sons bragged on at least 2 separate occasions about all of the money they get from Russia, a country that Trump has repeatedly denied having anything to do with, financial or otherwise, at one point saying, quote, you know, the closest I came to Russia, I bought a house a number of years ago in Palm Beach, Florida. Or, as his former campaign manager and current felon Paul Manafort might phrase it.
So to be clear, Mr. Trump has no financial relationships with any Russian oligarchs.
That's what he said. That's what I said. That's obviously what our position is.
Beautiful. You should be in prison for much worse than financial crimes. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, all right? So January 2016. Michael Cohen called a Russian official to talk about the Republican frontrunner for president building a tower in Moscow, Russia, a thing he would later lie to the U.S. Senate Select Committee about and go to jail for. 2 months later, now in March, a Trump campaign foreign policy advisor named George Papadopoulos would meet with Joseph Mifsud, a professor with contacts to the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Just 2 more months after this, and little Georgie Pap would brag to an Australian diplomat that Russia totes has dirt on HRC. This hot goss led the diplomat to report the conversation, which led the FBI to start an investigation in July into whether or not the Russian government was trying to influence or infiltrate Donald Trump's presidential campaign. But before that, Michael Cohen would conduct an email exchange with someone from the Trump Organization concerning a trip to Moscow to discuss a real estate deal. Cut to June! Still before the FBI investigation began, and Julian Paul Assange, editor for WikiLeaks, would go on the record saying that he doesn't like Hillary Clinton because she went after him legally and is specifically targeting her campaign. In a seemingly unrelated headline from that very same month, Trump was urged by his daughter, as well as his sexual rival Jared Kushner, to replace his campaign manager with a man named Paul Manafort, who at the time of his hiring was in debt to pro-Russian interests by $17 million. According to later indictments, Manafort was acting as an unregistered agent for the government of Ukraine, laundering tens of millions of dollars for his work as a lobbyist and consultant. And he was now the current president's campaign manager. So in that same month of June, Manafort, along with Don Jr. and Jared Kushner, met with a Kremlin-connected Russian lawyer in an attempt to get more dirt on Hillary Clinton. We know this meeting took place because despite the president saying it didn't happen, the president also told us it did. It's not speculation, it's a literal fact, like how the RNC changed their platform to be a bit more pro-Russia shortly after Manafort joined the campaign. Then, starting on July 22nd, Assange began a large dump of DNC emails, just a few days before this happened.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
This is the then presidential candidate and now real president publicly urging Russia to hack Hillary Clinton and the DNC emails, literally calling for a cyber attack on the United States. Again, with the strictest attention to facts, that is what he is doing in this video. Trump would then spend the months leading to the election brazenly praising the leaks that would follow, literally saying, "I love WikiLeaks" to a cheering crowd.
Boy, I love reading those WikiLeaks. This WikiLeaks stuff is unbelievable. This WikiLeaks is like a treasure trove. It's been amazing what's coming out on WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks, I love WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks.
Folks, we haven't even gotten to the actual election. We're still in 2016, specifically in the days between September 21st and October 12th, when Donald Trump Jr. has a casual correspondence with WikiLeaks, who asks him to promote their email leaks and give them one of his father's tax returns to make them appear impartial. We know this because Don Jr. himself shared the conversation. He very factually shared it to everyone on purpose, like a kid who proudly holds up his bathtub poo. In that conversation, we see that WikiLeaks asked Trump Jr. to share a specific link, something he absolutely did on October 14th, which ironically is the same day Mike Pence looked Fox News straight in their racist little eyes and claimed that they were not in cahoots with WikiLeaks.
Governor, we know you got places to go, but one other question, final question about WikiLeaks, and that is some have suggested on the left that all this bad stuff about Hillary, nothing bad about Trump, that your campaign is in cahoots with WikiLeaks.
Nothing could be further from the truth.
This, of course, despite, in addition to Donnie Jr.'s communications, the fact that Roger Stone, Paul Manafort's best bud, career rat super fan of an obstructor of justice, currently charged with obstruction of an official proceeding, 5 counts of false statements, and 1 count of witness tampering, was directed by Trump campaign officials to be an intermediary between them and WikiLeaks. And while this was all happening, later investigations would learn that at least 13 Russian nationals were carrying out a campaign of deceit by posing as American citizens and organizing grassroots rallies to support then-candidate Donald Trump. Again, this is a thing that actually happened. These people were later indicted by the United States for this. Other people indicted, of the many indictments made during this investigation that has completely exonerated the president, were 12 literal Russian spies. They were indicted for hacking and leaking emails from the DNC and Clinton campaign, part of one of the indictments reading, "On or about July 27, 2016, the Conspirators 7 attempted after hours to spearfish for the first time email accounts at a domain hosted by a third-party provider and used by Clinton's personal office. At or around the same time, they also targeted 76 email addresses at the domain for the Clinton campaign." July 27th being this day.
Russia, if you're listening.
But in the months leading up to the election, we had no idea about most of what was happening. Perhaps even the man currently in charge of knowing what's going on in a whole country was blissfully unaware of what was going on directly around him. But at least the FBI was investigating whether or not he was knowingly or unknowingly being infiltrated by anti-American foreign interests and agents. And so, on October 28, 2016, FBI Director James Comey made the good but also smart decision to publicly announce that he is reopening the Clinton email probe. So great work, James. James and the giant fucking length of your body. Then the election happened, and it was sad for some people and mean for other people. And on December 29th of 2016, smack dab in that Christmas vacation week, something Trump brought back, actually. He saved Christmas, folks. Anyway, after Trump saved Christmas, folks, Trump National Security Advisor Michael T. Flynn called a senior member of the presidential transition team in Mar-a-Lago a day after then-President Obama signed an executive order announcing sanctions against Russia for meddling with the last election. Something they definitely did. During that phone call, Flynn discusses what he should communicate with the Russian ambassador about those sanctions. Then, immediately after this phone call, Flynn calls the Russian ambassador and asks him not to escalate the situation, effectively going over the head of the then president. On the 30th, a day later, Putin released a statement saying that Russia would not retaliate, just like Flynn asked. Not because Flynn asked, let's not get hysterical, but just like Flynn asked. Finally, we got a new year and a chance to start afresh. Unfortunately, the measurement of time is an artificial construct, and so January of 2017 began with the release of an assessment by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, suggesting that maybe, perhaps, kinda, Russia definitely meddled in our election, whether or not it was effective. This is something that President Trump has never acknowledged or taken seriously, despite even the cover-up general's summary of the Mueller Report affirming it. But anyway, this phone call by Trump's national security advisor was also during the month that both George Papadopoulos and Michael Flynn were interviewed by and lied to the FBI about their previous meetings concerning Russia. Why would they lie? Well, that's a very good question, you. Why did everyone lie about all of this stuff? Why does the president lie about their lying?
The FBI said he wasn't lying, as I understand it, and
that's a lie, a bizarre lie. Because not only did the FBI say that Michael Flynn was lying, so did Michael Flynn. But anyway, 1 week after he was sworn in, Donald Trump arranged a dinner with good decision comer-up-wither James Comey from before. According to Comey, it was during this meeting that the president specifically asks for his loyalty concerning the independent investigation. But in fair and balancedness, this is denied by the White House, who we can all certainly trust to be truthful at this point in time. But in fair and balancedness, it should also be noted that Comey's account is corroborated by an extremely detailed memo only a complete square would write. It was also probably a good idea, and sent it out after the dinner. This nerd memo for dorks, along with describing this loyalty exchange, recounts a jumbled conversation ranging from Barron Trump's height to whether or not the president got peed on by prostitutes. Also, and pretty unrelated, Comey mentions a conversation he had with the food servers about the height clearance in submarines, implying that this very tall man is subtly obsessed with the height of things. Anywho, Trump fired Comey, the height pervert, on May 9th of 2017. The official statement was that a memo by Rod J. Rosenstein concerning Comey's handling of Clinton's emails was the reason why he was fired. Comey's handling of Clinton's emails, of course, being something the president loved and also helped get him elected. But this firing had nothing to do with the ongoing Russia investigation, something even the vice president came out and made crystal clear at the time.
That's not what, but let me be clear with you. That was not what this is about.
Between campaign officials and Russian officials.
That's not what this was about.
Oh boy. And then, literally a day after the vice president said that, our new president of the United States said this.
And in fact, when I decided to just do it, I said to myself, I said, you know, this Russia thing with Trump and Russia is a made-up story. It's an excuse.
So there you have it. The President of the United States going on record flat out confessing that he fired the director of the FBI because he was investigating him, which I think means we don't have to have him as president anymore, right? Like if your local mayor faced allegations of crimes in conjunction with a neighboring town that wants to f up your town, and then your local mayor fired the police detective and then publicly said he did it because that detective was investigating allegations of crimes in conjunction with a neighboring town that wants to f up your town, well then you'd get rid of that mayor, right? Especially when he invites a bunch of powerful people from that neighboring town to brag about how he fired the guy investigating him the next day. Then he, I don't know, like, gives them the keys to all the town's mailboxes. Look, obviously this analogy isn't holding up. And all I really did anyway was replace country with town, because maybe it doesn't need an analogy to convey this point. But to recap, we're at May 19th of 2017, and our president has openly obstructed justice in a very factual way. It can be difficult to prove intention, and as noted by James Comey and Michael Cohen and anyone who listens to him, the president talks like a mob boss and makes himself clear without being explicit. So the vague, contradictory way in which our very normal president speaks, coupled with the failure to establish a clear, corrupt intent, is speculated to be the reason Mueller didn't officially conclude Trump obstructed justice when he fired the man investigating him for crimes. Legal experts and even Comey are confused by Mueller's punting of judgment, but another reason he did this is likely because he is putting the duty on Congress, but only because that's how it's supposed to work. But we won't know until we actually, read the report. So, just going to fly off some other facts that might also be examples of obstruction or manipulating witnesses or encouraging perjury, like telling the FBI director, "I expect loyalty," trying to stop your adorable gremlin of an attorney general from recusing from an investigation into your possible crimes, asking intelligence chiefs to push back against an FBI collusion probe after Comey revealed its existence, ordering Robert Mueller to be fired but then backing off when the White House counsel threatens to quit, dictating lies to your son to lie about your campaign meeting with Russians who have dirt on your political opponent, saying things out loud like, "If Barr had been AG, the Mueller probe wouldn't have happened," saying on camera that you fired your FBI director because of the investigation he was conducting into your campaign's behavior. The special counsel writing in the report that the president is not exonerated. But again, we haven't read it, who knows? Maybe that's all normal behavior. So let's skip ahead to October 2017, and our Georgie boy pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI back in January. Flynn followed shortly after in December. Then, as we spent 2018 marinating in this information, as it slowly came to light, things got, a little grosser.
That affair, according to the Wall Street Journal, between adult film star Stormy Daniels and the now President of the United States.
Remember all the way back in January 2018 when the Wall Street Journal reported that 1 month before the election, Trump lawyer Michael Cohen paid $130,000 to silence Stormy Daniels about her alleged affair with the then candidate? Do you remember that far back? And how this was kind of sort of like a campaign finance violation, but also who gives a shit because the world was a flaming joke? Well, it was that February when Michael Cohen claimed to have paid the hush money completely by himself. And then later, on April 5th, Trump seemed to corroborate this by flat out denying he knew about the payments to Stormy Daniels, saying that he had no idea where the money came from.
Do you know where he got the money to make that payment?
No, I don't know. Did you hear that? Well, in case you didn't, the transcript is on the official White House webpage. As in, it's an absolute fact that he denied making or knowing about these payments. Then, 21 days later, the weirdest thing happened.
But Michael would represent me and represent me on some things. He represents me like with this crazy Stormy Daniels deal.
For some unknown reason, possibly brain-related, our president said the complete opposite of the thing he had said before. And by May 3rd, he was just tweeting about how he reimbursed Michael Cohen for his affair hush money. As if this was, like not a thing that should completely ruin a political career. And cut to nowish, and Michael Cohen is claiming that Trump even directed him to lie about hush money during the campaign. But hey, why should we believe him? He's a liar. He's a known liar. Can we really believe a word said by a liar like Michael Cohen, the only liar who lied about this thing? No, I don't know. Geez. What other facts do we have about the president who's totally exonerated? There's the whole thing where he started a sham university and had to pay a bunch of money to people because of it. Then he went on TV multiple times and accused the judge of mishandling the case because he was Mexican. And that's certainly something a president would get investigated for in the normal dimension we all have clearly been dislodged from via some unseen cosmic event.
We're building a wall. He's a Mexican. We're building a wall between here and Mexico. The answer is, he is giving us very unfair ruling. I'm building a wall, okay?
And it's a wall between Mexico, not another country.
But he's not from Mexico.
In my opinion,
he's from Indiana.
He's Mexican heritage, and he's very proud of it.
Oh, and remember the time he joked about sexual assault and also did some sexual assaults, including raping at least one of his ex-wives? And then there's the fact that he has so many conflicts of interest that Bloomberg has created a database on all of the scandals involving his appointees and family. Speaking of, here's some old news. There was a special investigation into the financial dealings of Jimmy Carter's peanut farm, and they publicly released the 180-page report about it. But anyway, his lies and bullshit, right? His wall-related shutdown and tariff war, they're damaging the economy. The constant growing evidence of his lifetime of financial crimes and bank fraud. The kids in the camps thing, saying out loud that he wanted to ban an entire religion from entering the country. He's lost 94% of his administration's court cases regarding his proposed policies, partly because they're illegal, partly because he surrounds himself with incompetence. He blatantly lied about Mexico paying for that dumb wall. And all of these are facts, which you can look up yourself. Or, I don't know, the fact that he hilariously got toilet paper stuck on his shoe while entering Air Force One after a very long car ride. Technically, a fact about Trump and the last 2 years of his presidency. Just yesterday, he allegedly reversed his Secretary of Education's decision to defund the Special Olympics, though he maintains all other cuts to disability programs while increasing executive salaries. Womp womp, Mr. President. But also, he said this about it.
I heard about it this morning. I have overridden my people. We're funding the Special Olympics.
This is the president saying he heard about something that morning, something his administration proposed weeks earlier in his own budget that everyone else in the country had been talking about for days. My point is, it is a fact that Donald Trump is a habitual liar and a grade A chuckle fuck who is bad at his job. Anyone who isn't a disingenuous grifter or in deep partisan denial can tell that. And if he really didn't knowingly collude with Russia, that means a lot of corrupt people around him, the best people, did. And he somehow didn't notice it the whole time and isn't at all curious about why that would have happened. And that's very strange. His behavior through all of this has been objectively very strange. He continues to not acknowledge that Russia meddled and wanted him to win.
They were sort of for and against both, not just one way.
Nope. He says stuff like,
there was no crime. As you know, you're only allowed to do this legally if there's a crime.
It's only legal to investigate if there are crimes. If there are crimes? What? Nope. Anything else to add, bud?
I was the most innocent human being.
Okay. Anyway, because of all this shadiness and incompetence, and the obvious fact that Donald Trump is pathologically full of shit, a lot of people had it in their heads that the Mueller report was going to be this huge cathartic moment. They imagined the president being dragged away in handcuffs while he dramatically screamed out his crimes like Alan Alda at the end of Murder at 1600, a well-known movie we all remember the plot of. But that isn't what happened. Wesley Snipes and Dennis Miller, they didn't save us. Like everything else in life, we have to be patient and determined and probably just wait it out until the next election and let him know he's not wanted here. He can't sit with us. Although to be fair, he can actually be impeached for many reasons. A simple example would be via the Constitution's emoluments clause, something I mentioned several years ago, back when I also made videos about like how Star Wars is secretly bad but also good or whatever. But also, to be balanced, let's hear about impeachment from someone who talks about the president in the saddest, most mafia-toady way possible, Trump sycophant and Senator Lindsey Graham.
So the point I'm trying to make is you don't even have to be convicted of a crime, because impeachment is not about punishment. Impeachment is about cleansing the office. Impeachment is about restoring honor and integrity to the office.
Cool. Cool, man. The point is, while we absolutely need to sit down and examine Mueller's report when it comes out in weeks or months, or according to Barr just now, sometime in mid-April for some reason, or, just whenever the subjects of the report and the cover-up general are comfortable with it being released. So we'll examine it, because the president's definitely a compulsive liar who obstructed justice. But we also can't spend the next 2 years obsessing over it. There are other things the president is doing, other things America is doing, other things other people are doing. And the solution to Donald Trump isn't shouting Putin puppet at him.
No puppet, no puppet.
The next presidential challenger can't just run on the alleged and factual crimes of the current president, but they need to focus on their own policies and how they intend to help the American people. Let's fix the country, make people's lives better, speak to how they can be helped, not just to how Trump is bad. And then, hopefully, in 2020, if Trump is no longer in office, we can totally arrest him for stuff. Hopefully. Maybe. But maybe don't, base the entire stability of your mental health around it. Or do. I'm not your father. Or am I? Am I? Hey everybody! Thanks for watching that video until the very end, which all of you definitely did. Make sure to like and subscribe and do all the YouTube stuff that you know about because you're not 2 years old. And check out our podcast, Even More News, and our patreon.com/somemorenews. And you are great. Well, that was news. And oh, here's some more of that thing. News. The President of the United States wants to shoot migrants at the border. Whoa! Wow. God, what? Hold on, who wrote this divisive, inflammatory nonsense? I did. Okay. The President definitely wants to shoot migrants at the border. He might not do it, but he wants to. But he might not, but he might, because he wants to. All right, enough fooling around. This is a news show. All right, let's change the title of the video. All right, the president doesn't want to shoot people at the border. Can we be serious, please? Gosh. Thank you. The President, Donald Trump, doesn't want to shoot migrants at the border. He wants other people to shoot them for him. But who will it be? The military? The police? Some other group of people? Only time will tell. But he definitely wants it to happen. Now, there are a lot of ways this could be illustrated. For example, I could simply read something that the president has said. For example, the president has said, in response to a manufactured border crisis, that he's going to have to call up more military, even though they can't act like a military would act, because if they got a little rough, everybody would go crazy, lamenting that they have all these horrible laws that the Democrats won't change, and they will not change them. If only there weren't laws to stop the military from being unnecessarily rough or cruel, I want them to do military stuff at the border. But if they did, people would be mad about it. I'd do it, but everyone would go nuts, but I'd do it. But the laws, but it would be good. I could just point to the president literally saying out loud, with vibrations from his throat and tongue, that he's not going to shoot immigrants, but shooting immigrants would be very effective. End of quote. I won't, but I could, and it would work, but I won't. But boy, wouldn't that be effective, but I won't. Because people would freak out, so I won't. But I could do that, but I won't. But I could. And I could just mention those quotes and probably just roll the credits and be like, well, that's weird. It's real weird that he talks like that and says stuff like that more than a couple of times. It's weird. Really seems like the president wants to shoot migrants at the border. Roll credits. But here at Cody's Shody, we also like to ramble on for a long time. Because I would be remiss if I didn't talk about how Donald Trump has promoted violence against transgressors at his rallies, or his general desire for extreme measures or unnecessary violence, like wanting to execute drug dealers, or wanting police to be rougher with suspects, or wanting to take out terrorists' families. When asked about the military maybe refusing to do this cool idea, Trump said in a debate, "They won't refuse. They're not going to refuse me. Believe me. If I say do it, they're going to do it." He, of course, rolled back on this, like most f***ed up things that pop out of the president's gullet. Quote, "It is clear that as president, I will be bound by laws, just like all Americans, and I will meet those responsibilities." Laws, he might say, like all these horrible laws that the Democrats won't change, and they will not change them. Laws that stop the military from shooting migrants at the border. So it just seems like the president has an authoritarian, aggressive, careless view of the military's role and his ability and desire to tell them what to do. Just recently, he told Border Patrol agents that, quote, if judges give you trouble, say, sorry, judge, I can't do it. This just in, that's illegal. So maybe it's hard for him to get the military to shoot people at the border for him, something he wants them to do. Maybe there's someone else who could do it. Like if there was a quote of the president bragging about how supportive and violent his supporters are. The military, the police, and, oh, fun, private citizens. I can tell you, I have the support of the police, the support of the military, the support of the bikers for Trump. I have the tough people, but they don't play it tough until they go to a certain point, and then it would be very bad. Very bad. And even more fun, here's some more news. The leader of a far-right conspiracy-obsessed militia has been arrested after footage showed them illegally detaining migrants at gunpoint. The FBI, of course, knew about this man and his militia for a long time. He had 3 prior felony convictions, one including impersonating a peace officer. But they did nothing about it until videos went viral of them detaining migrants at gunpoint. So, good job. Now, I'm not saying President Trump supports this group, though it's odd that he has yet to say anything about it, and it's odd that he seems to revel in what he thinks his supporters are capable of. And I won't get into it too deeply, but there's actually a long and detailed history of far-right militias patrolling the border. The U.S. Border Patrol was initially started to appease racist militias. The patrol itself and these militias have a history of severe brutality and torture of border crossers for reasons. Maybe using it as an excuse to exercise their cruelty and racism. Maybe they still do that, though some, I assume, are good people. Anyway, perhaps the most well-known example of these militias is the Minutemen, who came to prominence around 2005. They feared terrorists coming across the southern border, something the president mentions with no evidence. They think they're a bunch of murderers and rapists, something the president said on the first day of his candidacy. They think that we're being invaded, something the president regularly says we're being. And despite saying in public that they're peaceful and only bring guns to defend themselves from the rapists and murderers, they've said other times,
I think they should be shot on sight.
Which, to be fair, the president has not said out loud. But to be balanced, he has acknowledged out loud how effective shooting immigrants would be. Also, side note, one of the founders of the Minutemen is a convicted pedophile, and another prominent member was convicted of murdering a little Hispanic girl and her Hispanic father for looking like drug dealers. The other founder isn't a pedophile or a murderer, he just gets cute little letters from Steve King, seen here giving a speech to the Minutemen. But more on King later, and enough about these militias. They're not the president. It's unfair to say that he thinks everything they think. But it's unbalanced to not point out how similar the things they say and fear are. It's unbalanced to not point out that the President of the United States constantly gins up fear about a, quote, invasion, to the point that militias hear him and arm up and go down to the border, specifically to defend against an invasion. And the President didn't say, wait, don't do that. That's not your job. In fact, it's dangerous for you to do that. Weird omission from the President. And I would say, in general, it's odd how reticent the president is to address any of this, or to renounce racists, or to generally be aware of the effects of his words. I'm not saying he loves and supports these people, it's just odd. Like, I could bring up David Duke, I won't, but I could, and how this ghostly former magic boy of the KKK vocally supports the president's nationalism. And Mr. Duke himself started a militia to patrol the border back in the 70s, and he really supported the president. But when the president was asked about it, he was like, I don't even know who that is, or what he's about, or what, I don't know. And then the president was prodded about it, and he was like, I don't know. I don't know anything about David Duke. In fact, I'm aggravated that you're asking me about it. Except, he also talked about David Duke in 1991 and how f***ed up it was that 54% of white people voted for him in Louisiana. And then he talked about him again in 2000 when he was considering running for president, said out loud with words from his face of the Reform Party, quote, well, you've got David Duke just joined, a bigot, a racist, a problem. I mean, this is not exactly the people you want in your party. Interesting. He also wrote down on paper, also with words, quote, the Reform Party now includes a Klansman, Mr. Duke, a neo-Nazi, Nazi, Mr. Pat Buchanan, and a communist, Miss Lenora Fulani. This is not company I wish to keep. And that's just weird. But to be fair, the president did eventually condemn the endorsement of a wildly racist man who he pretended not to know for far too long.
I disavowed him. I disavowed the KKK. I just did the Today Show, and it was the same thing. And I said, how many times do I have to disavow? Do you want me to do it again for the 12th time?
Strong words from a strong man. But enough about someone the president very forcefully denounced. Who does he support? Well, one of his first pardons was of Joe Arpaio, famous for his tent city jail, the cruelty of. This is maybe relevant considering we're detaining so many people and separating them from their children, and we have politicians on TV suggesting we concentrate these migrants in camps. But not work camps, or bad camps, or concentration camps. They're live camps, for the nice people to live. Arpaio, of course, pardoned by the current president, is on camera referring to his camp as a concentration camp.
My dad told me that if I didn't improve at school, he was going to send me to a concentration camp. I got my concentration real quick. I already have a concentration camp.
Very cool. Good, pardon. We have a quick word from the Minutemen on what we should do with migrants.
We need to start putting them in work camps.
All right. Interesting to note that back in 2005, when the Minutemen were gaining traction, a private vigilante detained a family of immigrants, and in response, Joe Arpaio said, "You don't go around pulling guns on people. Being illegal is not a serious crime." Joe said that. Of course, the Republican base in his town overwhelmingly supported the vigilante, and Joe realized that, and then, well, here we are. But a pardon doesn't mean they agree on everything. You know, maybe the vigilante-loving, immigrant-hating, concentration camp-owning, prisoner-killing sheriff got a pardon because of other reasons. It just seems, at best, highly irresponsible of the president to not be aware of all of these problems, or the signals he's sending, and the things he is not addressing. There's a forgiveness and a normalization here that can't be ignored. A pride in the violence and loyalty he yields that shouldn't be ignored. A campaign of dehumanization that is depressingly apparent. He calls some people animals, but really he means MS-13, despite not specifying that, and he constantly talks about the invasion, something armies usually do. And he has a baffling support of Steve King, seen here building a prototype of the president's dumb as f*** wall idea, in which he says electrifying it is okay because we do it in zoos. Zoos, of course, contain animals. King, in the president's own words, is so ideologically similar to him that they don't even need to compare notes. So we won't. King and the president, and even Trucker Carburetor, regularly talk about immigrants being dirty, from shitholes, making America dirty, in some cases calling them dirt. And we have a right to defend our borders from invasions. All of these people and statements are beloved by white nationalists, by the way, because of course they are. Something King has actually lamented we can't call ourselves anymore. King thinks spotting immigrants is a sixth sense that's based on what someone looks like, or is dressed like, or has the accent like. Maybe the sentiment is why we see so many viral videos of dumb pieces of shit trying to detain citizens because they talk funny, or look too brown, or because they're wearing a shirt of the flag of Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory. Maybe the president talking about how Mexico is sending their rapists and murderers, and now Central and South American governments are sending their rapists and murderers, and they're mostly animals, and some are good, but it's a crisis, an invasion. Maybe this is all encouraging a racist whack job gun havers to do dangerous things, and if the president doesn't want people shot at the border, he could address it, or at least pretend to be aware of it. Because it's weird that he pretended to know nothing about a racist he knew about and then begrudgingly condemned. It's weird that he pretends to know nothing about the white nationalist congressman who he also claims is his ideological twin, but you know, I can't comment on it. I haven't looked into it recently. I just don't know enough about it. I'm the president. And it's weird that he's dismantling programs to combat white nationalist violence. It's weird that after a dumb asshole killed a bunch of Muslims in a mosque in New Zealand due to an existential fear of a migrant invasion, the president said on that day that white nationalism isn't a problem. He doesn't really know anything about it. It's just a few people. And then mere hours later, talked about the coming migrant invasion. And then he complains about how people don't want him to talk about an invasion.
People hate the word invasion, but that's what it is.
It's just a little weird, is all. And maybe the president doesn't want to shoot migrants at the border or want other people to do it for him. Maybe he just wishes he could want to shoot migrants at the border. Because here's some more news. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen, seen here listening to the president describe what her department is doing to migrants and their children at the border. Ah yes, pride. Maybe because they separated many kids from their families and lost a lot of them and said they needed 2 years to find them, and probably will never find them. But anyway, after presiding over an aggressive and some would say cruel campaign to deter asylum seekers from coming to the United States, implementing a purposeful policy of family separation as that deterrent, claiming there was no family separation policy despite other times referring to that policy, well, she recently resigned because she believed the situation was becoming untenable with the president, becoming increasingly unhinged about the border crisis, and making unreasonable and even impossible requests. She's just not tough enough, like the military or bikers for Trump. And speaking of unreasonable or even impossible requests regarding border security, one of the few things that briefly got Nielsen back into the president's good graces, if the president is even capable of grace, was when she allowed the use of tear gas on migrants at the border. Tear gas, of course, is banned internationally during war times and is considered a war crime, but luckily it's okay to use domestically. So let's hear it for that. Hip hip, boo! Before this tear gas use, the president can be heard saying that the military would consider a rock the same thing as a firearm because, quote, there's not much difference when you get hit in the face with a rock. Citation desperately needed. He, of course, walked this back soon after, saying, I didn't say shoot, but they do that with us, they are going to be arrested for a long time. Now, first of all, arrested for a long time? Do we have a reenactment of someone being arrested for a long time? You are under arrest. But furthermore of all, to be even more fair, his rock quote is often taken out of context. Fake news! Before saying rocks are like guns and the military will treat them as such, he was asked if he envisions the US military firing at migrants at the border. And Trump said, I hope not. And you know what? I agree. I also hope that the president doesn't envision the military firing at migrants at the border. And since we're being fair, TMCR, we might as well also be and balanced, TMCR, and once again point out that he was finally happy that the Secretary of Homeland Security used tear gas, and then she resigned because she wouldn't go as far as he wanted her to, and has recently been heard saying he isn't going to, quote, shoot immigrants, but shooting immigrants would be very effective, and has even more recently been heard complaining that the military can't act like a military in regards to the invasion, because if they got a little rough, people would be upset, and we got those damn horrible laws stopping the military from acting rough, like the military at the border against the invasion. But he won't shoot them, but he could, and it would work. But he won't, but it would work, and we could. But I won't. The laws won't let us, but it would work if we did it. But we're not gonna. But I'm gonna bring it up a lot. But I won't do it. But I will bring it up a lot. But I'm not gonna do it. People would be upset. It would trigger the libs. So let's do it! What a bummer. Ah! Hey, thanks for watching to the end of the video if you did, and make sure to like and subscribe and check out our patreon.com/somemorenews to support us. We have a podcast called Even More News. You can like and subscribe and like and subscribe. This is news? Donald Trump, a man who received 2.5 million fewer votes than Hillary Clinton, is the president? That doesn't seem right. Hold on. What? All right. He thought his last name was Apple? Okay, well, so apparently something went very wrong with the last election. It's as if the majority wishes of the American people was circumvented by a seemingly antiquated system that many are losing faith in. It makes sense why a great deal of the 2020 candidates are adding drastic election reform to their loose campaign promises, teasing the notion of considering, perhaps thinking about a chance of eliminating the Electoral College, altogether maybe if there's time. But before we maybe possibly take a sledgehammer to the foundation of our current system, let's curiously finger at its stony crevices to discover what exactly is the dilly with this Electoral College. Yes, let's finger it and find the dilly. Now, just as a refresher, none of us are technically voting for a presidential candidate on election day, but rather a group of electors in your state who, in most cases, have been designated by each candidate's political party. The number of electors per state match with the number of Congress people, 1 for each member in the House of Representatives and 2 for the senators. Since bigger states have more representatives, they also have more electors, the grand total being 538 across the US of A. Bigger states have more resources, so it's a lot like that movie where all the cities are fighting, Mortal Engines, because it's really boring and terrible to think about. Most states also have a winner-takes-all system where every elector counts toward whoever won the majority, meaning that candidates simply have to focus on appealing toward most of the people in each state in order to reach the 270 votes required to become president. And this is how someone like Trump can lose the popular vote, because if enough of the majority is either spread out or crammed into single districts, their votes can count much less than they should. The electoral map is a mosaic with only 2 colors. It doesn't always capture nuance, and every so often will misrepresent the wishes of Americans. And if you're curious why we have the system at all, aside from being a way to uphold slavery, well, statistically speaking, it works more than it doesn't. Out of all the elections we've had, there have been only 5 cases of a president winning without getting the popular vote. That's about an 8.5% failure rate. It only feels much worse because of, you know, these 2 guys. The second reason is that the EC prevents candidates from focusing their campaigns on heavily populated areas while leaving rural America holding their respective genitals. Traditionally, that has been the reason we've kept the Electoral College, and it's not a bad reason. But the thing is, the internet has most likely changed the way elections work. The country is smaller, and information gets around faster despite where the candidates are physically campaigning. As we learned in 2016, social media is equally, if not more effective in terms of reaching voters, especially if you have a whole other country chipping in for you. But the thing about that thing is, there are still issues like agriculture and coal mining and crime that affect certain regional areas more than others. So it is important we have a system that doesn't favor one geographical area more than another. Completely destroying the Electoral College will just create an entirely new imbalance that could possibly be worse than what we have now. It's complicated and boring, like the movie Mortal Engines, which I have not seen. Still, it stands to reason that the Electoral College is outdated and at least needs a tune-up. Unfortunately, just fixing it isn't that easy either. For example, one seemingly obvious solution is to have each state abolish the winner-take-all rule, and instead have each of their electoral votes reflect the percentage of the population voting for each candidate. So if a state had 10 electoral votes, and 60% of the state voted for candidate A, then they would get 6 of those votes. Which is crazy, because in this scenario, candidate A stands for Adam Baldwin. And I liked Firefly too, but how could you all vote for that maniac? You should be ashamed. Anyway, there's nothing stopping states from using this percentage model. It's called the congressional district method, and in fact, both Maine and Nebraska vote based on this system. Only, well, here's the thing. According to multiple studies, while it would have come closer in results, this system still would have cost both Gore and Hillary Clinton the elections. It doesn't fix the popular vote issue, which would only be solved if we did away with the Electoral College completely. But again, that would create entirely new problems, because again, it's complicated. And kind of boring, and extremely important to our democracy. But also, fixing the Electoral College isn't actually the most important concern when it comes to elections. I know it seems real bad right now, but honestly, there's a whole other branch of government that's way worse. I won't make you guess it's the legislative branch. They are the dysfunctional winners. Congratulations to the mostly white guys. Because of a widening population gap between bigger states with more cities and much less dense rural areas, we've been seeing a troubling imbalance in representation. As the New York Times pointed out, there are 62 senators who represent the same number of people as 6 other senators. The anthropomorphic flat tire that is Mitch McConnell, for example, holds an infuriating amount of power despite being elected by a state with half the population of New York City. If you ignore political parties, the majority of the Senate represent only 18% of the population. If you don't ignore parties, Republicans represent just 44% of the country, while still holding the majority in Senate. So if you're wondering why, statistically speaking, most of you watching this are in a perpetual state of white-knuckle rage, that's because the people making decisions don't actually represent most of you. It's a broken system that's only going to get worse. That's why it's important to try to at least make our congressional elections functional, lest we burn it all down and start over. Something that isn't the worst idea. But probably the subject of another video a year from now when I'm wearing body armor and am somehow more disheveled. So yeah, let's stick the Electoral College on the back burner and focus on a bigger problem concerning Congress, and that thing is gerrymandering, aka the redrawing of district borders in order to gain a political advantage in an area. It's similar to the issues with the Electoral College in that it's partitioning the majority into smaller chunks where they aren't the majority anymore. This is done through either packing, which is when a large group of like-minded voters are crammed into one district where their collective vote is given a smaller representation within the state, or cracking, which is when that large group is spread across several districts thinly enough to make them the minority in each individual chunk. While partisan-based gerrymandering is somehow illegal, it has been getting very out of control in certain battleground states. People in Ohio, for example, can walk into their backyards and suddenly be in another district. When a congresswoman called Governor John Kasich's office to complain, they laughed at her and hung up, like literal villains. This is done by both Democrats and Republicans, and is currently the subject of several court battles that will make their way to the Supreme Court. As of this video's release, they are either still being decided or currently being appealed. And while that sounds like a good step toward progress, it's actually not that thing. Because there's a chance that the Supreme Court could set a precedent that would make gerrymandering worse. Not to mention they historically haven't been able to solve or really address the issue at all. Which is why we go back to the problem of congressional representation and the people who are able to fix it. If you haven't figured it out yet, they happen to be the people we elect through gerrymandering. Otherwise known as the people who benefit the most from not fixing gerrymandering. Right now that's Republicans. Later it'll be Democrats. Meanwhile, the only people saying it's a problem are the people who aren't in charge. It's almost like we created a system where the people in power hold the most control over how power is given. Luckily, as the saying goes, power never corrupts ever. So until the cycle ends, we're going to continue taking chunks of land and labeling them as blue or red, and the minority group in those chunks will continue to be forced to either accept it or leave. A Democrat in rural Texas has no say, nor does a Republican in liberal New York. It makes sense that voter turnout is especially lower in non-battleground states and will probably keep getting worse. Voting for the minority party in one of these safe states is like being a child buying plastic food with play money. It's a meaningless gesture that breeds only the darkest of scorn in the toddler's heart that they will never forget and eventually rise up against you, which is why we keep them in cages, probably. So once we successfully beg our congresspeople to maybe do a thing about the thing, how can we easily fix gerrymandering? Remember, we're talking about getting politicians to agree on changing something. So forget about big, useful acts of progress, lest we, do that burning it all down thing I mentioned. Well, for starters, instead of letting the politicians do it, we can create an independent organization in charge of drawing district lines, one that is, in theory, nonpartisan. It's better than nothing, but the obvious problem is that these would still be human beings, humans who enjoy money. But you know who doesn't enjoy money? Some kind of robot, a computing robot to specify, one that uses math. Math that could at least regulate gerrymandering with something called the efficiency gap, which is basically a numerical score given to a state that would rate how unfairly wasted the votes were in any given election. For example, if a party had a 20% efficiency gap in a certain area, that means they won 20% more seats than they should have based on what proportion of supporters they had. If we agreed on using this model, lawmakers could actually set a hard number that states couldn't cross. The problem is that this is all still being decided by the Supreme Court, an institution that just last year referred to statistical evidence of the effects of gerrymandering as, quote, sociological gobbledygook, because our country is being run by the kids who farted on you in high school. I'm sorry, boofed. Clearly that's the word for that. Anywho, we're not going to get anywhere until we, as a nation, perhaps recognize that there are certain experts needed for certain tasks, and just hire and trust mathematicians and programmers to create a working system that draws district lines for us. This is something that smart people have been doing on their own for smart people fun. And if anyone tries to tell you that you need real humans to make these decisions, keep in mind that politicians are already using algorithms for partisan gerrymandering. Computers are already drawing the unfair lines. So it stands to reason that we can probably use those same computers to draw fair lines. Like if you took a computer and you put basic information like zip codes and population numbers while omitting data like racial demographics and party affiliations, that computer could draw clear district lines based on nothing but the geography. Focusing on zip codes doesn't just make complete sense, but it would make it far less confusing for people to figure out who represented them. And if the robots rise up and systematically wipe out humanity, well, that would also solve gerrymandering. Well, with all the aforementioned burning it down and starting over stuff. But even that could still run into problems. For example, certain districts are gerrymandered in order to preserve representation for minority voters, which is one of the few good reasons to do it. We wouldn't want to just draw a grid on a map because that's not how most communities exist. And it's important to keep communities together, at least to better fight the murderous robots. But there's another way we can do that, and also make gerrymandering far less of a problem. It's going to take a second to explain, so bear with me. Now, you've probably seen this graphic demonstrating the problem with gerrymandering. In it, there are 50 squares, 60% blue, 40% red. And if you were to draw 5 districts from that, you can completely change the outcome of an election depending on where you put the lines. But what if we just didn't draw any lines? What if we made our districts larger? Then, instead of having one person representing that new district, we actually had 5 different people representing them. This is called a multi-member district, and it's already being used in states like Arizona, New Jersey, South Dakota, and Washington. The way it works is that when it comes time for elections, there are a certain number of seats per district to be filled. In my example, that's 5 seats. Each party would then nominate that many people to fill those seats. Citizens would either elect their preferred party as a whole, or one specific person they would want to represent them. Each seat is then given based on the percentage of the vote. So going back to that fake district, which I'm going to call Cody's Shaunty. Cody's Shaunty. If there were 5 seats available, and 60% of voters went with blue, then they would claim 3 of those seats. The other 2 would go to red. So while blue would have the majority in that district, everyone would be represented in proportion to how they voted. And since it's a mix of red and blue politicians representing that district, they would all be more inclined to get along with each other. They would all have to work in the same office, share the same printer, and poop in the same toilet. And best of all, it's really hard to gerrymander when the districts are much larger and instead have multiple seats. There are no lines to draw, and so the only way to skew an election is to have better candidates. They would have to try and junk. Also, if every election is proportional and not winner take all, well, then that would give third parties an actual chance. And finally, places like New York City and rural America would give voice to the minority party in that area. They would have a reason to actually vote. When the New York Times used a program to redistrict the very blue-leaning state of Massachusetts with this model, they found that making larger and multi-member districts would actually give Republicans a fair representation. The same went for Democrats in the state of Texas. If done right, this would barely affect the number of House representatives we have, since we're getting rid of districts but adding multiple members to the larger ones. Then there's a second step to this, which is to completely change how we vote for these people. And that is to use a ranked choice system. The way this works is that instead of voting for a single candidate, we'd all get to rank the candidates in order of who we'd most want to win. The number one choices would be tallied, and if no one has received a big enough percentage, the least popular candidate would be eliminated from the pool. But those voters wouldn't be discounted, and instead their second choice would be added to the final tally of the other candidates, and so on, and so forth. And while that would work really well for choosing your representatives and your senators, you know what would be really nifty for? Electing a goddamn president. If, for example, in the 2016 election, you wanted to vote for Bernie Sanders, but you also didn't want your vote to hurt Hillary Clinton's chances if Bernie didn't win, then you could put her as your second choice. It would completely eliminate the idea that third-party candidates ruin the election, and would in fact encourage people to vote for them, and perhaps create even more parties running at once. Much like multi-member districts making gerrymandering moot, this new system might make us forget about all of the problems of the Electoral College, of which there are at least several. It's a far easier solution than switching to a popular voting system. So, yeah, we have some options. Options that would probably solve some very big problems, while not interfering too much with the system we already have in place. Options that would help both political parties and reinvigorate voters, so we probably won't be seeing them anytime soon. Not without, burning something, burning it down. Metaphorically? Also, and this is going to hurt your brain, but had we used ranked choice in the 2000 election, there's a chance that Al Gore would have won. We could have had Al Gore as president. This guy would have solved that climate change, this guy. Wait, then who would have gotten the Oscar? Bush? Would Bush have gotten an Oscar for like a documentary on his dogs? A dog-umentary? It'd be like a whole new genre. Invented all thanks to me, Cody. You're welcome, Hollywood. That's what this was about. Hollywood. Not the voting stuff. It was about the voting stuff. Scratch that. F yeah! Thanks for watching the end of the video. Make sure to like and subscribe, and check out our podcast, Even More News. Support us on patreon.com/somemorenews. F yeah! Howdy, folks around the glopes. It is the Desk Files on the News Hour show called Some More News, and I'm a newsreader. And I have got some news for you. It looks like in far too many months from now, the Democratic Party will have a presidential candidate, a running mate, and 16 book tours about how they didn't get to do those things. America. And there's a lot to say about all these f***ing people. One might say too many people, and how some are probably better than others, and some have a chance and know it, and some have no chance and know it, and some know they can't win and are only there to push the conversation left. Some know they can't win and are just there to piss off Ted Cruz, or again, book deals and stuff. But today, we're some more newsing about just one candidate, Joe Biden, Uncle Joe. Joe is best known for his having been the Vice President of the United States of America for 8 years, and worse known for other things, which we'll get into. We'll get into it more than Joe Biden gets into women and girls' personal space. Now, although the race is in its early stages and the debates have yet to happen, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. is currently polling quite well among potential primary voters. Yes, everyone seems to love Joe Biden, possibly because he has name recognition and he has yet to stand next to and debate other candidates with ideas or really debated his record at all. Many people support Joe because they think he can beat Donald Trump, despite many of those same people saying that they are actually more excited about and prefer other candidates, seemingly pointing to the possibility that the idea that he can beat Trump is merely making it appear like he can beat Trump. Democracy and traction. And I suppose we'll cut to the chase here and I'll start addressing Joe directly, because he's definitely watching this and we'll watch it until the end. I'll do my best to be polite, Joe, because I do hope you listen, but I can be a little sarcastic about powerful government figures and bores, apparently. So please, don't let my crassness turn you off, Joe, you stupid f***ing dipshit. Sorry. What I meant to say is, Mr. Vice President, sir, I implore you, you stupid f***ing dip, don't run for president as a Democrat. Because, as I'm about to show, you weren't really a Democrat. You're woefully unprepared to fight Donald Trump from the left, and if you really want to help stop him, your battle is on the right. Yes, Joe Biden, primary Donald Trump. Now, I'm not saying that Joe Biden is basically just a Republican. I probably will later, but I'm not saying that right now. Right now, I'm speaking to what, according to Joseph, is the reason he's running, why he feels he needs to run.
The President of the United States assigned a moral equivalence between those spreading hate and those with the courage to stand against it. And in that moment, I knew the threat to this nation was unlike any I had ever seen in my lifetime.
In this announcement video, Joe, you seem to focus exactly only on the rise of a far right, the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally, white nationalism, and so on. You mentioned a column you wrote after that rally about how we are living in a battle for the soul of this nation. And sure, things aren't doing great, but whose soul are you actually talking about? Because the way you're framing it is that you need to run for president because the country is slipping farther right, as if the majority of people didn't vote for the Democrat. 3 million more people, Joe. And maybe part of the problem that you're really talking about is the record turnout that voted in the Republican primary in order to nominate Donald Trump, so that he would represent them and their feelings and their wishes. Maybe part of the problem is the party whose members have shifted from Trump is a kook, if we nominate him, we will be destroyed, this is not who we are, to the president's son should ignore the subpoena issued to him by the Senate. The party whose senator and other presidential candidate goes to their own convention to tell people to vote your conscience. But then what happened, Ted? The party that has protected and lied for Donald Trump every step of the way in order to get his and their policies and judges through. See, Joe predicts
the thing will fundamentally change things is with Donald Trump out of the White House. Not a joke. You will see an epiphany occur among many of my Republican friends.
They'll start working with Democrats. Joe should know. He was vice president for 8 years while Republicans totally worked with him and his boss, working to shut down the government, withholding a vacant Supreme Court seat for 9 months despite an offered moderate nominee, and then publicly bragging about it and claiming it was the best moment of the Republican Senate Majority Leader's career. Biden, in his announcement, referred to Trump
as an aberrant moment in time.
Trump, see, is an aberration. He came out of nowhere. Just the first and only one to embrace birtherism, anti-intellectualism, building a wall, banning abortion, and stopping the liberal elite at all costs. Here's former Republican Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, talking about embracing Donald Trump, who is not essentially a conservative. Trump is an anti-liberal. They're not the same phenomenon, but he may be the most effective uprooter of liberalism in my lifetime. This, of course, eerily echoes Robert Paxton's description of fascism in other people's lifetime, but whatever. The point is, an aberration is an unwelcome deviation from the norm, unexpected, not someone embraced with open arms by former and current members of the party, someone whose policies have been floating around for a while now, whose anti-intellectualism has been flirted with by your friend and war hero whom you respect very much. An aberration that simply embodies everything the Republican Party has been embracing. Because, Joe, here's some synonym for chart that rhymes with news. And this synonym for chart that rhymes with news illustrates the ideology of Congress over time. There have been fluctuations, but if we look at the last more than 20 years, Joe, you might notice something. The center of the Democratic Party, the moderates, the ones holding strong in the middle, well, that is held. That line goes straight down, consistently. But if we just hop over to the GOP, you might notice, around the time Newt Gingrich from earlier was Speaker of the House, the center of the Republican Party starts to just a little bit. Then, of course, our good friends George W. Bush and Dick Cheney hop in, and just some more, just a little bit more. Speaking of Dick Cheney, liar and war criminal who also shot his friend in the face and then the friend apologized to him for it, Joe Biden likes him.
I actually like Dick Cheney for real. I get on with him. I think he's a decent man.
Anyway, after that administration, noted communist and secret Kenyan Barack Obama aberrant descriptors, completely untethered to any particular party, movement, or person, well, he and Joe won the White House, and the Republican Party just... The point here, Joe Biden, who is still watching this, which I really appreciate, is that the moderate center of the GOP has gone farther right, especially over the last couple of decades, while Democrats have remained where they were. This shift right has been going that way for a while. But Joe Biden, you seem to think that all it takes to bring them back towards the center, to save the soul of America, is a moderate Democrat who loves complimenting Dick Cheney and who wants to reach across the aisle and compromise, bring the country together. And respectfully, Mr. Vice President, what the f*** is wrong with you? Where do you think that conservative center will move, or in this case, keep moving, if the Democrats offer up a candidate more moderate than the previous president who oversaw part of their very aberrant shift to the right? You think these very responsible and honest people will just suddenly stop their push to the right because the Democrats have yet another corporate centrist leader? Joe, I'm sorry, but you don't get it. Trump isn't an aberration. He's a manifestation. He has been coming. He is a symptom of so many of our problems. He's a spotlight pointed directly at the things that the spotlight is made out of. If you want to save the soul of America, you're just doing it wrong. Now, I'm not arguing that the Republican Party should be saved. But if you want to do what you say, Joe, if you want to save America's soul, you need to understand the problem. And I'm not sure if an establishment, centrist, corporate Democrat who's inextricably linked to previous Democratic administrations is resonating with people. Donald Trump won for many reasons, but one of the main reasons is that he capitalized on the working class's legitimate grievances and conned them by scapegoating immigrants and ginning up fear and hatred and giving them easy solutions to complex problems. And the Democrats did nothing to address those grievances. And if we want to take Joe at his word, he is running not necessarily for anything in particular other than defeating Donald Trump. He wants to get back to normal when things were good. Now, one can argue that Trump bad isn't the strongest of cases for wanting to be the president, but whatever, let's hear him out. Meet him where he is. Joe, you think Trump just came out of nowhere and does not represent the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. And you think this Trump aberration is linked to this. What Joe is weirdly not saying out loud in so many words is that he thinks that Donald Trump is a fascist. He's not a Republican, he's not a Democrat, he's this. He's a fascist. Now, I agree with you, Joe. Probably not for the same reasons, but I agree with you. And Joe, you know how you defeat fascists? By centrist corporate policies that don't meaningfully address the problems that made people vote for the fascists to begin with, and trusting that the party that embraces that fascist will, come to their senses. But I forgot to write "be sarcastic" in big letters on this page. Fascists, according to historians, Joe, are among other things a movement against the left that capitalizes on populist grievances and the growing unpopularity of weak liberal policies to address their concerns. And they collaborate with conservative elites who want nothing more than to destroy the left and maintain their power. This is just what happens in history, Joe. It can also be found tripping ass backwards from the mouths of babes, like when Ben Shapiro went on TV to say the Republicans aren't the party of Trump, they merely support him in everything he does in order to get their policies through. Describing history with no sense of irony or self-awareness. So, Joe, if you believe Trump is a fascist who came out of nowhere and doesn't represent the Republican Party, you should at least understand the relationship between him and the party. Another historian of the Holocaust recently wrote an article comparing today's GOP with the conservatives who collaborated with the Nazis during the rise of fascism in the 20s and 30s. He refers to Mitch McConnell as a gravedigger of democracy. Mitch, Joe, you might remember as the guy who before Donald Trump worked against democracy, but after Donald Trump, that's where the epiphany will come. Joe, you f***ing moron. If you want to take out Trump as a centrist who just wants to get back to normal, side note, just because before Trump was normal doesn't mean it was good. But if you want to get back to that, The way isn't to make the left more moderate in the face of what you yourself seem to think is the rise of a fascist figure and movement. It's to bring the party of the collaborators back towards the center. And you can do it, Joe, because you're kind of a Republican. And before we get into some specifics about that wild claim, I'd like to talk about women. Joe Biden, champion of women, led the charge to totally f*** over Anita Hill in regards to her sexual harassment claims against a nominated Supreme Court justice. He spent decades ignoring it to the point where it was a joke in her family's household that whenever their door would ring unexpectedly, someone would say, "Is that Joe Biden coming to apologize?" But he didn't. Oh, scratch that. He did, about 2 weeks before he announced he was running for president. Very brave. Then that little story, sort of slipped out for everybody to know. He apologized. He did it. And then on the date he announced his presidential candidacy, Anita Hill came forward and said, yeah, he called, and I do not accept his apology. Incidentally, on that same day, old working class Uncle Joe held his first fundraiser at the CEO of Comcast's mansion. Incidentally, Hillary Clinton did a similar thing back then. Oh, good sign, Joe. Incidentally, the Democratic Party has a questionable relationship with Comcast. Good sign, Joe. But back to women and how Joe Biden just doesn't get it. There are so many extremely uncomfortable videos of him touching women and girls, and in some cases, freaking babies. Who goes in front of a camera and touches a baby like that when the baby is already being held? Joe, what? Anyway, this isn't just a problem when and where there are cameras around. Several women have come forward with stories about Joe's uncomfortable way of invading others' personal space, kissing them on the forehead or the back of the head, smelling their hair. And his response was that times they are a-changin', and I'm gonna listen to you, and I'm gonna stop. Times are changing, Joe. It was never okay for you to sidle up behind a strange woman and smell her hair. The thing that's changed is that women are coming forward about it and less worried about powerful men destroying them for it. But anyway, I'm not saying that Joe is like a rapist or a sexual predator, and I'm not saying that his behavior is the same or worse than Donald Trump's behavior with women. But it's real crazy, Joe. It's bad. And you said you'd stop it, but just like a few f***ing days ago, you were in a video telling some little girl to give her your address to talk about the issues, and then telling her what a good-looking girl she is, and doing that unnecessary, like, weird touching thing that you do. People don't like it, Joe. They liked it when you said you'd stop. Joe? Actually, sorry, that's not true. Republican columnist for the New York Times, Bret Stephens, does like it. Thinks it's fine and no big deal, as long as you're pissing off millennials, which maybe shitting on millennials, a growing voter bloc that might overtake all other demographics in 2020, isn't a great strategy. But Republicans like a lot of things about you that Democrats don't. And they don't think you should apologize for this behavior because Republicans are the party of Trump, Joe. So considering what you know, Joe, maybe what the country needs right now isn't a year-long presidential campaign in which one candidate is gross with women and the other candidate is also gross with women. And one candidate shamelessly says, "You're gross with women." And the other candidate in response is like, no, you're gross with women. And then one of them will say, like, well, you're worse with women. And the other will, no, you're worse with women. That sounds like a lot of fun for women. Can we not, Joe? Can you not? Because one of those people will then be the president. You think what the country needs is a president that's gross with women, or a president that's gross with women. Maybe you can challenge him for the Republican nomination, and you can be the one that's gross with women. It doesn't seem like the Democrats are cool with that anymore. They seem to have purged themselves of that, like they easily did with Al Franken, and like the Republican Party did with Citation Needed. Get it over with, Joe. Get the angry old white men yelling about who's worth with women over with. And then you can be the one. And maybe you'll have to go up against, I don't know, maybe the woman who got into politics because of your specific relationship with banks. But enough about that. Who cares about women? Let's talk about Joe, the man, the myth, the legacy. Like how he wrote and championed the 1994 crime bill, and when it's brought up that it definitely contributed to mass incarceration, he just says, nuh-uh. How, for lack of a better word, Trumpian of him. Speaking of the 1994 crime bill, Republican columnist Bret Stephens really likes it and thinks you should be proud. Maybe that's a sign, Joe. In fact, Republican Bret Stephens of the New York Times really likes you. A lot of Republicans seem to. So maybe you're Republican-ish. Because here's some more synonym for chart that rhymes with news again. A few decades ago, there used to be liberal Republicans more liberal than some conservative Democrats, and vice versa. The last time that was true was 1992. You can bring us back there, Joe. I know you're desperate to. Because to be clear, I'm not saying necessarily you're like a modern day Republican, but you're kind of like a 70s, 80s Republican. A lot of your actions in the past have been, by your own admission, to prove you can be like a Republican. Your crime bill was to show you too can be tough on crime. Similarly, that's why Joe pushed civil asset forfeiture. Did you know that? Civil asset forfeiture, the practice of cops taking your shit because of suspicion or any reason, that exists across the country because Joe Biden pushed it early in his career. It's not a great look, Joe. Joe also buddied up with segregationists to resist busing. Not a great look. Joe proudly gave the eulogy for Strom Thurmond. Not a great look. Joe voted for an amendment that would allow states to overturn Roe v. Wade. Not a great look. He once said Iowa schools do better than DC ones because there are fewer black people. Not a great look. In 2006, he talked about people who hire illegals and how, folks, I voted for a fence. I voted, and unlike most Democrats, and some of you won't like it, I voted for 700 miles of fence. Not a great look. He pushed for illegal aliens to be required to learn English to immigrate. Not a great look. He complained about being responsible for dealing with America's racism and history of slavery in the 70s, claiming that Republicans in the South are good for the Negro. Not a great look. Though, to be fair, it was the 70s, people talked different back then. But to be balanced, the full quote is, good for the South and good for the Negro. Good for the black in the South. He corrected himself. He knew. Not a great look. In 2008, he said a liberal Dem from Delaware could do well in the South because, quote,
You don't know my state. My state was a slave state.
Not a great look. He just got a D- from Greenpeace regarding his positions on climate change. And even though his full platform hasn't been rolled out, not a great look. But Joe, this is all actually not a bad look for a Republican. Primary Trump, Joe. Democrats don't really want you anymore anyway. Republicans kind of do. Maybe because you're actively against Medicare for all, because think of the private insurance companies. Perhaps Joe has misread 2016 and the distaste for establishment politics. Joe, do you have any comment?
Everybody's got to do their part. I'm not talking about soaking the wealthy.
Stuff like this is why Mermaid Boy Howard Schultz has stated in several ways, several times, that if Joe Biden gets the Dem nomination, he won't run for president. But if Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren do, he'll run, ensuring a Donald Trump victory. Because he and the percentage of Americans who are grotesquely wealthy would rather Donald Trump be president than have their taxes raised. That's the reason. Higher taxes on the grotesquely wealthy is socialism, you see. In fact, according to reasonable Republicans who totally didn't usher in the age of Donald Trump and will definitely have an epiphany once he's gone, Joe Biden, the private insurance defender, is a socialist.
Whether it's Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, or somebody else, the nominee for president on the Democratic side is going to be on a path to try to turn America into a socialist country.
Noted socialist Joe f***ing Biden. Kudos to the eventual epiphany haver for his hot take. Very smartly placed confidence, Joe. According to Newt Gingrich, Joe Biden will attract voters who value emotion over facts. Not Donald Trump. That guy's a fact machine. Do you get it yet, Joe? These people and how they view Donald Trump, an alleged aberration, as a welcome extension of what they've been doing and saying for years? Do you want to offer them a 90th chance to come to their senses? Or do you want to get in their face, actually challenge them on their own turf, and knock them senseless? It's pretty clear that you don't have a plan or policy beyond, I want to fight Trump. And that's fine, he sucks. But fight him on his turf and understand the party you want to compromise with. The guy who blocked a Supreme Court nominee for almost a year and said it was the best moment of his political career, and that he did it because confirming in an election year is unprecedented, even though it's not. Just a few days ago, he said that he would totally confirm a Supreme Court justice in 2020, an election year, and that his actual resistance to it was because of the tradition of not filling a vacancy when the Senate and the presidency are controlled by different parties. Another thing that is not true. Thanks for the information, Google.com. Let's bring it home for Joe, a naive, adorable f***ing dipshit.
If I'm still the majority leader of the Senate after next year, none of those things are going to pass the Senate. They won't even be voted on. So think of me as the Grim Reaper.
Grim Reaper, gravedigger of democracy, however a historian or the actual person prefers to say it. Joe, if you believe that the Democratic Party is fighting the rise of fascism, the solution is not a gaffe-prone, folksy, mild-policyed candidate who wants to hold the center on the left while the right blatantly moves right and says they will continue to obstruct everything because of lies. Maybe reaching across the aisle and saying, hey, we can work together to the you know we won't party is a losing strategy. Maybe mildly addressing, but not actually addressing our problems in the face of someone who's real good at least lying about solving those problems is a losing strategy. And America, it doesn't really have a left party anymore that tries to seriously address these issues. It has a centrist, socially liberal party. And as we've discussed, Republicans, the one that's farther right than a lot of conservative parties in Europe, and the only major political party still denying climate change. But people in general, Joe, are fed up with the establishment, with massive wealth inequality, with a lot of things. And if your pitch to America is that you want to be president so we can go back to normal, then you don't get it. Normal wasn't good. It was just normal. Americans don't want normal, they want better. So don't pitch to them, pitch to the GOP. A lot of them apparently do want to go back to normal, and that's you. The liberal conservative of their dreams. Trump, but like less racist and rude and ignorant and so on and so forth. And here's a better pitch from you to the Republican Party. There's a common phrase used over the past few decades, not your father's Republican Party. George W. Bush, former president and boss of decent man Dick Cheney, who once shot his friend in the face and then had that man apologize to him. Well, Bush and his campaign framed the GOP as not your father's Republican Party. We're the cool party. Al Gore may have invented the internet, but Republicans are making it work. Yes, the right wing on the internet truly helping things work. But some years later, the phrase started popping up again from the Democrats with a different connotation. This is not your father's Republican Party. This noted their ever-growing ties to religious groups and big business and, some like racism, the Tea Party. Democrats noticed something changing about Republicans, a trend we've already explored. They called the GOP out, worried, quote, I don't get it. I don't get it. This is not your father's Republican Party. This is a different deal. This is a different outfit. There are tons of examples of this, and a lot of them, a real lot of them, including the one I just said, come from Joe Biden. Joe, who allegedly thinks that Trump just came out of nowhere, but once he's gone, then things will change. Biden. Unreal, man. Unreal. But that can be your pitch, Joe. Flip it on its head again. Primary Donald Trump, which will piss him off so much, and let the people know. This isn't your father's Republican Party, all right? You know your father who voted for Donald Trump. I'm not some crazy leftist socialist libcuck. I'm pretty moderate. Banks love me. I did some racism, at least a couple of times. I'll acknowledge climate change, but only kind of do stuff about it. I'm not going to soak the rich. I'm cool on whatever gay shit you want to do and apparently open to states overturning Roe v. Wade. I can generally be a moderate or left-leaning Republican who isn't the nastiest and most ignorant person imaginable. I'm not your father's Republican Party. I'm your father from the 80s Republican Party. I'm what you can perceive as a reasonable, better Republican. I mean, check out all of these women and girls I've touched inappropriately. Sorry, that was a cheap shot, I know. But we could probably all use one. Thanks for watching, Joe, which you definitely did. You should probably come up with something better than not your father's Republican Party, but you get my point. Now go primary Donald Trump. Or don't run at all. That'd be cool too. Should have just said that. See you later, some of the news, and hey, how you doing? Some more of that news. And here it is. The United States of America is having a bit of a national conversation about its problem of taking out groups and unfavored populations the president describes as an invasion, and concentrating those populations in camps. Now, although a specific term for that comes to mind, that's actually a pretty accurate term, it's important we don't use it. So then it doesn't sound so bad. The United States of America's Japanese-American internment camps, which I think we can all agree were a terrible yet not uncharacteristic blight on the wavering illusion of American greatness, well, those camps that were bad were referred to as war relocation centers because the Supreme Court decided it was, quote, unjustifiable to call them concentration camps with all the ugly connotations that term implies. Agree. We wouldn't want any ugliness surrounding these internment camps. So let's call these like temporary emergency influx shelters. That's actually what the government is calling these new camps, temporary emergency influx shelters. Missed opportunity with concentration camps, but oh well. Whatever you want to call them, I don't know, seems bad. As much as 155 detainees in cells meant for 35, 41 meant for 8, 76 meant for 12, etc., and so on. A large number meant for a small number, causing, as one would assume, sanitation problems. People standing on toilets just to get some breathing room above the toilet. There are countless horror stories about these facilities, about the guards, the conditions, lawyers and inspectors referring to them as basically torture facilities. It seems bad. Kids separated from their families, taking care of infants they don't know, no diapers, toothbrushes, things like that. The kids in the cages, you know, you've seen. But some of those photos are from Obama, though. Obama started it, you type feverishly in the comments. Yeah, but only kind of, and that's not good, but it's also not a reason to be okay with it now, and it's also not nearly as severe or as many kids because it was only for unaccompanied minors. Not like now where it's kids specifically and deliberately separated from their family, something that's traumatizing enough without the horrible treatment and conditions they're dealing with. And I'm sure you've heard some awful liar of a website or the actual president say that it's Obama's fault actually, but just take 2 seconds to look it up. They're liars. They're lying to you. And I don't know, it just seems like, why even mention Obama if not to derail the whole thing and obfuscate the issue and forgive the cruelty and ultimately not address it? Somebody replies to your comment as you click away and never return. Anyway, this has been our new segment, Thanks, Obama. Anyway, the traumatized, very sad kids have no toothbrushes or soap or blankets, which some could argue violate the Flores Agreement, which since 1997 has set national policy for the detention, treatment, and release of minors in custody, things like safe and sanitary conditions. Others, of course, would argue that Flores is not violated in the case of the toothbrushes and soap and general unsanitary conditions, like this person arguing that.
It's within everybody's common understanding that, you know, if you don't have a toothbrush, if you don't have soap, if you don't have a blanket, it's not safe and sanitary. Well, wouldn't everybody agree to that? Do you agree to that?
Well, I think there's fair reason to find that those things may be part of safe and sanitary.
Maybe are.
These Trump goons and their Trumpish goonery, disgusting. Also, this is a career employee of the Justice Department and has been since 2011. She actually argued for the Obama administration as well, arguing that solitary confinement for kids doesn't violate the Flores Agreement. So I guess that's actually the end of another installment of Thanks, Obama. But like the tone is different, indicating that maybe despite Trump exacerbating this and being miles more cruel about it, this is just America. But anyway, it seems bad in general, you know? This Justice Department employee in 2018 also defended the new policy of separating migrant children from their families, claiming that it had occurred due to necessity and not for the purpose of deterrence. This, of course, is a real big, provable lie, which brings us to the real reason we're here today. And that's John Kelly, alleged adult in the room and former Secretary of Homeland Security, turned into White House Chief of Staff, turned into a man clearly betting that hell doesn't exist.
If you get some young kids who are coming in, managed to sneak into the United States with their parents, our Department of Homeland Security personnel going to separate the children from their moms and dads.
We have tremendous experience in dealing with unaccompanied minors. We turn them over to HHS, and they do a very, very good job of either
putting them in kind of foster care or linking them up with parents or family members in the United States. Yes, I am considering, in order to deter more movement along this terribly dangerous network, I am considering exactly that. They will be well cared for as we deal with their parents.
There we have Jay Kell proposing, as Secretary of Homeland Security and adult in the room, that they separate undocumented children from their parents as a form of deterrent against immigration. A, one could argue, monstrous idea that they've lied about and that people don't like, and also doesn't seem to be working. But also, before his time in the White House, John Kelly had previously sat on the board of DC Capital Partners, owner of Caliburn International, who run the Homestead facility, aka the largest and only for-profit child detention centers. And so Kelly proposed separating and detaining children, knowing that it would benefit the company he previously worked for. And then he left the White House, and then he joined the board of Caliburn, effectively making money off of the terrible policies he pushed for, having known it would benefit Caliburn, his former and current place of work. And while he's certainly not the only politician making money from the companies making money off of detention camps, he's the only one who made the very direct decisions ruining other human lives in order to gain his personal profit. Like you should pause this video and take a moment to think how history is going to speak of John Kelly, the adult in the room. A room that's full of scared immigrant children he suggested we put in cages, which we did, and now he's making money from it. You know how sometimes you're like, is there an adult we can tell? The president clearly obstructed justice and is unfit for office, but the few people who can do anything about it aren't, and so you're just like, who else can we tell about this? Or like when the president, who's been leading a war on the press and has made comments about jailing reporters and who has praised politicians who have physically assaulted journalists for asking him a question, well then that president dude starts joking about getting rid of journalists with world leaders who have journalists murdered. And he's just, and you're like, who can we tell about that? Like that's not good. Somebody should do something about that. And then you have a high-ranking official who the media and politicians claimed was going to be a sobering, responsible figure amidst the cruel, ignorant chaos of the Trump administration. And that high-ranking official starts a policy that would increase the number of traumatized kids detained in for-profit camps. And that adult leaves and gets a job at the company that profits from the cage up more kids idea. Just, I guess a senator running for president can say, here's my plan to make this not happen in the future if I'm president. But in terms of John Kelly, it's just, enjoy it while you can, I guess, or resign for shame on you. And it just seems like the media should be talking about this more, like this specific aspect of it. The kid camp idea haver, profiting from the kid camp idea at the company he was already previously involved in from before he did the kid camp idea. Like, talk about it more. It just seems significant. Ask the president about it. You don't even have to frame it like he and they are all monsters. Just be like, hey, Prez, I know you're really into draining the swamp, and your first promise to the American people was to like stop the people in government from profiting when they leave. But here's a dude who's objectively doing that. Regardless of the kid camp stuff, it seems like you'd be against that, bud. And then watch him not answer and weasel out of it and move on and nothing will get done. That will be fun for everybody. But it just seems like, A, this should be illegal. But 2, it seems like a clear signal that these camps aren't going away. And in fact, there's no intention of making them go away. It seems like maybe they're just going to build more and we're going to keep filling them up and turn a profit from them. John Kelly, the adult in the room and kid-centration camp profiteer, is telling us that the temporary emergency influx shelters are maybe a pretty good non-temporary investment. Seems bad. Seems worth mentioning on the news all the time. Is there like a march, I guess, or call the police? Can we call the police on ice? Is there? I'm just gonna trail off. I think we're done here. Hi, thanks for watching the video. Make sure to do all the YouTube stuff that you know about to do because it's not your first day here. The like button, subscribe, leave a comment, you know. Check out our patreon.com/somemorenews if you'd like to support us. And we have a podcast called Even More News. And end of this. Here's a portion of recent information. The Trump Organization, as in the 500 business entities primarily devoted to property management and resorts, the one our very honest president has refused to divest himself from, but swears he is no longer involved in, even though we have to totally take his word on that. The one run by his two sons, Eric and Don Jr., who have totally sworn to stay out of politics, but are also really into politics, according to their father, the president. Anyway, that Trump Organization isn't doing all that great. Like, it's not completely tanking or anything, but according to his 2018 financial disclosure, Trump's company that he owns, but totally doesn't involve himself in, actually saw a loss since he became president. And that makes sense. Regardless of how good or bad your actual brand is, we've traditionally seen that companies don't tend to do very well when their spokesperson is racist. Also, putting children in camps isn't exactly a stellar business stunt. Under most conditions. The exception we'll get to later. Also, all the other terrible things Trump has said and done in the last few years. All bad for business. So if you only saw these headlines about the company's losses, you might see it as a confirmation that Trump is indeed not using his position as top America guy to make some extra cheddar on the side. He's sacrificing his wealth for the good of the country. And hey, look. His company even claimed to donate any of the profits from foreign, and only foreign, interests, giving a grand total of $151,470 that they have internally calculated with no oversight. Surely that's not something a bunch of ethics lawyers would point out is insane. This is all very normal, is my point, and I can't see whatever's here, so I'm just gonna keep on going. But even if, and that's a big ol' if, the Trump Organization is honest in reporting this loss, it isn't for a lack of unscrupulous trying. Trump is absolutely using the presidency to boost his business, both directly and indirectly. The RNC and his own campaign committee are paying Trump hotels for fundraising because the location and brand is obviously now associated with the Republican Party and will continue to be long after this presidency. The Trump Victory and Trump Make America Great Again committee have spent over $1 million at Trump's properties since he became president. Meanwhile, his business saw a 26% rise in profit from dignitaries, embassies, and other foreign government spending in the last year. Meanwhile, scores of Republicans, lobbyists, and CEOs vying for access have expensive memberships to golf clubs Trump likes to visit, the one he owns, and charges his own Secret Service to operate at, which they pay for with somebody's money. So despite the business itself going a tad downhill, Trump himself is absolutely using his presidency to make money from his private business, who he remains the sole beneficiary of, which is absolutely unconstitutional. This is both frightening and it's kind of hilarious, because ultimately our corrupt president's plan to abuse and profit from being the leader of the free world is centered completely around a real estate grift and like online merch. Like again, he's definitely making a lot of money, but not nearly as much as a smarter corrupt person could, because he's using the presidency to sell witch hunt beer cozies. That is not a Photoshop. That is an actual thing you can buy in his official store. Hey ladies, buy this $55 Trump swimsuit and you could be the sexiest dame at the country club, provided you don't have blood coming out of your wherever. My point here is that yes, Donald Trump is obviously profiting from being president and should be held accountable. But he also sucks at business and is very obvious about his misdeeds. Which is why it's important to ask this very serious question. Who is profiting off of Trump's presidency that isn't a total dummy dumb fart brain dummaroo? Specifically, who in Trump's orbit is using their position to gain power and make profit? Because honestly, what else would they be doing? Trying to make a difference? Do you think any of them, many of which were terribly vetted before barely lasting a year or two, are in it to make a difference in the world? Do you think that? let's dive right into this, immediately pushing through the family itself, aka the lesser Trumps. I don't want to spend too much time on them because we all kind of know exactly what they are. Obviously, you have Eric and Don Jr., those scraps, who are the ones officially running the Trump Organization, while also doing totally unrelated family activities like dining with the Queen while owning resorts in the UK. Overall, their shadiness is pretty unsurprising and exactly what you'd expect. And it sure seems like the public is catching on to this and taking the appropriate actions. With the Trump fam, the main grift is all real estate nonsense on a sliding scale of how good each family member is at making money. Clearly the top dogs are Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, who collectively made somewhere between $28 million and $135 million last year, other estimates saying at least $82 million. This was seemingly from various investments, Ivanka's personal brand, stake in Trump hotels, and Kushner's family real estate company. Again, this is all pretty straightforward for anyone who has already accepted the reality of having a president who doubles as the patriarch for a family of stereotypical 80s movie villains. But then we have that quiet little Jared, who certainly isn't a dumb fart brain dumbaroo. Jared, the man tasked by our president to, amongst many other projects, bring peace to the Middle East, apparently via this like weird vapid real estate brochure. Well, he owns a $25 million stake in the real estate investment firm Cadre, a company he was the co-founder of, but failed to publicly disclose for, some reason. Anywho, this company that he failed to disclose his connection to recently took advantage of opportunity zones, which is a tax incentive to develop in low-income communities. It's not a bad idea that was part of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, something Ivanka, who Jared knows, was extremely supportive of. But that's not too terrible, right? Which is why I probably shouldn't have led with it, and instead mentioned that Cadre also received $90 million from anonymous offshore investors since 2017 via Goldman Sachs. Some definitely from Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I probably should have led with that instead. You know, probably should have led with stuff where the guy hired to oversee foreign policies tried to hide his stake in a company receiving mystery millions from various foreign interests. That seems like the thing I should have led with. And even though it feels like we should spend like hours talking about Kushner and Trump's family and dig into all the ways they are profiting off of their power, we need to move on, because there are a lot of other sneaky Pete's to get to, which is why we're going to primarily focus on the biggest and most funnest grifters, like how the Oscars tried to shove all the technical awards into their commercial breaks. They aren't any less important, but sometimes you just have to trim things down for time. Sometimes. Next up, Elaine Chao, the United States Secretary of Transportation, is one half of the power couple between herself and the partially deflated dirt manatee that is Mitch McConnell, aka McChow, Mitchlane, Elaine McChow. What is a fun nickname we can give them? Like, oh, how about gravedigger of democracy and millionaire using her government connections to help her family business? That works. That works perfectly. See, Elaine isn't new to serving on the U.S. cabinet, having previously served as U.S. Secretary of Labor for the entirety of the George W. Bush administration, where she left a legacy of neglecting to regulate workplace safety and wage law, often siding with businesses over workers, which is not shocking, considering that her father, James Chao, runs a large shipping company out of New York City. This makes her a pretty shady pick for both Secretary of Labor and Secretary of Transportation, otherwise known as the two things she has been. If you're one for keeping up, Elaine made recent headlines when it came to light that she had failed to cut her ties from Vulcan Materials, a construction company directly affected by Chao's decisions as head of the Department of Transportation. Having previously served 2 years on the board of directors, Chao was given $151,000 in stock options that she had agreed to receive a cash payout for as part of her ethics agreement from when she was hired. This is a thing she did, not do. And during her time as Transportation Secretary under Trump, the guy in charge of infrastructure policy directly affecting Vulcan Materials, this stock has risen by 20%. But hey, at least this particular corruption is also an incentive to fix our infrastructure, or at least Kentucky's infrastructure, where Chao directed grants of at least $78 million through a special liaison given to no other state that she has signed during Mitch McConnell's re-election. Mitch being a guy she knows. Mitch is also the guy who blocked a larger infrastructure plan earlier in the year because it was too expensive and it didn't personally help his political goals. Of course, haven't we all used our jobs to help out a family member or friend? Like a hilariously unqualified family member or friend? Like giving a really important job to a family member or friend despite them having no experience with that job? Yes, meet Gordon Hardogensis, husband of Elaine Chao's sister and recently confirmed director of the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, an agency that handles roughly $100 billion in assets. Congratulations, Gordon! According to his LinkedIn page, before being put in charge of nearly 1,000 employees, he managed the family trust. So, solid pick. Because Elaine Chao, who has received $26 million in gifts from her family's company, sure likes to help her family company, which builds its ships in state-owned shipyards in China using a state-owned steelmaker, primarily does business with China, and has generally close ties to China since the 1980s, China being the place that is currently expanding its maritime presence, as opposed to the dying shipping industry here in the US, an industry that Mrs. Chao's Department of Transportation has been cutting the budget of, eliminating grants to small commercial shipyards and scaling back training for American crew members. Meanwhile, her family has paid for scholarships and training programs in China. This is all according to a piece by the New York Times, the main story being that Chao used the Department of Transportation to make travel arrangements for her family members to attend business meetings in China. But after ethics concerns were brought up regarding the fact that her family was not, in fact, part of the Department of Transportation, Chao canceled the trip, like the totally not guilty person she is. Here she is, not guiltily, doing interviews with her father about his business while Department of Transportation flags hang in the background, which again, he is not a part of, and is in fact a businessman whose company is directly affected by the Department of Transportation. Solid ethics, Chao fam. Ah, geez! Who else can we talk about? There's a lot of them, most of which involve personal favors or misuse of taxpayer money. In a lot of these cases, we're talking about people who are already rich, faced with a conflict of interest, and secretly refuse to sell stock despite doing so would make them even richer in order to illegally keep the stock so that they could be even richer than even richer. Like, that's seriously the ethical question most of these people failed. But for the most part, none of this is that different than politicians before them. But there are some standouts. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross accidentally left off stock holdings from his 2018 financial disclosure form. Holdings he had agreed to sell, specifically 100 shares of Bank United stock, by the Commerce Secretary. He also hosted a meeting with Chevron executives despite his wife owning a $250,000 stake in the company. He also met with the CEO of Boeing, a company his wife also owns a stake in, this time for $2 million. And also many, many more, including possible insider trading. Nice work, Wilbur. The millionaire Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, began her job with over 100 potential conflicts of interest, including ties to a student debt collection agency, which coincidentally was later given a big contract with the Education Department after she took the job. Total coincidence. DeVos also refused to give up the millions she and her husband have invested in a rip-off brain pill company called NeuroCore, which specifically targets kids with ADHD. Fun aside, DeVos was also listed for over a decade as the VP of the Edgar and Elsa Prince Foundation, an organization that gave millions of sweet hate bucks to anti-LGBT causes. When confronted about this 13-year position, DeVos insisted that it was merely a clerical error. That's what she said. And then there's Scott Pruitt, former EPA head, who spent $4.6 million in taxpayer money just on personal security. He also used aides like personal assistants, spent $100,000 on a trip to Morocco just because he wanted to go there, soundproofed his office, racked up $100,000 in first-class travel, used top EPA officials to help with a personal dispute with a landlord, and made a subordinate help his wife find a job at Chick-fil-A. Never before has such a power been squandered to live like an Instagram celebrity. Who the f*** else? What about that Steve Mnuchin guy? the Treasury Secretary, is surprisingly involved in the goddamn film industry, successfully producing countless movies you've probably seen. And while that's mostly a violation of good taste, it's interesting to note that Mnuchin is one of the lead trade negotiators with China and currently pushing the country to give the American film industry greater access to their markets, something that would directly profit him. Now, that's pretty tasty, and kind of the perfect way to make money from the screeching catastrophe that is Trump's administration. Because assuming he doesn't, go to jail or anything first, Mnuchin is working to better an occupation unrelated to the success of Trump. You gotta get in. You gotta grab what you can and get out of there. Like a real Rex Tillerson walking away with a massive tax break. Or that lovable scamp/millionaire Carl Icahn, a special advisor to Trump who wasn't given an official federal job and then used his ethically loose position to try and push the EPA to change specific policies to help his business before quitting when people started asking too many questions. But not before selling a bunch of steel-related shares mere days before Trump announced steel tariffs. That's weird. It's like someone, gave him information from the inside. Or you could be one of them Secretary of the Interior Ryan Zinke's, using taxpayer resources to secure a personal land deal before fucking right off, just as the inquiries got started, claiming that he just couldn't justify spending money to defend himself against these false allegations. Like a real innocent person worth several $1 million would do. Replacing Zinke was Deputy Secretary of the Interior David Bernhardt, a former oil and gas lobbyist whose firm had donated nearly $1 million to the senators who voted on his confirmation. That's how he began the job. While acting as deputy, Bernhardt made at least 15 policy changes that directly benefited his former clients. At least we think they are former, because it turns out that Bernhardt lied about stopping his lobbying work after Trump picked him for the job, which makes sense because it's not like he ever stopped representing his clients. For example, he spent his lobbying years representing farmers attempting to weaken the Endangered Species Act before becoming deputy secretary and personally finishing the job, going so far as to block a report about the dangers that certain heavily used pesticides have on wildlife. He has so many conflicts of interest that he apparently keeps a list of them in his pocket to remember. But I'm sure these are all innocent coincidences and he's not getting any money from his former clients, which is why his office regularly omits meetings from his schedule. Good God! He better be making money, because otherwise he's just hate fucking the environment for the fun of it. It's starting to seem like when Trump said he was going to drain the swamp, he actually just meant that he's gonna damage a lot of fragile ecosystems. My goodness. We haven't even talked about John Kelly, adult in the room and former Secretary of Homeland Security turned White House Chief of Staff, turned into a man clearly betting that hell doesn't exist, because before he became Secretary of Homeland Security and then Chief of Staff for Trump, he was on the board of DC Capital Partners, owner of Caliburn International, which runs the Homestead facility, the largest and only for-profit child detention centers. As Secretary of Homeland Security, he proposed separating undocumented children from their parents as a form of deterrent against immigration, effectively filling up the camps run by the company whose board he used to sit on, and upon leaving the White House, John Kelly, the adult in the room, joined the board of Caliburn, the company that profits off packing for-profit detention centers with migrant children forcibly separated from their families, a policy which John Kelly, the guy we've been talking about, proposed. So that's just a little f***ed up, I guess is my point. We did another episode about it. Check it out. It's, can't stress this enough, really f***ed up he did that and is getting away with it. So, how do we top that, huh? Who is left in Trump's circle to talk about? Who actually gained the most, both financially and in terms of power and status?
The next Vice President of the United States, Governor Mike Pence. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Pence, you fiend! Could it be you? In terms of illegal accumulation of wealth, this seemingly innocent VP isn't on the top of the list of pillagers. I mean, yes, if you're wondering, one of Pence's biggest supporters and personal hometown friends is a guy named Anthony Moravec, owner of a pharmaceutical company, called BlairX Laboratories, who immediately had lunch with Pence after the VP pick, who has also donated $250,000 to Pence's campaign. And I don't know, maybe that has something to do with his administration suddenly dropping their vow to lower drug prices. I don't know. I can't see everything that's happening in the world. But again, I'm not talking about the accumulation of wealth. I'm talking about this 2017 New Yorker article that features an interview with the VP's brother, Gregory Pence, who says this about the election. If he lost, he had no money, and he had 3 kids in college. He took out student loans for the kids. He's got a retirement account, but I was afraid he'd run out of money in just a couple of weeks. He'd have to get a job. He was rolling the dice. And while this is just one guy, albeit a family member, saying this, you can look up Pence's financial disclosures from 2016 and see that not only did he only have 1 bank account, but less than $15,000 in it, as well as 7 student loans for each of his kids. And this makes a lot of sense when you look into his background, and the fact that he once lost an election after using campaign funds to pay off his mortgage, like some kind of desperate cheater would do. And after that, he hosted a shitty political talk show where he spewed conservative talking points no different than some kind of possibly even more terrible Crowder.
We spent a good amount of time this week talking about the case of the Air Force versus Kelly Flynn. We did so touching on a variety of issues. Early in the week, we talked about whether or not it was time to rethink this whole business of women in the military.
Yeah, trust me and my radio voice, and now I talk differently because I'm the vice president, and clearly a man on the right side of history he was. The point is, when Trump picked him as VP, Mike Pence was in trouble. He was a broke politician and former conservative huckster, and it actually makes a lot more sense why he would go along with the nomination when it was literally his only hope for a job at the time. And since then, his net worth has risen to $2 million. That is a chilling comeback for someone who, quite frankly, sucks a bunch. But if you wanted to know who gained the most from this ghastly clown show of the last few years, you now know that thing. Congratulations. And if you're wondering, he's 38 years old in that video. So go ahead and take a good long look at Ben Shapiro, or heck, even yours truly, because we might be vice president someday. You're welcome for that thought. Ahoy, news mateys! Welcome to the news cruise. Or here's some more news about us. Some more news. It's been a whole year since we last addressed the self-perpetuated hero complex that is Qanon, otherwise known as the rare reversed Ouroboros, an ever-growing serpent that vomits its own testes. So, happy anniversary, you guys! What did you get me? Oh, the original video has been removed due to a copyright strike? Okay. Well, in that case, here's a sweet gift for you called, Oh Dear God, we have to revisit QAnon? Can't the sun explode instead? Why can't it be both? So, just to recap, QAnon is a far-right conspiracy theory that Donald Trump, a president somehow, is quietly fighting a secret plot by the deep state to harbor a probably satanic ring of underground child sex traffickers consisting of high-level politicians and Hollywood elites who all conveniently are politically opposed to Donald Trump specifically. Their only evidence of this, besides countless Twitter photos covered in red circles, is a series of anonymous posts on 4chan, an anonymous forum with a long history of credibility by someone calling themselves Q and claiming to be working within the government. From this, what some would describe as flimsy foundation, grew a depressingly large structure of memes and social media hearsay, doing their best to wrap tendrils around any available straw in the hopes of preventing the shoddy theory from toppling down. And thanks to a little mainstream support, those shit tendrils grew thick, somehow keeping the whole worthless husk rolling like a dead owl in a concrete mixer. In other words, it's a collection of Trump supporters who know, in their deepest of cores, that our president lied about draining the swamp and is, in fact, bad at his job and very corrupt, but have managed to shield their egos from embarrassment by jumping on an elaborate explanation that conveniently justifies their support in the face of an obvious scam from an obvious con man. And when you mix this with actual news stories of sex trafficking and high-profile sexual predators, they can easily merge their wild theory with reality and declare it a victory. Specifically, the case of Jeffrey Epstein and the depressing invigoration it gave QAnon despite being overwhelmingly incriminating for the president hero they claim is neoing the entire world. We're certainly going to get to that, and how the morning we filmed this, Epstein was found dead in his cell after failing to kill himself weeks before. But for the sake of this initial recap, just imagine building an elaborate narrative of conspiracies to justify why it was okay that you gave $1,000 to an email scammer. That's basically what QAnon is. And the denial itself has turned into its own cottage industry, with various grifters selling Q-themed products to the easily dupable masses. Like, how great for scam artists that all their best marks have agreed to congregate in one place. And we know they are just insatiable marks, because of all the times this dingus horde has been hilariously wrong about their Q-themed predictions. Instead of detailing every single one, we'll just put a list on the screen of all the dates that QAnon said there was going to be mass arrests, or some kind of exposure of Trump's enemies in the deep state, or just anything happening at all, only to have nothing happen at all. Like, sometimes Q will literally just post that something, anything, will occur on a certain date and somehow still be wrong. Other times, it'll post extremely specific things, like Mark Zuckerberg stepping down from Facebook, and will be extremely specifically wrong. It really doesn't matter what kind of wrong QAnon will be, because it's every kind of wrong every time. Constantly wrong all the time. And while it has lost some true believers because of that, it amazingly has yet to stop existing. Because like any good scam, there's a built-in justification for why it's so clearly a scam that saves the people getting scammed from admitting that they're scammed. And that is the motto, trust the plan, seen here on a snazzy long-sleeve tee, which basically means that despite Q having failed to predict anything, ever, it's all a part of an elaborate plan that we must trust. So to recap, QAnon, the belief that Donald Trump's incompetence is all a part of an elaborate game of 7D chess, believes that Q's own incompetence is also part of an elaborate game of 7D chess. Because this is definitely what rational people think. Rational people like Bill Mitchell, who explained away the QAnon show by tweeting, "If they are ever inaccurate, it is because plans change." See, that's all. It's not that QAnon is just blindly ass-pulling these predictions of Trump's imminent strike on a secret cabal of pedophiles and Satanists, or that Trump is just an obvious buffoon who is way too old and racist and can't even spell words and seems to attract sex criminals and is openly one himself, but rather that Trump just keeps pushing the date as part of his elaborate plan that's ever-changing.
Whenever President Trump does something that you can't understand or I can't understand, I always try to give it a few days, because his actions don't always make sense at first, but if you give it a few days and look into it and do some research, it always makes sense in the end. This man's brilliance, the plan has been in place for 20 years.
I mean, sure, prosecution of sex trafficking has gone significantly down since he became president, and it was his own labor secretary, the guy that gave sex trafficker Jeff Epstein an extremely good deal back in 2007, resulting in only 13 months of jail time for a sex trafficking. Anyway, it was that guy who plans to cut funds for combating trafficking by 80%. All of that, but you gotta trust the plan that changes 10 to 20 to 50 times before things will happen. Trump, seen here eye-fucking women at a 1992 party with Jeffrey Epstein, the child sex trafficker, is just waiting for the right time to strike. Hey, let's watch for a second. Let's watch Donald Trump totally playing 7D chess back in 1992 by groping women at a party that he had with Jeffrey Epstein, the child sex trafficker. it sure seems like our president is a sex criminal. But whatever, let's just keep having him as our president. Or maybe this is all part of his 20-year-long plan to catch these pedophiles.
The mainstream media never would have covered Jeffrey Epstein's arrest if they couldn't align him with President Trump. And having Alex Acosta, who has been aligned with Jeffrey Epstein, and it looks like covered up for Jeffrey Epstein, that enabled the mainstream media to attack Trump due to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. And that forced the mainstream media to cover Jeffrey Epstein's arrest.
You see, Trump got involved with Epstein back in 1992 because he knew that 30 years later, when he became president, the media would try to attack him by connecting him to Epstein, thus taking Epstein down and exposing the child prostitution ring that Trump was absolutely not involved in himself, but knew about, but also let happen for 30 years. And in fact, documents reveal that some of the underage girls were recruited by Epstein at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's favorite place that he owns. And then this just in, on the morning we filmed this, Jeffrey Epstein, after being put on suicide watch, was taken off suicide watch and is now dead by, allegedly, suicide, making it way more difficult for his victims to achieve any sort of justice, or for the many wealthy elite child f***ers that were involved with Epstein to face justice. It's so brilliant that it's not. Anyway, this is the level of denial we are dealing with, which is probably why Q supporters can eat pounds of blatant bullshit and somehow not vomit it back up. Like, did you hear that JFK Jr. is not only alive and living under the fake name Vincent Fusca, but going to reveal himself on Trump's July 4th event? But if you need all of them deets, here's a nearly 2-hour video with over 130,000 views explaining it. There are also several tutorials teaching people how to make JFK Jr. masks for the event, which, if you are keeping up with the news, didn't feature the return of JFK Jr. But that's okay. Trust the plan, guys. Wail on that subscribe button. Also, buy these shirts about how JFK Jr. faked his death and is the Jason Bourne of Q. They make great gifts for your grandkids, you isolated and vulnerable person, you. And be sure to check out Adam Sandler's new film, Murder Mystery, which heavily features the letter Q monogrammed on pillows and is therefore connected and hiding QAnon clues in plain sight. It certainly couldn't be that these scenes take place at the home of a wealthy character named Quince. Here's my point. QAnon is obviously a sad grift aimed at the most susceptible Trump supporters out there. We don't need to spend all day digging through the theories and explaining how very clearly wrong they all are. What I'd rather focus on are the people enabling and profiting from them. The ones using the Q hogwash to either make a quick buck or gain favor with this fringe conservative group. Because the idea that this is just a harmless collection of dupes isn't true. It's easy to laugh at them. But there are real disturbing consequences as this chunk of Americans drift further and further away from reality and into cult status. When the leather jackets over at Vice looked into personal stories of relationships with QAnon believers, as well as joined the various QAnon Facebook groups, they found the majority of stories either involved lonely boomers complaining about their families, or people clearly suffering from mental illness or PTSD. When QAnon believers show up in the news, it's usually due to some sad crime, like this guy who killed his brother because he thought he was a lizard man, or that mob boss murderer drawing Q symbols in court and claiming that he killed specifically for Trump. And I know that's all anecdotal evidence, but at this point, it's really hard to imagine a rational person being able to ride the Q train, considering that it's so far off the rails it's now hurtling through outer space. When James Comey used the 5 jobs I've had hashtag in one of his tweets, Q supporters took the first letters of his list, G, V, C, S, F, and decided that it was a hidden acronym for no reason before matching it to the only Google result, the Grass Valley Charter School Foundation, and then promptly causing so much conspiracy hype around their next event that it had to be canceled. This is unstable. Because since there are some people who are never going to leave no matter how many arrest deadlines get missed or how many over-the-top predictions fail miserably every time, there is now a growing murmur by these people about taking matters into their own hands.
They need to do it before 2020, because I believe if he doesn't, then he's going to lose support. And people are just going to get fed up. And honestly, people will start taking to the streets. I mean, I'm ready now to physically go to John Podesta's house and drag him out of his house.
Well, I'm all for citizen arrests at this point.
And so am I. And that's why, you know, people are, it's just, this is dragged on for too long. We need to start seeing arrests of the real criminals. And I just pray to God that they happen really soon, because if they don't, I think that so much is coming out about the sex trafficking, what they do to kids. We are going to start seeing vigilante justice, and that could get really dangerous, and that could cause a civil war in this country.
Yeah, guys, with all that evidence consisting of anonymous posts on social media sites, it's sure weird that nothing is actually happening, the logical conclusion being that we clearly must start dragging people out of their homes because of all the evidence. Also, here's a hit list of Obama-era officials posted by a dude with the Punisher logo as his icon. No big deal, nothing to worry about, totally normal and good. And also, the Department of Homeland Security just gutted its domestic terrorism team. Everything is doing just great. This is the powder keg in which Q currently resides. And along with being volatile, it is extremely susceptible, which is probably why there are so many people fanning the flames in exchange for neat blood bucks. Also known as the Great Awake Griftening. Hey you, do you like having your walls plastered with conspiracy board gibberish but simply don't have the time to cobble together miles of twine into an elaborate web of thumbtacked photos and scribblings? Well, luckily there's not one, but two. No, not two, but three. No, actually four. Not 4, but 5, or maybe 6 QAnon deep state maps that you can purchase for your wall. This website seems to be offering a 7th, but is also asking for our email to even look at it, which we're not going to bother even making a dummy account for, because when you're the true believer to what would be the biggest conspiracy known to mankind, you're going to need a commemorative coin to kickstart that revolution for the low, low price of $17. And yes, while there are multiple coins to choose from, that first Q coin is the only one you can get from Jordan Sather, a real thinker, seen here boasting about drinking chlorine dioxide, something he regularly does, and also the host of Destroying the Illusion, a YouTube channel where he mostly just recaps unsubstantiated tweets like he's reading newspaper headlines.
I've got some tweets loaded up here to share with you. Links will be below, things you can research for yourself. I've got some hit pieces on Q in the mainstream media that we'll also take a look at, and let's do it. So, first of all, though, shout out to his sponsor of this channel, in Virtual Shield.
Oh, yeah. Also, shout out to his sponsor for sponsoring that. Boy, oh boy, you guys, we haven't even talked about the QAnon book, a bestseller written by, and this is real life, 12 co-authors, including Scorpio Patriot, Space Shot 76, Red Pill 78, Radix, Serial Brain 2, and Liberty Lioness, the final name revealing herself to be a self-described 70-year-old boomer lady in her chapter titled The Power of Memes. This book was in the top 60 on Amazon, and it was apparently just cobbled together from message board posts. Here's an excerpt that reads, quote, "Have you ever watched a Michael Jordan basketball match where at money time everyone expects him to shoot the ball, but he finally does not? The coach intentionally keeps him on court to trigger a forced double team on him so that the real shooter can be wide open. The coach has a predetermined strategy and then picks his final shooter from a wide variety of players. Video." A period. And then the word video. And another period. It is hard, deeply, deeply difficult to have faith in the intelligence of humanity when this book exists and is a bestseller. But it is, and good for them, and good luck to them, because the co-authors in the group are currently in their own personal battle about how far they should take the grift. Some of them refusing to approve an audiobook version, which, according to one of the authors, is in high demand because so many of their readers are too old to see. Seriously, seriously, this is our world, our whole world. Because it's not just the United States that are using QAnon as a meaty con. One far-right German neo-fascist group is using Q imagery to push their agenda on social media. A conservative politician in Canada is sharing QAnon YouTube videos. And then, of course, there's Russia, who probably is responsible for the entirety of Q's posts and has used 2,848 troll accounts to push QAnon theories from the start. Remember that conspiracy about the DNC murdering Seth Rich? You know, the one that Sean Hannity and Fox News pushed on their programming until the Rich family sued them. The baseless conspiracy theory that thanks to Fox News, a lot of people still believe? Well, it turns out that, according to the U.S. federal prosecutor in charge of Rich's case, that conspiracy theory was created and planted by Russian trolls. Good job, Fox. You news station that is somehow still legally allowed to call yourself the news. You. Way to have all the journalistic fact-checking of a racist grandpa too old to see.
At the same time, we have this very strange story now of this young man who worked for the Democratic National Committee who apparently was assassinated at 4 in the morning, having given WikiLeaks something like 53,000 emails and 17,000 attachments. Nobody's investigating that.
Thank you, Newt. A person we should still be allowing on television. And that brings me to our next juicy segment, Q-nablers who should be Q-shamed of themselves. So imagine that you're a news dude, or dudette of course, and you're trying to show that our president's recent executive order has credible support. So you go to Twitter and find credible accounts to put on your extremely popular news show. One would presume you check to see what other things those accounts have tweeted in the past, and perhaps even taken a moment to glance at the names on those accounts, right? The names that appear above every one of their tweets. You are, after all, giving these random people a huge signal boost while displaying them as credible opinions. I'm just making sure we're all on the same page before this happens.
Another Twitter user chiming in saying, do not for a second underestimate the significance of this executive order. Thank you, President, for reestablishing and preserving free speech rights for all students.
I feel like I've been sarcastically saying this a lot, but oh, good job there, Fox News! Way to make a major QAnon conspiracy peddler named QAnon76 squee over your name drop, you absolutely non-corrosive not sludge that shouldn't be abolished. Because it would be one thing if we were talking about a small group of internet nut jobs here, sad and isolated and in desperate need for community and help though they may be. But this is an ever-growing, sycophantic and batshit conspiracy based on, and I can't stress this enough, absolutely no credible evidence, and it's being supported by major positions in our media and government up to and including the fucking president. In a sane world, anyone who gives it credence would be intervened and removed from power. And yet we now have several lawmakers openly promoting QAnon, one in South Carolina and the other currently running for office in Florida. And while that first person eventually walked it back, you know, after the damage had been done, the dude running in Florida actually has a QAnon section of his campaign website that simply reads, and again, this is real life, who is Q? The answer, of course, being a completely anonymous source on a racist message board that has zero credibility or sourcing, is perpetually incorrect, and is being propped up as a shield against the obvious reality that our president isn't very good. There, I answered your question, serious political candidate, so maybe now you can take the page down, and perhaps also your entire campaign. It's actually the least surprising that Trump himself has boosted QAnon on multiple occasions, because he's like, you know, dumb, and generally seems to have no idea what he's doing or what he's about to do at any given moment, and just gloms on to whatever is in front of him, despite the implications, whether it be some racist slogan or an adorable conspiracy baby.
I'm just like, but actually they respect us. That's more important. Look at that beautiful baby. Look at that beautiful baby. Wow, what a baby. What a baby. That is a beautiful baby. That's like from an advertisement. Perfect. Look how happy that baby is. So beautiful. Thank you, darling. That's really nice.
In fairness, that baby being used as a prop for a volatile conspiracy theory around child sex trafficking is a very beautiful baby. Great baby spotting, Mr. President. But again, not surprising if he didn't even notice the big stupid Q onesie, because not only does Trump have zero need to do anything to make QAnon snowball any more than it is, but honestly, he might not be aware of it at all. And the fact that Lion Sanders, one of the liars, specifically addressed Q, saying that the president is aware of and condemns QAnon.
Two quickies about last night in Tampa. First of all, does the president encourage the support of people who showed up last night in these QAnon and Blacks for Trump fringe groups?
On the first part, the president condemns and denounces any group that would incite violence against another individual, and certainly doesn't support groups that would promote that type of behavior.
Just makes me think even more that he absolutely doesn't know what they are. The people I'd much rather call out for their playful curiousness are the ones that don't already have 1,000 impeachable offenses on the back burner. People who, when the dust settles, need to be condemned by their own party and 100% f*** off for the rest of time. They got Notch, because of course they did. Also in the no shit bucket are celebrities James Woods and Roseanne Barr. Then there's Kurt goddamn Schilling for some reason. But the scariest show of support has to be the clickbait reaction to the Epstein arrest, an actual wealthy sex trafficker with ties to Hollywood. Despite Epstein not being on QAnon's radar until he was already exposed to the public, weird, this can easily be seen as a validation. So when New York Magazine posts headlines like this, they should absolutely be ashamed of themselves and probably apologize for it. And not just because it's on the section of their magazine called Intelligencer. Because the answer there is no, New York Magazine. QAnon wasn't right. In fact, they aren't even right about the people who we know are rapists. You've probably seen this photo on Twitter or social media of Bill Clinton with a woman claimed to be Rachel Chandler flying on Epstein's Lolita Express. And while the Lolita Express absolutely had Clinton listed as a passenger in the flight log books about 26 times, that specific picture, when looked at through a 5-second Google image search, is from a 2009 Gawker article about Bill Clinton on another billionaire womanizer's jet, Ron Burkle. It doesn't change the point being made about old rapey Bill, and in fact adds to it because Burkle is an entirely different scandal. But it's important to note that nowhere in that article, or any article anywhere, does it state that woman is Rachel Chandler, a real person who QAnon is now targeting as an accomplice to the sex trafficking cabal, despite having no factual connection whatsoever. They're taking an actual news story and tracing it over with misinformation so that they can credit themselves for it and get the added bonus of terrorizing a woman. Pizzagate booster Mike Cernovich, who lies about not boosting Pizzagate, is already taking credit for the arrest by saying it was his courtroom win that unsealed the Epstein files, while ignoring the fact that it was actually a case by the New York Times that unsealed the files. It's the journalism brag equivalent of, I loosened it first, but by someone who didn't even touch the metaphorical pickle jar. Cut the shit, Mike! And according to documents filed by the victim's lawyer, Cernovich's move to unseal the files was an attempt to intimidate the victim as a proxy for Alan Dershowitz, who has been named as being involved in Jeffrey Epstein's child sex ring. So cut the shit, Mike, into little slices and eat it. Eat the shit up. There's this real pedophile sex trafficker, who is now dead somehow, who had links to many very powerful people who deserve to be exposed. One of which is probably our president, another of which is an ex-president, who said he'd only been on Epstein's plane a couple of times when it was 26. And QAnon is going to completely delude the narrative with their bullshit, and attention-hungry news sites are going to let them. And considering the dark hole we've explored today, that these are, by all accounts, confused, lonely, and mentally ill people who are becoming increasingly violent and unstable. It's a cult, united across the internet, all centered around this guy. And that's just, it's super wrong. This is all very wrong, and I hate it. And you should hate it too. And someone should do something about it. And I don't know what, But if you have a family member or a friend that believes this stuff, don't give up on them, no matter how frustrating it is, because once they're fully isolated from reality, it'll get worse for them. And if you have maybe you don't talk to a family member or a friend because of this stuff anymore. Maybe you've cut them off. Maybe give them a call. It'll probably be very frustrating. But you're better than Q. We are better than Q. Also, it's weird they're cutting the budget for sex trafficking by 80%. Okay, see ya. Hey everybody, real quick, the senior advisor to the president is a white nationalist, but that's not what we're going to talk about, even though that's all anyone should be talking about. Here's some more news. We got a bum prez, y'all. A real cauldron of cold diarrhea in president form. And now a bunch of people just sat around in a big fancy room talking to other people to determine if we can perhaps not have him as the president anymore. Because we got a bad one, folks. A super duper fart noggin of a POTUS he is. And you know what? Before we get jabbering about laws and junk, allow me to be the first to say that I do very much wish we could undo the 2016 election. The thing that Republicans are accusing Democrats of doing with this impeachment. I sincerely wish that 1/5 of the country didn't get duped into voting for a sorta rich, racist steak peddler with absolutely no experience or even respect for our military, who very clearly had only his own personal gain in mind. He wasn't even in the best Home Alone. I wish that the candidate who actually got the most votes was the person who won, even though that candidate wasn't very good either, but less bad. I would totes undo the election, like with the Time Machine or whatever that Butterfly Effect film did. If only to maybe prevent a bunch of kids getting separated from their parents and thrown in cages and then lost, and the number lost keeps getting revealed to be higher, or the senior advisor to the president to become not a white nationalist. I think it's in the best interest of this country to not have the president we have, despite whether or not he did something illegal. Luckily, it sure seems like he has done many illegal things and should be impeached for those things. But since our government is designed like a cascading clown show, there is a whole cluster of people whose job it is to pretend like that isn't true and obstruct the process as much as possible. And their sweaty diarrhea has leaked down to regular folk who happen to be like-minded politically, as if their entire ideology is hinged on whether or not an obvious grifter did obviously bad things. And hey, the holidays are coming! Thanksgiving and Hanukkah and New Year's and I think there's one more in there too. And that means you all get to go home, sit at a table or table-like object, and try to debate with your relatives about basic reality. Reality that is being denied by a whole lot of people who sure don't want to admit that their president did some crimes. Obvious crimes. Because he thinks he can act like the same greasy business fink he always was while also holding the highest office in the world. He's very bad at this. So I thought I'd help you all out a little bit, not only by going through the evidence of the impeachment inquiry, but calling out all of the blatant diarrhea being slopped around to distract from the actual facts of the impeachment inquiry. No better place to start than the Constitution. Can I get a Constitution, please? Get it out here. Let's get it. You didn't get the original Constitution for me to roll out here and examine? Okay. Let's look at this copy on the screen. Okay, zoom in on Article 2, Section 4. Right there, where some honky scribbled that the President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. That's going to be our standard for impeachment. Now, you might be wondering, hey there, sex buns! Just what exactly is high crimes and misdemeanors? Some kind of fancy movie made by a pervert? To which I would say, yes. But also, totally not relevant for what we need to talk about. Because the word I'd actually like to focus on, written right there in the Constitution, I so desperately want to own, is bribery. And just because people are going to act like obtuse idiots, here is a legal definition of that word, which specifically says demonstrating a quid pro quo relationship in which the recipient directly alters behavior in exchange for the gift. Quid pro quo being Latin for the phrase something for something. I give you a thing you want, and in exchange, you give me a thing I want. In legal code Dumb S201, it is described as when a public official or person selected to be a public official directly or indirectly corruptly demands, seeks, receives, accepts, or agrees to receive or accept anything of value personally or for any other person or entity in return for being influenced in the performance of any official act. And just because people are going to continue to act like obtuse idiots, that's why we're talking about a personal quid pro quo. Because the president absolutely can, on an official level, withhold aid in exchange for a country doing a thing, like when Jimmy Carter withheld aid from Chile, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Uganda for human rights abuses. What they can't do is use the office to bribe other countries for their personal gain. That's what we're very clearly talking about. The accusation that Donald Trump ordered aid to be withheld from Ukraine unless they announced an unwarranted investigation into one of his political rivals for his personal gain in the next election. That's the goalpost being clearly set, not just by myself, but by the GOP and conservatives.
Are you open-minded if more comes out that you could support impeachment?
Sure. I mean, show me something that is a crime. If you could show me that, you know, Trump actually was engaging in a quid pro quo outside the phone call, that would be very disturbing.
Not that we need their approval, but that's the now commonly agreed on standard, even though it doesn't really have to be, and the president is doing all kinds of other crimes we could also be investigating. If there was evidence of a quid pro quo outside of Trump's phone call to the Ukrainian president, which did have evidence of a quid pro quo, but whatever, we'll get to that later. If there's evidence of that, well, then that's very disturbing. To quote a very smart boy, no quid pro quo, no impeachment, no moving goalposts. Are we all clear? A personal quid pro quo, as in bribery, is constitutionally described as an impeachable offense. Not the only impeachable offense, but the one that these impeachment inquiries are mostly about. Also, just to get out of the way, all that Biden, Burisma, Ukraine stuff, what the president claims to have been looking for, was investigated a bunch, and they found no evidence of corruption specific to the vice president and his son.
The pervasive and long-standing problem of corruption in Ukraine included exposure to a situation involving the energy company Burisma. The primary concern of the U.S. government since 2014 was Burisma's owner, Mykola Zlochevsky, whose frozen assets abroad we had attempted to recover on Ukraine's behalf. In early 2015, I raised questions with the Deputy Prosecutor General about why the investigation of Mr. Zlochevsky had been terminated, based on our belief that prosecutors had accepted bribes to close the case. Later, I became aware that Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma. Soon after that, in a briefing call with the national security staff of the Office of the Vice President in February of 2015, I raised my concern that Hunter Biden's status as a board member could create the perception of a conflict of interests. Let me be clear, however, I did not witness any effort by any U.S. official to shield Burisma from scrutiny. In fact, I and other U.S. officials consistently advocated reinstituting a scuttled investigation of Zlochevsky, Burisma's founder, as well as holding the corrupt prosecutors who closed the case to account.
Now, don't get this news dude wrong, all right? Burisma is corrupt as shit. Nor am I saying that Biden's son should be involved in international business, and in fact am, right this second, saying they shouldn't be. This goes for all politicians. No sons! Nor should their sons-in-law or daughters be doing that sort of stuff. It's a bad thing, all around. And perhaps the president should look into all the other instances of sons or daughters or sons-in-law, you know, having business dealings overseas. Maybe he should do that. You know, if he's so concerned about this kind of corruption as he claims. But this isn't about those things, but rather whether or not Trump had a good reason to specifically go after Biden, used proper channels to do that, and if he used federal aid to bribe a country into specifically going after his political rival. So let's get to those inquiries. Except hold the up. Let's not. Because the GOP has also questioned the legitimacy of the inquiries themselves for reasons that I'm sure are very serious reasons that we now have to address. There was the demand for a House vote, something that wasn't necessary to begin the inquiry, but whatever, they did one anyway, so let's move on. Then Trump claimed that the inquiry was constitutionally invalid because they denied him the ability to cross-examine witnesses or call witnesses. But that's not true, as neither the Constitution nor House rules require that, and in the past, presidential rebuttals came at the end of the process. He does, however, get the right to cross-examine and rebut witnesses once this gets to the Senate. This is probably stuff that the president and his toadies should know, right? Like law stuff. It would be weird if we elected a president who didn't know these kinds of things. And then we get to Matt Gaetz, guy with a face and U.S. representative for Florida. Now, I'm not going to give Gaetz that much attention because it's clearly what he wants. But I simply must talk about the time when he and a group of House Republicans valiantly stormed into the impeachment inquiry, quite stupidly, and while breaching security to protest the idea that they weren't allowed in the room, that it was a shadowy and secret process designed to keep Republicans away, which is weird because of that group of sit-in Republicans claiming they weren't allowed in the inquiry. 13 of them were allowed in the inquiry. The Foreign Affairs Committee holding the inquiry has 103 members that are split evenly between Republicans and Democrats, something the House Republicans absolutely should know, which means that 13 of them chose not to attend the inquiry in order to pretend like they weren't invited to the inquiry, which they were absolutely invited to. In other words, they just lied. They lied to your face to pretend like the impeachment inquiry was corrupt in order to later discredit the results. Also, one of the people that was there was Steve King. Speaking of white nationalism for earlier, he was there. I thought the GOP was like, no, he's a white nationalist. We don't want anything to do with him, but he was there anyway. I don't know, that's kind of weird. Anyway, Trump not only had knowledge of the sit-in, but supported it before it happened. And it's a little pathetic and obvious, and something a guilty person would do, and maybe illegal. And Gaetz is being used like some kind of instrument to carry out the president's wishes, like a tool. Sure is weird how, even though they are claiming the president is totally innocent, the GOP is putting all kinds of intimidation and obstruction tactics on the inquiry, demanding the media reveal the whistleblower's name, and trying to force him or her to appear in public and not just give written answers, even though Trump 100% will only give written answers, and then threatening to give up dirt on witnesses. Strange how the totally not guilty president is doing everything he can to scare away the people testifying about him. But despite all of this, the impeachment inquiry has continued because it's a completely legal and historically normal process, with witnesses who are extremely credible, mainly concerned about Ukraine, and very serious, even though some of them wear bow ties that look like a wacky scrotum. That's George Kent, a Harvard grad who can speak Ukrainian, Russian, and Thai, and also joined the State Department in 1992. He's considered an expert on the corruption in Ukraine. He was a senior anti-corruption coordinator in the State Department's European Bureau, and even has the bow tie in his official State Department biography. Another person giving testimony is Ambassador Bill Taylor, a career diplomat who has served both Republican and Democratic administrations. He graduated from West Point, served in the infantry for 6 years, and fought in the Vietnam War. He was nominated to be Ukraine's ambassador by George W. Bush in 2006. Before getting hired as deputy assistant to the president and senior director for Europe and Russia, Fiona Hill was an intelligence officer for both George W. Bush and Obama. These aren't liberal nut jobs. They aren't never-Trumpers, as Trump would call them. And in fact, one of the key witnesses is Ambassador Gordon Sondland, who is a longtime GOP donor who was appointed by Trump after he donated $1 million to Trump's inaugural committee. So it's kind of interesting that the moment he flipped during this inquiry, our president would say this.
Let me just tell you, I hardly know the gentleman.
So that's weird. Like something a bad crime president would say, you know? They are so credible that conservatives are having problems finding ways to make them uncredible. Like, this is probably the most damning headline Fox could come up with about Marie Yovanovitch, who served the U.S. Foreign Service in 1986 and has been an ambassador since the Bush administration. But the president said she's bad news. When Lieutenant Colonel Alexander S. Vindman came forward, the media was quick to point out that he is an extremely respected soldier and scholar who fled to Ukraine at age 3 and went to Harvard, became a decorated officer in the United States Army, and then an expert on Ukraine for the White House's National Security Council. He's like everything the GOP fantasizes about when they think of immigrants assimilating to America. Gee, I wonder what detail Fox News focused on.
Here we have a U.S. national security official who is advising Ukraine while working inside the White House, apparently against the president's interest, and usually they spoke in English. Isn't that kind of an interesting angle on this story?
I find that astounding, and some people might call that espionage.
Yes. Some might call a Ukrainian immigrant spending his life loyally working for the U.S. government with a spotless record espionage. That some being people who are liars. And oh heck, maybe even xenophobic ones. So yeah, they got nothing. And for this reason, the main focus has been on the whistleblower, despite that the whistleblower has now been joined by a bunch of credible people backing them up.
Only chairmanship knows who the whistleblower is. We don't. We will never get the chance. We will never get the chance to see the whistleblower raise his right hand, swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. We'll never get that chance. More importantly, the American people won't get that chance. This anonymous so-called whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge, who's biased against the president, who worked with Joe Biden, who is the reason we're all sitting here today, will never get a chance to question that individual.
Yeah! How dare that lefty, communist whistleblower with bias against the president that we know literally nothing about? How dare they? It doesn't matter how many other people you get to confirm the president's crimes because that one whistleblower and their bias that we assume they have. Hey, quick side note. So that clip, you might have noticed, has a Daily Caller logo on the top. And I wanted to use that specific video because it's a part of the Daily Caller's 15-minute long recap video that completely cuts out nearly all of the actual testimony and focuses only on the parts where the GOP kinda sounds good. Like the Daily Caller, a site that calls itself news, that Facebook calls news, has a recap of the impeachment inquiry that cuts out nearly all of the actual inquiry. The article that came with it is, no joke, 250 words long. That's their coverage by someone calling themselves a reporter. So great work, Daily Caller founder Tasker Coruscant. But can you blame them? Like, if you were a partisan propaganda organization pretending to be the news and had to cover a story that was largely damning for your side, you kind of just have to pretend it's not happening. And much more on that later. But for the moment, let's actually stop and look at what has been said by these witnesses. No more teasing, all right? Let's get fully fisted by the truth. And as implied by the fisting, well, it's going to be a lot to take in. No doubt more and more revelations will show up along in the future, but also like the fisting, well, a little goes a long way. And so we already have a pretty damning timeline so far. So let's do it! Fist away! On April 21st, Volodymyr Zelensky was elected president of Ukraine, and according to EU Ambassador Gordon Sondland's testimony, he and several others later met with President Trump to discuss Ukraine. This was on May 23rd and included Special Envoy to Ukraine Kurt Volker, Rick Perry, and Senator Ron Johnson. This is also backed up by Kurt Volker's testimony, all in the transcript. And I can't in good conscience mention Rick Perry without checking in on what the president thinks of Rick Perry.
Rick Perry, watch him. He's a comer.
During that meeting with the comer and other people, and according to both Sondland and Volker, Trump showed very little actual interest in Ukraine and instructed them to talk to Rudy Giuliani, a person who, and this is true, is not a government employee, nor an expert on Ukraine, nor a person with experience being an ambassador or a diplomat, but rather the president's personal lawyer who, during this same time, was taking trips to Ukraine specifically to investigate Hunter Biden for political reasons. To quote Giuliani at the time of his trip, I'm asking them to do an investigation that they're doing already and that other people are telling them to stop. And I'm going to give them reasons why they shouldn't stop it, because that information will be very, very helpful to my client. Give them reasons. And now, according to multiple witnesses, it turns out the president was referring U.S. ambassadors and envoys to Giuliani, a not government official specifically tasked with going after his political rival, to consult on Ukraine. The same Giuliani who hired Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman to go to Ukraine and find Ukrainians who were willing to make claims against the Bidens for his client, the president. Only for those two guys to get caught trying to leave the country after violating campaign finance laws connected to their time in, Ukraine. A place Giuliani told them to go to. Giuliani, the president's lawyer, who once said, "I don't do anything that involves my client without speaking to my client." None of this is hearsay. I'm just saying things that happened. Hey, look at this picture of the president standing next to those crime guys I just mentioned. So what were those crime guys up to anyway? Well, it turns out that they were making hundreds of thousands of dollars in illegal campaign donations, while disguising where the money was coming from, in order to specifically push the firing of Ambassador Marie L. Yovanovitch, a woman that the president has and still continues to smear on Twitter. So what did Yovanovitch do wrong? Well, back in March, Marie gave a speech before the Ukraine Crisis Media Center, where she called out Ukraine for backsliding on corruption. And before this had made a lot of enemies in the country due to her criticism. And it turns out that Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, those crime guys who worked for the president's lawyer, well, a lot of their associates didn't like her. And so the crime guys were making donations to U.S. officials in the hope they would push her out. And they got their wish after donating to Congressman Pete Sessions. On May 9th, Parnas posted a photo of himself in Sessions' office the same day that Greasy Pete wrote a letter to U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo claiming that Yovanovitch had made disparaging remarks against Trump. Meanwhile, Ukraine's then top prosecutor Yuri Lutsenko floated a conspiracy theory that Yovanovitch had secretly helped the Clinton campaign. This was based on literally nothing, and was since recanted by Lutsenko himself. Didn't matter, because Trump, great brain, had been successfully tricked into the conspiracy theory, as he is wont to do, and began to attack Yovanovitch. It didn't help that many of the people who didn't like her in Ukraine also happened to be the same people that Giuliani was tapping for dirt on Biden. And this is all according to testimonies and indictments. So while you may have seen a lot of people wonder why Yovanovitch is even involved, this is mostly the reason. She was collateral damage, her ousting a sort of side deal made between Giuliani and the people in Ukraine he was working with to find Biden stuff. For the president, of course. These people apparently had a problem with Yovanovitch, an extremely serious ambassador who was focused on corruption. I wonder what type of people would have a problem with that. Anywho, according to Yovanovitch's testimony, she was called at 1 a.m. and told to get on the first plane out of Ukraine and back to Washington due to concerns for her security. Her dismissal then caused Michael McKinley, a 30-year ambassador and then senior advisor to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, to quit, citing a continuous effort by Trump and Giuliani to sideline and silence career diplomats working on Ukraine. Wowee, that's a lot of sketchy-ass stuff I just said, huh? But focus, Cody, all right? We're looking for bribery, not the other clearly impeachable crimes. The key part so far is when the president told U.S. ambassadors to work with his personal crime lawyer on Ukraine. Next up is July 10th, when, according to testimony by Senior Director for Europe and Russia on the National Security Council, Fiona Hill, there was a White House meeting with the then National Security Advisor John Bolton and two Ukrainian officials who were trying to get a meeting between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky. In that meeting, Ambassador Gordon Sondland, the guy who is very much Team Trump and also a wealthy hotel owner who maybe shouldn't be involved in the government, let it be known that he had an agreement with Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney that if the Ukrainians agreed to investigate Hunter Biden, they could get a meeting with the president. According to Hill, everyone in the room got real uncomfortable because Sondland hadn't at all discussed this officially and was basically just throwing it out there. So Bolton stops the meeting and they call it a day. Then at a follow-up meeting, Sondland does it again, and this time Hill halts the meeting again and asks the Ukrainian officials to leave the room. And according to her testimony, she then tried to explain to Sondland why he couldn't keep doing that, specifically telling him that they couldn't make any commitments without going through the proper procedures, to which Sondland then brought up Giuliani as his defense. You know, the president's personal lawyer, who I'm pretty sure shouldn't at all be involved in matters of diplomacy, as he wasn't even named as a special envoy. Later, she and Lieutenant Colonel Alexander S. Vindman decide to report the sketchy as meeting to John A. Eisenberg, the chief legal advisor to the National Security Council. And before they do it, Bolton asks Hill to, quote, "Go and tell Eisenberg that I am not part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up on this." So here we see a clash where the acting White House chief of staff teamed with an ambassador with close support of Trump to set up unofficial and weird meetings under the condition that Ukraine go forward with these investigations, and members of the National Security Council were getting very uncomfortable with that. Then came the time that Trump withheld aid from Ukraine. According to testimony by Laura Cooper, a top Pentagon official overseeing Ukraine, this happened near the end of July. You know what else happened near the end of July? The date July 25th, which is also when Trump made that phone call to President Zelensky. According to the transcripts, that aren't actually verbatim transcripts, according to the transcript itself that Trump is insisting we all read, the Ukrainian president brings up his desire to buy more javelins from the US for defense purposes, to which Trump responds, "I would like you to do us a favor, though," before bringing up an investigation into CrowdStrike, an entirely different tangent that I guess we need to talk about right now. CrowdStrike is the cybersecurity technology company that the DNC hired to analyze their email hack 5 months before the 2016 election, the one that linked Russia to our elections, a thing they totally messed with. CrowdStrike is the one who figured out that Russian agents had broken into the DNC's network and stolen emails, the evidence of which was later used by Mueller to indict 12 members of Russia's military, as laid out in his report that includes at least 10 other impeachable instances of obstruction of justice. But anyway, for that reason, there's been a conspiracy theory that CrowdStrike, a company that has also worked with the GOP when they had hacking issues, withheld knowledge that it was actually Ukraine that hacked the DNC and blamed it on Russia, something that has zero evidence behind it and would be a pretty random thing for a nonpartisan company to decide to do. This was being pushed by Roger Stone, a man known for lying and for having a back tattoo commemorating his friendship with another crime president who was just found guilty of witness tampering and lying to Congress. Stone, if you forgot, was an advisor to Trump's 2016 presidential campaign who was caught establishing a back channel with those Russian hackers and WikiLeaks to dig up dirt on Trump's election rival, which sure seems like a thing that keeps on happening, huh? And it just so happens that Mueller's testimony was a day before Trump called Zelensky, which is why, in the transcript the president wants us to read, Trump specifically asks Ukraine to look into it because he wants, quote, "that whole nonsense ended with a very poor performance by a man named Robert Mueller." This is the transcript the president wanted us to read, and it involves the Ukraine president bringing up purchasing weapons from the US before the president responds with, "I would like you to do us a favor, though," as in conditional to purchasing weapons, and that favor is for him to investigate a private company responsible for the investigations against him. They wanted us to read this, including the other part where Trump says, "The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son," and so on. During the same time, it became very clear to everyone that there was a quid pro quo between Trump and Zelensky. To quote Ambassador Bill Taylor during his testimony, "That was my clear understanding. Security assistance money would not come until the president committed to pursue the investigation." Taylor would later text Sondland and say, "I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign." On August 9th, we also have a text exchange provided by former U.S. Special Envoy Kurt Volker between himself and Sondland arranging a White House meeting and statement from the Ukrainian president where Sondland remarks, "POTUS really wants the deliverable," and they begin drafting a statement for the event. Then 3 days later, we got the first whistleblower complaint about the July 25th call, which begins to make its way through Congress and seemingly causes Trump's advisors to try to convince him to release the aid, which he still doesn't do. He is now withholding the aid despite people begging him to do it. The situation at this point was getting so alarming that the senior State Department official in charge of Ukraine, George Kent, wrote up a memo specifically addressing it, expressing concerns that there were people, like Giuliani, pushing communication with Ukraine and not going through any formal policy process while doing it. The implication there is that Trump was basically undermining the official channels, working a different deal that was under the table through his personal lawyer, who he had directed his ambassadors to work with. Then, on September 1st, is when, according to testimony, we get a very explicit mention of a quid pro quo, as William Taylor recalled that during an event in Warsaw commemorating World War II, Zelensky flat out asked Vice President Mike Pence about security cooperation. Pence deflected and said he'd talk to Trump about it. Taylor testified that he then spoke to National Security Council advisor Tim Morrison about this, and Morrison told him that Sondland told one of Zelensky's top aides that, quote, security assistance money would not come until President Zelensky committed to pursue the Burisma investigation. Burisma being the company Hunter Biden worked for. While that sounds like a game of telephone or secondhand information, both Tim Morrison and Sondland would then corroborate this with their testimonies as well. According to Sondland himself, he explicitly told Zelensky's people that Ukraine wasn't going to get aid unless he investigated Biden. Meanwhile, 13 Ukrainian soldiers would die during this span of withheld aid. Fun fact. Having no choice in the matter, Zelensky then prepared to go on CNN to talk to Fareed Zakaria and announce publicly that he was going to investigate Biden like Trump wanted. But before he could do that, the story broke about the whistleblower, causing the White House to release the aid. And because they released the money, Zelensky quickly canceled the CNN appearance.
And then I was in Kiev on September 12th and 13th, and I met with him, which often happens. They want to, suss you out and make sure that they feel comfortable. And we had a very nice conversation, no inkling of any of this. And then we sort of had a date set. They'd essentially committed to it. And I think the Washington Post breaks the story about the whistleblower and the whole thing. Suddenly radio silence from their side.
That's when the aid was released, right?
That was when the aid was released. And then I think the aid was released. The Post story breaks. The Trump administration, I think I have this right. The story breaks. I think it was the Post. The aid is quickly released. And then the interview is essentially canceled. So the way I look at it was, the aid is released, so that's the end of the quid. And then the interview is canceled, that's the end of the quo.
Did you catch all of that? Zelensky's aide was told that he wasn't going to get the money unless he announced an investigation into Biden, despite there being no reason for that investigation beyond the fact that Biden was Trump's political rival. And Zelensky was so clearly only doing that for the aid that when it was finally released, he canceled the announcement. Because he didn't actually care about investigating Biden. He was doing something to get something. And then once he got his something, canceled the something he was supposed to give in order to get the something. And everything I just told you is from these inquiries, corroborated by various advisors and ambassadors with varying loyalty to Trump and for some, many years of bipartisan service. None of this is from the mysterious whistleblower, and it all very clearly points to Trump trying to set up a bribe, which is definitely grounds for impeachment under the Constitution. There's no wiggle room there. The idea that Ukraine didn't know about the quid pro quo, not that it would legally matter, is not true. And everything I described here is just the thing that happened according to these very credible witnesses and backed up with text messages. Also, probably could have saved some time, but here's the fucking White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, just saying there was a quid pro quo.
Those were the driving factors. Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely, no question about that. But that's it, and that's why we held up the money. Now, there was a report.
So the demand for an investigation into the Democrats was part of the reason that he ordered to withhold funding to Ukraine.
The look back to what happened in 2016 certainly was part of the thing that he was worried about in corruption with that nation. And that is absolutely appropriate.
Withholding the funding.
Yeah.
Could have maybe led with that, Cody. But whatever. there it is. That quid pro quo that Lindsey Graham was talking about. Shall we now check in with him to hear his thoughts? No doubt it's some kind of grand revelation that he's been led astray by the president, right?
Do you plan on reading these transcripts that were released?
No. Oh, okay. So all those transcripts I just cited about how there was totally a quid pro quo, Lindsey isn't going to read them. To his credit, that's a pretty easy way to avoid taking responsibility, by just not doing his job. I honestly didn't realize that was an option, but I guess it is. Like, that's seriously how the GOP is handling this, by just ignoring it. Or in Trump's case, claiming he's not going to watch the hearing and then tweeting about that hearing he's not watching. It's just very transparent. Remember Ben Shapiro's no quid pro quo, no impeachment, no moving goalpost tweets before the hearing? Yeah, you remember that. The whole thing where he wasn't going to move any goalposts. Let's check in with that.
The White House should stop saying there was no quid pro quo. There was a quid pro quo. The question is whether it was a corrupt quid pro quo, as I've been saying for weeks.
Okay, Ben. So there was a quid pro quo, as you have been saying for weeks. And I guess we'll just have to trust you there because of how truthful you are. And there's no possible way to look into the past and see what you've said. Special Ben. We could probably just end the video here, but then we get to miss the fun part. Because, as I believe I've explained, there is a lot of very damning and undeniable witness evidence from extremely credible sources pointing to an impeachable offense. And normal people should, at this point, be able to recognize that. But folks like Ben and the GOP keep on pushing those goalposts and trying to explain that sure, there was a quid pro quo, but not a corrupt one. And in fact, these things happen all the time.
And that was the legality of the issue.
But to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democratic server happened as well.
We do that all the time with foreign policy. And I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
Yeah! Get over it, bro! Investigating corruption is so 2018. Also, buy these shirts. These official shirts from Trump. His branded argument about how quid pro quos are no big deal. A thing he also definitely didn't do, according to him. See, that's the real fun part. Because while they are still trying to discredit the idea that there even was a quid pro quo, they're also simultaneously pushing the idea that it would have been totally normal if it happened. Like saying, hey man, I didn't shit in the dressing room with this JCPenney, but if I did, that wouldn't be the end of the world, you know? Like, people shit places all the time. Why not a dressing room? It's the same size of a bathroom. It happens all the time. And now we have to backtrack all over again, because at the start of this, I pointed out that there are quid pro quos the government legally engages in with other governments, which was never the accusation here. This is an accusation about a personal quid pro quo. And so by trying to point that out as a defense of Trump is a way to purposefully bog down the conversation, especially when, as clearly stated in the evidence, these ambassadors and diplomats were working with Trump's personal lawyer and were specifically worried about how they weren't dealing with Ukraine through proper channels and procedures. Saying, yeah, but the US makes deals all the time is missing the entire point of what the accusations are. It's being purposefully stupid, or just regular stupid, but probably purposefully stupid. And again, they are doing this all while trying to also claim it never happened. Here's U.S. Representative Jim Jordan grilling William Taylor and claiming that since Zelensky didn't announce the investigation into Biden, that means there was no quid pro quo.
My clear understanding was they weren't going to get the money until President Zelensky committed to pursue the investigations. Now, with all due respect, Ambassador, your clear understanding was obviously wrong because it didn't happen. President Zelensky didn't announce he was going to investigate Burisma or the Bidens. He didn't do a press conference and say, I'm going to investigate the Bidens, we're going to investigate Burisma. He didn't tweet about it, and you just told the ranking member he didn't do the CNN interview and announce he's going to investigate Burisma or the Bidens.
Okay, so despite all the evidence and the fact that Zelensky was absolutely going to announce the investigation into Biden before the money was released after public scrutiny, that's going to be Jim Jordan's stupid opinion on the situation, and he's totally entitled to that. Now here he is speaking after the same goddamn hearing.
Ukraine's one, as Ernst & Young said, one of the 3 most corrupt countries on the planet. President Trump and our administration, or his administration, was checking them out. And guess what? After Vice President Pence visited with Mr. Zelensky, after Senators bipartisan, Senators Johnson and Murphy visited with President Zelensky, 6 days later the aid is released because they all became convinced this is a guy worth sending the hard-earned tax dollars of the American people to.
Okay, so it was all a test of corruption. He was like an undercover cop buying drugs to bust the dealer. So here's a question then. If Zelensky didn't announce they were looking into Biden, like you, Jim Jordan, said didn't happen during the hearing, then how did they pass this corruption test you are now saying did happen? What did Zelensky do to convince Trump, famous anti-corruption president, that he was on the level? Because the only thing Zelensky was asked to investigate was Biden, which Zelensky didn't do because he got the aid. So did this never happen, or did it actually happen and was part of a corruption test? Which is it, Jord? Which lie do you want to tell? Because you can't tell both lies. You just can't, little buddy. Or I guess you can, because you did. So this is where we're at. There's a ton of damning evidence showing that the President of the United States instructed various ambassadors and officials to work with his personal lawyer to make a deal with another country exchanging aid for a personal favor. And because it's so clear, the GOP is going to spend the inquiry ranting and tap-dancing conspiracies and just flat out lying and confusing the subject. They have no other option. Besides acting in the interest of the people and not themselves. And don't get me wrong here. Democrats, possibly the lesser of two evils, are also using this inquiry to preach and make big dumb speeches and use these very serious witnesses to grandstand. It's a lot of filling time sprinkled with extremely important information hidden in hours of insufferable bullshit.
My colleagues, a couple of my colleagues referenced the conversation, the hot mic conversation between President Obama and President Medvedev. That was in 2012. There's a suggestion that he was saying he was going to go easy on Russia over the invasion of Ukraine, but that invasion took place 2 years after that conversation. You don't have any reason to believe that President Obama was referring to going easy on Russia for an invasion that hadn't happened yet, do you?
Mr. Chairman, I have no knowledge of what was in...
It was more or less a rhetorical question.
Hey, maybe don't ask the very serious ambassador rhetorical questions to dunk on the Republicans, Shiffy. Dude isn't made of time. This is a test of the legislative branch as a whole, who is facing an executive branch that is very clearly corrupt. It's everything the Constitution talked about in terms of removing a president from office. Trump, who believes in very little, could have just as likely grifted his way into the Democratic Party. Like, it really shouldn't be about party lines, at least specifically when it comes to his crimes, which are very numerous and obvious. This really shouldn't be hard, and yet it is, because the system we designed here is broken. All of it, from the branches of our government to the terrible media coverage, claiming that the inquiries are boring and dull and lacked pizzazz. No pizzazz? Did you not see the fucking bow tie? But the true heroes of the dipshit parade are, of course, conservative media, who are going to give us endless months of this.
You tune in, you're either sound asleep or you can't follow. He said, she said, she said, he said, he said. It's a bunch of gossip girls. It's not a legitimate
So you want to stop
inquiry.
the impeachment?
Again, it might just as easily have been Democrats, but Republicans and conservatives are on the slab here. They are most responsible for this mess, and so they are the ones being put to the test, and they're just failing the shit out of that test. Like, you know how I'm being super detailed and explaining the definition of stuff and whipping out the Constitution, or at least trying to? I'm not doing that to be a condescending chuckle dick. I'm doing it because I actually have to.
Okay, here's the problem. Yeah, of course, Nancy, it's in the Constitution. We can read, okay? President may be impeached for bribery, treason, or high crimes and misdemeanors. But even assuming the Democrats' strained and ridiculous interpretation of the facts, and I do not assume them, but just for the sake of their argument, attempted bribery isn't in the Constitution.
This is where we are at. And just in case your uncle whips out that gem on Thanksgiving or on... what's the other one? Starts with an X? Well, in case of that, here I'm just going to once again show you this link to the legal definition of bribery that specifies that seeking an exchange of value is also bribery. Do I have to play the Simpsons clip?
Convicted of a crime I didn't even commit. Attempted murder. Now, honestly, what is that? Do they give a Nobel Prize for attempted chemistry, do they?
This is just so embarrassing, and we still haven't hit the bottom.
Because life on Earth is bribery. You say, I want something from you, you give something to me. That's how the world works everywhere.
Ah, yeah. The president couldn't have done bribery because of how, like, when you think about it, man, like, everything's bribery on, like, a philosophical level. They're grotesque, desperate, and lying constantly about what's happening. The only play they have left is to fundamentally change the rules of reality. And we probably shouldn't forget that, you know? Like if in the future we get to decide which party gets to be in charge, we should remember the specific people who, when faced with a trial of integrity, put their partisan and personal interests over the people they're supposed to be serving. We should remember the television and social media hacks who claim to be warriors of logic, but bend over backwards to not change their minds. They shouldn't be allowed to influence this country because they are hurting us. It's just a suggestion. Also, P.S., there's a white nationalist in charge of our immigration policies right now, so maybe there shouldn't be. Just a little P and an S. Something to consider, you know? Hey everybody, here's a generic thank you and ending. Leave comments and like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Patreon.com/SomeMoreNews is where you can support us. Even More News is the name of the podcast. Some More News is the name of the show you just watched. YouTube is the website that you've seen it on. Like and subscribe. Yeah. Ears marnars! Pirate nars! We got tales of swashing buckles and gold doubloons! It's not pirate nars, it's President nars. Sorry, that's much less exciting. It's actually the opposite of exciting. You know who I'm talking about, right? It's this guy, he's a complete drag, and it's still weird he's the president, you know? Remember when he had that show where he fired Stephen Baldwin? And now he's the entire president? I know this seems pretty basic and like a million steps backward, but are we sure he's not doing some kind of Andy Kaufman performance piece? We're sure, right? Has someone asked him? Someone asked him directly. Whatever. I guess this is the guy we're going to talk about, and I know that's a bit of a bummer, and there's like this whole other election happening where a bunch of wieners are trying to become the person who will try to become president, and we're all fighting over which wiener would be the best one to take on Trump, and there's a really obvious winner wiener, and also one of those wieners is this other even richer guy who treats women like shit and is just like Trump. Fun fact, Mike Bloomberg is a marionette made from reassembled mummies with seasonal affective disorder. Tell your family. In all this election fuss, it seems like a good time for a refresher and reminder of what is at stake. Of course, since we all know why the president is bad president, it might be useful to explore how he is allowed to keep bad presidenting. Because you remember the crimes, right? There were crimes. Remember that? We had a whole impeachment over some of them. Remember the impeachment? The one where the president was, you know, impeached? Trump has been impeached, like, for realsies. And that's not nothing. And worth remembering forever and ever. But also, it's kind of nothing. At least when you consider all the new shiny crimes the president has done since that thing where he was impeached. Crimes that we will now go over for your grim amusement in a segment called Trump Sure Learned His Lesson from That Impeachment. Yes, sir, he sure did. Glad that whole crime thing is settled once and for all. But you don't have to take my word for it.
I believe that the president has learned from this case.
What do you believe the president has learned?
The president has been impeached. There has been criticism by both Republican and Democratic senators of his call. I believe that he will be much more cautious in the future.
Thanks, Susan Collins from early February. You're so right. Trump, a man who looked directly into a solar eclipse after being told not to, totally learned his lesson from impeachment. No need to actually remove him from office because he's, wait. Sorry. Hey, let's see what Susan Collins from 10 Days Later has to say.
In light of the president's actions, do you think there's any lessons that he learned from being impeached?
I don't know which actions you're referring to. I've made very clear that I don't think anyone should be retaliated against. That has nothing to do with the basis by which I voted to acquit the president.
Oh, weird. So at the start of February, Susan Collins said the president had learned his lesson and would never abuse his power again. Then in mid-February, she seems to be totally avoiding talking about that thing she said 10 days earlier. I wonder what happened between the first day, Trump's acquittal, and this new, later day, not too long after that first day. Oh, right, he fired the people who testified against him 2 days after his acquittal, using his power as president in a totally not power-abusing way at all, because he learned his lesson, Susan. Right, Susan? Hey, Susan, you still think he learned his lesson about not doing power abuse things? Maybe we should ask you this every day of your career, and then after your career, and for the rest of your life. It must just be a coincidence that he fired the people who testified against him, something that the Republican senators who found him not guilty of abusing his power urged him to not do. And to be fair, and or balanced, and or who cares anymore, according to the National Security Advisor, Vindman, a decorated officer with a long history of accomplishments standing up for what he believed in, wasn't fired. He was just moved from his job out of in a kind of ejection, like a discharge from a gun, along with his twin brother, who was also moved out of his job, despite having no connection to Trump's impeachment other than, I don't know, being the family member of a person who crossed Trump and perhaps a good pressure point if you were trying to punish someone like some kind of obvious and cartoonish mob boss. Or maybe we're not giving President Trump the benefit of our doubt, and Vindman was fired because Trump, knowing his work, genuinely thought he was doing a bad job. Do we have a confession definitely saying that Trump actually didn't know him at all and fired him purely as retaliation for testifying against him? Oh good. There it is, literally a confession of abuse of power. The thing he was impeached for and then acquitted of because Republicans said he had learned his lesson not to do that thing he then did immediately after being acquitted. And that's the name of this horrifyingly depressing game now. Not only has Trump continued to do abuses of power and obstructions of justice, but has realized that he can also totally admit to it and see no consequences. And he is correct. The president is correct about a thing. Hooray! On February 13th, when meeting with New York Governor Andrew Cuomo to discuss lifting a travel restriction ban on New York residents, the President of the United States tweeted, "I'm seeing Governor Cuomo today at the White House. He must understand that national security far exceeds politics. New York must stop all of its unnecessary lawsuits and harassment, start cleaning itself up and lowering taxes." And he spelled harassment wrong, of course he did that. Anywho, so the lawsuits and harassment he's referring to are lawsuits against him, specifically over his tax returns. Remember those? The things where he has nothing to hide, but also still won't let us see and is going to court over protecting? Boy, it sure sounds like our president is saying that he won't work with Cuomo unless New York drops those personal lawsuits against him, doesn't it? Like a quid something something. Like a really blatant, easy to spot and prosecute quid something something, where the evidence is just the president saying it out loud. Only that won't happen, and we'll likely never hear about it again. Just like how we won't hear consequences over this story, about how Congressman Dana Rohrabacher apparently told Julian Assange that on instructions from the president, we would pardon him if he said Russia had nothing to do with the DNC leaks, despite Russia having everything to do with the DNC leaks. It's another quid something something that Rohrabacher doesn't deny saying and has in fact admitted to. but is now claiming that Trump didn't tell him to do it. And hey, look, hey now, Trump says he barely even knows Rohrabacher, a man who is considered for his cabinet. It's, you know how Trump doesn't know all those crime people all the time and then is immediately contradicted with evidence of him clearly knowing the crime people he says he doesn't know, like some kind of compulsive liar the president is. And it used to be that we'd have to reach back in time to show this, but thanks to the whole acquittal, it seems that Trump has realized that he doesn't even have to pretend to not know crime stuff for all that long. Here he is back during the impeachment trial, talking to his fellow puffy harasser pal Bill O'Reilly about how he absolutely didn't direct Rudy Giuliani to go to Ukraine and investigate Joe Biden.
Well, you have to ask that to Rudy, but Rudy, I don't even know. I know he was going to go to Ukraine, and I think he canceled the trip. But you know, Rudy has other clients other than me. No, I didn't direct him, but he is a warrior. Rudy's a warrior.
Look now, hey. Trump didn't direct him to go to Ukraine, all right? Maybe it was just a personal hobby of Giuliani, or he was doing it for another one of his clients that wants to investigate Joe Biden for political purposes, you know? Hey now. So that was his stance, and part of his defense during the trial, which he was then acquitted for. And then 8 days after that said this.
Was it strange to send Rudy Giuliani to Ukraine, your personal lawyer? Are you sorry you did that?
Not at all. Rudy was a great crime fighter. You know that maybe better than anybody.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's the president of a country literally confessing to a thing he said he didn't do days earlier as defense during a trial for a crime. People were like, hey, you did this thing that led to a crime. And he was like, nah, man, I didn't do that thing. You're crazy. And then a bunch of demented suits were like, yeah, we agree. He didn't do that thing. And then days later, he was like, oh, I mean, yeah, I actually did that thing. But whatever, goes. Thanks for the pass. Trump 2020. And then the world just kept on going, as if that wasn't totally messed up and enough to sink any other president before this forsaken year. For the people who've always understood the objective reality that Trump was guilty, but also realized that there was nothing anyone would do about it, this is probably no surprise. But it's kind of chilling to realize that Trump is also one of those people. He knows he's guilty, and he knows it doesn't matter. He's a teenager learning that adults can't legally hit you despite how much you harass them. A house cat discovering that no matter where it shits, someone will pick that up. Or a down-on-his-luck man realizing that the great Lady Sea is the last haven of true freedom. God, I wish we did a pirate thing this time. My whole thing is pirates now. We read headlines about how the DOJ has suddenly reduced Roger Stone's prison sentence while the president and guy Roger Stone worked for and helped the campaign of tweets out a direct attack and obvious lie about the people who prosecuted him, causing them to quit the case. A bold-faced and undeniable act of obstruction of justice and corruption by the President of the United States in the light of day. And we hear about it and feel helpless to stop it, and know that most likely Stone will get a full pardon, because the GOP majority has made it clear that they are going to support Trump for obvious partisan reasons, no matter what he does, and we're apparently unable to stop them, despite them and everyone else knowing that they're all lying. It's fucking scary, and a clear indication that the system is broken. And even worse, when we can't even keep up with it. We're like Lucy shoving the chocolate into our mouths, but if the chocolate was also shit, Trump's shit. We're eating so much of it, all the time, until we die. Here's another story about how Trump hotels, you know, the hotel business our president runs, are charging the Secret Service, aka the taxes we pay, insane rates to stay at the hotel, which they have to stay at to protect the president, who owns the hotels. Remember how he's been violating the emoluments clause of the Constitution since day one, and yet that's still not a thing that has gotten him removed, even though it's more than enough? Again, all of everything I've just discussed came out in just the time since Trump was acquitted and then totally learned his lesson. This is all just the span of weeks, thanks to our newly empowered crime president. And again, still wouldn't be surprised if this is some performance art piece. And if it is, I guess I thank you, Mr. President, for pointing out how our government is so broken that the power of the executive branch was kept at bay by a goddamn honor system this entire time. Something is broken, and as we all know at this point, that thing goes far beyond one ragey weirdo pratfalling into the Oval Office. Specifically, we now know that the impeachment process is an absolute joke. The thing many assumed would save us from a blatantly corrupt president grifter didn't work. Our brakes have failed, and we are careening toward the rocky cliff wondering if it would be better to at least swerve into a tree. This tree. Fun fact, Mike Bloomberg is a literal tree that came to life thanks to a magic top hat filled with NDAs. Pass it on. So what happened? What needs to be fixed? Let's assume, happily and for a moment, that Trump won't last the next election, and the country will quietly move on like a hungover guy sneaking out of the aquarium with eel bites on his junk. Like this totally hypothetical man realizing that his sexual attraction to longfish just isn't worth the ensuing medical bills. We too can learn from our embarrassment in part 2 of today's video, coming right up after a word from me. Hey, let's fix impeachment. I'm not attracted to fish. Maybe you're the one who's attracted to fish. You do it. It's you. So, how is our impeachment process broken? Well, for starters, it technically isn't. We impeached the president, right? You know, he's a big old peach forever. Peach man, the halls of history will echo for the rest of days. Princess Impeach. Peacho Trumpo is his name-o, and so on and so forth. No, the actual thing that's broken, and this should come as a surprise to exactly nobody, is the Senate, who failed to actually carry out the impeachment and remove Trump. Mr. Peacho Orange Man face, as foretold in legend. It's because they're terrible, and partisan, and slow, and greedy, and terrible, but especially terrible. And we're not going to fix that without fixing how we elect them, which we can't fix without fixing how we do our elections, something I've talked about in the past, like a maniac apparently. Things like ranked choice voting and multi-member districts would greatly help this problem. But also, as U.S. Representative Bill Pascrell pointed out in this opinion piece, Congress is hilariously understaffed and under-resourced. Corporate lobbyists now spending far more on Congress than taxpayers do, meaning that there's less of a reason to do the people's bidding than to do the companies. As Mr. Pascrell described in his article, in 2016, there were more than 6,200 tax lobbyists on the Senate Finance Committee and the Joint Committee on Taxation, while only 130 aides were on the side of the American people. But this profound lack of resources wasn't always this way, and in fact only happened in the 90s. Why? Because of this guy. Oh, hi, Newt! So glad we get to talk about you! It turns out that back when he was House Speaker, Newt Gingrich cut 2/3 of the staff from the Congressional Research Service, Government Accountability Office, and Congressional Budget Office, as well as defunded the Office of Technology Assessment. All of these sections were designed to give Congress the power to look into issues themselves so they could make informed laws. In other words, Newt Gingrich made Congress dumber and without resources, something only a totally honest person would do who wanted the best decisions made in our government. Oh, and fun fact, during this time, he also used those same resources to work on his personal campaigns and projects. I don't mean to point fingers, but is anyone surprised that the GOP found it beneficial to make Congress less informed? Like, doesn't that make all the sense, considering that they are far more likely to be paid by the tobacco and oil and gas lobby, and be against LGBTQ and reproductive rights, and all those other things that require you to ignore science? Of course, they would cut spending to the learning part of their brain. Of course they would do that. And to make it worse, no one seems to talk about this that much, or realize it's a problem. Here's an article from Real Clear Politics criticizing the Democrats' handling of Trump's impeachment, citing how during the Nixon scandal, the House of Representatives didn't hold any official proceedings until conducting an extensive bipartisan investigation with 51 days of hearings, and then turned the findings into very specific charges against Nixon. The article is framed as if they simply can't understand why Pelosi isn't doing it the same as they did in the 70s, while completely ignoring what our old friend Newt did in the 90s. So, yeah, If you're wondering why we used to be able to accomplish baseline things like a Clean Water Act and actually holding presidents accountable, it's because there once was a time where senators of any level of experience were able to get proper resources and time to pursue actual political action. Was it perfect? Probably not. But was it more perfect than what is currently happening? Probably yes. Geez, so that's a problem. One that has made impeachment completely ineffective, assuming it was ever effective in the first place. During the Clinton impeachment, a hilariously quaint set of accusations by today's new president standards that nonetheless gives me an opportunity to point out that Bill Clinton is a rapist. During that impeachment vote, nearly everyone voted on party lines, just like nearly everyone voted on party lines for Trump. But the Constitution requires a 2/3 supermajority to convict. And so when Congress is so incredibly divided by party lines, and no party is ever likely to have a huge majority, and when the GOP or perhaps future Democrats are so blinded by partisanship that they are willing to reject basic reality, it's just never going to happen. The jury can't also be friends with the defendant, or in this case, sad sycophants of the defendant, despite that defendant constantly abusing them and the people they work for. Like, obviously they can't. We had a whole movie about this, and it was fine. A perfectly fine movie, so says the opinion of the person who wrote this joke. So until we fix a Congress filled with understaffed partisan hacks, we need another way to remove an unfit president from office. One of the more common and most hilarious suggestions from the media during the trial was that Trump should be censured by the Democrats, which is literally just to officially condemn his actions and then move on. It's a great alternative, Washington Post, thank you, who added that impeachment was terrible for the country and that we should instead make a formal complaint against the president, who would totally stop doing crimes if we just scolded him for it. Great thinking there. It's weird how many opinion articles are out there trying to convince people that a symbolic gesture will totally make a difference and cause Trump voters, many of whom are convinced there's a deep state conspiracy against their president as foretold by the sage words of 4chan, to see the error of their ways. No, perhaps we should brainstorm some solutions to actually make a difference. Just a thought. Politico had a novel idea, which was to ask a group of legal experts with advanced knowledge of the Constitution what we should do. You know, the kind of people who at one point might have been able to work in Washington back when they liked having smart people around. Their solutions address two really obvious problems with the Trump impeachment process: the blatant partisanship in the Senate, and the fact that people could just ignore subpoenas for some reason. And hey, maybe they shouldn't be able to do that. As one professor of history in the article suggests, perhaps people who refuse to testify in an impeachment should go to jail. It's a fine idea, and while doing that might have some legal and political repercussions, it would be very helpful during a time of constitutional crisis, like the one we just had, you know? Additionally, as a teacher of constitutional law and politics later suggests, members of the Senate and House should also be treated with scrutiny, specifically vetted for conflicts of interest and being forced to recuse themselves if any arise. To save time, this would be done by having each member go before the Supreme Court and swear to having no conflicts. And then, if we think they are lying, because some of them would definitely be lying, there would be a more comprehensive investigation of that individual. In short, we need to, at the very least, make the act of refusing to cooperate with an impeachment a way more punishable offense. And it's actually weird that this isn't already a thing we do. And hey, speaking of laws and court and stuff, another idea floated by a former assistant U.S. attorney is probably the most obvious, which is that we should probably have a branch other than Congress weigh in on these things. For example, while the Department of Justice has guidelines preventing them from charging a sitting president with crimes, maybe they should not have guidelines preventing them from charging a sitting president for crimes. Maybe there should be specific guidelines for how the DOJ would be able to actually indict a sitting president when someone, I don't know, investigates a bunch of crimes they did. Like, maybe they shouldn't just have to go, so, here are a bunch of crimes in case anyone wants to do something about it at some point. Okay, goodbye forever. That would be an easy fix, huh? Or hey, maybe the Supreme Court could get involved. It's not a crazy idea, as Alexander Hamilton mentioned in the Federalist Papers. It was considered, saying, would it have been an improvement of the plan to have united the Supreme Court with the Senate in the formation of the Court of Impeachments? This union would certainly have been attended with several advantages, before adding, but nah, let's not do it, and then singing about Yorktown or whatever that crazy kook did with his time. And as a constitutional law professor notes in that Politico article, the Founding Fathers ultimately assumed that members of Congress would naturally reject any president that abused his power despite party lines, which is just adorable. It's also a pretty huge thing to keep in mind that when impeachment was invented, it absolutely wasn't designed to work this way. It was made in good faith that we would never be in the situation we are in right now, meaning that the Founding Fathers were objectively wrong about this, and probably wrong about a lot of other things. So there's no question here that this does need to change, and soon, because whether or not we vote Trump out, he's made it extremely clear to any future grifter that the buffet is wide open. And in this current broken-ass system, it is extremely easy to get away with whatever you want, no matter how badly of a dumb liar you are. And so, if the best-case scenario happens, and he is elected out, one of the first orders of business really needs to be, how can we make sure that doesn't happen again? And if we can't fix that, then I don't know, maybe let's not have a government. No more government. Just toss it out and go by some kind of like a code instead, like a pirate code. Yeah, but we're forming a pirate brethren where we settle disputes through clashing steel and a hearty jig. Weigh anchor and send that Jolly Roger a-flapping in the tall winds. No presidents, and all the gold and rum and beautiful, sexy fish we can lay our hands on. See, I got us back to pirates. The transition was a little sweaty, but I got us there. It's a callback, you see. And I got the fish sex thing in there too, for levity, because everything I said was terrible and depressing. I hope you enjoyed it as the credits roll. I don't actually have sex with fish. Hi everybody! Here's some Joe Biden, apparently. Yes, as 20 Democrats showed up to be like, the old ways aren't the way forward, and hey, your politics specifically did racism to me specifically, the Democratic Party seems to have coalesced around the toothy, poke-you-in-the-chest centrist who, to his credit, knows my favorite historical quote. All men and women created by the go, you know the thing. Do we have a staged reading of that historical quote?
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by the go, you know the thing.
Jeezers, guys. Bejeezers to Betsy and a hearty mother. That is like, and what about, oh, okay, well, I mean, we could have had Delaney. Where are my Delaney bros at, huh? Yeah? Any Delaney ladies in the house? Yeah? Okay, well, I guess this is what we're working with. Super Tuesday has resulted in a Biden lead, with Bernie Sanders very close behind. So it's pretty darn clear that the narrative going forward will be whether a moderate or a progressive has a better chance of taking on Donald Trump, which I'm sure will result in a very calm and reasonable primary that won't make everyone want to jump into all of the volcanoes. Seriously, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. This one, I'm not like mixing him up with any, okay. The guy who has told multiple Democratic voters to their face not to vote for him on camera.
You should vote for Trump. You should vote for Trump. I'm not going to do that.
That's the guy, right? The guy we're looking to take on Trump. The you should vote for Trump guy. With all the touching and the not great record with women's rights and the Hyde Amendment stuff, and having once said, quote, I don't think that a woman has the sole right to say what should happen to her body, the Iraq war vote, the perceived deep state scandal around Ukraine that is definitely going to clog up the general election. That's the guy you think Trump will struggle to defeat. Well, Now that I think about it, it's true that Trump did say that Biden would be the harder candidate to go against, like in a secret audio clip. Do we have that audio clip?
Had she picked Bernie Sanders, it would have been tougher. It was the only one I didn't want her to pick.
Ah! Sorry, that wasn't Biden he was talking about. It was some other guy. The other guy. With the Medicare for All and all the youth and bird support, who is going against Biden in the primary, where we are choosing who should go up against Donald Trump. But okay, all right, this video can't just be me running my luscious mouth about all the ways I think Bernie is better than Joe Biden. Somewhere in my brain, I suppose I realize that. Nor will I just ramble on about how pulling a far-right populist movement further to the center is not best accomplished by the left-leaning party moving to the center, because I already did that, actually. Nor can I try to make the completely hopeful case as to why Bernie still has a big chance at getting the nomination. Because the honest truth is that it is going to be hard. A hardcore progressive victory within the Democratic Party, as it always is, will be tough in the coming months. Something that perhaps shouldn't be seen as a shocker if you happen to look at any polls about how Democrats skew, which, if you're wondering, is mainly conservative or moderate leaning. For progressives, it's an uphill battle to the top of a volcano, which I may or may not jump inside. Joe versus the volcano! Perfect reference. And yes, before we get started, it's true that despite his record and him cozying up to Republicans, past, present, and future, Biden is actually more progressive than people give him credit for. Partly because the Democratic Party is more progressive than they were 12 years ago, so by default. But the American Conservative Union gave him a measly 12.6 rating for how often his votes align with them. But by that same metric, he's still less of a progressive than Obama was, or of course, Senator Sanders. He's pushing as the moderate option of the race, is the point. Because bottom line, Jack, moderate Democrats are more popular in their party. But other, more depressing bottom line, and this is kind of a big deal and the subject of this video and something that perhaps we all need to worry about, moderate Democrats don't win presidential elections. So, I didn't know I needed to say this, but it looks like I have to say it, so here I am saying it. If your primary goal is to get Donald Trump out of office in 2020, we shouldn't just do the same thing we did in 2016 and hope it'll work out this time. Joe Biden is running as a moderate and mainstream alternative to Bernie Sanders. The exact same thing Hillary did in 2016. And when she got the nomination, Clinton went on to lose 4.4 million votes from people who voted for Obama in 2012. Now, Obama, you might remember from the phrase, Barack Obama's Vice President Joe Biden. And hey, speaking of Obama, you might not remember because it's been at least 50 years since 2008, but it was also Hillary Clinton who ran as a more moderate alternative to Barack Obama during his primary. Obama was frequently criticized for his then progressive views that were seen as risky for the general election. But ultimately, Obama got the nomination and took on John McCain and sneak peek of Donald Trump, Sarah Palin, while running on a platform of change and universal health care, and yes, we can, and mustard for everybody. Sop it up and drink that f***ing mustard, you sick animals, you love it. But then what happened? Oh, Obama won. He became a president, all while running as the more progressive choice with a bold strategy. And we can talk all day about whether or not he actually lived up to that campaign. Like, I still haven't gotten my mustard. Where's my mustard, Obama? But the point is that by just looking at the last two major elections, it's like super clear that a moderate approach wasn't the answer. The Atlantic went a step further and looked at all of the campaigns since the 70s, finding that moderate Democrats have a losing record that no one seems to talk about. They lost in 1980, 2000, 2004, and 2016. A political economist named Thomas Piketty also looked into this for the past 70 years, not just in the US, but the UK and France, and found the same conclusion. To quote his paper on the subject, without a strong egalitarian and internationalist platform, it is difficult to unite low-education, low-income voters from all origins within the same coalition and to deliver a reduction in inequality. In other words, in order to get the attention of the exact kind of voter that leans to Trump, you need to run on a platform that is calling for bold changes for better equality, not plenty bold. The Atlantic, which I actually now have mixed feelings about. It kind of makes you wonder why we keep pushing moderates, huh? Despite them being losers with unexciting ideas. And this seems as good of a time as any to tell you about a honky named George McGovern, who ran against incumbent Richard Nixon in 1972 before being defeated by like a really embarrassing amount. Real bad. Creamed by Richard Nixon. Dick creamed. We already know the similarities between Nixon and Trump and the depressing popularity both men had despite being like obvious criminals. But what our best buds at The Atlantic have also pointed out, McGovern has an eerie resemblance to Bernard Sanders and his campaign. Both were very anti-war, both were extremely popular with the Hispanic vote, they relied on a grassroots movement with smaller donations, and both talked at length about taxing corporations and boosting the wages for the working class. Here's a direct quote from McGovern saying, "Democratic leadership will see to it that working men and women obtain a higher share of profits and that corporations pay a fairer share of taxes." A disgusting idea! Here's another quote where he calls Nixon out for bowing down to corporate interests and adding, "What can we do about insurance rates when he is beholden to huge insurance company magnates?" And also, here's a political cartoon saying that he has more plans than Aunt Sally has corsets, which is less related to Bernie specifically and more related to another candidate no longer in the race whose ideas line up really well with Bernie's. But also, like, what the f***, man? Why are you... Stay away from your aunt's corsets, you jaunty creep. Whatever, you're probably dead by now. The point is that looking back at McGovern, it's clear that he was A, absolutely right, and B, extremely unpopular. And the fact that his then progressive ideas were rejected seemed to have spooked Democrats into perpetually resisting another progressive candidate. But as The Atlantic also points out in their comparison, it is not 1972 anymore, and it's been 50 years since then for income inequality and healthcare costs to explode, and people are downright sick of this malarkey. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get blue there with the M word, but I'm pretty worked up about the fear caused by the results of an election that happened just 8 years after black people were allowed civil rights. Anyway, the last big victory for Dems came with Obama, a man who ran on a progressive platform. And almost every moderate they've run before and after Obama has failed. Some cite Bill Clinton's third way politics as being the winning approach, without really mentioning that the election also had the most successful third party run ever. So, gee whiz! I don't know, maybe there's something to that. Maybe Biden, a guy with ties to the administration that Trump supporters hate, with a perceived deep state conspiracy around him that the Republicans are 100% going to dig up if he goes against Trump, the same way they pulled that Benghazi and email shit on Hillary, a man who fumbles over all of his words and thoughts, and touches both men and women like a horny alien, and boldly enough represents the establishment that led people to elect Trump in the first place. Maybe he's a bad choice to run against Trump. Maybe that's an obvious and historically stupid idea. And it would be really frustrating to see him nominated, debate over who bad touches women the most. Spoiler alert, it's Trump. He raped his ex-wife. Then lose to Trump. Then watch Democrats completely ignore the lesson again. Because there's a very real chance of that thing I just said actually happening. People, please consider this. So that's the part where I'm angry, and will continue to be angry up until the primary is decided. But first, I'm gonna give everyone a little bit of hope. Not just because the edible is kicking in, but because I actually believe in this. Are you ready? Lean in. Everyone lean into their screens. Put your face on the screen. Really get that coronavirus up in there. The truth is, Trump is not that hard to defeat. He really isn't. Hillary, despite what you may think about her qualifications or ideas or ability to be president, wasn't a great candidate. There was that Comey letter right before the election. She still won the popular vote by 3 million votes. Incidentally, winning the popular vote but losing the election is something moderate Democrats are pretty good at. But the point is, Trump sucks, and everyone knows it. His average approval rating is 40%, way below previous presidential averages. His highest ever rating still didn't cross 50%, something every other president has done. Even the bad ones, you know the ones. He's a loser and uncharismatic, and he has no knees, and his brain is melting before our very eyes. And frequent polls, even from Fox News, show that people don't want him as the president. He stresses everyone out. No one likes him. He smells like leaky car batteries, probably. He's been kept in power because of the weird ghouls in Congress and nothing else. Yes, he has followers, and we absolutely shouldn't make the mistake of underestimating those people. But he's not invincible, at least not with a, half-decent political strategy. We'd have to really mess up again to give him a second term. And one big way we could really mess up is by not having a unified party by the general election, meaning that whichever candidate is nominated absolutely has to have the Democratic Party pushing that person. But since it's historically less likely for a moderate to win, that unity really should be around a candidate with bold, progressive ideas. From the candidate who consistently beats Trump in national polls, by the way. The one with ideas Democrats love, who can still get applause by a Fox News audience. This is why, compared to Joe Biden, it would be very nice if we could have Bernie as the actual nominee. Come on. Come the heck on, you guys. One of the biggest and most terrifying realities of Donald Trump's victory was the conditions in which it was birthed. In 2016, Americans were very unhappy with how the government was being run. We were equally bummed about the media, the majority feeling very little trust for networks and papers. There was a big dumb constant wars, that didn't solve anything. And so it's no surprise that this grifter Floam was able to wrap his racism in a tidy package of fake news and deep state accusations. Hillary very clearly represented the establishment of the status quo. The same establishment that promised progress, but delivered, that voted for that war no one liked. Of course people wouldn't go for that. So why do we think that they would go for Joe Biden, who represents all of those same things? Bernie has spent his career building the image of an outsider of that establishment, while still being able to get things done within it. For veterans, who support him more than any other politician. He combats with the media without calling factual reporting fake news, and while calling out Trump's weaponization of calling them the enemy of the people, and while having an actual plan to fix the problems in new media. Bernie, checks notes, didn't vote for bad war. His message appeals to that same frustration with the disappointing establishment. The difference being that instead of trying to kick Muslims and Mexicans out of the country while making a few hotel bucks on the side, he just wants to give us healthcare and college and elevate the lower class. He's the actual solution that Trump supporters thought they were voting for, an actual push toward change, whereas Joe Biden would just be going back to the conditions that led to Trump in the first place. Biden might alleviate the symptoms, but Bernie wants to actually cure the disease. I mean, not literally, because it would be very dumb to promise to literally cure it.
If I'm elected president, you're going to see the single most important thing that changes in America is we're going to cure cancer.
Jeezer, capeezer, Joe, there are 100 different kinds of cancer, and it mutates and takes a lot of research, so holy shit. People love to talk about Bernie's unrealistic goals. Joe Biden might call them pie in the sky, but this is okay. And I know his son died of cancer, and it's an issue he cares about, and I'm all for taking big swings and making lofty goals. But really? Imagine if Donald Trump said, "I promise to cure cancer if you elect me the president." Anyway, for f***'s sake, Bernie, you guys. It's Bernie who you want. But Bernie can only go so far without the overall support of Democrats. Just look at all of the sudden support Biden got from other candidates right before Super Tuesday, and how that helped him get a lead with last-minute voters. A microcosm for that is, of course, what happened in the South, and specifically the surge of African-American voters backing Biden. Some point to the trust Biden gained through his unwavering support of Obama. But also, as this Twitter thread from a writer for The Root points out, it probably has more to do with Southern African American communities having a great deal of loyalty to the Democratic Party as a whole. The reason he describes is that in these smaller communities, Dems are often the few people who have their back while also being embedded in that community. There are polls to back this up, showing that an overwhelming amount of black voters will back any Democrat over Trump in the 2020 election. And going back to the fact that while a great deal of Democrats are liberals, there are more that describe themselves as moderate or conservative. Well, that means most Democratic voters are just gonna go for the person who has the most support from the overall party, especially when that support can do sweet kick flips, man! Radical! F***ing, I'm punk rock, man. I curse. Vote for Joe Biden. Biden has the establishment support that's very, very important to win a primary. But Bernie has the actual policies and record and ability to make coherent thoughts to win the general election. And while the overall goal is to win that election, unfortunately, Bernie is seen as less welcoming to moderates. And I think a lot of his supporters, spoiler alert, myself included, aren't all that thrilled about the idea of courting centrists or moderates in a country where the other side is dabbling with fascism and stonewalling democracy. But we need each other. The moderate Democratic establishment needs Bernie, and Bernie needs the moderate Democratic establishment. Look, I'm gonna hate this analogy as much as you, but if you want to understand how moderates see progressives, just look at Batman. Do it. Look at him. See, if Democrats are the superhero genre, then progressives are gritty Batman films. In 2008, they were gritty but accessible enough that we were all like, yeah, do it to me, Nolan. F*** me, Christopher Nolan. And then a bunch of years passed, and we got sort of spoiled by the gritty genre, and in 2012, we were like, still into it, but whined about how it wasn't good enough in some ways. And then in 2016, we were like, whoa, okay, dial it back. And now in 2020, we're like, oh, that could be really good, but I'm scared to trust again. I think that's how progressives are seen. Or not, I don't know. It's just neat the dates matched up, really, is the thing. The point is that the unification of progressive ideas and the Democratic establishment, like the combining of the broad appeal of superheroes with a grounded look at Batman, would result in a landslide win. Until, like, Aquaman gets elected or something. Again, not a perfect comparison. I don't know why I'm still committing to this. I'm pretty edible taker. I'm have take edible. So what's the path for Bernie, a candidate who is about to face another debate and elections in huge states like Ohio and Florida? Well, he's gonna have to pander a bit, kiss an orange or two, gotta court the South, African Americans, and older women voters. He's got to continue to heal animosity between his supporters and Warren supporters, because both groups have the exact same ideological goals. Also,
nominating someone who wants to restore the world before Donald Trump, when the status quo has been leaving more and more people behind for decades, is a big risk for our party and for our country.
But most importantly, he has to court moderates of the party, or at least people in the party who are put off by him, without selling out his agenda and principles. Like, perhaps he can keep leaning on the very true point that his ideas aren't that radical at all, and that the better brand for him is a New Deal Democrat rather than a scary socialist, because that's really what he is, a New Deal Democrat. After all, a wise man once said that if Bernie Sanders never said he was a democratic socialist, based on what he's saying, people wouldn't be calling him a democratic socialist. And that man was Joe Biden in 2016. Smart, smart Joe.
You know, if Bernie Sanders never said he was a democratic socialist, based on what he's saying, people wouldn't be calling him a democratic socialist.
So, I don't know, maybe when it's your turn to vote for a nominee, you can put aside that worry about Bernie's electability, or if he's a real Democrat, or if he's likable enough to take on Trump, and just go with the candidate that actually seems like the best choice with the best ideas, and not just the safe one that always seems to lose. Maybe someone whose ideals have been antithetical to Trumpism for his entire career, and whose policies are antidotes to the rise of Trumpism. Go for the person that has the vision you like the most, and if enough people do that, and the person is Bernie Sanders, then the rest of the Democratic Party will fall in line. Blue no matter who, they say. And independents and moderates will pick up on that unity and energy and see it as a clear alternative to Trump, something they desperately want. And if he still loses the nomination, well, he's got to do what we all have to do and support Joe Biden. Will it feel good? Eh. Because nobody wanted Joe to run, not even Barack Obama. But even after everything I've just said, Biden does have a shot. Especially if we do our best to focus on the fact that he is, when he wants to be, pretty progressive enough and can be easily bullied into doing progressive things. You hear that, Jack? And in fact, he has a few strengths, like a lot of pull with moderate Republicans and people who just plain hate Donald Trump. So maybe, and probably, and hopefully, hate and reluctant resolve will be enough to win this. But it sure would be nice if there were some other reasons to fight. You know, to get other people excited, to energize a movement fighting for our and our planet's future. And that's why I'm with Batman. Roll credits. Nailed it. Except actually, Batman has a pretty fascist view of the world, and he's also a billionaire who uses his money not to improve the material conditions that lead people to crime, but rather to build himself personal tanks. So, Batman, and please stop voting for Joe Biden. Thank you. Swear to me! Or whatever, you know, from the movie. Hello, my beautiful babies. Thanks for watching that video to the very end, which you've done, and this is it. Be sure to like and subscribe and do the YouTube things that everybody knows that you do on YouTube. And check out our podcast, Even More News, and our patreon.com/somemorenews, and I don't know, other social media sites. Google the show. I don't know, look, whatever. Bye.
Hi, Cody. How are you today? It's me, Mr. Bonkers, a real physical person here, sharing this space with you.
Hi, Mr. Bonkers. Isn't it so nice that we can sit here and talk to each other and have, welcome to the news. What's in the news today? Hi. Cool. Whole lot of news, just lots of news. I'm starting to think that this whole pandemic thing might be a pretty big problem. Now, you probably already know that the global pandemic is, bad. So I won't belabor that point. It's just, with nearly 1 million reported coronavirus cases in the United States alone, representing about 1/3 of global reported cases, and with over 50,000 deaths. When we filmed this, I said 50,000, but that number is now 70,000. Representing about 1/4 of global reported deaths. The US is maybe not doing so well, you know, at keeping people not sick and not dead. During this enormous health crisis, at least we can take comfort in knowing that not only do we have a shadow task force on coronavirus, but that the shadow task force on coronavirus is being run by this cool boy.
Unnamed White House officials have described your role as being something of running a shadow task force. How do you describe your role? How do you describe the qualifications you bring to your role?
Yeah, I would just say very simply, look, the president asked the vice president to run the task force. The vice president asked me to assist. I've been serving really at the direction of the vice president. He's asked me to get involved in different projects. The state still has a stockpile. And the notion of the federal stockpile was it's supposed to be our stockpile. It's not supposed to be state stockpiles that they then use.
That's right. Jared Kushner, who is not a medical doctor, or a scientist, or an epidemiologist, or a policy expert, or someone with a single qualification to run a shadow coronavirus task force, is now top corona shadow boy of the United States. Do we have a photo of that? That's a picture of a doll wearing a polo shirt. Do we have Kushner's actual photo? That's a painting of a Victorian-era boy. Can we please get an actual photo of Jared Kushner? That's Boy from the Fred Savage Howie Mandel vehicle, Little Monsters. Can we get a photo of Jared Kushner? That's That might actually be him. So Jared Kushner has no real quote-unquote experience that would quote-unquote qualify him to quote-unquote run a quote-unquote task force to handle quote-unquote a deadly pandemic that threatens millions of lives. But what experience does the haunted ventriloquist dummy Jared Kushner have? Well, he married Ivanka Trump, for one, demonstrating his ability to be a real boy, capable of participating in the corporeal ritual known as marriage. Also, his father is Charles Kushner, a real estate mogul who spent 14 months in federal prison for illegal campaign contributions, tax evasion, and witness tampering. So he has experience taking over his father's real estate business in his family's time of crisis. And he's left a great legacy with that real estate business and how it runs. Like how it's currently suing tenants who can't afford to pay their rent right now because of the pandemic! Among Kushner's many other talents is his ability to read 25 books on the Israel-Palestine conflict, thus solving the decades-long conflict in the Middle East. The problem being, nobody had read those books. Kushner's also been one of the early voices to speak on the coronavirus, advising Trump back in February that the media was exaggerating the threat of the virus, which was coincidentally around the same time Trump had this to say about coronavirus.
This is their new hoax. We have lost nobody to coronavirus in the United States. The press is in hysteria mode.
Wow, he sure was wrong. I'm sure he feels real bad about being wrong, right? Given that over 70,000 people have died at the time of this recording? No, he doesn't. And he's not being held accountable? And we live in a hell void where morality gets sucked into Stygian darkness like light disappearing into a black hole in a cold, cold universe?
It's okay, Cody. Nihilism is for chumps and nerds. But you're cool.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bonkers. Okay.
I love you, Cody.
I love you too. So, how is Jared Kushner, J. Crew mannequin, come to life due to the misguided wish of an orphan and then turned back into a mannequin after they saw what they had done? Handling being Corona Shadow Task Force Meister. Well, as you heard in that clip earlier, Kushner claimed that when it comes to states obtaining medical supplies needed to keep people with COVID alive, the federal government isn't responsible.
The state still has a stockpile. And the notion of the federal stockpile was it's supposed to be our stockpile. It's not supposed to be state stockpiles that they then use.
So the national stockpile isn't for the states to use. It's for the nation. A nation made up of states because Kushner's brain is very good. He is the top, the smartest pandemic boy. Weirdly, the Strategic National Stockpile website says, quote, Strategic National Stockpile is the nation's largest supply of life-saving pharmaceuticals and medical supplies for use in a public health emergency, severe enough to cause local supplies to run out. When state, local, tribal, and territorial responders request federal assistance to support their response efforts, the stockpile ensures that the right medicines and supplies get to those who need them most during an emergency. So, gee, it sounds like the Strategic National Stockpile is there to strategically give medical supplies to states in an emergency, such as, like, I'm just tossing this out there, like a global pandemic. Whoa, hold on, correction. That's just what the website said on April 2nd. On April 3rd, a day after Kushner's remarks and after multiple people pointed out the discrepancy between what he said and the Strategic National Stockpile's own website, it was edited to state this. The Strategic National Stockpile's role is to supplement state and local supplies during public health emergencies. Many states have products stockpiled as well. The supplies, medicines, and devices for life-saving care contained in the stockpile can be used as a short-term stopgap buffer when the immediate supply of adequate amounts of these materials may not be immediately available. So you see, the stockpile, it's just to supplement states' own supplies, to dole out parsimoniously to states who really, really want them. I'm trying to think of a metaphor for this attitude. It'd be like tossing rolls of paper towels to desperate, needy people during a natural disaster. As if you're the king of paper towels, who hath deigned share his paper product gifts with a select few. Oh, right, yeah, that was a thing that happened. Yup. Wow, it's almost as if the elitist king of the money pile attitude doesn't just start and stop with Trump, but also extends to all the ghouls he surrounds himself with. Neat. You transition bumper, I think it's super neat. So, Jared Kushner has set himself up to be the medical supplies decider, deciding who gets to have the life-saving ventilators and PPE that are in short supply. It's supply and demand, baby! He's the supply, and doctors and sick people are the demand, baby. Basic economics, and trust me, there is demand. Doctors are being forced to reuse masks, which isn't great given that masks become less effective when they get wet or, completely covered in coronavirus. Ventilators are in such short supply, doctors are already trying to jerry-rig ventilators to be used on multiple patients at once, using supplies bought at Home Depot. See more fun DIY life-saving device projects on MetaKinterest. It's like Pinterest, but for doctors to make ventilators out of hot glue and old soda bottles. So, states who are desperate to get medical supplies must go through the first draft Justin Trudeau wax sculpture made by a junior unpaid intern at Madame Tussauds Museum, Jared Kushner. Juliette Kayyem, faculty chair of the Homeland Security Project at Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government, told ProPublica, if you can reach Jared, if you can applaud Jared, if you can convince him that you're the most needy, he will deliver for you.
France is not like other children. It is very important that you follow these rules. Be good to him and he'll be good to you.
If you tell Jared he is a good boy, a sweet boy, maybe he will let the people in your state live. Normal. Good. And if you don't please Jared, well, learn from Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who has criticized Trump and the government's response to the pandemic, and who is rumored to be in the list of vice presidential picks for Biden. Because remember the primary? There's still primary news going on, apparently, and trust me, it's all terrible. And I feel like maybe we should have nominated the guy who was calling for Medicare for all during a global pandemic, and maybe we shouldn't have made people go vote in person during a global pandemic, but I don't think I can deal with talking about this grim subject right now. So back to the pandemic. Governor Gretchen Whitmer criticized the Trump administration and might be a Democratic VP pick. She has to go through Jared Kushner to get medical supplies for her state. Jared Kushner, meanwhile, is still heading Trump's re-election campaign. So it's not totally surprising that Whitmer is saying she's not getting aid for her state, and that vendors are being told not to send stuff to Michigan. This claim of neglect is somewhat corroborated by Trump's own press conference, where he said he instructed Mike Pence not to call Governor Whitmer and Washington Governor Jay Inslee to talk about the corona situation. Trump told reporters that he told Pence, Mike, don't call the governor of Washington. You're wasting your time with him. Don't call the woman in Michigan. When reporters asked him to clarify, Trump said, you know what I say? If they don't treat you right, I don't call. But don't worry, this neglect putting hundreds of thousands of citizens' lives in danger because a single person wasn't nice enough to the spiteful man isn't just limited to Michigan and Washington. Ha, yay! According to the New York Times, New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo said the state would need 30,000 ventilators, a number which Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, backed up, saying on an interview with CNN, there are a lot of different calculations. My experience, I tend to believe Governor Cuomo. But Jared Kushner, real estate maven and voted most likely to model for Tall Yacht Boys Weekly in high school, balked at this number, saying his expert calculations come up with a different result. I have all this data about ICU capacity. I'm doing my own projections, and I've gotten a lot smarter about this. New York doesn't need all the ventilators. Reminder, Jared Kushner is not a doctor, epidemiologist, statistician, economist, policy expert, mathematician, but he is a very good September for Yacht Boys Weekly's annual Yacht Boys stretched out like a Gumby character of the year calendar. But don't worry, Kushner has been planting a whole bunch of his own experts into the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which, according to Politico, includes his own college roommate and a bunch of McKinsey consultants. No, not that one. other ones. Anyway, a senior official told the New York Times that it was as if a frat party descended from a UFO and invaded the federal government. So, you know, that actually doesn't sound so bad. Maybe they'll just do some keg stands and make you smell their farts before they give you PPE. Or maybe they'll all help the Trump administration with Project Airbridge, where the US government ships in protective gear and medical supplies and delivers them into the desperate, pleading hands of private companies to then sell to the states. Here's Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, pronounced J.B. Pritzker, explaining this streamlined process.
We're bidding, unfortunately, for all of these items of equipment against the federal government and against the other states and against other countries, because what the White House has done is created, they call this the air bridge, where they're bringing stuff back from China to the United States, and then they're delivering it to private companies in the United States, not to the states.
Hey, you know what they say about the middleman? You shouldn't cut out the middleman. You should definitely have one, so that middleman can make money, especially in a deadly pandemic. In fact, it's been so difficult for some states to get medical supplies. There are Ocean's 11 type schemes going on to try to get the supplies to the state to avoid it getting seized by the federal government. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker, who said the government seized the previous shipment of PPE his state had purchased, had to smuggle in medical supplies for his state by hiding them on board the New England Patriots plane. So maybe the Patriots smuggling in deflated footballs during Deflategate was just practice for saving lives by smuggling in PPE. So to summarize, Jared Kushner stands between the states and medical supply stockpiles. A very calming thought. As long as we're nice to him and tell him he's cool, and no, actually, he looked really, really cool in that flak jacket, maybe he'll let us all live.
You wouldn't hurt me, would you, promise?
You won't come to life and move around of your own accord and control stockpiles of medical equipment, will you, Mr. Bonkers?
Of course not, Cody. As long as you keep feeding me blood.
I knew I could count on you, Mr. Bonkers. That's how we share blood. I'm not making out with him. I'm giving him blood. Grow up!
Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe. And we got patreon.com/storynews.
Don't forget the podcast.
Even more news is the name
of the podcast.
Yeah! Show me your blood.
Show me your blood. Hello to all you other Codys, and also not Codys, and future Codys of the world. Please open your faces and take in this glorious news, but only some of it, because it's some of the news. Just a spoonful of news for you today, little fella. It's a tad bitter, sure, but it's kind of sweet. You know, it'll help you get big and strong. I hope you're very excited, because today we're going to talk about that time that our president, as in the President of the United States, which is a country in the world, wondered aloud if you could inject disinfectant into your body to stop a global pandemic.
Supposing we hit the body with a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light, and I think you said that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Right, and then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with. But it sounds interesting to me.
There's the full clip, complete with context, that we will now quickly break down, because apparently that needs to be done. So the first part was Trump talking about how UV light can work as a disinfectant to viruses, a thing that is true. He then asked about whether or not you could inject UV light into the body, which, while sounding weird, isn't that outlandish either, and is a thing people are working on right now. So far, everything is squarely on the rails, or at least as much on the rails as we can ever hope these days. Then came the moment his breathy garbage maw primed the prickly little tongue inside and gooped out the following collection of words. And then I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out in a minute. 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that? By injection inside, or almost a cleaning. Because you see it gets in the lungs, and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it would be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with. But it sounds interesting to me. And for the full context, his comments came immediately after DHS official Bill Bryan spoke specifically about how both bleach and isopropyl alcohol will get rid of the virus in minutes, meaning that he is very much referring to those chemicals. Again, all right there in the video, and the White House transcript. That's, what he said. You can look it up. The context very clearly being that Trump heard about how it's possible to use UV light to internally treat coronavirus, and then heard that disinfectants like bleach also kill viruses, and then wondered aloud if you could also inject disinfectant the way you could inject the UV light. Now, we could talk all day about how incredible it is that an adult human, let alone a president human, might be so profoundly f***witted as to earnestly wonder if injecting disinfectant could stop someone from being sick. Which some experts believe might be wrong, maybe. Good God. Good freaking God, New York Times. You are embarrassing. Failing New York Times. So, yeah, we could talk about how it was both depressing and shocking, but also not at all surprising to hear. And then back to depressing again when you realize that it really was not that surprising after all. But we know all that. You know, we're past all the gloom and the grim reality that the country is being led by the human equivalent of a racist dish sponge. And this video isn't actually about that. What I do want to talk about is what happened next. A beautiful window of time that, when you step outside of yourself, was honestly quite funny. Not like joke funny, but maybe the dark, absurd funny you'd get from watching a bear maul and devour a ska band. You know, burps out one of their little plaid hats. Because if you remember, and you do remember, the president later clarified his statement saying this.
No, I was asking a question sarcastically to reporters like you, just to see what would happen. But I was asking a very sarcastic question to the reporters in the room about disinfectant on the inside. But it does kill it, and it would kill it on the hands, and that would make things much better. That was done in the form of a sarcastic question to the reporters.
Ah! So he was being sarcastic by asking if you could inject disinfectant, but also wanted to say that it does kill it on the hands, and that would make things much better? Like, it's weird that he added that as if he's just learning what disinfectant does. But okay, I guess the president, during a pandemic, wanted to crack a few dry zingers during a press conference on how to treat the virus. Like a real Jim from The Office, you know? Clearly, what we need right now from president of country. But also, very clear that he was being earnest and then tried to backtrack. But whatever, Daria, cool joke. Did you sarcastically rage quit your briefings after this too? Because everyone knows that when you take your ball and then go home with your ball, well, that means you're the cool, totally not mad winner of the ball. So this second "I was being sarcastic to freak the normies out" comment happened on April 24th during a signing ceremony at noon. Now, his initial totally sarcastic and not clearly earnest comments about injecting disinfectant into human beings' bloodstreams happened the day before at around 5 p.m. You know how he gets jokey when he's tired? But what that created was an amazing 19 or 20 hour window of time. Time that we will never get to experience again, or will, when something like this happens on the day we release this video, when Trump supporters and online conservative grifters had to figure out a way to justify why the president would suggest injecting disinfectant that wasn't just because he's a cascading garbage fire. In this amazing span of time, we got a front row ticket to the Cirque du Soleil of mental gymnastics. Just a real parade of clowns twisting logic like they were balloon animals. It's one of the few pleasures that we can glean from Trump. The fact that he is so overtly bad in everything he says and does that the act of pretending otherwise regularly exposes frauds who might have been accidentally respected under different circumstances. He's a real magnifying glass for blatant self-denial, for both sides actually, and we'll certainly get to that. But first, the juice you love. The love juice. The folks who positively lost their minds to defend the president, usually in one of three very smart ways, which was to either, 1, pick apart the semantics of what Trump said versus what critics said, 2, to focus entirely on the wrong part of Trump's comments, or 3, just create an elaborate new narrative behind Trump's words, like he was a pet goldfish they're desperately anthropomorphizing. And naturally, we'll start with Breitbart and Daily Wire, the cream of the news crop, in that they're both super white and bad for your health. Both of these sites argued that, no, dummies, here's a fact check for you. Trump didn't literally instruct Americans to drink bleach or inject disinfectant, like a couple people said on Twitter. He just wondered if maybe perhaps medical doctors look into his idea to inject Americans with disinfectant after someone specifically talked about bleach. But it technically isn't the same thing as the president instructing Americans to inject bleach. Ha! We won the word battle. Like, this whole argument is that since a few people on the internet used the words drink bleach instead of asked if doctors could look into injecting disinfectants right after bleach was brought up, that it means it's all fake news, folks. It's a frustratingly common tactic from a whole brand of big brain debate people on the internet who think that you can wordplay your way through an argument like a scrappy knight solving a Minotaur's riddle. Here's Rush Limbaugh, incidentally the Daily Wire's founder's childhood hero, going a step further and saying, no, you idiots, Trump didn't tell people to drink Drano or Lysol. And, yeah, Rush, I guess you're right. He's specifically talking about how Nancy Pelosi used the term Lysol to mock Trump. To mock him, as in a joke about his comments, as a mock. Because often, and I don't know if you know this, Rush, people will use colorful and often exaggerated wording to insult someone. Like, if I said that your transparent attempt at deflection by purposefully not understanding what jokes are was sadder than watching a dog try to ride a bike, then, well, I'm not actually being accurate, because it's not actually sadder than that. Dogs deserve bikes too, Rush. This is the bottom barrel of the discourse. People who, when backed into a corner, tried to be as painfully obtuse as possible about the stupidity of and clear consequences behind Trump's words, despite the very obvious fact that his supporters have already shown to be dangerously susceptible to them. Trying to argue that it's totally overblown because Trump didn't literally tell people to inject chemicals is painfully disingenuous, when there's an entire subgenre of conservatives who think our president is slipping people Willy Wonka clues about a deep state conspiracy. Speaking of Rush being a baby, let's talk about Ben Shapiro, the Rush baby. Oh boy, hi Ben! How are you holding up during the pandemic? I'm sure your family is thrilled to have you around the house, totally destroying things. Ben did pretty great in the number 2 section of Defending the President, which was to focus on entirely the wrong part of why people were upset. While the amateurs were defending the UV light comments that Trump made as if that was the thing we were all concerned about, Ben was like, nah, kids, watch how a real man does it, and then proceeded to roleplay an entirely new reality that no one was even thinking about. He sure Narnia'd us, that Ben, by tweeting that while the president sure did wonder about injecting chemicals, it's not like he's going to make that policy or anything. It's a pretty beautiful one-man argument where he cleverly pointed out that no, there won't be a disinfectant injecting law made, the thing we were all worried about. You remember all those tweets from people saying, wow, I can't believe it, Trump is going to make this policy. And Democrats freaked out, and we're all like, we will block this new bleach drinking law the president clearly said he was going to do. And then Ben was coolly like, you triggered, you libs? I bet you didn't know that if you listen closely, the president didn't say he would make bleach drinking a policy. Way to prove us all wrong, Ben. You get all of the prizes. Ben also went balls first into our final method of denial when he tweeted that Trump was actually just playing a single-person game of telephone where he processed information out loud for us to hear, and that we shouldn't take anything he, the president, says out loud with his mouth too seriously. Because you know how all great presidents should be graded on a curve, and Ben has definitely given past presidents this kind of leeway when judging what they say? Like the defense that Trump isn't so bad if you only half listen to all the things he says is I guess technically true. The same way the Transformers films are a beautiful work of cubist art if you squint while watching them. And again, I'd like to remind you that all of these sad conjectures that Trump definitely didn't actually suggest injecting disinfectant into yourself, it all ended with Trump coming out and saying that, he totally said that and was being sarcastic. Because sometimes the world is perfect. And yet, this is all but a delicious meal to the sugary dessert, the erotic foreplay to the noisy blasting of the genitals that is this wonderful 24-hour span of time. Because do you remember Dilbert? That bald guy with all the tumors on his head who hung out with a talking egg? Well, he was drawn by someone, and that person was named Scott Adams. And you don't have to remember that name or pay much attention to it after this, but Adams is one of the funniest people on Twitter right now when it comes to the absolute denial of objective reality. You know how people like Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson are really smart and successful about one or two specific things, and then assumed that meant they were smart and successful about everything. And it was kind of funny, but also a little bit of a bummer considering that they have a lot of followers and power. Well, Scott Adams is like that, in that he has a lot of followers and thinks of himself as some kind of intellectual. But the one thing he was successful about was drawing basic shapes to form characters for Sunday morning comics. And that's not nothing, but also close to nothing? Isn't that right, Mr. Reverend Wiggle Bum Bum Cigarettes? I didn't do the work in post. Sorry about that. Future Cody. Hey, there's no time for you anymore. You're done here. Get out. You're ugly. Anyway, at some point, one assumes Scotto started reading a bunch of power of persuasion type books, then figured that was enough qualification to write one himself. The first words of his Amazon biography describes him as a trained hypnotist and a lifelong student of persuasion. And that's kind of all you need to know about Dilbert's dad, you know? I don't need to sell you on Scott Adams being a grifter clown, but he's just really fun to blast. Like, listen to him completely misunderstand what it means to be influential or persuasive.
One of the biggest traits of a master persuader is that they don't get embarrassed. Imagine if you were an ordinary person and you went on TV and you answered a question and you just got savaged by your critics. Like how you don't know anything, your numbers don't add up, just, you're dumb, you're a fraud, you just got savaged. What do you do if you're a normal person? Well, you retreat into your shell, you get out of politics, you become less effective, you become tentative, you become nervous in public, you try to avoid questions, you become worse. What happens if you're a master persuader? You say to yourself, that didn't work as well as the next thing I'm going to try. All right, I'll try something else. But by the way, I got a ton of attention. Everybody's talking about me.
Boy, is that telling. So, according to Scott, one of the traits of a master persuader is the inability to be embarrassed, which also happens to be the same trait as a shameless narcissist. That's how weird. How weird and telling that you think a person who feels bad about criticism becomes worse, and that the real brain champions ignore it when an overwhelming number of people say you're wrong and a fraud. How weird. Now, I could do an hour-long video documenting every time Scott Adams said a dumb grifter thing, but honestly, he's just not worth the time and would think all the attention means he's winning some game of 3D chess, which, by the way, is a thing he coined when praising Trump back in 2015. Like, whenever people sarcastically talk about Trump playing 4D chess, because it's such a dumb idea, that was actually Scott's term that he unironically believes. He correctly predicted that Trump would win in 2016. And because of that one right guess about something that had two possible outcomes, has doubled down his entire reputation on the theory that Trump is secretly a mind wizard, which makes every video and tweet from him a very transparent and entertaining battle between reality and ego.
Have you noticed that the big news drops, I think it was Friday, on how good the economy is, and then the president just sort of went quiet? He's just letting it hang, right? The economic news is so big and so good for him, he just puts it out there, and then he just backs up into the shadows. You don't really realize how good he is at this until you look at the negative space. You have to look at what he doesn't do as well as what he does to get the full picture.
Yes, of course. You see, plebs, it's the tweets Trump doesn't make that you need to pay attention to. Like jizz. By the way, that video where he praises Trump for not rage tweeting and says it's a strategy happened on July 29th of 2018. Mere hours before the president rage tweeted for the rest of the day. The exact opposite thing Scott said he was doing. But that is just the kind of hilarious wrong Scott is. He makes predictions based on his seminar wisdom, is usually wrong, and then ignores anyone who might later point that out. You know, like a true master persuader. So when the good brain president pondered about injecting disinfectant, Adams was obviously one of the first to argue that actually he was being very smart. And gee whiz, did he use every single strategy we've mentioned. Like a grifter Voltron, he combined semantics, diversion, and just batshit fantasy into an entire day of tweets. First, he focused on the wrong thing, tweeting about how our very smart president was actually aware of experimental UV light treatments and was actually very smart. Then, when people pointed out the part about disinfectant injecting, Scott beautifully switched over to the semantic argument by saying, geez, how dumb are people to think he was talking about bleach or isopropyl alcohol specifically, geez, you people, even though he was literally referring to a guy talking about bleach and isopropyl alcohol. So now he has established that he thinks Trump wasn't talking about chemical cleaners and is actually a very smart boy indeed. He's all in, pot committed on the idea that Trump will come out and say that he was misunderstood, or that the fake news twisted his words, or some other kind of excuse. But then came that beautiful moment. The moment where Trump said that yes, he was in fact suggesting the injection of chemicals, but was being sarcastic to trick everyone. That wonderful gift that blew up everything Scott Adams was saying up until this point. But, being a master persuader, he reached into the old bag of tricks, or ball sack of lies if you'd rather, and pulled out a complete rewrite of reality, completing the trifecta and assuming a totally new meaning to Trump's words and saying that he was actually being sarcastic about saying he was sarcastic. You see, folks? It's all just a part of his 3D chess that conveniently allows Scott to not have to admit he was wrong about anything. Ego saved. Let's all move on. It's just, absolutely incredible to watch a person short circuit that badly. And not just any person, but a person who loves to talk about Trump derangement syndrome while ironically maintaining a high-tech force field of denial about a very obvious grifter president.
Even the anti-Trumpers are using the phrase Trump derangement syndrome. Have you noticed that? Now, they're usually using it somewhat defensively, as in, we don't have that, or we're being blamed to that. But it feels like both the left and the right are talking about Trump derangement syndrome as though it's just a real, well, not as though, that it is a real thing. It has an actual medical diagnostic quality to it, and that there are millions of people suffering from it. That feels to be now medically demonstrated. Scientifically, if you will, without the controlled experiments. I don't mean that.
Yes, a lot of people are talking about how Trump derangement syndrome isn't really a thing, so that makes it definitely real in a medical and scientific way. But not like with experiments and data, of course. Scott, you need to, talk to someone. Anyway, good luck, bud. But he's sort of right about one very tiny thing. And that's the idea that the left experiences a form of denial or rejection of reality when it comes to dealing with Trump. Not the kind that Dogbutt or Dildo Guy or whoever was talking about, but rather a much more dangerous and common reaction to whenever Trump blasts hazardous hogwash from his chin hole. A reaction that, I would argue, is at least kind of-ish, equal-ish to the denial that happens on the right. And that is the constant and tragic assumption that something Trump will say or do will finally ruin his political career. That by pondering the drinking of bleach, Trump will actually lose his supporters. That this time, this is the thing that does it. Forget about the racism or the admitting to sexual assault or the fact that he was impeached or the kids being kept in cages or all the other blatantly bad things he's done as president. This one is the final straw, the tipping point. We'll all look back on and be like, yep, he sure went too far there. Yes, sirree, this is when America questioned whether he is fit to be president. And now conservatives will all be like, our bad. Sorry, we'll go back to normal now. As if all of a sudden, Trump supporters and conservatives will be super good at admitting they were wrong and not double down or deny reality. Something just this video alone has made a pretty good case for not happening. This incredibly naive idea that there is somehow a world where the GOP can make a graceful return to normalcy, while cute for the optimism, is very delusional. And I get it. I get that everyone is hoping that they'll wake up one day and read the news and learn that all those people believing in QAnon and deep state conspiracies and all the Scott Adamses, that they'll suddenly snap back to normal. But they won't. Everything they've done, all the bridges they've burned, their entire identity, and sometimes lucrative book deal about f***ing persuasion. It's all dangling on the idea that Trump is actually a good president. Which he definitely isn't. And there's just no easy pathway back from that. They're like Anakin Skywalker after he force-choked his pregnant wife to death because he joined the Sith to save his pregnant wife. You f***ing idiot, Anakin! At what point in the wife choking did you perhaps realize that this is gonna not save your wife? Or did that never occur to you, Anakin? But seriously, it's exactly like that. Because of how stupid it is. And how it seems like it was really lazily written. We don't talk about it nearly enough, but that's going to be a really big problem. One that I don't have a solution to, but boy, pretending like the Bleach comments are gonna be the big thing that does it, or that electing someone else will get us back to normal, or that the country was even normal before Trump, that's just as desperate and delusional as pretending Trump is some kind of secret genius who didn't totally wonder out loud if you could inject bleach into your veins to kill the bad, sick bugs. A thing he really did do, which is just so stupid, because everyone knows the only thing that will cure this thing is the power of Jesus Christ in your heart. Isn't that right, Reverend? God damn it, future You already made the character in After Effects. What do you want? You want me to apologize? I fucking won't. I will eat a whole bag of raw meat and make you shit blood and show you who's in charge. Past Cody rules. Take this, future Cody. Ow. Hi, thanks so much for watching to the end of the video, which is now. Be sure to YouTube it up with the likes and the subscribing, and check out our podcast, which is called Even More News. And we've got a patreon.com/somemorenews and t-shirt stuff, all that kind of jazz. You're welcome for taking down Trump once and for all. We did it. Ha 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 ha! All right, see ya. Welcome to Some More News. On today's episode, Melania Trump finally wins the war against Christmas.
They say I'm complicit. I'm the same like him. I support him. I don't say enough. I don't do enough.
No,
where I am, I'm working like my ass off.
I know.
That Christmas stuff that, who gives a about Christmas stuff and decoration, but I need to do it, right?
Yes, as it turns out, the war was coming from inside the house. Also, Trump only paid $750 in taxes in 2016 and 2017. And during the first presidential debate, he told fascist street gang the Proud Boys to stand by. And then everyone argued about what he meant by that, except for the Proud Boys, who knew exactly what he meant. And let's see, what else? What's else going on? It's kind of a slow news day, so I've just got like... I signed a blank sheet of paper to show that I'm doing the news, to prove it to you. So little duckies were filmed swimming in a kitchen sink. Sorry, I'm hard at work. There's got to be something else. I'm reading a bunch of papers, more blank papers. Oh, right, okay, duh. Bustle reports that pumpkin spice glazed turkey recipes are going viral. Just like the president, because he's got COVID!
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Kate Snow.
Good morning. We come on the air this morning because the president's medical team is about to provide an update on his condition. The president remains at Walter Reed Medical Center after arriving there on Friday night. His doctor, Sean Connolly, speaking now.
Frequent ups and downs over the course, particularly when a patient is being so closely watched 24 hours a day. We review and debate every finding, compare it to existing science and literature, weighing the risks and benefits of every intervention.
Yes, it turns out the orange man is feeling bad. The thing is, we just don't know how serious Trump's case of COVID is, partly because it's a continuing story, partly because the information we receive is suspect, partly because the president looks like shit. But anyway, as far as we know, his official doctor assures us that the president is just fine. We shouldn't worry about him taking oxygen, and sure, he's on a drop of the old dexamethasone, a highly potent immunosuppressant used in serious COVID cases. And Mark Meadows, his chief of staff, reportedly talked off the record to reporters, saying on Saturday, October 3rd, the president's vitals over the last 24 hours were very concerning, and the next 48 hours will be critical in terms of his care. We're still not on a clear path to a full recovery. All the while, his official mask continually slipping down from his nose. Whoopsie doops. The following day, Trump's doctor said, "We're in a bit of uncharted territory when a patient receives such therapies so early in course of disease." The doctor was asked when Trump's last negative test was, and the doctor responded that they're not interested in looking backwards. Good sign. When asked if the president has damaged his lungs, he wouldn't say no because of HIPAA. Although one can probably surmise, knowing Donald Trump, that if the answer was no, they would have said no. And there are many reports of how he's doing really horribly, some from our own eyes, some coming from Kellyanne Conway's daughter. And Trump went against all advice to stay in the hospital so that he could triumphantly return to the White House, having only been infected for a few days, while he takes off his mask and visibly has trouble breathing. He, of course, tried to leave the hospital the previous day, but doctors wouldn't let him, and the compromise was for him to get in a hermetically sealed rolling box with other people in it so he could wave at his cult for 30 seconds. So that's the information we have at the time of this recording. The president is in the first days of having this terrible virus and very obviously trying to pretend that he's fine and cured, but he is very obviously probably not. So I can only assume that when we release this video, breaking news, Mr. Trump is on the mend, or maybe rapidly deteriorating, or rest in peace, Mr. President, or rest in peace, 50% of congressional Republicans.
What you're looking at is the origins of a likely superspreader event.
The coronavirus infection of Donald Trump, Melania Trump, Hope Hicks, Kellyanne Conway, Trump campaign manager Bill Stepien, Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, President of Notre Dame John Jenkins, Republican Senator of North Carolina Tom Tillis, GOP Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel, Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Utah, ex-Governor of New Jersey Chris Christie, Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, and Trump's personal aide Nicholas Luna, and this just in, also Stephen Miller, can likely be traced back to, or at least spread at, the Saturday, September 26th Rose Garden celebration of the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett, the judge the Trump administration is desperately trying to shove into the open Supreme Court spot before the election because we live in a very cool and functional democracy. The event was held outdoors and indoors with close contact and no masks, which doctors like to call a viral load orgy. Now, I bet you sickos think this is all some kind of big joke. I'm gonna sit here and make fun of our president for getting COVID. You disgusting perverted ghouls. How dare you find it funny that the president caught COVID? The president of the United States of America, who a Cornell University study found is the leading cause of misinformation about coronavirus, accounting for 38% of the world's misunderstanding of the virus. Sure, yuck it up, just because he spent months playing down the pandemic, which he admitted to Bob Woodward.
I wanted to always play it down. I still like playing it down.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't want to create a panic.
And sure, he made dangerously wrong statements like, it's going to disappear one day. It's like a miracle. It'll disappear. And that 99% of COVID-19 cases are totally harmless, even though the WHO says at least 15% of COVID-19 are often very serious and 5% are life-threatening, not to mention the long-term lung, cardiac damage, and fatigue survivors are experiencing. Just because Trump has repeatedly made fun of masks, including during the debate with Biden literal days before testing positive, doesn't mean it's cool that Trump got the virus after an unmasked event, okay? Just because his policies, such as rushing reopenings.
I said earlier today that I hope we can do this by Easter. I think that would be a great thing for our country, and we're all working very hard to make that a reality.
And just because he disbanded the pandemic response team of experts, and just because his misinformation and lack of action ruined any plans for contact tracing, and just because Trump may have abandoned plans for a national testing strategy because they thought the virus would primarily impact Democratic blue states, showing a ghoulishly politically motivated disregard for millions of human lives, none of this means Trump getting COVID is funny or to be played for goofs, you sick, sick bastards. And just because Trump bullied his staff into taking off their masks, yelling at them in meetings to get that thing off if they were wearing a mask, which probably directly led to the mass infection of himself and everyone in his circle, doesn't mean he deserves COVID or that it's the least bit funny. I mean, is this clip of Sideshow Bob stepping on a bunch of rakes funny to you? If a murderer going on a stabbing spree slipped on a banana peel and stabbed himself in his own ass, would that be funny to you? You vicious, circling vultures, Huh? How about the president signing a blank piece of paper, pretending to do work while in the hospital? Pretending so much, in fact, that two of the photos in different rooms were taken 10 minutes apart. Is that funny? You heartless monsters! Yeah, it's very funny. And despite what stiff-necked tie-wearing pundits, thank God, tell you, it's actually okay not to pray for Trump's swift recovery. And it's also okay to maybe find it a little tiny bit absolutely fucking hilarious that Trump was hoisted by his own COVID petard. But facts don't care about your feelings. Ben Shapiro isn't so happy, snarking that he finds it ironic that the blue check mark left might not be too empathetic to a president famous for his cruelty and who has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans through his actions and inactions. The fact is, the left doesn't care about Ben's feelings, you guys. It's not fair. Ben, of course, is famously an expert on empathy. Here he is, empathetically mocking the murder of a literal child, and here he is, empathetically making fun of Bernie Sanders' heart attack, and here he is, kind-heartedly making fun of Hillary Clinton when she had pneumonia on the campaign trail, which, by the way, Trump mocked as well.
But here's a woman. She's supposed to fight all of these different things, and she can't make it 15 feet to her car. Give me a break.
Because, obviously, Ben isn't special. He's just always the easy example, the most obvious avatar for this kind of thing. Hypocritical Republican is redundant. Obviously, hypocritical Republicans are going to be cry bullies and demand we respect the president after he gave himself COVID. But even MSNBC's Rachel Maddow is wagging her finger at us.
And never even tried to quit, despite knowing the risks of lung cancer from smoking. And then that person who you know got lung cancer. How do you react to that? Right? Well, part of the way you react is that you understand why they likely got it, right? Your instinct might even be to blame them for getting it. Go right ahead, right? Enjoy that schadenfreude. But also, you're a human being in this situation. If your friend has lung cancer now, regardless of what you feel about he or she, how he or she got it, right? Once you find out that they're ill, you wish and hope and try to save them.
God, I hate it when my smoker friend is the president of the United States and uses his position as the most powerful person in the world to kill hundreds of thousands of people by lying about the dangers of smoking and exposing others to getting that cancer, which in this scenario can get caught quickly by breathing near people with it. Really makes me want to kick him out of my D&D group. So Maddow may call it schadenfreude, but I think it's more complex than that. Trump getting sick with COVID isn't just about him suffering. It's not people laughing at him getting some random disease or like tripping and falling on his ass. It's something that could literally save lives. When he spent the entire pandemic denying the severity of the disease. If Trump's COVID becomes serious and he shows some of the physical toll it takes on many people, it may alarm some of his followers, compelling them to wear masks more often. Reuters interviewed a few Trump supporters, some of whom expressed a new perspective. One supporter said, "It was shocking to see he has it, wakes you up a bit. Anyone can get it, even the president." She also said she thought more people should wear masks. It's a very anecdotal case, and it's too early to tell how Trump's illness will change public opinion. But if it can convince even a few supporters to wear masks, it could potentially literally save exponential numbers of lives. Also, why would we pray for the speedy recovery of a president who spends every day in office making life horrible for the most vulnerable people? If he does have a speedy recovery, do you think he'll have a Scrooge moment where he rushes outside and gives Bob Cratchit health care? Or do you think he'll use it as evidence that corona is actually no big deal and those 200,000 people who died from it were just not strong enough, like him? Now, we wrote that a day ago. And then later today, Trump used his hospital trip where he was rushed by helicopter, pumped full of experimental drugs, roided up, and put on oxygen as evidence that COVID is no big deal. He recently tweeted, "Don't be afraid of COVID. Don't let it dominate your life." In fact, he said it out loud.
Don't let it dominate you. Don't be afraid of it.
All right, Mr. President, I will be sure to tell the immigrants being held captive in ICE concentration camps on Trump's orders that they shouldn't be afraid of COVID, the thing spreading through the camps like wildfire, killing them. And I'll tell the over 200,000 dead ordinary American citizens that they should have done what President Trump did. Getting helicoptered into Walter Reed to stay at a luxury hospital suite while getting a cocktail of all the top-of-the-line medications that most people either don't have access to, can barely afford, or are told to wait to come to the hospital until their symptoms are severe due to lack of adequate nationwide medical care and supplies, which sometimes leaves patients to die. And dictating to doctors to let him go home early, getting pumped full of powerful steroids so he doesn't have to appear weak. Great. All those prayers and thoughts Rachel Maddow sent must have worked. We did it! We prayed him! Also, the dexamethasone steroids probably helped too. But no, it was, we prayed him to victory! Great! Now he can use his newfound health to tell everyone not to worry about a deadly disease that he is actively spreading. Awesome! For this to be truly karmic retribution, Trump should have to use the crappy healthcare system the rest of people get, or whatever his $750 in taxes he paid would get him. Instead, he gets the comfortable socialized medicine that we pay for at Walter Reed Hospital. So, is it bad to hope he gets even a little taste of the suffering he has caused so many people? This isn't even really karmic retribution, which is a religious idea tied to things like past lives. This is just scientifically predictable cause and effect. Trump isn't meeting a poetically ironic fate, he's meeting a completely predictable one that multiple experts tried to warn him of repeatedly. Like they literally warned his family at the debate. Like they literally warned everyone all the time. Although there is definitely irony in the leader of the don't listen to the snooty experts party, you know, having this happen to him for not doing that. But honestly, it's not just about him ignoring warnings. I don't think it's satisfying when regular people get COVID after being irresponsible and not wearing masks. I think it's tragic. When I see Facebook posts of Trump supporters who didn't believe in COVID getting it and even dying, I feel bad for them. Yes, it's maddening that they ignore scientists, and I'm still angry at them for doing so, and for the people they've probably exposed to COVID as well. But they're also victims of misinformation, of a cult that lied to them about a deadly disease. Certainly they bear responsibility for their careless actions, but it's not funny. It's sad. Meanwhile, Trump is the source of the misinformation. He's the one goading his followers into crowding into packed churches and fundraisers and packed campaign events, which he showed up to having known that he was exposed to the virus by Hope Hicks, and he also plans to get back on the campaign trail soon. Good luck, bud. There are arguments that Trump being sick would be a bad thing for the rest of us. Like, if he uses it to prove COVID is no big deal, something he's already trying to do while his body is still a water balloon of experimental medications, steroids, and viral ooze. And the idea of a Pence presidency is pretty chilling, as is the idea that if he dies before the election, we may be denied the beautiful satisfaction of voting him out. But the key to these concerns is that they recognize how all of the president's potential victims, which includes every living thing on earth, are more important than comfort or lack of comfort or life or death of a very shitty wannabe tyrant. When people scold you for feeling a sense of relief or schadenfreude, they often try to remind you that Trump's a human, you know, he's just like you. But he's not. He's the most powerful person on the planet. He's a cruel authoritarian, and he uses his power to try to consolidate power, and is even trying to strip away our rights to vote. When leaders try to take away some of the only codified power we have, and repeatedly fail to protect us, willingly sacrifice our health and safety to give old Dow Jones a boner or whatever, and never seem to be touched by any of the mass suffering he causes, of course, we're going to feel relief, even a little joy, when he actually faces some consequences. Consequences of his actions. Presidents rarely face any consequences for their crimes against humanity. And other than voting him out, which, please, just do that, please. We all know this may be the only time Trump actually ever faces any kind of real, tangible consequence for his crimes against humanity in his entire life, before, during, and post-presidency. And that feels kind of good, because for a moment, the universe doesn't feel so random and lawless. Trump is no longer a wicked god or horrifying demon or pile of super-intelligent shape-shifting alien worms. He's some dude who got his dick caught in a toaster after screaming about how safe and good it is to f*** toasters, and is so pumped full of drugs and hubris, he's dangling the toaster from his weenus, bragging about it as we speak. And folks, it's a little funny. Here's some choose, as in selection, of the next president. Because we're having an election, folks, and we've just had such a wonderful debate and some real easy news coverage, no big surprises or anything, no reason to be concerned, and like we're all very calm. Kind of a snooze, frankly, you know? This election, it's a total bore. Some more snooze. Like, gee, politicians are all the same, am I right? Douche and a turd and all that. Who cares? No need to go into all that political jazz. Why don't we talk about something that matters? Like how there are always too many cashews in mixed nuts. You ever notice that? All the cashews in there? They're so bland and boring. Always very cashew heavy, mixed nuts are. Someone should do something about that. Anyway, the president is a fascist. We've actually done a whole series on this topic and Trumpism, but just a recap. Fascism goes through phases from ideology to full-fledged regime, is characterized by palingenetic ultranationalism, anti-globalism, a rejection of feminism and socialism and homosexuality and Marxism and cultural Marxism, an obsession with conspiracy theories, a fear of the other, a creation of in-groups and out-groups to be rejected from the in-group, an obsession with heroism and violence and machismo and weaponry, a collection of syncretistic intellectuals complaining about liberal academia and commies, a death cult led by a charismatic male leader in the form of an ideologically inconsistent and unprincipled opportunist who plays on emotions and fears and popular trends to further a dictatorship against the left amidst popular enthusiasm due to a crisis of capitalism and ineffective liberal governance and political gridlock via uneasy alliance with conservative elites creating images and traditions and language unique to each country and leader and people. That's the basics. But that Biden guy, he is troubling. I mean, look at him. All old and confused. Not like our powerful, smart president that everyone loves, who also can't be expected to say words correctly. Thoughts and prayers for our sick president that no one likes but is also powerful and brave. Great country. It's because cashews are the second cheapest nut next to peanuts. Is why there's so many. See, a lot of mixed nuts go out of their way to boast that they're less than 50% peanuts, so they pack them with cashews instead. It's something you can learn in this 1974 issue of Consumer Reports that I use to stuff my decoy dummy for when they come for me. Be sure to check out this 1997 60 Minutes special where Andy Rooney goes through a can of mixed nuts. This country is so f***ed, man. Oh, goddamn cashews. You know, they use the peanut grift to make you feel like you're getting a diverse mix of nuts, but then it's just more of the same with those fucking cashews. It's actually pretty apt for Biden, the most progressive candidate ever, bragging about beating the socialists and who's also trying to court moderates and Republicans and saying that nothing will fundamentally change. Less than 50% centrism. Here's your fucking cashew. But let me tell you, if I had to pick between having a cashew in my mixed nuts or having a virus-infected Nazi in there, I would pick the cashew. Like, the cashew isn't great. It's dry, boring, and actually a little insidious when you really dig into it. In fact, the cashew fucking sucks. But it's not a diseased Nazi. or Nazi adjacent, or if you want to be the least alarmist, a cashew is better than a president who repeatedly avoids opportunities to condemn white supremacists while spreading misinformation about voting and calling upon his supporters to harass polling stations and actively seeks to court white Americans while discouraging black Americans to vote and tear gassed his own citizens to do a photo shoot where he awkwardly held up a Bible in an effort to pander to the most gullible and sad members of his base who have to maintain an elaborate and repeatedly disproven conspiracy theory in order to support him because he's a complete fraud who is in serious debt and therefore an extreme security risk to the country, which is probably why so many of his own staff have turned out to be grifters. Oh, and also he's probably a rapist and got COVID and then gave it to a bunch of other people. Cashew is better than that, even though the cashew voted for the Iraq War. Joe Biden is the cashew, if you were confused about the analogy. And that's why you gotta vote for... I can't yet. Here.
Please understand that the very essence of American democracy is at stake in this election. The future of the planet is at stake with a president who rejects science with regard to climate change. The racial divisions in this country will only grow wider with a president who is a racist.
Yes, Bernard, much like not him, us, made it clear that whoever is the nominee, ideally we vote for them in order to get rid of the current president, who is Donald Trump, a real, absolute disaster. And I feel like I don't need to make it more clear than that. And like, who is this video even for? Who do I need to convince? Is it even possible or helpful? Every attempt I've seen on this topic has been condescending, obnoxious, counterproductive, and I'm not gonna vote shame. I'm not gonna pretend like Joe Biden is an amazing candidate. I'm not going to pretend he's gonna do anything beyond not be Donald Trump. And I'm not gonna try to bully people into voting because politicians are owed something. In fact, it's not on voters to do this, but rather it's on the candidates to convince people to vote for them. And so maybe this is just to convince myself? I don't know. I mean, I do not like Joe Biden, and it'll never stop hurting my brain and soul to think about how, when the Democrats could have put forth anyone against a president that was elected by harnessing distrust of the previous administration, who loves to build baseless but effective conspiracies around establishment Democrats, they went ahead and picked Barack Obama's vice president, Joe Biden. After years of Trump as president, the symptom of many of society's problems, the fascist creep protecting capital and punishing their many outgroups with cruelty and ignorance, a lurch to the right, the angry boomers' desperate grasp at holding on to the world, a world that allowed for Donald Trump to be president. Surely the antidote to that is Joe Biden. I don't know, guys. It's a shame that the opposition party spent 2 years thinking about who should lead the charge against Trumpism, and they landed on the guy who was vice president during the 8 years before it took hold. Kind of a major disappointment. And it's frustrating that third parties aren't really viable as far as becoming the president, but seem to just pop up every 4 years instead of building power from the ground up. It sucks that so many people think voting won't significantly change anything, and that for many of them, they're not wrong. It sucks that the Democratic Party knows they're the most viable option and will engage in zero self-reflection if they lose. It's just all kind of a bummer. This guy, who has no exciting or unique answers in a time of police violence and extreme wealth inequality. Bland, more of the same, that got us here. Which in Biden's case was an alleged sexual assault and a lot of on-camera handsy behavior, and he sniffed that woman's hair. But also, more of the same in that he was integral to the carceral state that protesters are in the streets about. Still doesn't want to legalize marijuana. A fucking cashew. That's our man. We love him. But ultimately, any criticism here is moot. Well, it's not moot. It's important and politically healthy to tell our politicians to go f*** themselves and to criticize them. And criticizing Joe Biden doesn't mean you're a Trump supporter or want him to win. But it's moot in terms of the election. Because it's not a can of mixed nuts. It's a can of two nuts. A cashew and this freak. A shit sandwich that you're used to, or poison. And that's the decision. It's either Joe Biden or a man who has personally infected Americans with a deadly virus. Like a terrorist. A president terrorist. And I know that's depressing, to feel like you don't have a choice, being shamed for expressing that, being forced to vote for someone who doesn't share your values in order to defeat someone antithetical to your values. And like voting, it's not cool, it's just something you do. Granted, that's reductive because of how many people don't vote and how hard it is by design for people to vote. Voting, while just a thing you do, isn't just a 10-minute activity. It's harder than it should be. But if enough people do this thing, we can effect change, nominal change. But much like wearing masks, there are certain things we just have to do. I mean, unless you're the very smart president who doesn't need to wear a mask. And man, this is not how elections should go. Ideally, there's a candidate that actually excites you, or the stakes aren't so high that you have to care this much. Normally, the October surprise doesn't feel like you're being smashed in the face with a gourd filled with spiders. It's a real special case. And since it's just such a shotgun blast news-wise, it's easy to shut down. You know, like a shotgun blast might do. Let apathy take you. Go balls deep into the abyss, especially if this election doesn't personally affect you. It might be easy to think, well, it's just not worth getting sick over, and then spend election day getting high with your fish. And while that sounds hella sweet, and I'll probably do that in addition to voting, I need you to think of all those college fuckers walking around with COVID not wearing masks. Or I guess the president also walking around with COVID and not wearing a mask. And how selfish those people, and also that specific person who is the president, are being. Again, no shame, but just pointing out that you're not voting for yourself. You're voting for everyone. Women whose reproductive rights are being threatened as we speak. Immigrants who don't want their families purposefully ripped apart. Scientists and doctors who have to watch their work get undermined every single day by a lying buffoon. Future generations who want to perhaps still get to breathe air down the line, or at least have a little more time to not solve that problem. Voting is not a heroic act. It's not a big patriotic gesture. It's not whatever super powerful thing some celebrity is telling you. It's just a thing you do. Like going to the doctor or paying taxes. I mean, unless you're a very smart president who is very rich but also isn't, or if you don't have health care, which unfortunately Joe Biden will not be guaranteeing everybody. But anyway, it's like wearing a mask or paying taxes unless you are a very good president. We wish him very well. Thumbs up. So yeah, it's a real oopsie doodle dumb shit situation here. And there's a lot to go into in terms of the rhetoric going back and forth between moderate Democrats and progressives, and I'll get to that. But ultimately, just to make it clear at the top of this video, if we value the future of this country even a little bit, we have to vote for I'll get this. I gotta ease into it. Just a little greasing up, okay? So maybe let's talk about some good ideas that Joe has. Get ourselves excited, good and lubricated for this nut. You know, fluff ourselves up a little so we can come, I guess. Gross. Anywho, that brings us to our first segment, pumping up Joe Biden's nut. Seriously, gross. Come on, gross. I hate it. I hate this episode. No, actually, I love it. It's the best episode ever. We're here and we're excited to talk about Joe Biden, best future president ever. See, because of the way time works and how progressives have increasingly pushed Democrats further to the left on a lot of things like healthcare kind of, but specifically on the subject of climate change. So that would make, theoretically, Joe Biden the most progressive president we've ever had. Are there other politicians more progressive than him? Why, yes. Thanks for asking me from the past. And yes, I would rather have those people as president. I can't stress enough how many other people I'd rather have as president. But also, one of those people is not Donald Trump. I do not want Donald Trump as the president, and therefore would like Joe Biden to become the president. Joe Biden being the only other option. I'd be saying this right now if it was Bernie, obviously, and would in fact prefer that situation, or anyone else who won the primaries, which I guess it includes former Mayor Pete and not Bloomberg. And again, I recognize what a bummer this all is, how defeating it feels to be here, asking people to do the American thing and vote for a politician that quite frankly sucks. He sucks. But he sucks less than Trump, who sucks dangerously more in many ways. For the past several years, we here at the Shoddy have begged Democrats to run not on just Trump bad, but rather on good things that are possible. And they really seem to be leaning on the Trump bad part, which luckily is true. He bad. But going back to climate change, Joe has a pretty progressive plan. It's not terrible. Is it what we need to do? Nah, dog, it's really not. But is it better than Donald Trump's plan, which is no plan at all? Yes, it is. It's better than exactly no plan. And what a fucking tragedy that is. That's where we're at. And since climate change is, as one could argue, literally the biggest threat currently facing humanity, having any plan versus having no plan, it's kind of an automatic win, right? Like, we don't really have to look at any other issue, but we will, but this should really clinch it. If you care about making sure your great-grandchildren can breathe, or about the general survival of the human race, or at the very least you did some awesome bathroom graffiti and want to make sure people still exist to see it 100 years from now, please vote for the person who is actually receptive to climate change being real and a solvable problem. I really don't want to make this seem like a campaign ad for Joe Biden, because I don't know if you know this, I don't really care for the guy, and that's not what this show is about. But I also think 4 more years of Donald Trump sounds like a fever dream trapped inside another fever dream you had because your fever's so high because you're in hell. Or just on Earth in 30 years because of climate change. So yeah, Biden's been actually very smart by tying climate change to basically every issue, and how in order to address it, we would need sweeping changes. Sweeping changes it's fine to doubt he would implement, but he's not lying about climate change being made up or going on rants about his gigantic turds and how they're too hard to flush these days. He's proposing a $2 trillion plan aimed at using the economic recovery to boost renewable energy, while also introducing an Office of Environmental and Climate Justice to address how environmental policy disproportionately fucks over communities of color. He's even warming up to the Green New Deal while still distancing himself from it like a sibling locked in the basement that I'm ashamed of. That he's ashamed of.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
Would be really cool if he just supported that. It's actually very easy. Trump's going to be like, you support the Green New Deal, and you can be like, yeah, it's good, and here's why. People like the New Deal. You're framing yourself as FDR 2.0. It's odd that you won't just do that, but I guess his plan is neat too. Good plan, Joe! We are excited about it. But what's actually good here is how he came up with it, which was by reaching out to and listening to environmentalist groups that had previously criticized him. And if he actually follows through, we're hopefully going to see more of that from him. You know, maybe he'll take a back seat and let some more extremist Antifa views take control, and actually eventually welcome a plan like the dreaded and evil Green New Deal, as seen here in this scientific graph. Look. Again, it's not as good as it can be or should be, and in fact, it is grim. But in order to fully distance himself from our current president, Biden will have to be seen as very open to ideas and criticism, which means he can possibly be pushed further. Democrats actually love caving, more so to Republicans, but they do love caving on issues. And Trump is actually unbullyable. You can't bully him into doing anything. He's not even based in reality, and he's a cruel narcissist who etc. and so forth. But you know, you can bully Joe Biden, who sucks and should do better. So that's fun. That could be fun. We could have fun doing that. Though it should be clear, a lot of the people telling you to shut up now and push Biden left later, if he wins and you try to do that, they're going to tell you to calm down and pick your battles. Don't let them. More on that in a bit. But again, and this is what this election comes down to, divorced from Joe, you don't have to do this Joe Biden. Compare anyone to Donald Trump, who appears to be in the pocket of big end of the world. He's buried climate change reports, rolled back emission standards, and has dismantled too many environmental protections to count. He's constantly defunding things that are good, that help people. The biggest environmental win we've gotten from Trump is that he has finally kind of admitted that maybe, sorta, humans have something to do with climate change. A thing he knows is true, but is lying about in order to protect capital. That's how decades behind he is. In this one issue, The choice is literally between A, a person who has a plan to combat climate change, and B, a person who is actively working to speed up climate change. It's depressing how easy the choice is. Like, can you imagine if we actually had to parse through each candidate's policy to tell which one was better? Or if in the face of an overwhelmingly unlikable and incompetent, ignorant, cruel loser, we had somebody get up there and say not only are good things possible, but that he wants to do them, and that we will do them. Also, if there were more than two viable parties. How cool would that be? But we don't get to do that thing. Remember when the president downplayed a virus for a year and then got the virus and then didn't get tested before a debate and spread it to a bunch of other people? So hard figuring out who to vote for. The guy who didn't personally spread a virus, or the guy who did that, and also seems to actively hate environmental regulations and denies climate change except when it comes to his own businesses. It's just, man, like, hey, you want to talk about prison reform? Joe Biden actually says he wants to abolish the death penalty. No idea if he'll actually do that, but his opponent, the president, takes a slightly different approach in that he publicly praises authoritarian countries that execute people for drug offenses.
You go into China, you say, how's your drug problem? They don't even know, President Xi doesn't even know what you're talking about. We have no drug problem. They have quick trials, right? Quick trials. And I won't even tell you what the punishment is.
It's death. That's the thing he won't say that it is. So, geez, I don't know. Do we go with the guy who doesn't think we should execute people? Or the guy who really super wants to execute people for crimes that aren't even violent? It's a tough choice, folks. Should we pick the guy who's super impressed by death squads? Or, you know, the one that isn't so much into that out loud and regularly? And I'm sure there are people responding to a lot of things I've been saying. You know, well, Biden doesn't like death squads in America, or drone strikes that have gone up significantly under Trump, and a bunch of other reasons why our society and both parties sucked shit before Trump. But to contrast the execute drug dealers angle, here's Biden talking about drug addiction with sissy ideas like compassion and love.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it. And I'm proud of him.
What a baby's move, appealing to the millions of Americans who have personally struggled with addiction. What a hard choice we all have. Still, it would be disingenuous to act like Joe Biden is a big prison and police reform champion, because he's super not. And in fact, a lot of policies he's now saying he wants to get rid of are ones that he helped create, and in fact, used to boast about. His campaign page talks about eliminating mandatory minimums and the crack cocaine sentencing disparity, where those caught with crack got a way longer prison time than the high-class cocaine users. And that's good of him. But it would have been better if he wasn't the one who helped create both of those things in the 80s, or things like civil asset forfeiture. And maybe he should talk openly about how that was a big mistake in his past. But again, his opponent maybe won't, but at least wants to, execute drug dealers. So, you know. But you know, whether or not they mean it or are going to do it, politicians read the room. Unlike Biden's solution to police violence, which is to pump $300 million into something called Community-Oriented Policing Services, a group that has been around since 1994 and has already pumped out $14 billion to the cause. That cause being community policing. Since the 90s. A system that has clearly worked out for us. But that terrible reform idea still beats Trump's plan to send in federal agents to patrol cities. And, you know, to seemingly speak directly with fascist street gangs and encourage them to stand ready. Do we want a bad police reform plan or a really bad police invigoration plan? I guess the not really bad one. Good job, Joe, on being the not really bad choice. Like, what a lucky position to be in. Be not as bad as the dumbest possible version of American fascism. What a squandered opportunity. But look here, Buster. I'm not going to sit here and try to slap this limp hose any longer. Joe Biden is a cashew that made the can you're electing it to save. I've already said that. But right now, the decision is to either keep our heads above the water or drown immediately. Voting for Joe Biden is the political equivalent of stepping off of a ledge. If we manage to do it, it doesn't mean we don't have to immediately seek out help afterwards. He's part of the problem that led to Trump, but isn't literally Trump and therefore better. Not just for reducing harm to people, but for just what he does to society, to culture. It's unbearable. Why let this continue? And heck, we can maybe push Biden to be a better person in the long run. This is certainly what the more centrist Democrats keep trying to tell us, assuring progressives that if they vote for Biden, they can help push him left. And yet at the same time, go absolutely nuts when any progressive actually tries to do that. They're the people who will blame progressives if Biden loses. But if he wins, they will also blame progressives when they try to voice any criticism of him as president, and use his victory as proof that they don't need progressives. 'Twas the centrism that tamed the beast. They'll tell us to pick our battles and just be happy that the system is back to normal. They're the people who, if this election works out, will still be retweeting the Lincoln Project like they're the goddamn resistance. The people who call Trump a Nazi and then send their well wishes when he gets sick. The people who stand Pelosi and other establishment Democrats who've done such a good job at being incredibly ineffective in the last 4 years. It's the people who see Biden getting elected as the war being over, who see it as an opportunity to go back to brunch, when the war is really just beginning. And brunch is canceled. The next Trump that comes around won't be as obvious about it next time. Or, Tucker Carlson will just say we have to secure a future for white children and become president for life. I don't know. And while these people are very frustrating, it's also frustrating to see the idea that not voting for Biden will teach the first group a lesson. That Biden failing will signal that the Democrats need to stop courting the center and go left. And I can assure those people that this will never happen. Why do I know that? Because they just nominated Joe Cashew Biden after losing the election to Donald Trump. Because after putting up an establishment center-courting Democrat against a man who so clearly shouldn't have been president, they lost. And then didn't learn the lesson from that. The only thing Democrats love doing more than caving in is not learning lessons. And so if you think that not electing Biden will somehow get that lesson across this time, you're going to be very angry 4 years from now when we're all having this exact same conversation about Democratic candidate former Mayor Pete, or there won't be an election again. But again, no blame, no shame. It all just sucks. It sucks that this election isn't about getting what we want. It's about swerving out of a ditch. These are not inspiring times. And the unity behind Biden is huge for that reason. He has the support of over 200 retired generals, as well as many of the troops. He has the apparently unprecedented support of Scientific American, whatever that gets you. He's got support from Colin Powell and an army of other Republicans. The olds like him. Over 170 environmental leaders are picking him over the Green Party this year. He even has the support of the People's Champion, leader of the Champion Party. And as frustrating as it is to see the nominally left party court Republicans and aspire to the way things were before Trump, this unity isn't really because of who Joe Biden is, but rather who Joe Biden isn't. He's not a particularly charismatic guy. He doesn't have exciting ideas, nor does he feel fit to lead us into any kind of meaningful progress. He's just a life raft, not even a well-built one. But you still gotta get on it, even if it doesn't seem that buoyant and kind of smells funny. But if we do this, perhaps we can then steer ourselves to a place where we never have to do something like this again. Where the next election isn't just about compromise and settling. Where Trump, our virus president, who we wish only the best for, is just a memory. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be really nice not to think about Donald Trump anymore, while still learning from it and fixing the problems that got us to him? We all got to see how fascism can start to take hold, but we didn't let it this time. It's a simple lesson to learn, and it's a lesson we taught after World War II. Though in later and more recent years, fascism to the average American is the flags and the marches and the tanks and the uniforms and the camps. It's the end of it. There aren't a lot of warnings about the beginning. But again, it's a simple and old lesson.
I happen to know the facts. Now, friends, I'm just an average American. But I'm an American. And some of the things I see in this country of ours make my blood boil. I see Negroes holding jobs that belong to me and you. Now I ask you, if we allow this thing to go on, what's going to become of us real Americans?
I've heard this kind of talk before, but I never expected to hear it in America.
And that guy, the example of a fascist, became the president. Instead of learning about the rise of fascism in school, we got to experience it for 4 years. A nationwide fascist movement coalesced behind this guy, and he became the president. And the opposition to that movement is, not great. And hearing the people in power just say, vote, is super disheartening. Because, what if they do vote, and Trump still wins? What will the opposition party suggest then? They're certainly helping add to the kindling of the just let it burn fire. But even if you embrace the doomerism, the nihilistic glow of the utter nonsense of it all as things crumble no matter who's president, even if that, it would be nice to still make that a little better for everybody, right? Even if it's happening, help each other while the world burns. I don't know. I don't even know if this is helpful or convincing anybody. Like I said, every attempt I've seen to be like, vote and vote for the not fascist, it just seemed obnoxious or condescending or not honest about Biden or about the situation. Because it sucks. We should be able to say that it sucks and hold the nominally left party to not the lowest bar ever. Criticism is healthy. F*** Joe Biden. But f*** Donald Trump way more. And just do me a favor and do the thing, please. Vote for... Vote for Joe Biden, please. I f***ing guess. But don't let people forget that going back to normal is not good. Normal got us Trump. And more and more people are saying this. They're feeling it. The last 4 years have been radicalizing for a lot of people. And the important thing about the election is that if Joe Biden wins, we don't lose that. We keep reminding people of it. And Joe, who is watching this, thank you very much, Joe. Joe, good f***ing luck, you piece of shit. Don't f*** this up, and if you win, don't f*** it up even more. If you're telling people that things change when people vote, make sure things change, or you're going to create yet another generation of voters completely disillusioned by the hope and change being sold to them. And if you are voting for Joe Biden, even though you hate him, just remember, even if he wins, brunch is still canceled. Hello there. Here's some news. We did it! Wait, hold on. We did it, you guys! We made it to the 100th episode, some more news special. Also, the president incited an unsuccessful insurrection on the United States Capitol, resulting in several deaths. And sure, that's noteworthy as well. We'll get to it, but 100 episodes! Wowee, right? Am I right? Do we have a celebratory graphic? Yeah, okay, well, we kind of spent all the money on that puppet and the movie. Macaulay Culkin cost us 10 grand. Not as a fee, he just totaled my car. Anyway, just because we're on a budget doesn't mean we can't have a whole other special. While the country falls apart again, still. Just a series of specials and stunts and never-ending episodes about national disasters, impeachment, second impeachment, treason, etc. But then another special and another special. Round and round we go, like a purgatorial carnival ride. All that fun. That's why, to celebrate 100 of these, I'm going to eat 100 uncooked eggs. Is this really what we agreed upon? Shells and everything. Can't we do a Star Wars thing or...
Cody, hey, what's up? You gonna eat those eggs or not?
No, I guess I'm just wondering if this is gonna... Are we sure this is safe?
I mean, if we're doing it, then it's safe, right? Wasn't this whole thing your idea?
It certainly wasn't my idea.
Yeah, well, we already had the eggs and I couldn't get anything else, so what do you...
We already had the eggs.
Listen, man, do it or don't. I don't care, but 100 episodes kind of feels like something we should celebrate.
By eating eggs?
Yes, absolutely. People celebrate with eggs all the time. You know, like a birthday egg or like funeral quiches. I don't know. Whatever, man. Just eat the eggs, okay? Egg boy, bye.
Okay. You know what? Why don't we just do the news, you know? 100 it's just a number, and no better way to celebrate than just keep on keeping on with boring old regular news. That's right. Okay, everything is out of control. Also, we still have presidents? I thought we nipped that in the bud. But hey folks, there's a lot to talk about. There's like ending of 7 levels of unpacking that needs to be done, and it certainly won't be done in this video. And in the time it took to film and edit this, we might not even have a country, or maybe we'll have 2 countries, or like a super country where we all get laser eyes, but water is money. But anyway, the point is, we're trying our best. And at least at the moment, it appears that there won't be a, government overthrow, and therefore not a complete fascist in the White House. For now. You know, we've swept all the earwigs from the bathroom, ignored the nests and the state of the mess that caused this allegorical infestation in the first place, and now we can declare ourselves bug-free! And why not use our 100th episode to celebrate that? That empty election victory that included the almost former president calling for an overthrow of the government after he lost the election. Just a little oopsie koozie. Anyway, oh boy, are the GOP super shocked about the whole sedition thing, aren't they?
The first thing that stands out to me is how embarrassed and disgusted I am that the United States Capitol could be taken over by domestic terrorists while we're in session, transferring power from one president to the other, that a band of people who are terrorists, not patriots, literally occupied the floor of the House, drove the Senate out of its chamber, and the question for the country is, how could that happen 20 years after 9/11.
Lindsey Graham, the guy who backed Trump's false claims of election fraud, shocked. Ted Cruz, the guy who actively alleged voter fraud despite there being no evidence of it, shocked. Trump's own White House staff, shocked. It kind of makes you wonder where they were for the past 4 years. How they appear to be, just tuning in. Well, no matter, Republican lawmakers watching this video right now, while we can't keep up with what's happening right this moment, we might as well use our 100th episode to remind you of everything that got us here. Perhaps get us all on the same page. And for the people who were actually paying attention, maybe this can be therapeutic. We can be like, thankful it's technically behind us, sort of, not really. Like, if they actually go after Trump, which is the best case scenario, that means there will be a year-long trial filled with protests and dumb lies and likely violence and terrible grifter takes and Twitter. Oh, the Twitter! But again, technically speaking, we're done. We're done with the earwig for now. Aren't you happy? So let's do it. Let's actually sit down and go through everything bad Donald Trump has done to the country since he became the president. You know, the stuff the GOP apparently missed until the last 2 weeks he's the president. So we could afford that graphic, but not a title for the special?
Yeah, we've had that one on standby since he got COVID.
Ah.
So, what's the status with the egg eating?
Working up to it. We got a whole treason to talk about. But first, how does one start when chronicling the 1,000-year saga of the formerly of Twitter crime president loser who lost? Probably with the lies, right? Remember how he's a liar who lied all the time? And not just the regular lies a president would make, because they're all liars. But like, really insidious and weird lies in really obvious ways. Lies that were somehow way bolder than the other liar presidents. Lies that, in the end, resulted in the deaths of a lot of Americans from a virus and also a f***ing insurrection on the US Capitol and all the future deaths we've yet to see. Stay tuned for all the future deaths, folks. It's so many lies that there's an entire database keeping track of the recorded 26,548 lies that Trump has made. That's an average of 12 lies a day, meaning that between us writing this and recording and editing the episode, he probably made another 100 plus lies. Meaning that if you sat down and watched the 1997 thriller The Game, Trump will have lied at least once by the time you get to the thrilling and yet oddly low-stakes twist ending that I won't spoil in case you haven't seen the 1997 thriller The Game. Just trying to put it in a perspective you all can understand, but especially for fans of 1997's The Game, starring Michael Douglas. And the most amazing part of the lies is that it's genuinely hard to tell if some of them are purposeful lies or just dumb shit he believes. Like, remember when he said you needed an ID to buy cereal? Something he's claimed multiple times?
You know, if you go out and you want to buy groceries, you need a picture on a card. You need ID. You go out and you want to buy anything, you need ID and you need your picture.
And was that just him spinning bullshit? Or is he just so disconnected from grocery shopping that he actually believes you get carded for buying food? Serious question. Has he ever gone grocery shopping? Has he ever even eaten cereal before? Or are all of his breakfasts just handfuls of loose waffles crushed into wads by his balmy fingers, stuffed into his enraged kisser with a cocktail of Sudafed and Brain Force Plus while hunkered in his morning panic room, chilling with Jodie Foster? Man, I've been on a real Fincher kick lately. Also, this is gonna take forever if I spend this much time on every lie. So let's just shotgun a few of them, blast them into your face like you're a cornrowed Jared Leto in David Fincher's panic room. Starting from the very beginning of his campaign. Some highlights. Lying nonstop about his campaign opponents and drumming up lasting conspiracy theories about Hillary Clinton when there's plenty of real stuff to complain about. Saying that Obama wiretapped him because of a, and I quote, little bit of a hunch. Or, much more hilariously, boosting a theory that Ted Cruz's father helped assassinate John F. Kennedy based on a story from the National Enquirer, triggering a newfound humiliation fetish in the senator and snowballing an apparent life of servitude. Anywho, Trump went on to, win, and then immediately lied about the crowd size of his inauguration, despite the entire nation having eyeballs.
This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period.
Other lies about his election include but aren't limited to his insistence that he only lost the popular vote because 3 to 5 million people had voted illegally, despite that being not the truth. Opposite of the truth. One of his first presidential actions was to issue a travel ban, which, in a weird coincidence, specifically targeted Muslim countries. And they said it wasn't a ban, and Obama had done the same thing, and both of those things were, lies. And then the ban caused airport bottlenecks. The shitty racist president claimed that only 109 people were affected because of his actions, despite that number being closer to at least 60,000. Wait, that's weird. We didn't have a graphic of Trump's tweet about it. I wonder why that is. It's so strange. Geez, what are some more lies? Do we have any racist lies? And not something easy like birtherism, or like the literal first thing he said when announcing his candidacy for president, which was, and I'm very lightly paraphrasing here, Mexico is sending us their rapists who are bringing drugs. We have to build a wall to keep them out. Huh. How could we have known? Anyway, let's watch him justify the travel ban and the wall by saying in front of Congress that foreigners are responsible for the majority of terrorism since 9/11.
The vast majority of individuals convicted of terrorism and terrorism-related offenses since 9/11 came here from outside of our country.
Except that, according to the Government Accountability Office, a government agency, it's right there in the name, his government agency, only 27% of extremist violence, as in acts of terrorism resulting in death, were from radical Islamists. Can you guess what the other 73% was caused by? I will give you a hint. It rhymes with Dwight, Lure, X, C, Miss. It's a hard rhyme. It was Nazis, or Nazi types, with the skin that tends to be white, you know? Point is, lies, and also racism. Gotta speed it up here, okay? It's hard to list the lies and also explain them as lies. So, like, Google along. A lot of lies to get to, folks. Another fearmonger lie was that time he said that the murder rate in our country is the highest it's been in 47 years, when that is literally the opposite. Here's the FBI saying the opposite, and here's a graph. And if you need the nuance, what he's twisting is the true fact that there was a slight increase in crime, and that increase was the steepest in 45 years. But that's part of a larger decrease, like the line is going down, and then ticked up slightly. And he's using that to lie. And then take credit for crime going down after he took office, even though it's just a larger pattern. And boy, does he love taking credit for things he didn't do. Usually by lying about how bad things were before him. Like saying that an environmental regulation cost hundreds of thousands of jobs, a figure that seemed to have come out of thin air. Or falsely saying that the US has spent $7 trillion in the Middle East when that number is actually from a study calculating the money we will spend. But hey, maybe we shouldn't be spending any trillions on blowing up foreign kids. So you know what? I will give him that one, except he still increases the military budget every year, so not really. Except also not because he's massively increased the number of drone strikes and deaths from drone strikes from other drone strike presidents, and also made it so he and any other presidents don't have to say how many civilian deaths there are from those drone strikes. Also, he took credit for cutting $600 million from the F-35 program, but actually, they were planning to cut costs before ever meeting with Trump. Oh, and he freaking loved taking credit for jobs, didn't he? Most often using company expansions that had literally nothing to do with him. He worked hard to keep a Ford Lincoln plant from moving from Kentucky to Mexico, despite the actual fact that they weren't planning to do that. At all. And also, they don't make Lincolns in Kentucky. And that time ExxonMobil announced they were expanding jobs and Trump took a victory lap, despite the plan originating in 2013. Oh, hey there, friend. Do you remember when he said he spent a lot of time with 9/11 first responders and that he was, quote, down there? And then the retired deputy chief with the New York Fire Department was like, no, he wasn't. 9/11, of course, being that time there were thousands of Muslims cheering on rooftops. Weird how he keeps lying about Muslims. Okay. Okay, it's only a section of the episode. We haven't even gotten to policy or crimes or existential terrors. Remember when he kept lying about Time Magazine wanting him to be Person of the Year, and then we learned that he had a Photoshop Time Magazine at his golf club? Like, he was weirdly obsessed with being Person of the Year, like some kind of sad boomer fantasy. Speaking of weird golf course lies, how about that fake Civil War memorial that was definitely fake? Like, he had a River of Blood war memorial with a quote credited to him at his golf course, and then historians were like, that definitely isn't a thing. He sharpied that hurricane map. Mexico will pay for the wall. Doctors are executing babies. The military is low on ammunition. F***ing what? What is it? Are we spending trillions or are we running out of ammo? He lied about his height. What is with these guys doing that? Windmills!
If you have a windmill anywhere near your house, congratulations. Your house just went down 75% in value. And they say the noise causes cancer. You told me that one, okay? You know, the thing makes it so... And of course, it's like a graveyard for birds.
Cody, you doing okay? Need a cold glass of egg or something?
We haven't even talked about crimes or climate change or countless coronavirus lies that absolutely killed people. Like, the lies I've been covering are mostly lies we forgot because of bigger, more dangerous lies everyone knows about. And do we really need to talk about how he's called climate change a Chinese hoax, but privately recognizes that climate change is real? And so his lie there, one that will slow down progress to likely catastrophic results, is not out of ignorance, but flat out purposeful malfeasance. Or how people have actually died from taking hydroxychloroquine. at least one of those deaths being directly related to Trump falsely touting it as a cure for coronavirus, or the mask stuff, downplaying the virus early on, ignoring warnings, directly giving the virus to other people, this mask thing, etc., and etc., and et to the ceteras where my etcetera's at. A delicious smorgasbord of lies surrounding the Russia investigation, claiming to have never met people he clearly has met. Entire genres of lies. I'm sure we've missed so many lies and could perhaps blast the screen with all the other lies right at this second. Maybe with a cool font like in those James Cameron movies I've heard about. But we need to move on, because for the most part, this is just stuff Trump did with his mouth. Mouth stuff. Trump doing mouth stuff on us. Really going at us with his mouth. Imagine that. But also, and I guess way more importantly, he's also done a lot of crimes. Not just the one most recent crime that I'm sure happened while we were recording this episode, perhaps another treason or two, but other crimes too. So many that, once again, we can have genres of crimes. And this isn't counting his pre-presidential crimes, rape, something that has its own extensive Wikipedia page. For the sake of brevity, I'm going to just remind you all of the crimes he did while in office. How do we do this? Alphabetically, but deceptively so that we still control the order, or Letterman's top 10 list. Remember that? Let's do both. Starting with number 10, a lot of emoluments clause violations. Oh yeah, that. The old Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8 of the United States Constitution that prevents any person holding office from accepting any gifts or profit from their position. A violation considered so severe that in 1810 they approved a currently unratified amendment, making any violation punishable by removing the citizenship of the individual in question. So yeah, kind of a biggie. Maybe we should, make that amendment official. I don't know. It's just an idea. Just a little brainstorm. Putting all the cards on the table and such. Or in this case, folders filled with obviously blank pieces of paper. Remember that? Remember when the President of the United States, in an effort to assure people he was going to divest from as many businesses, presented us all with a half-assed scattering of shoddy office props, like some kind of community theater production of Glengarry Glen Ross? What kind of hilarious sociopath does that? The lazy hubris needed to not only pass off obviously blank paper, but also, plant staff members into the audience to laugh and clap at his very good words. And just as we all knew he was going to do, our dear president proceeded to spend the next 4 years using his position to make money while nobody did anything about it. We just sort of watched it happen, kinda hoping that perhaps the Democrats would maybe, stop him. But instead, Trump immediately began referring to Mar-a-Lago as the Southern White House, specifically while hosting the Japanese Prime Minister at his private club during a summit in which he charged the United States government a total of $36,000 for just that one time. He charged $3 for glasses of water. Regular water, not fancy $3 water where you soak $3 bills in the water to get that salty, manhandled flavor. And he would go on to make millions in hotel and resort profits from taxpayer money spent on Secret Service and event catering, as well as GOP and corporate suck-ups using his properties like luxury wishing wells. Of course, we know and are apparently bored with all our taxpayer money going to that turd Orange, but often do we forget all the weird corporate and political bribes just flowing into Trump Hotel. Hey, remember that time Trump approved a merger between Sprint and T-Mobile that would over wireless customers? Even though they promised it would lead to 5G and more jobs, most people understood that it would actually raise prices and reduce competition. And after the merger went through, thanks to Trump, T-Mobile went back on all of their promises for innovation and job creation because it was, bad. And then we learned that also, just as an aside, T-Mobile had spent $195,000 at Trump hotels since asking for the merger approval. So, T-Mobile wanted to do a bad thing designed to hurt people, lied, and said it would be good, and then spent almost $200,000 directly paying the president through his business he didn't divest from, resulting in that president approving the bad thing they wanted to do to people. In exchange, it seems, for money. Just a thing that happened that didn't end Trump's presidency. Nor did we blink after learning that his IRS chief earns $100,000 a year from renting out Trump properties, or the fact that he uses Mar-a-Lago for fundraising events, some of which feature videos of him shooting the logo for Black Lives Matter, a civil rights movement. Remember? Do you remember? And so he's essentially siphoning political funds from the GOP straight to his company, like some kind of, grift, is it? Seems like the word for it. But of course, we're talking specifically about the Emoluments Clause, which is about foreign governments giving money to the president, which is also a thing he did, on a regular basis no less, to the surprise and action of no one. Foreign governments leasing out luxury condominiums at Trump Tower, making business deals with foreign companies to build golf courses in other foreign countries. He tried to host the G7 summit at his resort. He literally uses his position as the President of the United States to plug his fucking businesses to foreign leaders, spitting directly in the face of specifically Jimmy Carter and generally the Emoluments Clause, a thing our founding fathers apparently considered to be a really serious offense. Also, plugging your businesses like that is just tacky, man. And on Twitter? Come on. Weirdest tweets keep not showing up. I wonder what that's about. Anywho, I guess the Constitution is like vague or some junk, so we had a lot of problems actually punishing Trump for this, even though it's clearly not what anyone had in mind for how the presidency works. And like Jimmy Carter busting his nuts and so on and so on. And I guess the founding fathers, who clearly wanted a harsh punishment for this, once made Ben Franklin seek approval for a diamond snuff box from King Louis specifically because of this. But well, they didn't write it clear enough, so joke's on them, right? The joke being that Trump used the office to make a total of $24,303,218 for his properties, specifically from being the president. Haha! Great joke. On the country. So much egg on our faces.
Did someone say egg?
Next crime! Number 9. But oi, he did terrible campaign violations. Okay, this is already too many bits on top of bits. I see that now, but whatever, we're pushing through it. So many crimes to get through, folks. Remember this thing? That Michael Cohen guy from forever ago, who in 2018 surrendered to the FBI on charges of, amongst many things, paying off women using campaign funds. Donald Trump's campaign funds. And those women being people Donald Trump had relationships with. You know, money to shush them. Shush money. Oh, and he was Trump's lawyer at the time and said he was directed by Trump to do that thing. Important detail. And then we later found out that Trump's campaign had, in total, hid $170 million in spending that we know about. And while we couldn't technically link the president to the actual crime, by his lawyer, who said the president told him to do it, everyone was kind of curious why we couldn't do something. Because why else would they be paying off hush money, if not at the president's request? But whatever, I guess we just moved on. Or maybe not. Who can say? And frankly, it's wild that this is like the least important crime at this point. I'm so bored with the whole paying off incriminating people during his presidential run. Let's move on to number 8. Crap, look at all this abuse of power. Oh yeah, this is one of the hits right here. Had this shit right in the articles of impeachment. The first articles of impeachment. That's of course when our president asked the government of Ukraine to investigate a political rival in exchange for $400 million in military aid. And like, we have a lot of evidence and testimony saying that happened and direct links to his lawyer and Trump literally confessing to it. But the GOP just threw it all out and said that he learned his lesson. Gee, I wonder how they feel about that decision now. And again, this is like the thing we all know about and is almost not worth recovering. That time he was impeached for major crimes. Old news, bro. Whatever. Give me that underground corruption shit. You know? Like how, aside from the Ukraine quid pro quo, Trump was clearly doing this with his donors, awarding ambassador and government positions to rich people who gave to his campaign, which, like a lot of things Trump does, was not uncommon in politics, but he just does it more and worse and more obviously. One of those guys was, of course, that Postmaster General guy. You know the guy. The one who fucked up the USPS right before the election while the president publicly admitted to wanting to fuck up the USPS to stop mail-in ballots. Just a guy with power, abusing that power constantly, pressuring the Attorney General to investigate political rivals, using his Twitter and power to call a boycott over bad news coverage of him, using his Twitter to intimidate witnesses during his impeachment, his first impeachment. A lot of Twitter stuff. Weird that we can't see his tweets anymore. I wonder what that's about. But, oh yeah, and attacking private citizens on Twitter. Then there's the general purge of officials deemed unloyal to the president, the firing of witnesses who testified against him, and of course the presidential pardons of people who refused to rat him out. Terminal motherfuckers like Paul Manafort and Roger Stone and Kush Sr., and maybe also Trump himself, perhaps. And this specifically leads us to the next super fun crime we're having a great time. Number 7. Darn, bribes! This kind of morphs into a lot of the other crimes. There's just so many crimes, it's a spectrum of crimes, but we really should just stand back for a second and take in how many bribes the President of the United States was involved in. We already covered it, but his time in office began with the knowledge that he paid off a woman to cover up an affair. And there was a time where other politicians would impeach a president just for that. No judgment here, if it's consenting adults and whatnot, but also Bill Clinton is a rapist, but also so is Trump. But you see how low the bar has gone, right? To the point that news like this story here, where the president might possibly be accepting money in exchange for giving out pardons to criminals, kind of got lost in the weeds. Because the weeds are, already horrifying. The weeds include an entire impeachment where Trump was essentially bribing another country into investigating a political rival. The weeds are the fact that Trump's business is a lobbyist wet dream, allowing other countries like Saudi Arabia to rent out 500 rooms at Trump Hotel for, I'm sure very legitimate reasons. Or how Trump reportedly attempted to shut down the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, a law that prohibits companies from bribing foreign officials. Because hey, since all those foreign companies are bribing him, it only seems fair, right? Did I mention that he tried to bribe a foreign country to investigate a political rival? I did, but just for good measure, number 6. Everybody's talking about that quid pro quo. I seriously can't stress enough how we impeached the president for something he definitely did do before the GOP acquitted him for political purposes and said that he had learned his lesson. I know that was a whole thing, but just to recall the deets and details, Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution specifically says that a president can be impeached for bribery. Bribery being legally defined as a quid pro quo. And while there were other crimes too, we got a clear picture from testimony of several ambassadors and officials being told by Trump to defer to Rudy Giuliani on matters involving Ukraine, despite Rudy having no official government positions besides being Trump's personal lawyer and, in one brief moment, cybersecurity advisor. And at the time, old Fiddlepants said out loud, I'm asking them to do an investigation that they're doing already and that other people are telling them to stop, and I'm going to give them reasons why they shouldn't stop it because that information will be very, very helpful to my client. Rudy also hired several criminals to go to Ukraine and pay people for dirt on the Bidens. One of those criminals would later say that Trump absolutely knew everything he was up to at the time. And there are pictures of them hanging out too. Seems damning. Also, those crime folk were making donations specifically attempting to push out an ambassador that Rudy and Trump didn't like. Also pretty damning. A little damning. A dab of damning. If damning stuff was like an old man's penis. This is the equivalent of reaching into the pants and kinda knocking it around a bit. We got a whole trial with testimony talking about how Trump was basically pushing officials out of Ukraine dealings and trying to replace them with his personal lawyer. And at the same time, we got Trump tweeting out all sorts of intimidation tactics at those witnesses. Oh, and that whole testimony where the one ambassador, who was also a fucking donor to Trump's campaign, flat out said to a Ukraine official that he could get them a meeting with Trump only if they continued to investigate Biden, and it caused John Stupid fucking Bolton to straight up end the meeting right then and there. And all the ambassadors were texting each other like, this is fucking wild. He's trying to get them to investigate Biden. And oh right, none of this includes how Trump withheld aid from Ukraine and then got on the phone with them and said he would put the aid back. But first, a direct quote, "I would like you to do us a favor, though." The favor being an investigation into Joe Biden's family. And geez, like, they acquitted him, huh? Because despite evidence that Trump was directing them to go to Rudy, Trump claimed that his personal lawyer was acting alone, at least until he just flat out confessed after the fact.
Was it strange to send Rudy Giuliani to Ukraine, your personal lawyer? Are you sorry you did that?
Not at all. Rudy was a great crime fighter. You know that maybe better than anybody.
Yeah.
Because he, did it. He sent his personal lawyer to dig up dirt on a political rival, and at the same time rearranged U.S. diplomats to serve that personal purpose. Then he pulled aid and told the Ukrainian president he'd give it back if he did him a personal favor. And we proved most of that during the trial, and then the GOP acquitted him. And then Trump just brazenly admitted to this stuff he was previously denying. And then he kept being the president. It's weird. Super weird stuff. Is weird the right word? Hold on. Dictionary.com. Excruciating. That's the word that describes this thing that happened. Okay, cool. Hey, what letter are we up to in the alphabet? Number 5. Fucking obstruction. Right. It's impeachment adjacent, but deserves its own letter / number or whatever. Trump obstructed justice. It was the second article of the impeachment. Like the opening band to the Ukraine headliner. That was specifically about ignoring subpoenas. But there was a whole other brand of Trump obstruction, like before that. The cool indie band playing down the street from the impeachment article opening for the Ukraine headliner. Just so many crimes, it's hard to keep them all in your head without contextualizing them as musical groups. I'm talking about all that Mueller bullshit. God, do you even remember that? Mueller gave us a whole list of ways that Trump was probably using his power to obstruct the Russia investigation, which totally isn't sus as Do you even remember the Russia investigation? Like, the one different than the Ukraine thing? Holy fucking cat Jesus. He fired Comey. You remember Comey? That useless drip. He fired him, and he only learned he was fired from watching the TV. He fired him as he was investigating some kind of thing. Bet it was terrible. And before he fired him, he asked him to drop the investigation and demanded loyalty. And I guess they made a miniseries about it where he's Jeff Daniels. Bet that's a lot of fun. Don't you want to watch that right about now? The Jeff Daniels James Comey miniseries that came out around the election? We have so much more to cover. Trump tried to talk Jeff Sessions out of recusing himself from that investigation. That's obstruction. He tried to fire Mueller through White House counsel Don McGahn, and McGahn resigned instead. That's obstruction. He asked Flynn's lawyer for a heads up on anything that might incriminate him. That's obstruction. He f***ing called Michael Cohen a rat when he started to testify against him. You know, like a TV criminal might say. Did I mention how he fired all the people who testified against him during the impeachment? I feel like I might have, but I feel like saying it again. Let's move on before I literally explode. Number 4, go gadget election help from Russia. Oh my God, that's right. That's what the Comey stuff was about. Boy, that brings me right back. Donald Trump Jr. meeting with Russian lobbyists at Trump Tower, specifically looking for dirt on Hillary Clinton, and then lying and saying it was about Russian child adoption before the story went public. And he had to change his story, as you would for a totally innocent and not illegal meeting. And Paul Manafort was there. There were damning emails about it. Paul Manafort went to jail. So did George Papadopoulos. You know, the Trump campaign advisors who were caught seeking dirt on Hillary Clinton from Russia. Probably found through illegal means, but I'm sure it wasn't something Trump, who would later pardon Manafort, knew anything about.
So to be clear, Mr. Trump has no financial relationships with any Russian oligarchs.
That's what he said. That's what I said. That's obviously what our position is.
Oh, and Roger Stone, now pardoned, the longtime Trump and Nixon associate, was found guilty of, among several things, threatening witnesses in the Russia investigation that I'm sure Trump was totally innocent in. Hey, remember when Trump offered Julian Assange a pardon if he pretended that Russia wasn't involved in the WikiLeaks DNC hacks? Innocent people stuff, that is. People without ties to Russia. These are the things they would do, because there's nothing going on with that. This is all bringing me so far back. Oh my gosh, you know, like when there was no disease, and we were all excited about, like, Game of Thrones, and the president had yet to rile sedition against a fair election, and was instead just desperately trying to cover up the fact that he sought personal political help from a foreign government that was specifically boosting his presidency to create discord in the US, and then, accomplished that. You remember how Russia successfully tried to kill our democracy by helping to elect Donald Trump? Did you remember that? Ah, nostalgia. Well, joke's on them, because we didn't need their help to destroy our democracy. Ha-ha! Number 3, have a hot cup of advocating violence. You know, just to reiterate, there was no way to see it coming that Trump would build a base willing to act violently in accordance with his wishes. Or maybe, I think it's the opposite. Hold on, one second. It was the opposite, where it was incredibly clear that Trump was building a conspiracy-driven mob of terrifying racists and sycophants, somehow believing that a wealthy reality TV host was the second coming of Jesus, the man famous for living in gold towers. I mean, if you just remember his campaign rallies, he would frequently encourage violence against people who dared to speak up against him. There soon became an entire genre of Trump-inspired hate crimes that we just learned to live with. Here's a list of 52 incidents from 2015 to 2019 where violent actions were garnished with Trump slogans or statements of support. Remember Pipe Bomb Guy? The guy who specifically tried to murder people Trump didn't like? The time he called some Nazis very fine people and inspired America's most old to run for president. And when he tweeted, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts," a phrase with a long-ass history of inciting violence specifically against people of color. And then someone went out and shot people. How about when he told the police to treat suspects rougher? When he threatened a journalist with prison? Remember when he praised a guy for body slamming a reporter? The time he said he'd physically fight Black Lives Matter protesters? Which honestly, I'd kind of like to see him try. Or when he suggested shooting people crossing the border? Hey, remember when he was asked point blank to condemn white supremacists and instead told them to stand by? And we just kept on going. He just kept on being the president. Because, you know, there was just no way of knowing this would escalate any further. How could we know that the president, who praised a group of supporters trying to run his opponent's bus off the road, would incite so much violence in the event of his election loss? Oh my God, we haven't even talked about the human rights violations yet. Like, I know political violence is real, in vogue right now, because we're seeing years of Trump enabling coming to a climax, or at least, hopefully, this is the climax, but we must not forget all the human rights violations. Okay, let's talk about that for a while. Number 2, I can't believe it's not basic human rights. Dang. I bet a lot of this is technically legal and stuff that other presidents did before Trump and will do after him. How do we even tackle this in a section of this video? Do I need a second top 10 list within this top 10 list? Can I blast the information directly into your head like in the movie Brain Scan? I know how you all love my Brain Scan references when talking about f***ing over civil liberties. Okay. Yes. I'm just gonna shotgun this in no particular order. Everyone get ready. Arguing that trans rights are not protected by Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, revoking a rule disclosing civilian casualties from airstrikes, trying to revoke mercury limits on coal plants, Puerto Rico, just everything with Puerto Rico. Could have done a whole hour on Puerto Rico, but we have to keep moving to using cluster munitions despite being banned by over 100 other countries for disproportionately harming civilians, rolling back access to free birth control, pursuing the harshest penalties against drug offenses. He revoked the 2014 Fair Pay and Safe Workplaces order designed to protect women in the workplace. Also revoked an equal pay rule, or at least attempted to. Rolling back regulations making healthcare more accessible to those with disabilities. Repealing net neutrality, I guess can count, and is a whole other video's worth of content. Reversing protections on offshore drilling. Deregulating sources of toxic air pollution. Removing climate change information from government websites. Withdrawing guidelines for campus sexual assaults. Scaling back civil rights investigations for the Education Department, lifting a human rights condition to an arms sale to Bahrain. Keystone Pipeline, that's a whole thing. There's not enough time. Did we talk about the Muslim flight ban? I feel like we had that earlier, but there's no way of knowing. All I see is darkness and blood. Then there's the transgender bathroom stuff and just like so much over of trans people in the LGBTQ community. Again, several videos worth of that. Coal mining regulations, animal rights regulations, just flat out failing to report human rights abuses in general. They ended protections for Haitian refugees. Oh God, the immigration stuff. Okay. Seeking to end due process rights for undocumented immigrants, making it easier to deport victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking, expanding the power to deny asylum to any immigrant who crosses illegally. Also, they're now just sending asylum seekers back to the places they're seeking asylum from while they work on their cases. Routinely forcing migrant children to take drugs, and the cages. Of course, there's the cages. Days worth of talking about cages. Can't forget the cages, which admittedly were already there, and how they used those cages to, as a deterrent, separate thousands of kids from their parents and made the parents choose between getting their kids back and being deported to the place they were trying to escape, and deported a bunch of families without their kids and still can't find a lot of the parents now, and publicly said they are giving up on reuniting some of the kids because it's too hard, and the people running the cages are of course buddies with Trump, and any reporter that covers any of this was put on a special government list. What else? Betsy DeVos saying that schools should be able to report undocumented students, you know, so they can be separated from their parents, put in cages, and lost in the system, which I guess is a kind of education. Denying visas to those who can't afford health care. I bet there are more that I missed. You know, all the ICE stuff and COVID. Gosh, and COVID.
Cody?
Who is that?
Cody, it's your grandma.
Gigi? That's you?
I just wanted to check in to see how my favorite grandson was doing.
I'm kind of work, but that's very considerate of you.
Are you getting enough protein, my boy? Have they been feeding you? Oh, you sound cranky.
No, I'm fine. Just a little tense from...
Perhaps you need a good egg or two.
No thanks, I'm not hungry.
Your grandma wants you to eat some eggs to get big and strong. Now do as your grandma says now. Grandma commands you.
Is this not my grandma?
Eat the fucking eggs, Cody.
I don't want to eat the eggs.
But you promised to eat the eggs. Do you really want to break your promise?
When did I promise to eat the eggs?
Do not try to gaslight us, Cody. You know what you did.
I'm pretty sure it's the opposite thing that's happening right now.
If you don't eat those eggs, I swear on your skull you will regret it. I will make this the rest of your life.
Do I have to eat them? Can't I just put them in my body some other way?
You have 1 hour. Click. The sound of hanging up. I'm hanging up on you, but it's not on an actual phone. Okay, bye.
I think maybe I'm in danger. Where were we? Oh, right. We were about to name the #1 crime of former President Donald Trump in alphabetical order, which is treason! Right. The treason. That shouldn't come as a surprise, I guess, and perhaps for a moment we should clarify that treason specifically means a crime that's punishable by either death or no less than 5 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. Because I guess there's a spectrum of treason. Actually, that does make sense. Like, as much as we hate this old Trump fellow, he was probably on the light side of treason. At least in terms of this U.S. Capitol jizz. To the point that it's more likely to charge him with sedition instead. Sedition being advocating insurrection against the government, with a punishment of 10 to 20 years, depending on if they'd be able to prove a conspiracy. Like, say, I don't know, if he had some kind of hilariously inept lawyer who helped him, and then to impeach him could, if convicted, disqualify him from ever holding office again, as well as trust or profit under the United States, which is specifically noted in the current impeachment papers, which passed. The difference being that treason is defined as levying war against the US or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort, and is generally harder to nail people on. And with that said, Donald Trump committed treason. Maybe we can't prove that about him, like in court, but he definitely levied war against the US. Was he too dumb to do that successfully? Sure. But that was absolutely what he was trying to do right here.
Let's have trial by combat.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections, but whether or not they stand strong for our country. Our country. Our country has been under siege for a long time.
So imagine if I told an entire crowd of people that Frankie Muniz was, at this very second, feasting on the supple flesh of little baby kittens. Delicious, delicious kittens. But we hate to see it, folks. We hate what Frankie Muniz is doing to those kittens right this second. And we should probably go to his house and peacefully protest as he eats those kittens right this moment inside that house. And also, I've been saying this, how Frankie Muniz is eating kittens for months now. And in fact, for years, I've been talking about all the terrible stuff Frankie Muniz has done, and sort of dodging every opportunity to denounce the people who have attacked Frankie Muniz on the street for eating kittens, and sharing videos of people clearly doing violence against Frankie Muniz, retweeting accounts of people who have been calling for the death of Frankie Muniz, Agent Cody Banks star Frankie Muniz. It would be extremely clear from years of me passively inciting violence against Frankie Muniz that telling a crowd of enraged Muniz-hating weirdos that he's currently eating kittens and everyone should go to his house was an attempt at dethroning this delightful former child star. And now, imagine that I was completely lying about the kitten eating, and in fact, knew that I was lying about it. The election part, not Muniz. That guy definitely eats kittens. But you get my point here, in the sense that Trump had spent 4 years building a violent mob, condoning violence, encouraging it, getting mad when asked to denounce his Nazi supporters, and then later, at another time, in his apology, calling white supremacists very fine people. Later telling the Proud Boys to stand by, telling the people storming the Capitol to overturn the election that they're very special and we love them. He would have to be extremely stupid not to know what he was doing, which, okay, maybe. But that also wouldn't absolve him from the responsibility, from the fact that he got in front of a crowd who truly believed that the election was stolen from him, and then said shit like, I hope that our great vice president comes through for us, and if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much. And then told that crowd to go to the place where Mike Pence was, along with all the Democrats he's accused of being a child-molesting, election-stealing cabal. And then the crowd got there, shouting this. Hey, Mike Pence! Hey, Mike Pence! Hey, Mike Pence! Hey, Mike Pence! Before breaking into the Capitol with flex cuffs and explosives and an albeit half-assed plan to kidnap and murder Trump's political opposition, aka the United States government. That is the culmination of a 4-year-long push for treason by Donald Trump, earwig traitor president, who, before any of this happened, was still in the f***ing hot seat for a call in which he blatantly pressured Georgia election officials to cheat the election for him.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state, and flipping the state is a great testament to our country, because, you know, and it's a testament that they can admit to a mistake, or whatever you want to call it, if it was a mistake. I don't know.
Do you remember that? The thing that should have gotten him impeached before this other thing that's gotten him impeached for a second time? On top of all the calls to violence, obstructing justice regarding an investigation into him working with Russia to win an election, using his presidency to profit off of foreign and corporate interests, and willfully building a mob of white supremacists and conspiracy theorists, feeding off wild lies, demonizing his opponents before sending that mob to the US Capitol. If that's not treason, then I don't know what the treason is. Maybe it's a little legally foggy to prove, I don't know, man, but when you add everything up like this, it is truly ghastly to recall, to see the growing escalation that everyone paying attention was flat out warning would lead to some kind of a violent coup attempt. And so not only do we have to remove Trump, but all of the people who enabled him and pretended to not see what was happening, and are currently feigning shock and trying to wash their hands of him. Whether or not Trump is simply so narcissistic that he isn't fully aware of what he's doing, or very purposefully attempting a white supremacist-fueled overthrow of the government, it's moot. Because either way, he should have been removed years ago. He should never have survived his first impeachment. He should have been impeached earlier for lots of other stuff. And the people who allowed that need to be behind bars. Not cool tiki bars, but the jail kind of bars, just to be clear. Of all the things to storm the US Capitol about, it's so surprising that it wasn't the people who've spent the last 4 years watching terrible cowards stand by and let a racist, sociopathic, sleazy, lying grifter slowly erode the country during a pandemic. And instead, it's the violent, dumb mob of ignorant and entitled assholes demanding to live under authoritarian rule. What a f***ing embarrassment. And now for the lighter side of Trump. Wait, that's the transition we prepared. Okay.
Look, if you don't like it, maybe you could eat a few eggs in protest.
I'm not eating eggs! I'm not eating eggs! I'm not eating eggs! I'm not eating eggs! I'm not! And now for the lighter side of Trump. It's actually something we've been wanting to do a video about, but never really got around to it, and I guess the clock is ticking. Now, we're not about to tell you any good thing about Trump as a president, or attempt to sympathize with him, or defend him in any way. I just want to make that clear. But if we had to find a sort of positive aspect to the man, and it's not really positive so much as interesting, it's that Donald Trump is just such a living, breathing, dead Kennedy's album cover. And to be a White House photographer in the last 4 years must have been an absolute treat. He has, as you all certainly know by now, murdered the concept of parody. Nobody speaks like him. And if you look at him without context, which you should never do, but when removed, He's absolutely the funniest fucking president ever. Assuming his power ends here and now and America somehow recovers, we will be ironically using his speech patterns and phrases in casual conversations for decades to come. Many people are saying this about him. Like, the man once stared directly into a solar eclipse while his staffer yelled at him not to. While the First Lady just stood there, expressionless, like freaking Wednesday Addams. That's incredible. He got on Air Force One with toilet paper stuck to his shoe, like a Leslie Nielsen character. I'm not one for body shaming here, but he's the most powerful person in the world and couldn't seem to grasp the hair and makeup needed to half-ass an imagined vitality he so desperately tried to conjure. Like, while all the knocks at his appearance you often see from liberal Twitter usually just end up being cruel and petty and hypocritical, there's something fascinating about the attempts to make him seem overly powerful or sexy when he's just an old guy. He dances like a school chaperone. He stands like he has no knees. He has resting toddler face. Again, whatever. It all kind of seems like a dull afterthought from the treason stuff, but I just like to take a moment to really showcase the seemingly purposeful Banksy-level art that Donald Trump has given us. Fade to black, please. As we walk very strongly down these halls, we have all the best memories like this and this. Remember this, remember this, remember that. And this 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 and this. Remember this, remember this, remember this, remember this. No one has the memories like me. Touching stuff. Folks, we're almost done. I swear it. Not talking about Trump, of course, but just this specific video. This is by no means a glib eulogy for Trumpism, because it isn't dead. And while we're hoping to focus on the next president and Democrats, maybe another nut episode, I've still got this thing lying around, there's surely going to be more violence in the name of Trump. More ghoulish grifters praising his name, more people trying to harness the stupid American fascism that's always festered and took center stage with Donald Trump. More enablers and apologists getting away with it and being taken seriously. More using not being Trump as the bar for acceptable. And more of Trump himself, especially if the next year turns into a series of legal battles for him. And I guess you might be wondering, when exactly do we get to stop thinking about Donald Trump? I get it. You've had to ingest him every fucking day. And while that's doable in little doses, the more you keep gobbling him up, the sicker you get. It's like a lot of things. And the answer to that is actually simple to at least sum up, which is that we can stop thinking about Donald Trump when the problems that caused him are fixed. In other words, it's gonna be a while. We're not even sure what all the problems are, right? Like, there's obviously the entire GOP, wealth inequality and division, Nazis, grifters, gerrymandering, the Electoral College, and even more distressing, there's the fact that after a botched pandemic response, overall incompetence, blinding racism, and all the other stuff I've said in this video, 74 million Americans still voted for him. And from the exit polls, we know that the majority of those people were white, male, evangelical, higher income conservatives who didn't attend college. You can take any part of that and conclude what you want, I guess, but when you look at the people, mostly white men, some of which were off-duty cops who stormed the US Capitol, literally smearing their poo on the walls and seeking out kidnappings and executions, beating a cop to death, for this guy, and how they all just tried to go home like nothing had happened. Just went back to their hotels and airports. They didn't wear masks, had their phones on them, and even wore the fucking badges of places they worked. They posted for pictures and put them on social media, and are now being defended by the same crowds who acted like kneeling for the national anthem was the worst of sins, who have zero tolerance for looting when associated with a certain darker skin hue, and all For this guy? All in the name of a man so transparently disingenuous that he hugs American flags to show his patriotism while secretly calling dead soldiers suckers. Yeah, remember all that soldier stuff? Well, it all kind of points to a major dysfunction among entitled white men in this country. That we've spent the last 200 plus years cultivating an environment that sugarcoats historical atrocities, idolizes monsters, favoring a single sex and race in the workplace and media and society in general, shunning the different or unique, cruel towards the weak or inconvenient, building a system designed to reward the powerful and immoral and shame the poor and disenfranchised for not miraculously saving themselves, all culminating to a group of easily duped narcissistic honkies thinking that they can just casually attempt a fascist coup in the stupidest and most brazen way possible. Thinking that a guy who spent most of his life as a villain and reality TV host is somehow the best choice to run the country and will overturn democracy to help him. Like, wow, that's a problem. The realization that a large chunk of Americans are no smarter than the over-exaggerated cartoon mobs you see in episodes of South Park or The Simpsons. And of course, the fact that if you're a person of color or a member of the LGBTQ community, it's very likely that none of this is a revelation to you at all. What a fucking problem this is. One that is ingrained in the country and quite frankly is going to take a major overhaul to fix. We need so many things to happen. Money out of politics, police demilitarization and reform and defunding, education spending, Medicare that's like, I don't know, for all of the people. More than 2 viable parties and a bunch of other things. Like, all the things. Our government is bad. And something like this was always in the cards. But for this dude? Sad. Weak. But maybe we don't need a violent coup. Our government is like an old house that has been neglected for decades. It's no longer enough to just fix a leak. We have to gut the entire plumbing, swap out the foundations, and f***ing purge the goddamn earwigs. So no, we're not going to stop talking about Donald Trump for a while, because Donald Trump is a racist fascist, as is also, apparently, a lot of America. And again, this is just one of the problems. Probably the most pressing, but also another lesson that we simply cannot miss from this, which is at least a little more manageable, is that America needs a way better early warning system for authoritarianism. If Trump was a shoplifter, this is the equivalent of him making it out of the store with 10 flat-screen TVs before anyone stepped in to do something. And if that happened at your shop, you would fire everyone who worked there. Which is why we can't just punish Trump, but all of the people who stood by. This needs to be an example made, and a promise to build a system that actually holds brazen abuses of power responsible. Heck, maybe we shouldn't have presidents, because every new second that Trump remains in power, much like the previous seconds, has been a colossal failure in our system. Presidents can just do whatever they want. That's not very good. Like, hey you, did you know that in the next week, Donald Trump, the guy who was just impeached a second time for inciting insurrection against the United States, will be the president during 5 federal executions? This breaks a 130-year tradition of halting executions during a presidential transition. It's fun to try new things, right? And Trump has, just since July, overseen 13 federal executions of prisoners. And to put this into terrifying perspective, before Trump, there were only 3 federal executions since the 1980s. And so, along with the millions dead from COVID or hate crimes or overseas bombings or all the other stuff, here are just a handful more of lives snuffed out by the guy who thinks that exercise depletes your body's life energy. Holy actual God, I need a long nap, you guys. I haven't even talked about the lasting effects of Trump, the foreign relationships he soured, the environmental screwing that can't be fully reversed.
Don't forget the nukes.
Oh. Hi, Mr. Egg. Are you from the drugs I put in my wine?
No, I'm a new character, I guess.
Cool. So, about the nukes. do we really have to pile that on the worry list? I mean, Nancy Pelosi just spoke with the Joint Chiefs of Staff to make sure that Trump can't just press the no-no button and kill everyone, which, is that a coup? Kind of?
It's not about Trump pressing the nuclear button, but the way he's slowly chipped away at the protective layers of international diplomacy, the thin shell that keeps the fragile, gooey center of humanity from spilling out and making a big mess.
Like an egg?
That's offensive.
Don't you mean off-egg-sive?
F*** you, man. This is serious. Trump pulled out of the 1992 Open Skies Treaty with Russia, which allowed both the US and Russia to conduct unarmed observation flights of each other's military. That transparency now lost. Not to mention pulling out of the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty with Russia, which he did in 2018. The INF Treaty banned intermediate-ranged land-based ballistic missiles and cruise missiles and missile launchers. And immediately after the Trump administration pulled out of the treaty, the U.S. immediately tested an intermediate-ranged missile, likely triggering an arms race with Russia. Trump has also been steadily increasing provocations with China, sending U.S. naval ships through the Taiwan Strait, risking escalation towards an armed confrontation with China, who have nukes.
Boy, that is a lot to take in from an egg.
You know what else is a lot to take in from an egg? 100 eggs! Ha! I bet you can't eat 100 of us, Cody. You're too soft. And unless you eat me and my 99 brothers and sisters, then we'll never go away.
Hold on.
Yes, sir, we eggs are here to stay. Just like Trump, we'll never go away. Unless you eat us raw. It's gotta be raw, Cody.
Katie, why? Why?
Come on, man. Just eat the eggs for America.
What is with you and the eggs? Are you trying to get rid of evidence? Do the eggs symbolize an important lesson for the episode? Are you just trying to murder me for, like, insurance purposes? Did I offend you in some way? Or is it just random cruelty?
Look, man, I just need some kind of catharsis, okay? It's been 100 episodes, and God knows how many of those were about Trump. And now, with everything that's happened, it feels like we can finally close a chapter, you know? By eating eggs.
God, we didn't even talk about his golfing yet.
There's just so much.
There's just so much. He's apparently spent nearly a quarter of his presidency golfing. He somehow managed to incite an attempted coup and still golf all the time. I guess it's pretty great that the PGA has pulled their championship from his resort.
Which he's reportedly much more upset about than the impeachment.
Of course he is.
Of course he is.
There's just
so much darkness. But hey, we're alive, right?
Yeah, that's pretty true.
And it seems like, while yes, there is still a lot to do, at least Trump won't literally be the guy in charge anymore. And the coup failed. And everybody knows that it was a coup attempt. And it was the MAGA people very clearly doing it, egged on by Trump and by members of Congress. And so the GOP can't avoid what Trump is anymore. They bet on Trump and he lost. And that's good.
I guess there's a sort of I told you so pleasure to be squeezed out, sure. Maybe a lesson learned, but probably not that.
And the Democrats now have nearly full control, which is like, you know, inching towards good. And so in many ways, I don't know, this feels like a very positive transition for our 100th episode, you know?
Yeah, I know.
And we're healthy, right? We're doing okay, you know? And we've got all these eggs and supporters. And progressive ideals are on the up and up. And eggs, there's always so many eggs. And it just seems, I don't know, it seems like things are finally starting to turn around. It seems like we can finally be a little egg-sided. Don't you think?
Happy 100th episode, everybody. Cuckoo-ga-choo.
Welcome back to some Morbo Wombo election Wombo. I'm Wombo. The election is in a week, but to Wombo, time is as fleeting as the passing of light. Human life is but a spark illuminating my path to glory. Wombo currently favors his personal friend, Mr. Donald Trump, to win over Smelly Cody. And as always, we're gonna begin our video by discussing the many ways Wombo was disappointed with the new Joker film. Hello? Cthulhu? Is that you, bro?
Warmbo, this is an intervention.
I have nothing to say to you, Mr. You.
Listen, Warmbo, I know you're mad with Mr. Cody, but you can't become a MAGA weirdo just to spite me. Even for you, that's evil.
But Cody said that Mr. Biden was bad, and then he said Wombo was bad, and then...
No, shush it, you shush.
Dan, you okay, dog? You need some water?
It's fine. I have COVID. It's fine. I literally have COVID. Just you sit there and you shush and you watch this episode, because this episode is for you, Warmbo. And I guess all of you can be here too, because here at the end of all things, the week before the election, it's time for just a little but also huge refresher about one of the two candidates running. So gather your smelly family. It's time to remember that which we have fought so hard to forget. Also, I literally have COVID while shooting this. It's not a bit. Thanks, Fauci! Orange Man still bad. Seriously, though, I have COVID, which, when you think about it, is kind of perfect for this episode, reminding you what it was like back when Trump was president. Like, remember COVID? I do. I really super do. Anyway, here's some more news. Trump. As in, Donald John Trump, the 45th president of the United States, is bad. He's a bad person, and he was a bad president. No, really, I know it's a spicy, hot, feverish take, but it's not just that Donald Trump is bad. Importantly, he's also bad for you. And not just if you already don't like him, if you support him. He is bad for you. But he's so bad that it's hard to even remember all the bad things he's done. That's why I'm going to beam almost maybe everything bad he's ever done directly into Warmbo's brain. Right now.
Knock, knock. Very low energy.
Little Marco.
A fat pig.
Pocahontas.
Flying Ted.
Lee Harvey Oswald.
1,000 words.
The late, great Hannibal Lecter.
A very tough hombre.
Insane asylums. They're bringing drugs. They're eating the dogs.
A lot of bad genes in our country right now.
We're building a wall of Muslims. A black person.
Just to be clear,
are they friends of yours? And some, I assume, are good people.
Shoot missiles into Mexico.
Shithole countries.
Stand back and stand by. Very fine people on both sides.
Kung flu.
Injection.
Let them die.
Losers and suckers.
I like people that weren't captured.
Blood coming out of her, wherever.
Grab him by the pussy. She would not be my first choice. That's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to?
Schlonged. Electrocution over a shark. I want the boat. Going toward the Gulf. Jesus Christ. Hey, Bob. Would you like me to sign this?
Just drive the hell out of here.
Such a nasty one. I didn't say lock her up. Lock her up. Lock her up.
Because I don't like losers.
Knock the crap out of them. They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks.
They have to have their head examined.
You need ID.
I had such a good life.
Down at 7-Eleven.
And now it's the tallest.
10. Bing, bing. Bong, bong. Camera TV. Have a good time with your Bitcoin. Never concede. You won't have to vote anymore. Bye. Ding.
Yeah, not good, is it? Unfortunately, I can't zap everyone watching yet. So, we're gonna do this the slow way. Because yes, there are a lot of reasons to be angry with the Democrats. And in fact, you may even be taking a moral stance against voting for them this year. You know, what with the genocide. And I'm not going to tell you who to vote for or who not to vote for. For many, this year is just one big trolley problem. So this video isn't to guilt anyone into voting a certain way or to point out that the Democrats are somehow better by comparison. No, the point of this video is to simply remind everyone that Donald Trump really sucks. Like, more than people remember. You might already know he sucks, but I'm still not sure you fully remember the extent to which he sucks. Turds. He sucks turds. I think the fact that he wasn't the most recent president and has been largely off Twitter.com, the everything app, has made it easy for people to forget just how bad he is and was, and how profoundly unworthy he is of any redemption arc the way we tend to do for other presidents. I'm looking at you, Carter. You absolute... still alive monster. Might outlive me at this point. Okay, shall we begin? Orange man racist. Ah, shucks. Bad news about Trump. He sometimes makes racially tinged comments. You know, like saying that in the context of immigration, a lot of them are criminals who have bad genes. A real Hitler thing to say. Of course, Trump's racism was one of the first things he offered to the American people when he first began his campaign in 2015. It is the foundation of his political beliefs, so it's pretty hard to quantify in a single segment of this video. Even before saying that Mexicans are rapists, although some are good people probably, he also famously claimed that Obama wasn't born here. I guess because he's black? He's of course doing the exact same thing to Kamala, as in questioning her ethnicity like some kind of race cop. Less fun than time cop. He's of course been accused of using racial slurs, constantly singles out and demonizes immigrant populations, and has retweeted literal white supremacists. Remember that? Remember when he hosted Nick Fuentes, an open white supremacist and Nazi guy at Mar-a-Lago? Like an actual Nazi. Remember when he retweeted a video of someone shouting white power, or that guy with the white genocide header image? Remember when he accused a judge of being biased against him because the judge was Mexican? How about when he lied and said he saw Arab people cheering for 9/11, or his long history fighting with Native Americans? Who does that? General Custer? Hey, remember the Central Park Five? In 1989, 5 black and Latino boys were arrested and wrongfully convicted of the assault and rape of a 28-year-old white woman in Central Park, and Trump paid $85,000 for a full-page ad in New York newspapers with the heading, "Bring back the death penalty, bring back our police." The ad, which specifically cited this arrest, argued that roving bands of wild criminals were terrorizing the city, and that politicians had gone too soft due to concerns about police brutality. He explicitly called for the execution of these kids, saying, quote, "These muggers and murderers should be forced to suffer, and when they kill, they should be executed for their crimes." And then those kids were exonerated and eventually reached a settlement for their wrongful imprisonment. So one would imagine that upon learning this, Trump would take a moment to reflect on that. Not only that he was wrong, but him being wrong shows exactly why we shouldn't, immediately execute people suspected of a crime. So, did he do all of those things?
Mr. President, will you apologize to Central Park 5? They've been exonerated. There have been videos and movies shown about the case, and you came out with a full-page ad saying that they should die. They should have the death penalty.
Why do you bring that question up now? It's an interesting time to bring it up. You have people on both sides of that. They admitted their guilt. If you look at Linda Fairstein and if you look at some of the prosecutors, they think that the city should never have settled that case.
Nah, of course not. Both sides, he says. Interesting, he sure likes that phrase. Because, of course, we all saw Trump's comments about the white nationalist Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, where he said there were very fine people on both sides. And to be fair, he qualified this statement by saying, "And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists," which is kind of like saying that you like BLTs, but you're not talking about the bacon or the lettuce or the tomatoes. But still, fact check! He didn't literally call neo-Nazis fine people, so score one for the truth. No, Trump was simply lying and saying that the demonstration, explicitly organized and attended and led by neo-Nazis and white supremacists like Richard Spencer, also had good people there. I guess. The rally that was full of chants like "Jews will not replace us" and was a protest specifically against the removal of a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee and resulted in the murder of counter-protester Heather Heyer by neo-Nazi James Fields Jr. So Trump was either A, lying about a group of Nazis being actually not that, B, knowingly complimenting a group of Nazis, or C, saw a group of Nazis and didn't register that they were Nazis. And you'll notice that all three options would be caused by Trump being a racist. But at least when finally confronted about it, Trump had these very firm words to say to the neo-fascist Proud Boys who participated in the Charlottesville violence.
Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left.
If you're wondering what he meant by stand by, he was telling them not to blow their load on violence yet. But, incidentally, wait for when he loses the election so he can try to incite them to lynch Mike Pence. Oops! Spoilers for news that happened 4 years ago. Hey, interesting, he never used this both sides phrasing when it came to Black Lives Matter, a movement Trump repeatedly demonized. I wonder what was different with that. Or remember when NFL players kneeled in protest of systemic racism and police executions of black people, and that, for some reason, pissed Trump off. I wonder if it has to do with his desire to execute black teens accused of crimes. God, there's so much. Remember shithole countries? Remember Kung Flu? Remember when he pardoned Sheriff Joe Arpaio, a guy who was convicted specifically because he refused to stop racially profiling Latino people? That was his crime. It's very important to remember that Trump doesn't just say racist things, but enacts racist policies. Of all the judges he appointed, only 16% of them weren't white. Those judges would go on to make life worse in black neighborhoods. Oh, remember back in 2016 when he posted that tweet with the Star of David next to Hillary Clinton's face with a bunch of money in the background with most corrupt candidate ever scrawled on it like a bitchy comment on your high school yearbook? Trump's stance on Judaism is interesting. For starters, he had this to say about Jewish Americans who vote for Democrats.
I think any Jewish people that vote for a Democrat, I think it shows either a total lack of knowledge or great disloyalty.
That was specifically in response to the suggestion that the U.S. cuts aid to Israel on account of their occupation of Palestine. Hey, good idea! And so calling American Jews disloyal to Israel, a country they likely weren't born in, and most have probably never been to, and many don't even identify with, is not only anti-Semitic, it's part of and contributes to an ethno-nationalist conspiracy theory about Jews having a dual loyalty. Trump's anti-Semitism is rooted in his strong support for Israel, because as a somewhat coy ethno-nationalist, he likes other ethno-national countries, such as Israel. He supports the genocide in Gaza, saying, "You've got to finish the problem," when asked about Israel's invasion. That's an odd phrasing, right? Finish the problem? Who says that? Not a commonly used phrase. Finish the job, solve the problem, sure, but finish the problem? So, like, you need a solution to finish it in, like, a final way. It's like, just an odd phrasing is my point. Anyway, also, one of his biggest donors is a rich weirdo who gave him $20 million with the specific request that he would move our embassy to Jerusalem, which he did. Because he takes bribes, you see. And now that same donor wants Trump to push annexing the West Bank, which he'll probably do. Because he takes bribes, you see. He's also reportedly been in talks with Netanyahu to try to avoid a ceasefire deal, because he's worried a ceasefire would help Kamala's election chances. Of course, Netanyahu pretty obviously doesn't want a ceasefire anyway, because that would unfortunately get in the way of the genocide. Oh man, so thank goodness Kamala has taken a really bold stance against genocide. Shucks. But hey, at least she hasn't literally used the word Palestinian as a slur.
He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian.
Love it when the bar is extremely low. Can't even see the bar anymore. It's underground. Bye-bye, bar. Hey, remember the Muslim ban? Trump has vowed to expand that ban if he gets elected and include Gaza refugees in the ban. Because, boy, did you know he's not fond of immigrants? And by not fond, I mean in, like, a genocidal way. Like how he said immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. A direct Hitler quote.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done.
Immigrants are poison. There's just no way to spin the use of the word poisoned as anything but literal Nazi shit. Especially when Trump is directly confronted about this language, specifically told that it's the language that Hitler used, and then just continues saying it.
Why do you use words like vermin and poisoning of the blood? The press, as you know, immediately reacts to that by saying, well, that's the kind of language that Hitler and Mussolini used.
Well, that's what they say. I didn't know that, but that's what they say. Because our country is being poisoned.
There he is, being asked why he uses the same language as Hitler and Mussolini, and he responds with, because our country's being poisoned. Haunting. That should haunt you. Even if he didn't know that, as he also claims, you'd think that once he did know that, he would stop doing that, talking like Hitler, and reflect and introspect upon learning that. Also, he absolutely knew that, because that interview happened this year, and was not the first time Trump was specifically told that he was saying Hitler shit, and in fact, referenced it in a previous speech.
They're destroying the blood of our country. That's what they're doing. They're destroying our country. They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf. They said, oh, Hitler said that in a much different way.
You can't just keep saying, I didn't know that, when you're on video very clearly knowing that thing. That thing being that you're talking like world-famous Nazi leader Adolf Hitler. Though, considering he's reportedly praised some good things that Hitler did and asked for generals like Hitler's generals, I suppose this is all to be expected. Hey, remember when Trump's policies separated over 5,000 kids from their families on purpose? Remember when he diverted money from FEMA to ICE instead because putting immigrants in cages was more important to him than disaster relief for American citizens, who he does not care about at all? And now he explicitly wants to do more of this, outlining mass deportation plans with military units patrolling the streets. Imagine what that would look like. The collective trauma of a nation watching massive violence against millions of people as they are rounded up, imprisoned, and deported. Imagine. Because Trump clearly has.
In Colorado, they're so brazen, they're taking over sections of the state. And, you know, getting them out will be a bloody story.
There is just zero denying what Trump wants at this point. Not that there was ever a reasonable doubt. He has had a long history of calling for the execution of people he's deemed to be criminals, aka mostly brown people, has repeatedly referenced Hitler's rhetoric after being told he was doing that, and thus normalizing literal Nazi rhetoric as being acceptable, and has plainly stated that he would support violent deportations of immigrants, who he has said publicly have bad genes and that he doesn't consider them to be human.
The 22-year-old nursing student in Georgia who was barbarically murdered by an illegal alien animal. The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
You can't excuse everything as a metaphor, especially when even the metaphor is racist and fascist. I am begging you to understand that if you vote for Donald Trump, you are voting for a racist who wants to do Nazi stuff. How much? How far? I don't know. But that is his goal. That's not my opinion. That's the opinion of historians and like Scientific American. It is a factual statement. If he is allowed to, he would exterminate and mass deport anyone who he deems doesn't belong. Be that migrants or really anyone he doesn't like. Anyway, did I miss any of the racism? Oh yeah, the Pocahontas stuff. We have to move on. All this talking is literally killing me. Talking about Trump might kill me. He might kill me. That sucks. I need to lie down. So let's just do some ads or just sit for a minute. I don't care.
Hello, Patreon. Are you nervous? Big week next week. Something's going on. I don't know what. Anyway, just popping in to say hi, hello, how are you? We love you very much, and we're grateful for you. So, thanks. We're going to be okay.
Katie. 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 Katie, I need your help.
Hey, dipshit, listen. I need help.
I need help.
No, I need help. So, okay, you know that Liam Cornlord guy that I'm married to? Well, turns out he's actually really evil.
Yeah, I know. We all knew.
Are you doing okay over there? What's... Huh. So this a sex thing? It's fine if it's a sex thing. I read the fanfic.
It's not a sex thing. I have COVID.
Oh. Ew.
You have to do the show for me, at least for a while.
Oh, well. Mr. Dogballs needs my help?
Why am I Mr. Dogballs? Please just be nice to me. I'm sick.
Okay, I'll help you out. For a price. You have to forgive me for helping the Dark Cornlord and betraying you, and help me defeat him, and forgive the next 5 evil things that I do.
Okay. Fine. Did you just email me a contract promising to forgive you?
Sign it. It's one of them e-signature things.
So you just had this ready to go. Well, it's signed. Are you happy? Will you take over?
Sure. What are friends for? Well, he's probably fine. I don't care. Sup? So I'm here now, and according to the teleprompter, Cody was just talking about how Trump is a racist who likes to say Nazi shit. Well, that's true. No notes from me. And no matter how many times we're assured, we probably shouldn't take his words as some kind of metaphor. Or, hey, okay, do you remember when we were supposed to take Trump's words symbolically? His supporters and defenders love the idea that Trump is just kind of talking, just jazzing about stuff and things. He loves freedom of speech, after all.
President Trump, back in 2015, you said the Confederate battle flag belongs in a museum. Do you still believe that?
All I say is freedom of speech. It's very simple. My attitude is freedom of speech.
See? Freedom of speech is good, unless your speech is radical and leftist.
We will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country.
But other than that, or also, unless you're interrupting his rally.
So if you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously. Okay? Just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees, I promise.
But other than that, oh, shoot. Also, if you're a news organization that he doesn't like.
No, I think 60 Minutes, I think it should be taken off the air. They should take that license away from CBS.
But other than that, and also one free day, just at the start.
You would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
what?
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border, and I want to drill.
That's not retribution. I'm
gonna be. You know, he keeps. We love this guy. He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No. Other than day one."
I guess he's talking about drilling and the border. He was asked specifically if he'd seek retribution on people, and he sort of pivoted and then said he'd be a dictator about 2 things. And so anyone who wants to defend him can do that, because ultimately he didn't technically answer the question, I guess. So, does Trump want to be a dictator? No one can say, except for me. I can say yes. Orange Man Dictator. As a dictator myself, I have dictator dar. Obviously, the question of whether Trump can be a dictator is up for debate. But during his one term as the big boy president, he repeatedly floated the idea of having God-king powers. Like, He super wanted to execute Mark Milley after learning that the general called China to ease tensions after the January 6th riots, writing on Truth Social. In times gone by, the punishment would have been death. A war between China and the United States could have been the results of this treasonous act. To be continued. Listen, I get it. Being the boss is so much easier when you can just have people killed. But boy, he just loves the idea of executing people, doesn't he? Almost as much as he likes hurting protesters, unless they are specifically supporting him. Trump had floated the idea of using the Insurrection Act to use federal troops to violently suppress the BLM protests, called the advisors who talked him out of it losers, and vocally supported deploying federal troops on U.S. citizens when he deems it necessary.
In places where there is a true breakdown of the rule of law, such as the most dangerous neighborhoods in Chicago, the next president should use every power at his disposal to restore order. And if necessary, that includes sending in the National Guard or the troops.
Oh, yes, let's clap for martial law. Truly our finest freedom-loving president. Trump absolutely adores calling for violence, especially on protesters and opponents, which he is now explicitly calling the enemy within.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
There is literally no way to wiggle out of the fact that Trump just called his political rivals and seemingly citizens who happen to disagree with him the enemy within, and suggested using the military against them. Literally a Nazi thing. There are quite simply no mental gymnastics you can perform to make that a different thing, especially since Trump keeps clarifying that this was exactly what he was saying. I mean, they're gonna keep trying, and okay, just for fun, let's watch a haunted circus doll's explanation.
He's not just running on slogans. When people ask him questions, he speaks from the heart, and sometimes that means he's going to talk about issues that the mainstream media isn't focused on.
Oh, okay. So when he says that Democrats are the enemy and need to be controlled with military action, he's just speaking from the heart. Thanks, JD. Watch your neck. Oh, hey, remember how Trump loves authoritarian leaders? Loves. His words, not mine. He has poured praise on Kim Jong-un, saluted Kim's generals, offered him a ride on Air Force One. He also praised Viktor Orban for being a strong man. And of course, Putin, Putin, Putin. Trump loves Putin. Criminally so, you might say. I mean, we just learned that he reportedly sent COVID tests exclusively to Russia during the pandemic shortage, all while downplaying the very idea of testing to the American people. You, the American people. After all, he's a hotel ghoul who wants to do business with anyone willing to pander to him. Trump is so easily manipulated by other world leaders that his former national security advisor won't stop warning people about that aspect of his defective personality and thinks he still needs to be specifically coached against this. That former NatSec advisor is H.R. McMaster, retired general and cool name guy, who back in 2018 talked about how the previous election was absolutely influenced by Russia. Trump then proceeded to fire him because it's not just that he sucks up to Putin. He wants to be like Putin. He looks up to him. He wants to be a big, strong leader who tamps down on his people and does war stuff. Remember how, as president, he was obsessed with using nukes? Trump apparently floated the idea of using nukes on North Korea and framing another country, and even suggested nuking a hurricane. Like, guys, he clearly just wanted to set off a nuke for any reason. And sure, again, I do get that.
They go boom. It's neat. It's cool. We should do one, just one for fun, but somewhere where it doesn't matter, like Antarctica or Maine. But this idea that Trump is somehow anti-war is, dare I say, balderdash. This is a guy who once said that if a NATO country didn't pay enough on defense, they should be invaded by Russia, and he would, quote, encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. That is not anti-war. Being a cruel, vindictive guy who ordered the assassination of a top Iranian general isn't anti-war. Canceling the reporting of drone strikes, which were way up during his administration, isn't anti-war. Wanting Hitler's generals is not anti-war. It is super, 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 super duper not that. Balder fucking dash. Oh my God. Oh my God, you guys, I almost forgot. Do you remember the Bible photo? That time Trump had a group of peaceful protesters, which included priests, violently pushed out of Lafayette Square Park by federal authorities so that he could take an awkward picture of him holding someone else's Bible. We didn't have to play that clip for so long, but counterpoint, yes. It's like a home video you'd take of a toddler, except in this case, the toddler is trying to nab the most dystopian photo op known to mankind. As funny as it is that someone asked, "Is that your Bible?" and he said, "It's a Bible." Hilarious. It is also a moment from an incredibly messed up situation. Using religious imagery, Christian imagery, for a photo op while violence against peaceful protesters, including priests and children, was knowingly and purposely going on around him. He is an evil fraud. It is so clear. The feds would later try to claim that they were planning to clear the park anyway, except they also admitted that they were clearly pressured by Bill Barr, who was clearly pressured by Trump. Oh my God, guys, remember Bill Barr, Trump's attorney general, who he clearly picked because he supported him politically and had a history of protecting presidents from treason charges and earned the nickname Cover-Up General Barr, who perpetually used his position to absolve Trump's crime friends of their crimes, which in turn ensured that they wouldn't flip on Trump, who Barr was, of course, also protecting from the Mueller probe. Remember the Mueller probe? Remember James Comey? Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. One thing at a time. We're still on Barr, who once requested that other countries' intelligence agencies help Trump on his impeachment. The first one, I think. Barr would go on to help Trump sow doubt over and rig the 2020 election, but then resign in disgust after Trump would attempt his coup after losing. Oh, right. The coup. Remember that? Of course you do. We don't have to get too much into it. I mean, I guess it's weird to want to gloss over the time Trump encouraged his supporters to help him overturn the results of an election, but here we are. And actually, all right. Okay, maybe we won't gloss. So, what was Trump's involvement? Unassuming, accidental figurehead? Bumbling martyr. It seems that Trump was actually well aware of the nature and hidden goals of the rally that would lead up to the coup attempt. Firstly, he flat out told his supporters that the plan was to march on the Capitol.
Right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them.
That's not a spur of the moment idea. He is saying, here's what we're about to do. And while he emphasizes cheering the people on his side, he can't help but to stress that they won't be cheering the people against him. But I guess booing? You could argue that at this point, Trump didn't know the full intent. Except testimony from a former staffer revealed that Trump also knew that there were members of the crowd who were armed, and in fact, ordered security to allow them to enter the rally anyway. Referring to the magnetic metal detectors, Trump reportedly said, quote, "I don't fucking care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. They're not here to hurt me. Take the fucking mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in and take the mags away. They're not here to hurt me" is such a coquettish little implication. Who are they here to hurt then, Don? According to a public hearing by a bipartisan House Select Committee, during the actual riot, Trump watched TV, tweeted, called senators to try to delay the count of electoral votes, called Rudy Giuliani, and argued with his staff who were insisting that he should call off the attack. So yeah, sounds like Trump was into it. Until it was pretty clear it was going to fail, at which point he limply told the rioters to go home while repeatedly lying that the election was stolen from him.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. From me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special.
What are you, Mr. Rogers? Whether or not you think Trump explicitly knew and helped plan an official coup, it's overwhelmingly clear that had those rioters succeeded in stopping the count and hanging Mike Pence and, all the other things they wanted to do, Trump would have 100% gone along with it. Of course he would have. We just learned that when he was told that they wanted to kill his vice president, Trump responded, "So what? Oh, JD better carry mace or something." And while Trump had officially condemned the attack when he was forced to, he has since reversed that stance, going on to portray the rioters as brave martyrs, calling the ones arrested hostages.
On Saturday, Trump kicked off an Ohio rally with support for the January 6th defendants.
Can you see the spirit from the hostages? And that's what they are, as hostages.
He also likes to brag about the size of the riot, because of course he does, claiming incorrectly that his pre-coup rally had more participants than MLK's famous "I have a dream" speech. So going back to whether Trump knew what he was doing, well, of fucking course he did. But okay, if for some reason you think he didn't, which he did, but if you think he didn't, that's still really bad. Trump clearly was happy it happened and claimed that an election was stolen when that wasn't true and incited a riot. And if Trump was truly unaware of that, even though he was, but if he wasn't, then he's a dummy who shouldn't be president, right? Like, he shouted fire, started a stampede, and then eventually tried to calm everyone while still claiming there's a fire, even when everyone saw that there wasn't. And then he bragged about how big the stampede was. What? Those are the actions of an idiot who knew what they were doing, but is half-assedly trying to act innocent. And of course, this wasn't an isolated incident, but the result of years of lead-up, of Trump encouraging violence at his rallies, floating violent dictator stuff, pushing deep state conspiracies, and heightening his own and all of his followers' paranoia. He was adding more and more fuel to this fire, and then tried to act like he didn't realize it would suddenly blow up. He knew that something was going to happen that day. And what makes this all even worse is that now, running again, Trump has made no efforts to pretend like he won't do the dictator shit again.
You gotta get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not gonna have to vote.
I'm sure people have argued that he was talking about fixing election integrity or something. But at this point, you have to be either a liar or completely checked out or very bad faith or dumb to look at years of Trump's rhetoric and try to pretend like he doesn't constantly inject violent and fascist phrases into his speeches. constantly.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
To be the most forgiving, he is at the very least constantly making tasteless remarks, considering that some of his supporters tried to do a violent coup. And that's the most innocent interpretation, which should still disqualify someone from being president. I mean, to be clear, Trump absolutely knew about and attempted to do a coup, and absolutely knows he's invoking violence every time he talks. We've been focusing on the violence on January 6th, but behind the scenes, Trump was 100% trying to steal the election via a very well-documented plan involving fake electors. He demanded his vice president use authority he did not have to reject votes. Your votes. You can read about it in the indictment. It's all there. But back to the, violence and violent rhetoric. When Trump acts like he doesn't know what he's doing, he's lying badly. But even those lies would disqualify him. The idea that he is ignorant to his own violent rhetoric and accidentally keeps pushing his supporters to riot is still very bad and would mean that Trump is too stupid to know what words mean, has zero control over the things he says, and should not be the president. Anyway, speaking of stuff that should have immediately disqualified Trump, Orange Man creep. He sure is. Some people might even say he's a rapist. One of those people being myself. In fact, I'm saying it right now. The man is a rapist. And yeah, I guess, sure, being a rapist hasn't disqualified presidents in the past, but perhaps it should. Perhaps we should start somewhere. A couple months ago, it might have been hard to definitively say only one candidate is a rapist. And this episode is not about Kamala Harris, but you know who's almost certainly not a rapist? Kamala Harris. Whereas Trump has a long, long history of sexual harassment and assault. Okay, here's an oldie, not a goodie. Remember when Trump bragged about sexually assaulting women on tape?
I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything.
It's kind of wild how you look at that tape and think, well, that's old news. Just locker room talk, as they spun it. And then we all moved on, which is especially weird considering that at least 28 women have accused Trump of sexual harassment and sexual assault. From watching Miss Teen USA contestants while they were naked in the changing rooms, to many instances of non-consensual groping, to rape, accusations that ranged from the 1970s to 2016. Donald Trump is, by a lot of accounts, a serial rapist and a creep. And that includes multiple recordings of him confessing to it.
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it.
Just looking at the creep stuff, it is hard to fully articulate how embarrassing it is that Trump is being considered a serious political contender. It is truly spine-chilling. Hey, America, what's it going to take to recognize and oust a proud sex criminal? Even now, he is describing what happened to serial rapist Harvey Weinstein as getting schlonged.
I was so amazed that Harvey Weinstein got schlonged. He got hit as hard as you can get hit.
But in case you need a literal video of Trump palling around with a pedophile sex trafficker, well, don't worry, because we have that. Aw, man, I bet that joke was just hilarious. Boy, Epstein. In 2002, Trump told New York Magazine, quote, I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. Anyways, since that whole sex trafficking thing blew up, Trump tried to distance himself from Epstein, saying he'd never been on Epstein's plane or stupid island, despite there absolutely being evidence that Trump flew on Epstein's jet at least 7 times. And although there were allegations from an accuser that Trump directly participated in sexually abusing one of Epstein's trafficking victims, those claims were retracted, allegedly out of fear of retaliation. People like to point out that Trump banned Epstein from his club at one point after he hit on a member's young daughter. As the reporter explained, the way this person described it, such an act could irreparably harm the Trump brand, leaving Donald no choice but to remove Epstein. See? Stand-up guy. This was, of course, 2 years after Epstein was charged with soliciting prostitution, and after Trump had known him for 15 years and specifically mentioned his love of young girls. He also wished Ghislaine Maxwell well. And it seems like the rift between them actually stemmed from a dispute over property, because, of course. So it seems like, at the very least, we know Trump was cool with Epstein being a weirdo creep about young women, until it potentially threatened his club's reputation. Unsurprising behavior from a guy found liable for rape, which is, what Trump is. Last year, Trump was found liable in a civil case for sexually abusing and defaming E. Jean Carroll. The judge presiding over the case clarified that sexual abuse, in this instance, meant rape. Again, seems like this should be enough for him to not be nominated a second time. But as a, let's call it bonus, he's also profoundly gross when it comes to his own daughter, Ivanka. Miles Taylor, former chief of staff at the Department of Homeland Security under Donald Trump, wrote in his book Blowback, aides said he talked about Ivanka Trump's breasts, her backside, and what it might be like to have sex with her. Remarks that prompted Chief of Staff John Kelly to remind the president that Ivanka was his daughter. This account is made more credible by Trump's public statements about his daughter, like that time on The View in 2006, when he said he'd date his daughter if she wasn't, that's right, his daughter.
Said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her.
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop it.
So weird. Stop it. Oh, you rapist. Look, I know that parenting can be challenging and it's impossible to be a perfect dad, but one of the most basic rules of parenting is to not go on national television and talk about wanting to blast your own daughter. And yet, he said it again in 2015. Referencing Ivanka, he told Rolling Stone magazine, "Yeah, she's really something, and what a beauty, that one. If I weren't happily married and, her father." Ha ha ha! Stop it, you. Wow, so funny. He wants to do incest. Hilarious. Or, I don't know, maybe it's not so much that he wants to do incest, but that he can't really think of women as anything other than sexual objects. So in his sticky little mind, the highest praise he could offer his daughter is that he finds her fuckable. Oh, also, he raped his ex-wife, Ivana. She described the horrific event in a book, as well as in a legal deposition during her divorce. Some people like pointing out that she later retracted this, but actually what she retracted was the use of the word rape. The event, which describes a violent rape involving pulling her hair from her scalp because she recommended a bad doctor for his hair plugs, is a description of rape. Even if, I guess you don't want to use that word. So cool. Question. This guy? as the president? The rapist who openly wants to bang his daughter? Setting aside all the other stuff, which we really shouldn't do. But, okay, setting it aside, I'm not sure why this isn't enough. You combine this with him enabling the removal of Roe v. Wade, directly affecting victims of rape. I don't know, man. It seems like he hates women and is using his authority to directly attack them. This is the guy that some of you want to represent our country and our values? I mean, don't some of you have daughters? I want to keep going on this, but alas, we have more stuff to talk about after the ads. So I'm going to go check on Seaward Johnny and see if he's still being a big sick baby. And you just sit there and relax and watch these extremely entertaining ads. And then we're going to meet back here, okay? Okay.
Hey everybody, this is the part that is where the ads go, but there's no ad for you because you're our beautiful patron on patreon.com/somemorenews. We couldn't do the show without you. Thank you so much. This is episode 250. That is so wild. Thank you so much for your support. If it's your first month, if it's your ninth month, whatever it is, thank you so much for your support over the years, or again, the weeks or the months, whatever. We're gonna go back to the show because I want to go home and sleep. But thank you so much. Back to the show.
Welcome back. I'm Katie. Cody still has the COVID on account of his weak blood. Not like my blood. This morning, I licked the entire floor of a hospital hallway, end to end, and I feel fine. I mean, my throat's on fire, but that's probably because of the cigars. Cigars do that, you know, the same way they cause chills and fever. Anyway, back to the video. We've jabbered a lot about how Trump is a rapist and fascist and other ists. He's done and said things that he should perhaps be held legally accountable for. And a lot of this stuff should have disqualified him from holding office for those legal or political reasons. But also, he's just a dick, which I'd argue should also disqualify him, if only because no one should want to elect a weird bulbous penis, at least not as president. Orange Man cruel. Not sure how else to slice it, he is a dick, a piece of shit, a weird bully who likes to mock anyone remotely different from him. He has repeatedly made fun of people's weight, for example. His entire thing is having some kind of nickname for someone that's designed to humiliate them in some way, often in a overtly ableist or racist way that would have disqualified anyone else. Crazy Bernie, Coco Chow, Ditsy DeVos, Strange Jack Smith, Crazy Kamala, Crazy Nancy. I mean, no one said the guy was creative. Even if you're not offended by this stuff, okay, well, a lot of these nicknames do end up being pretty fun. It's still just weird and trashy in a way we never used to accept from a politician. Similarly, it's very weird we accept a guy who regularly attacks women with an absolute fire hose of sexist statements and remarks. It's hard to even remember it all. He's routinely called women ugly, especially when he's accused of raping them. Remember that? Remember how every time he's accused of rape, his defense isn't that he wouldn't rape someone, but not rape that person specifically because he thinks they're unattractive. Unlike his daughter, you see. Hey, remember the blood coming out of her whatever line about Megyn Kelly? Remember how when he first ran, his tactic during the primary was to call his opponent's wife ugly and encourage people to harass her online? Trump loves to mock people, specifically when they are at their lowest moments. He mocked Jimmy Carter while his wife was dying. After Democrat John Dingell died in 2019, Trump told a crowd that he was looking up from hell. He would later call his widow a loser. He regularly calls his own military soldiers suckers and losers. He promised to pay for a soldier's funeral, and when he found out how much it cost, he allegedly said, quote, It doesn't cost $60,000 to bury a fucking Mexican. He absolutely loves making fun of Paul Pelosi for being assaulted with a hammer. Guys, remember when he mocked the mother of a dead U.S. soldier because she was Muslim? Remember all the shit he has said about dead military members in this country? Remember when he said that John McCain wasn't a hero because he got captured and, by extension, mocked every prisoner of war?
He's not a war hero.
He's a war hero.
He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
Oh, right. Remember all that Arlington Cemetery stuff that just happened this year? What else? There's, of course, his supporters and the long history of Trump encouraging their hatred and violence, at one point offering to pay their legal fees if they commit assault. ABC News found 54 cases of mostly white men committing violence in his name. And that was back in 2020, before, the coup attempt. Hate crimes went up while Trump was president. Of course they did. Hey, okay, speaking of his rallies, remember that time Trump mocked a disabled man?
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Maybe that's what I said.
Even without context, I don't think a president should be allowed to make the noises he just made. But in context, that was Trump making fun of a New York Times reporter for having a congenital joint condition. Some people like to claim that he wasn't being ableist. That's just an erratic movement he does when he makes fun of anyone. So, okay, I guess the argument is that he will bully anyone in an ableist manner if they criticize him, even you. Also, after the incident, he asked for an apology because he sucks, you see. In private, Trump is somehow even worse when it comes to disabled people. Dare I say, Hitler-esque? Trump's own nephew, Fred Trump, has a son with a genetic disorder and in turn became an advocate for people with disabilities. Naturally, he thought he could bring these issues to his Uncle Don, what with him, being the president at the time. This was in 2020, during the pandemic, mind you, when Fred got a meeting in the Oval Office, during which Trump took his nephew aside and said, according to Fred, those people, the shape they're in, all the expenses, maybe those kinds of people should just die. And if you think he's not explicitly telling this man that his own son should die, he said it again since then. Later that year, Trump allegedly told Fred specifically about his son, I don't know, he doesn't recognize you. Maybe you should just let him die and move down to Florida. So, eugenics. Explicitly so because Donald allegedly also said that Fred's son couldn't have a genetic disorder since, quote, there's nothing wrong with our genes. Now, that is technically not an exact quote from Trump, but this is.
Now a murderer, I believe this, it's in their genes. And we got a lot of bad genes in our country right now.
Dude loves talking about good and bad genes. Like a Nazi would. Oh, by the way, not that it matters, but according to Fred, his son absolutely recognized him. Trump just made that up about his grandnephew. But anyway, Trump, as president, and during a pandemic that would cause an uptick in disabilities, thought that we should let disabled people die. And just to be clear, he's not talking about really old people on life support or Cody or any gray area like that. So when he says those kinds of people should just die, what exactly is he implying we do to them? Hey, remember when thousands of Americans died and Trump said, it is what it is, when asked about all those deaths? Because, of course, Trump's policies were also cruel. On the anniversary of the Pulse nightclub shooting, Trump rolled back medical protections for LGBTQ Americans. He also pushed to make it okay to fire someone for being trans. Because while Trump once seemed fine with trans people, It's very politically helpful to attack them.
It's amazing how strongly people feel about that. You see, I'm talking about cutting taxes. People go like that. Talk about transgender. Everyone goes crazy. Who would have thought 5 years ago you didn't know what the hell it was?
He's just openly admitting that he is willing to attack trans people for political gain, the same way he's willing to attack immigrants or really anyone if it benefits him. I feel like we didn't talk enough about his immigration policies, and it almost feels like the word cruelty isn't good enough to address a lot of what his administration has done. So let's give this its own fun section. Orange Man made everything bad for everyone. Think of this like a bonus round. I'm gonna try and rattle off as much as I can, even though my throat is starting to really hurt, getting a little achy. And it was genuinely hard to find every example. Starting with civil rights. Trump's administration pushed war on drug era laws, harsher punishments, including mandatory minimum sentencing. His Department of Education scaled back their civil rights investigations. That department also set a higher burden of proof for campus sexual assaults, lest these poor sexual assaulters get schlonged. Speaking of women, Trump got rid of the 2014 Fair Pay and Safe Workplaces executive order, which was designed to prevent government contracted companies from discriminating against women employees. He also trashed a rule that required businesses to disclose how much they were paying women and minorities. Speaking of workers' rights, Trump made it A-OK for some employers to deny contraceptive coverage for their workers. He also refused to pay government employees during the 2019 shutdown, resulting in lawsuits. Trump was, of course, devastating to unions. In 2018, he signed an executive order limiting how much time union reps can help federal workers file grievances, as well as weakening their ability to bargain. He also made it a rule that you have to tell your supervisor if you want to talk to the unions, and even evicted federal unions from their offices because he hates unions and openly wants to fire workers who strike. He is not a friend of workers, J.D. Vance. In 2019, his administration spoke out against raising the minimum wage, and a week ago, he cosplayed as a McDonald's employee, was asked about raising the minimum wage, and instead of answering it or saying these people deserve more money and respect, he just pivoted to an unsubstantiated claim about Kamala Harris never working at McDonald's. During his presidency, he did, however, encourage and reward companies for taking their jobs overseas. But hey, he doesn't want to tax overtime pay, I guess, which is ironic since during his administration, he replaced an Obama-era rule and as a result, excluded millions of people from qualifying for overtime. He, of course, also repeatedly tried to get rid of Obamacare, despite his lying idiot VP Pick's bizarre statement claiming the exact opposite. Because Trump seemingly hates everything that helps non-rich people and wants to actively hurt everyone instead. Oh, right. I was supposed to talk about his immigration policies. My bad. We've already talked about how he wants to do a Hitler or two, but there is stuff he's already done. Horrifying things under his administration, like purposely separating parents from their children, drugging those children, and then making those parents choose between seeking asylum or seeing their kids again, or just deporting those parents without their kids. During his presidency, Trump asked the DOD for extra space to hold 5,000 stolen kids. We had so many kidnapped children, we didn't know where to put them. There were also the littler fuck yous, like deporting anyone who couldn't immediately pay for health insurance and sending back victims of domestic abuse to go live with their abuser, lest they get schlonged. Oh, and while all this was going on, the government was tracking and also harassing anyone who reported on it or protested it. Again, Hitler stuff. Sometimes Literally, sometimes just a waft. Second worst. Wasn't a fan of Mantown. It just smelled like cum. Speaking of assaulting the air we breathe, I feel like we should mention how bad Trump was for the environment. Dude rolled back a total of 112 rules designed to protect our planet. Some brief examples being a bill undoing a rule that protected waterways from mining waste, deregulating factories that emit air pollution, fucking not wanting mercury limits at coal plants, and of course, more drilling, something he's promising this time around as well. Even though Joe Biden, who promised to stop drilling so much, has actually led us to all-time highs in oil production. His administration pushed climate change denial on a government level, getting rid of the literal words on U.S. websites. Trump seems to have a personal vendetta against saving the environment. And that's not hyperbole. Ever since he tried and failed to get rid of a wind farm near one of his golf courses, he has waged war on renewable energy, constantly lying and spreading propaganda to his supporters. He has turned climate change into even more of a culture war than it already was, pulling us out of the Paris Climate Accord, put tariffs on solar equipment, and is currently promising to get rid of offshore wind projects. Presumably because he is personally mad at wind turbines, or, as he calls them, windmills. Truly, a modern-day Don Quixote. Sancho Panza? Got him. That was a Cody line. I don't condone that line. It's so wild that Trump is trying to tell us that he'd be better for natural disasters. His actual environmental policy is simply that he was a rich business guy who wants to help himself and other rich business guys. And if elected, we will see him continue to deny climate science while we get pummeled by storms that his supporters will, I guess, blame on the Jews. Oh my God. Oh my God. Remember when Puerto Rico was hit by a hurricane and nearly 3,000 people died? Most of those specifically because of the poor government response resulting in a lack of access to medical care. And then Trump blamed Puerto Rico for it and threw paper towels at people? My goodness. The election is going to be over by the time we're done listing this stuff. I've honestly already worked up a sweat, like a cold, shaky sweat, and my skin is getting kind of yellow now. I don't know, guys. Maybe hanging out in that hospital was a bad idea. Is malaria contagious? Is malaria contagious? Cody! Cody!
What? Death? Is that you?
Yes, it is me. Is malaria contagious?
Listen, I got a nap. I can't do this.
Well, that's a shame because I super have to go.
I have COVID, Katie.
Well, I probably have malaria. Or maybe it's E. coli. I did eat like 6 quarter-pounders this morning. Anyway, I win this round. Again. Okay. I'm gonna go. Race you to hell!
But we're already there, Katie. We're already there. Orange Man Crimes. Oh good, more episode. So much more episode. Hey, I'm back. I didn't nap at all. I just sort of tensed up for a while, grinding my teeth. I feel everything. Anyway, Orange Man Crimes indeed. Much like his racism, Trump being a scum guy who was bad at doing crimes was one of the first things we knew about him. In fact, in a combination of the two, as a real estate owner in the 70s, he discriminated against black people by instructing his superintendent to label tenant applicants as C for colored, and also kept black people away from casino tables at the behest of mobster Robert Labuti. That is a 1-2 punch of obvious crimes and obvious racism. Trump famously doesn't pay his workers and owes a bunch of contractors money, including not paying a chandelier company for the chandeliers Trump bought for Mar-a-Lago, probably for one of his bathrooms. That trend of skipping out on the bill has continued even into his presidency, as he currently owes $750,000 for all of his campaign events. which is weird. You'd think he could use all the campaign donations to pay for, the campaign, but instead he's using that money to pay for his legal fees, something you can apparently do, which is, of course, not new for Trump. He has used his charitable foundations to dodge taxes and uses funds from these charities to pay fines he accrues or to pay people for lawsuits, such as a guy in 2010 who sued Trump for not paying out a promised $1 million for a hole-in-one during one of Trump's charity tournaments. Trump would go on to only pay around $150,000 and used funds from the charity to do it. Because again, it's not that Trump does crimes, but he does really low-level petty scumbag crimes. Gosh, do you remember Trump University? Do you?
At Trump University, we teach success. That's what it's all about. Success. It's going to happen to you.
Donald Trump is without question the world's most famous businessman. As a real estate developer, he has reshaped the New York skyline with some of that great city's most prestigious and elegant buildings. Now, Donald Trump brings his years of experience to the world of business education with the launch of Trump University.
What is that, an AI voice? What a cheap ad. Do you remember that? When Trump pretended to run an accredited business school, despite it being not that? And he was forced to pay a settlement because of how scammy it was, and all the high-pressure sales tactics such as encouraging customers to max out their credit cards. Thank you so much, Donald, for ushering in a new age of fake bullshit universities. God, all the scams. Remember Trump steaks? Remember when Trump, during his 2016 primary run, held a campaign event with what he claimed were his Trump steaks, and then it was revealed that Trump steaks had gone out of business years ago, and the steaks in question were actually Bush Brothers steaks, as evidenced by the Bush Brothers logo still on the packaging. What a weird lie to make. But of course, Trump is a compulsive liar. I probably should stress that more. Trump lied at least 30,573 times while he was the president. And even if you hear that and go, well, the media lies about him all the time, so I bet it's less than that. It's still probably pretty high. A small fraction of 30,573 is still a lot of damn lies. He's, of course, still doing scams, in case you were worried he stopped. I was so worried, but no, he's still doing scams. Trump is selling both sneakers and a special Trump Bible made in China to pay for his legal fees. Not to mention Trump trading cards.
It's called the America First Collection. 50 all-new stunning digital trading cards. It's really something.
Sorry, digital trading cards. Because he's cheap, you see. Not sure if you recall, but back when he was first running for president, this was exactly what people were worried about. That he would simply use the presidency to do weird scams on vulnerable people. Oh, balls! Guys, folks, pals, do you remember the tax return stuff? Do you remember how when he first considered running for president, Trump was all like, oh yeah, I'll totally release those.
If I decide to run for office, I'll produce my tax returns, absolutely.
And then he ran, and everyone was like, so where are they? And he was all like, well, I'll release them in a few months after this routine audit. And then he just never did that. Probably because he didn't want us to know that he's not a successful rich guy. And Trump went from saying he'd totally release his tax returns all the way to fighting the release of them in court, saying that they were doing political prosecution to him for making him do a thing that all presidents before him did since the 70s. Remember how obvious it was to anyone who wasn't a baby that Trump just clearly was a bad con artist from the start? Do you remember the blank folders? Oh my, oh heavens! When Trump, as the president-elect, held a press conference where he presented a bunch of documents to prove that he was going to divest from his businesses. And those documents were clearly blank because, of course, Trump used the presidency to get personally rich. Despite claims that Trump lost so much money and sacrificed so much of his wealth just to be your measly most powerful person on the planet. No, his businesses made billions while he was in charge. If you're one of those people who thinks he sacrificed his wealth to be president, you are a peasant. You are exhibiting peasant mentality. I'm so sorry. Because also, at least part of that was literally from us. Our money. Because Trump charged millions of dollars to the Secret Service for staying at his property, which they had to be at because he was at them. A lot. Remember that? Remember how Trump spent a lot of time at his own properties golfing and not the White House? Perhaps because he knew he got paid if he did that? Trump had at least 3,400 conflicts of interest while in office. During his presidency, Trump somehow made $550 million after handing off control of his businesses to his very, very unbiased children, who also got rich working at the White House with their dad. But I'm sure they were very qualified to bring peace to the Middle East. God. Remember Jared Kushner? Remember Roger Stone? Remember the parade of criminals that Trump kept at his side and continues to hire? All the weird Nazi scumbags like Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller, and how Trump burned through most of his staff like they were cadavers at a flamethrower factory. All the people he either threw under the bus or who simply didn't stick around long enough to be thrown under the bus. Remember Scaramucci or Dancing with the Stars Sean Spicer? All the people that Trump ruined the lives of simply by associating with him. Like, Trump was the entire gang from Always Sunny wrapped into one dude. They wanted to hang his vice president. Remember Michael Cohen? Remember the hush money to the porn actress? Remember all the stolen documents in his house? Remember James Comey and how Trump asked him to stop investigating his lawyer and then fired him after he spoke up about his concerns around Trump and Russia? Remember the impeachment? Not that one. No. The first one, when he and the people under him tried to extort Ukraine for dirt on Joe Biden's son? Also, remember the other impeachment for the coup, which is also a crime, I do believe. So it counts here, actually. Remember air? That thing we breathe, but I'm not breathing right now. Fear, ponies, fear. One moment, sorry. Okay, back to it. Are we done with the crime segment? No, there are still crimes. Oh my gosh. Okay, what else? There was that time where he defrauded investors by intentionally misreporting the values of his properties to lie about his net worth, avoid taxes, and get better loans. A New York judge ordered Trump to pay $355 million worth of fraudulent earnings for that. We already mentioned all the rapes, but those are crimes, so I'm going to mention them here too. He has a thorough record of lying to investors about how much real estate he's sold, causing the investors to lose money, while Trump and his family were able to keep money that they collected up front. There was that DOJ investigation into whether Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi gave Donald Trump a quid pro quo payment of $10 million. In 2019, Trump-appointed Attorney General Bill Barr decided not to pursue the investigation against Trump. It's weird, I know. He cited a lack of evidence, while simultaneously top DOJ officials were denying evidence to investigators in the probe by blocking their access to bank records. Cool stuff, sounds innocent. The somewhat warm and smoky gun was that in 2017, 5 days before Trump assumed office, a bank manager in Cairo received a letter from an organization with ties to Egyptian intelligence with orders to withdraw $10 million. After that, 4 men came and took the money in cash. This matched up with suspicions from 2 years earlier that Sisi was looking for ways to give Trump $10 million for his election. And it just so happened that Trump gave exactly $10 million of his own money to his campaign. Something that investigators apparently found highly suspicious. Boy, you couldn't do like 11 million or 9 million. You had to give the exact amount of money you were being bribed with. Because again, he's not just doing crimes, but he's bad at doing crimes. He's stupid, which, dare I say, isn't a good quality for a president to have. Like, Trump supporters will often write off his crimes and his cheating as being this smart thing he does, as if having a scammy crime president will help us somehow. Like he's gonna scam China for a free pipeline or something. And ultimately, for a lot of what we've already talked about, the racism, crime, sexual assaults, supporters will hand-wave that because they think he's good at being president. And I sort of understand the thinking there, in that some people don't need their president to be moral if they are doing good things for us. The problem, however, is that not only is Trump very stupid, but he was, even for his supporters, a very bad president. Orange man bad president. Now, hi, hey, so you probably count a lot of what I've already said as being a bad president. Good for you. But what I'm talking about here is when a Trump supporter brings up stuff like the economy or jobs or some Facebook AI slop meme they saw to claim that Trump was good at his job. So let's look at the economy. And just to start, when talking about the economy under Trump, people often say that's not fair because of COVID. I would argue, however, that this is exactly the fucking point. That there was a global pandemic under Trump that in turn ruined the economy. And while some of that isn't his fault, the United States did worse at controlling COVID than other wealthy countries because of Trump. Don't believe me? I literally have COVID right now. It's in my blood. It's eating me up. Ugh. So there's that. While other countries worked fast to contain the pandemic, the US did not. Trump was seemingly working with the virus, questioning the science, promoting disinformation, hosting super spreader events, killing Herman Cain. Not that his Twitter seemed to notice. He put fucking Kushner in charge of the pandemic, his son-in-law, who in turn completely fucked it up by using it as like a networking opportunity, hiring a bunch of outside consultants who knew nothing about the situation, and at times had to Google basic questions and use their own personal laptops and email accounts. Trump gave $100 million to an agency run by Kushner's friend with the goal of fixing supply chain issues during the pandemic, which they didn't do. It really can't be understated how bad Trump was at handling COVID, about basic logistics and governance, yes, and about the virus and health specifically, telling people not to wear masks, suggesting the injection of disinfectant, and pushing that malaria drug that, it turns out, made people more likely to die of COVID. He just says stuff. He says whatever, based on nothing, lying to you about things that could hurt you. He has no control over it. Seems like a bad quality for a president. He took a fucking global pandemic based around science and made it a political controversy. Trump's words and actions directly resulted in the deaths of countless Americans. So I guess, no, I don't discount COVID when talking about the economy. But also, it's weird we even have to talk about the economy when we just said all the words we just said just now. You know, about how Trump was such a bad president that he got a lot of us killed. But at least COVID is over now, he said, with COVID. But sure, back to the fucking economy. When you look at every metric, the economy under Trump basically just stayed the course from what was happening before Obama and into Biden, except for that pandemic part. But there was the added bonus of Trump's 2017 tax cuts for the richest Americans and biggest companies, which, if extended past 2025 and into the next 10 years, would cost $4 trillion. So if Trump wins, that's presumably what will happen. He says he's going to make that up with 20% tariffs on imports, something that economists have called fucking stupid. Not an exact quote, but according to a gaggle of Nobel Prize winning economists, this plan would actually make inflation way worse. Remember how that's something we've been worried about? Trump will make that worse. Opposite of better. But this is just one of the many fun ways Trump's presidency made America a worse place. Like, hey, have you noticed that a lot of food is getting recalled lately?
The Food and Drug Administration recalled more food last year than it had in 5 years. That includes all kinds of groceries like vegetables and ice cream. The FDA's food division is understaffed and underfunded. And that's a problem because foodborne diseases can have some very real consequences.
Thank you to that unnecessarily quirky Business Insider video. Thanks for doing the Garden State of News shows, I guess. There are multiple reasons for the uptick in recalls. One major one being that the FDA isn't taking enough action. And so, yeah, under Trump, the FDA indeed decreased actions toward preventing tainted foods. He also increased the processing speeds of poultry, enabling easier contamination, as well as deregulating food labeling rules. Trump repeatedly tried to cut OSHA funding, and in fact, never even nominated a head for that agency. Of course he hates OSHA. It hadn't even occurred to me, but of course he does. Trump constantly dissolved health protections for American workers. He went after the post office. Remember that? With DeJoy, he's still in office, by the way, and how Trump hated the post office, likely because of mail-in voting, because of course every decision was about his personal gain. Remember how a former aide said that Trump didn't want to give disaster relief to states that didn't vote for him? Oh my goodness. Remember how Trump went after healthcare? How he approved states' plans to raise premiums for poor people, often poor people in the states that voted for him. People who voted for Trump to hurt them. Hurt me harder, daddy, is what they all say. It's how they say it too, in that voice. Did you know that the rate of Americans without health insurance rose under Trump? Because it did. And he still wants to get rid of the ACA, even now, and replace it with... drumroll.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now.
It's important to stress how Trump is bad for the people who want to elect him. He's bad at even doing the bad things he wanted to do. Like, hey, remember the wall?
We're going to build a wall. It's going to be built.
Spoilers. Nah. I mean, technically he built some wall that was mostly just fixing the fencing that already existed. We talked about immigration, but holy fucking shit, do you remember all the other international stuff? Remember when he pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal and that backfired and Iran just continued their nuclear program? Ultimately, the only major thing he set out to do that he then accomplished was making it a nightmare to be a woman in this country.
There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman.
Yeah, there has to be some form.
I know he's flip-flopped on this constantly, but Trump was successful in the GOP's effort to poison the courts with conservative judges and gut women's rights to reproductive health. So I guess, if you hate women, congratulations on this victory. I can't believe I'm only spending a few sentences on abortion. There's just so much. This is hell. I'm in hell, and I think we've all died and are in hell. Remember QAnon? Remember the fact that a United States president openly encouraged a cult-like deep state conspiracy following for years and years and years? People who just ran around doing violence over this absolutely delusional movement. How fucking wild is that? That the president has his own cult thrall. It's hard to even wrap my head around that. His wife hates him. Did we mention that? Did we mention how his wife clearly hates him? Or all the extremely embarrassing stuff he did over the years? That Jonathan Swan interview when he bragged/lied about how his building was the tallest building after 9/11. Sorry, during 9/11. He said that during it. I know it's technically not as bad as a lot of the other stuff, but the dude was just so embarrassing. All the fucking photos of Trump giving a thumbs up in incredibly inappropriate places. The other McDonald's photo shoot, when he looked directly at an eclipse after people told him not to. They said, don't look at it, and he looked at it. When he got COVID and tried to walk it off. Oh my God, remember his weird hack doctor, the cognitive test stuff, which he's still doing, when he claimed he won Man of the Year, the fake Civil War memorial, thanking himself at Thanksgiving, burying his ex-wife on his golf course? Black jobs! Who knew healthcare was so complicated? The fake Boy Scouts phone call? Lawnmower Boy! When he said that exercise uses up your finite life force? Hiding the USS John McCain? The crowd size at his inauguration? Not realizing he was the president of the Virgin Islands? When he'd rip up every paper you gave him? Tim Apple, that taco bowl, windmills cause cancer, stable genius, George Washington at the airport, the truck photo, the Hurricane Sharpie incident, how he talked all the time about how his turds were too big, his obsession with schlonging, and Arnold Palmer's schlong, and probably the schlong of the late, great Hannibal Lecter, getting in a fight and losing to a child. There's also that weird flag-hugging thing he does, or when he shakes hands with people in that cartoonishly aggressive way, like he's Bluto trying to fuck with Popeye. course, sometimes Popeye doesn't take any of Bluto's crap. Boy, there's a lot to say about Trump's international presence and how generally the world lost respect for our country. Remember the orb, the tiny suit for meeting the queen, shoving around world leaders, sad pope, that fucking koi pond? What about all the weird Christmas decorations, which actually I kind of like? The haunting family photos? It's just... embarrassing is the best word for it, and he can't turn it off, regardless of the situation. He has to be a fucking alien about everything. After his attempted assassination, he did this memorial thing for the rally participant who was shot and killed. The man was a firefighter, so Trump had his uniform brought up on stage and kissed it. It's just kind of uncomfortable. A man died, and Trump is turning it into this weird performance. It's weird to say that he's not being, like, presidential, because presidents have done some monstrous things while hiding behind a veil of civility. I like the idea of a president acting human, but not alien. If you're, say, announcing a major event, it would be nice to see that you can do that.
Last night, the United States brought the world's #1 terrorist leader to justice. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He died like a dog. He died like a coward. The world is now a much safer place. Our canine, as I call it a dog, a beautiful dog, a talented dog, was injured and brought back. But we had no soldier injured. And they did a lot of shooting, and they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You know, you think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in?
Come on, man. You sound like me if I was up there. He's just a bad president, on top of being a bad person. I'm sick of looking at him. I'm sick of thinking about him. And yeah, I'm sick, but I'm just sick of all of it. Aren't you? He has taken so much from this country, all for himself. Like, has anyone put a monetary cost on Trump? The $7.8 trillion in debt we got under his presidency in service of what? Rich people? Over $100 million so he could golf? All the millions he billed the US government? The cost of the damage he caused with COVID and his lies around the election? He's plundered this country and made it objectively noticeably worse. Threw everyone under the bus for his own gain. He should be in jail. But at least he doesn't have to be the president. He shouldn't get to be president. Is that too much to ask? Is it too much to ask that this weird, greasy, rapist, criminal, incompetent fascist doesn't become the president again?
But Cody...
Oh God, I forgot you were watching.
Wouldn't you rather have a racist and, incompetent and, mean and, fascist president than an evil and old and feeble Mr. Joe Biden? You hate Joe Biden and made Wombo hate Joe Biden, and now you're supporting Joe Biden?
What? No, I wouldn't wait. Do you think Joe Biden is still running? Have you not watched news?
Wombo isn't a slave to mainstream media.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so I guess we have a lot more work to do with Warmbo, but to wrap up this video, I really think the final and most pressing case against Trump is that he's just fucking exhausting. Not just because I have COVID. He's exhausting to think about, exhausting to analyze, to explain his many, many lies upon other lies, lies about doing lies. He and his followers have taken every single aspect of American life and made it a political battle, despite their complaints that the libs make everything political. It's an incredible feat considering how bad political discourse was already before he came along. Movies, video games, TV, vaccines, random products, tech, everything is exhausting and political and partisan. Remember how even once he became president, he never stopped campaigning? Because for him, being president was all about the rallies and the campaigning all the time, whipping people up into a frenzy about everything. He would take every issue and turn it into some kind of highly polarized political point, even before being president. Even holidays. Every holiday tweet he makes is framed around his personal grievances. Thanksgiving 2012, our country is in big trouble. Thanksgiving 2013, happy Thanksgiving to all, even the haters and losers. Admittedly, it's kind of funny. Thanksgiving 2014, the Carter family Thanksgiving will be a bit happier as Obama officially becomes the worst president in history. Just say happy Thanksgiving and move on. No holiday is safe from Trump's wrath, not even Christmas. Christmas 2023 on Truth Social, Trump posted a long, rambling screed. Merry Christmas to all, including crooked Joe Biden's only hope, deranged Jack Smith, the out-of-control lunatic who just hired outside attorneys, fresh from the swamp, unprecedented, to help him with his poorly executed witch hunt against quote-unquote Trump and quote-unquote MAGA. Included also are world leaders, both good and bad, but none of which are as evil and quote-unquote sick as the thugs we have inside our country who, with their open borders, inflation, Afghanistan surrender, Green New scam, high taxes, no energy independence, woke military, Russia-Ukraine, Israel-Iran, all-electric car lunacy, and so much more, are looking to destroy our once great USA. May they rot in hell. Again, Merry Christmas. That is a former United States president ending his official Christmas message with "May they rot in hell," like the drunkest and most racist uncle. And he's referring to, again, like half the country. The enemy within. How in the fucking world would anyone ever want to deal with this guy any longer? Not just as a president, but as a public figure. Absolutely 100% fucking exhausting. It's really hard to stress how shocking and abnormal it is for a major political party to embrace him. And if we were to successfully remove Trump from politics, we'd still have to contend with the fact that so many politicians try to put him in power. That's probably the most exhausting thing about him. The fact that he's exposed so many other people as being equally fucked up. Like the ending to They Live. Some, of course, are pretending to go along with the grift and scams, but Trump has also exposed this huge demographic of people who are so disillusioned and filled with grievances that they're fully willing to just direct the entire train off a cliff. And with this election, he has laid all the cards on the table. He's gone full racist, full fascist, and he is openly betting that there are enough people who either won't care or like that about him. And now, with so many masks off, it's hard to imagine how to come back from that. But we need to try. And for anyone still watching who feels like they're in too deep and don't know how to, all you have to do is change your mind. You can do that. You can say, "Oops, I was wrong about that guy. What a con man. Sorry." It's not too late, at least right now. That's why I want you to vote for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'm just kidding. Oh my God. Can you imagine? That dude, what a guy. So, okay. Did any of this get through to you, Warmbo? Oh, shoot.